Main currents of Marxism. Its rise, growth, and dissolution. By Leszek Kolakowski. Volume I. The Founders. Preface. The present work is intended to serve as a handbook. In saying this, I am not putting forward the absurd claim to have succeeded in presenting the history of Marxism in a non-controversial manner, eliminating my own opinions, preferences, and principles of interpretation. All I mean is that I have endeavored to present that history not in the form of a loose essay but rather so as to include the principal facts that are likely to be of use to anyone seeking an introduction to the subject, whether or not he agrees with my assessment of them. I have also done my best not to merge comment with exposition, but to present my own views in separate, clearly defined sections. Naturally, an author's opinions and preferences are bound to be reflected in his presentation of the material, his selection of themes, and the relative importance he attaches to different ideas, events, writings, and individuals. But it would be impossible to compile a historical manual of any kind, whether of political history, the history of ideas, or the history of art, if we were to suppose that every presentation of the facts is equally distorted by the author's personal views and is in fact a more or less arbitrary construction, so that there is no such thing as a historical account but only a series of historical assessments. This book is an attempt at a history of Marxism, i.e. the history of a doctrine. It is not a history of socialist ideas, nor of the parties or political movements that have adopted one or another version of the doctrine as their own ideology. I need not emphasize that this distinction is a difficult one to observe, especially in the case of Marxism, where there is manifestly a close link between theory and ideology on the one hand and political contests on the other. However, a writer on any subject is bound to extract from the living whole separate portions which, as he is well aware, are not wholly self-contained or 6. Preface. Independent. If this were not permitted, we should have to confine ourselves to writing histories of the world, since all things are interconnected in one way or another. Another feature that gives the work the character of a handbook is that I have indicated, though as briefly as possible, the basic facts showing the connection between the development of the doctrine and its function as a political ideology. The whole is a narrative strewn with my glosses. There is scarcely any question relating to the interpretation of Marxism that is not a matter of dispute. I have tried to record the principal controversies, but it would altogether exceed the scope of this book to enter into a detailed analysis of the views of all historians and critics whose works I have studied, but whose opinions or interpretations I do not share. The book does not pretend to propose a particularly original interpretation of Marx. And it is easy to see that my reading of Marx was influenced more by Leszek than by other commentators, though I am far from sharing his attitude to the doctrine. It will be observed that the book is not subdivided according to a single principle. It proved impossible to adhere to a purely chronological arrangement, as I found it necessary to present certain individuals or tendencies as part of a self-contained whole. The division into volumes is essentially chronological, but here too I had to permit myself some inconsistency in order, as far as possible, to treat different trends in Marxism as separate themes. The first volume was originally drafted in 1968, during the leisure time at my disposal after dismissal from my professorship at Warsaw University. Within a year or two it became clear that the draft required a good deal of supplementing, amendment, and alteration. The second and third volumes were written in 1976, during my fellowship at All Souls College, Oxford, and I am almost certain that it could not have been written but for the privileges I enjoyed as a fellow. The book does not contain an exhaustive bibliography, but only indications for the reader who wishes to refer to the sources and principal commentaries. In the works I have mentioned it will be easy for anyone to find references to literature which today, unfortunately, is altogether too extensive for a single reader to master. Preface 7. The second volume has been read in typescript by two of my Warsaw friends, Dr. Andrzej Walicki and Dr. Ryszard Hurczynski. The former is a historian of ideas, the latter a mathematician. Both have made many valuable critical remarks and suggestions. The whole work has been read, prior to translation, only by myself and my wife, Dr. Tamara Kolakowski, who is a psychiatrist by profession. Like all my other writings, it owes much to her good sense and critical comments. Oxford Leszek Kolakowski. Contents. Bibliographical Note 14. Introduction I. The Origins of Dialectic 7. 1. The Contingency of Human Existence 11. 2. The Soteriology of Plotinus 12. 3. Plotinus and Christian Platonism. The Search for the 17 Reason of Creation. 23. 4. Eriugena and Christian Theogony. 5. Eckhart and the Dialectic of Deification 316. Nicholas of CUSA. The Contradictions of Absolute Being 33. 7. Bohm and the Duality of Being 36. 8. Angelocyle and Fenelon, Salvation through Annihilation 37. 9. The Enlightenment. The Realization of Man in the Schema of Naturalism 39. 10. Rousseau and Hume. Destruction of the Belief in Natural Harmony 41. 11. Kant. The Duality of Man's Being, and its Remedy 44. 12. Fichte and the Self-Conquest of the Spirit 50. 13. Hegel. The Progress of Consciousness towards the Absolute 56. 14. Hegel. Freedom as the Goal of History 70. 2. The Hegelian Left 81. 1. The Disintegration of Hegelianism 81. 2. David Strauss and the Critique of Religion 84. 3. Tsiolkovsky and the Philosophy of Action 85. 4. Bruno Bauer and the Negativity of Self-Consciousness 88. 5. Arnold Ruge. The Radicalization of the Hegelian Left 92. X. Contents. 3. Marx's Thought in its Earliest Phase 96. 1. Early Years and Studies 96. 2. Hellenistic Philosophy as Understood by the Hegelians 99. 3. Marx's Studies of Epicurus. Freedom and Self-Consciousness 100. 4. Hess and Feuerbach 108. 1. Hess. The Philosophy of Action 108. 2. Hess. Revolution and Freedom 111. 3. Feuerbach and Religious Alienation 114. 4. Feuerbach's Second Phase. Sources of the Religious Fallacy 116. V. Marx's Early Political and Philosophical Writings 120. 1. The State and Intellectual Freedom 120. 2. Criticism of Hegel. The State, Society, Individuality 122. 3. The Idea of Social Emancipation 125. 4. The Discovery of the Proletariat 127. 6. The Paris Manuscripts. The Theory of Alienated Labor. The Young Engels 132. 1. Critique of Hegel. Labor as the Foundation of Humanity 133. 2. The Social and Practical Character of Knowledge 134. 3. The Alienation of Labor. Dehumanized Man 138. 4. Critique of Feuerbach 141. 5. Engels's Early Writings 144. 7. The Holy Family 147. 1. Communism as a Historical Trend. The Class Consciousness of the Proletariat 148. 2. Progress and the Masses 149. 3. The World of Needs 150. 4. The Tradition of Materialism 151-8. The German Ideology 153. 1. The Concept of Ideology 153. 2. Social Being and Consciousness 155. 3. The Division of Labor, and its Abolition 159. 4. Individuality and Freedom 161. 5. Stirner and the Philosophy of Egocentrism 163. Contents 11. 6. Critique of Stirner. The Individual and the Community 168. 7. Alienation and the Division of Labor 172. 8. The Liberation of Man and the Class Struggle 173. 9. The Epistemological Meaning of the Theory of False Con. COUSNES 174-9. Recapitulation 177. Ex-socialist ideas in the first half of the 19th century as compared with Marxian socialism 182. 1. The rise of the socialist idea 182. 2. Bobovism 184. 3. Saint-Simonism 187. 4. Owen 193. 5. Fourier 198. 6. Proudhon 203. 7. Whiteling 211. 8. Cabet 213. 9. Blanqui 214. 10. Blanc 216. 11. Marxism and Utopian Socialism 218. 12. Marx's Critique of Proudhon 224. 13. The Communist Manifesto 227. 11. The Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 1847 234. 1. Developments in the 1850s 234. 2. La Salle 238. 3. The First International. Bakunin 244. 12. Capitalism as a Dehumanized World. The Nature of Exploitation 262. 1. The Controversy as to the relation of capital to Marx's early writings 262. 2. The Classical Economic Tradition and the Theory of Value 268. 3. The Double Form of Value and the Double Character of Labor 271. 4. Commodity Fetishism. Labor Power as a Commodity 276. 5. The Alienation of Labor and of its Product 281. 12. Contents. 6. The Alienation of the Process of Socialization 285. 7. The Pauperization of the Working Class 288. 8. The Nature and Historical Mission of Capitalism 291. 9. The Distribution of Surplus Value 294. 13. The Contradictions of Capital and their Abolition. The Unity of Analysis and Action 297. 1. The Falling Rate of Profit and the Inevitable Collapse of Capitalism 297. 2. The Economical and Political Struggle of the Proletariat 302. 3. The Nature of Socialism, and its Two Phases 305. 4. The Dialectic of Capital, the Whole and the Part, the Concrete and the Abstract 312. 5. The Dialectic of Capital, Consciousness and the Historical Process 319. 6. Comments on Marx's Theory of Value and Exploitation 325. 14. The Motive Forces of the Historical Process 335. 1. Productive Forces, Relations of Production, Superstructure 335. 2. Social Being and Consciousness 338. 3. Historical Progress and its Contradictions 346. 4. The Monistic Interpretation of Social Relationships 351. 5. The Concept of Class 352. 6. The Origin of Class 358. 7. The Functions of the State and its Abolition 358. 8. Commentary on Historical Materialism 363. 15. The Dialectic of Nature 376. 1. The Scientistic Approach 376. 2. Materialism and Idealism. The Twilight of Philosophy 378. 3. Space and Time 381. 4. The Variability of Nature 382. 5. Multiple Forms of Change 383. 6. Causality and Chance 384. 7. The Dialectic in Nature and in Thought 387. 8. Quantity and Quality 389. 9. Contradictions in the World 390. 10. The Negation of the Negation 392. 11. Critique of Agnosticism 393. Contents 13. 12. Experience and Theory 393. 13. The relativity of knowledge. 395. 14. Practice as the criterion of truth. 396. 15. The sources of religion. 397. 16. Recapitulation and philosophical commentary. 399. 1. Marx's philosophy and that of Engels. 399. 2. 3 motifs in Marxism. 408. 3. Marxism as the source of Leninism. 416. Selective Bibliography Index. 421. 429. Bibliographical Note. Sources of quotations used in the text. Saint Anselm, Proslogium etc., trans. S. N. Dean, Kegan Paul, London, I9°3. Engels, F., Herr E. Düring's Revolution in Science, Martin Lawrence, London, 1935. Dialectics of Nature, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1954. Hegel, G. W. F., Phenomenology of Mind, trans. Bailey, Alan and Unwin, London, 1910. Philosophy of Right, trans. T. M. Knox, Oxford, 1942. Science of Logic, trans. A. V. Miller, Alan and Unwin, London, 1969. Lectures on the Philosophy of History, trans. J. Sabri, Dover, New York, 1956. McClellan, D., Karl Marx, His Life and Thought, Macmillan, London, 1973. Karl Marx, Early Texts, Blackwell, Oxford, 1971. Marx, K., Selected Works, 2 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1942. Capital, trans, in 3 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart and Progress. Publishers, Moscow, 1970. Grundriss, trans. M. Nicholas, Penguin, London, 1973. Surveys from Exile, ed. Fernbach, Penguin, London, 1973. N. F. Engels, Selected Works, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1968. Plot E-News, Any Ads, trans. S. McKenna, Faber, London, 1962. Introduction. Karl Marx was a German philosopher. This does not sound a particularly enlightening statement, yet it is not so commonplace as it may at first appear. Jules Michelet, it will be recalled, used to begin his lectures on British history with the words, Messieurs, l'Angleterre est un île. It makes a good deal of difference whether we simply know that Britain is an island, or whether we interpret its history in the light of that fact, which thus takes on a significance of its own. Similarly, the statement that Marx was a German philosopher may imply a certain interpretation of his thought and of its philosophical or historical importance, as a system unfolded in terms of economic analysis and political doctrine. A presentation of this kind is neither self-evident nor uncontroversial. Moreover, although it is clear to us that Marx was a German philosopher, half a century ago things were somewhat different. In the days of the Second International, the majority of Marxists considered him rather as the author of a certain economic and social theory which, according to some, was compatible with various types of metaphysical or epistemological outlook, while others took the view that it had been furnished with a philosophical basis by Engels, so that Marxism in the proper sense was a body of theory compounded of 2 or 3 parts elaborated by Marx and Engels respectively. We are all familiar with the political background to the present-day interest in Marxism, regarded as the ideological tradition on which communism is based. Those who consider themselves Marxists, and also their opponents, are concerned with the question whether modern communism, in its ideology and institutions, is the legitimate heir of Marxian doctrine. The 3 commonest answers to this question may be expressed in 2. Introduction. Simplified terms as follows: yes, modern communism is the perfect embodiment of Marxism, which proves that the latter is a doctrine leading to enslavement, tyranny, and crime. Yes, modern communism is the perfect embodiment of Marxism, which therefore signifies a hope of liberation and happiness for mankind. No, communism as we know it is a profound deformation of Marx's gospel and a betrayal of the fundamentals of Marxian socialism. The first answer corresponds to traditional anti-communist orthodoxy, the second to traditional communist orthodoxy, and the third to various forms of critical, revisionistic, or open Marxism. The argument of the present work, however, is that the question is wrongly formulated and that attempts to answer it are not worthwhile. More precisely, it is impossible to answer the questions: how can the various problems of the modern world be solved in accordance with Marxism, or what would Marx say if he could see what his followers have done? Both these are sterile questions and there is no rational way of seeking an answer to them. Marxism does not provide any specific method of solving questions that Marx did not put to himself or that did not exist in his time. If his life had been prolonged for 90 years he would have had to alter his views in ways that we have no means of conjecturing. Those who hold that communism is a betrayal or distortion of Marxism are seeking, as it were, to absolve Marx of responsibility for the actions of those who call themselves his spiritual posterity. In the same way, heretics and schismatics of the 16th and 17th centuries accused the Roman Church of betraying its mission and sought to vindicate St. Paul from the association with Roman corruption. In the same way, too, admirers of Nietzsche sought to clear his name from responsibility for the ideology and practice of Nazism. The ideological motivation of such attempts is clear enough, but their informative value is next to nothing. There is abundant evidence that all social movements are to be explained by a variety of circumstances and that the ideological sources to which they appeal, and to which they seek to remain faithful, are only one of the factors determining the form they assume and their patterns of thought and action. We may therefore be certain in advance that no political or religious movement is a perfect expression of that movement's essence as laid down in its sacred writings. Introduction. 3. On the other hand, these writings are not merely passive, but exercise an influence of their own on the course of the movement. What normally happens is that the social forces which make themselves the representatives of a given ideology are stronger than that ideology, but are to some extent dependent on its own tradition. The problem facing the historian of ideas, therefore, does not consist in comparing the essence of a particular idea with its practical existence in terms of social movements. The question is rather how, and as a result of what circumstances, the original idea came to serve as a rallying point for so many different and mutually hostile forces, or what were the ambiguities and conflicting tendencies in the idea itself which led to its developing as it did. It is a well-known fact, to which the history of civilization records no exception, that all important ideas are subject to division and differentiation as their influence continues to spread. So there is no point in asking who is a true Marxist in the modern world, as such questions can only arise within an ideological perspective which assumes that the canonical writings are the authentic source of truth, and that whoever interprets them rightly must therefore be possessed of the truth. There is no reason, in fact, why we should not acknowledge that different movements and ideologies, however antagonistic to one another, are equally entitled to invoke the name of Marx except for some extreme cases with which this work is not concerned. In the same way, it is sterile to inquire who was a true Aristotelian Averroes, Thomas Aquinas, or Pomponazzi, or who was the truest Christian Calvin, Erasmus, Bellarmine, or Loyola. The latter question may have a meaning for Christian believers, but it has no relevance to the history of ideas. The historian may, however, be concerned to inquire what it was in primitive Christianity that made it possible for men so unlike as Calvin, Erasmus, Bellarmine, and Loyola to appeal to the same source. In other words, the historian treats ideas seriously and does not regard them as completely subservient to events and possessing no life of their own, but he does not believe that they can endure from one generation to another without some change of meaning. The relationship between the Marxism of Marx and that of 4. Introduction. The Marxists is a legitimate field of inquiry, but it does not enable us to decide who are the truest Marxists. If, as historians of ideas, we place ourselves outside ideology, this does not mean placing ourselves outside the culture within which we live. On the contrary, the history of ideas, and especially those which have been and continue to be the most influential, is to some extent an exercise in cultural self-criticism. I propose in this work to study Marxism from a point of view similar to that which Thomas Mann adopted in Dr. Faustus Vis-a-vis Nazism and its relation to German culture. Thomas Mann was entitled to say that Nazism had nothing to do with German culture or was a gross denial and travesty of it. In fact, however, he did not say this. Instead, he inquired how such phenomena as the Hitler movement and Nazi ideology could have come about in Germany, and what were the elements in German culture that made this possible. Every German, he maintained, would recognize with horror, in the bestialities of Nazism, the distortion of features which could be discerned even in the noblest representatives of the national culture. Mann was not content to pass over the question of the birth of Nazism in the usual manner, or to contend that it had no legitimate claim to any part of the German inheritance. Instead, he frankly criticized that culture of which he was himself a part and a creative element. It is indeed not enough to say that Nazi ideology was a caricature of Nietzsche, since the essence of a caricature is that it helps us to recognize the original. The Nazis told their supermen to read The Will to Power, and it is no good saying that this was a mere chance and that they might equally well have chosen the critique of practical reason. It is not a question of establishing the guilt of Nietzsche, who as an individual was not responsible for the use made of his writings. Nevertheless, the fact that they were so used is bound to cause alarm and cannot be dismissed as irrelevant to the understanding of what was in his mind. St. Paul was not personally responsible for the Inquisition and for the Roman Church at the end of the 15th century, but the inquirer, whether Christian or not, cannot be content to observe that Christianity was depraved or distorted by the conduct of unworthy popes and bishops. He must rather seek to discover what it was in the Pauline epistles that gave rise. Introduction. 5. In the fullness of time, to unworthy and criminal actions. Our attitude to the problem of Marx and Marxism should be the same, and in this sense the present study is not only a historical account but an attempt to analyze the strange fate of an idea which began in Promethean humanism and culminated in the monstrous tyranny of Stalin. The chronology of Marxism is complicated for the chief reason that many of what are now considered Marx's most important writings were not printed until the 20s and 30s of the present century or even later. This applies, for example, to the full text of the German ideology, the full text of the doctoral thesis on the difference between the Democritean and Epicurean philosophy of nature, contribution to the critique of the Hegelian philosophy of law, the economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844, foundations of the critique of political economy, and also Engels's dialectic of nature. These works could not affect the epoch in which they were written, but today they are regarded as important not only from the biographical point of view but also as integral components of a doctrine which cannot be understood without them. It is still disputed whether, and how far, what are considered to be Marx's mature ideas, as reflected especially in Capital, are a natural development of his philosophy as a young man, or whether, as some critics hold, they represent a radical intellectual change. Did Marx, in other words, abandon in the 50s and 60s a mode of thought and inquiry bounded by the horizon of Hegelian and young Hegelian philosophy? Some believe that the social philosophy of Capital is, as it were, prefigured by the earlier writings and is a development or particularization of them, while others maintain that the analysis of capitalist society denotes a breakaway from the utopian and normative rhetoric of the early period, and the two conflicting views are correlated with opposing interpretations of the whole body of Marx's thought. It is a premise of this work that, logically as well as chronologically, the starting point of Marxism is to be found in philosophic anthropology. At the same time, it is virtually impossible to isolate the philosophic content from the main body of Marx's thought. Marx was not an academic writer but a humanist in the Renaissance sense of the term. His mind was 6. Introduction. Concerned with the totality of human affairs, and his vision of social liberation embraced, as an interdependent whole, all the major problems with which humanity is faced. It has become customary to divide Marxism into three fields of speculation: basic philosophic anthropology, socialist doctrine, and economic analysis, and to point to three corresponding sources in German dialectics, French socialist thought, and British political economy. Many are of the opinion, however, that this clear-cut division is contrary to Marx's own purpose, which was to provide a global interpretation of human behavior and history and to reconstruct an integral theory of mankind in which particular questions are only significant in relation to the whole. As to the manner in which the elements of Marxism are interrelated, and the nature of its internal coherence, this is not something which can be defined in a single sentence. It would seem, however, that Marx endeavored to discern those aspects of the historical process which confer a common significance on epistemological and economic questions and social ideals, or, to put it another way, he sought to create instruments of thought or categories of knowledge that were sufficiently general to make all human phenomena intelligible. If, however, we attempt to reconstruct these categories and display Marx's thought in accordance with them, we run the risk of neglecting his evolution as a thinker and of treating the whole of his work as a single homogeneous block. It seems better, therefore, to pursue the development of his thought in its main lines and only afterwards to consider which of its elements were present from the outset, albeit implicitly, and which may be regarded as transient and accidental. The present conspectus of the history of Marxism will be focused on the question which appears at all times to have occupied a central place in Marx's independent thinking, viz. How is it possible to avoid the dilemma of utopianism versus historical fatalism? In other words, how can one articulate and defend a viewpoint which is neither the arbitrary proclamation of imagined ideals, nor resigned acceptance of the proposition that human affairs are subject to an anonymous historical process in which all participate but which no one is able to control? The surprising diversity of views expressed by Marxists in regard to Marx's so-called historical determinism is a factor which makes Introduction 7. It possible to present and schematize with precision the trends of 20th century Marxism. It is also clear that one's answer to the question concerning the place of human consciousness and will in the historical process goes far towards determining the sense one ascribes to socialist ideals, and is directly linked with the theory of revolutions and crises. The starting point of Marx's thinking, however, was provided by the philosophic questions comprised in the Hegelian inheritance, and the breakup of that inheritance is the natural background to any attempt at expounding his ideas. Chapter I. All living trends of modern philosophy have their own prehistory, which can be traced back almost to the beginnings of recorded philosophical thought. They have, in consequence, a history which is older than their names and clearly distinguishable forms. It is meaningful to speak of positivism before Kant, or existential philosophy before Jaspers. At first sight it may appear that Marxism is in a different position, since it derives its name from that of its founder. Marxism before Marx would seem to be as much of a paradox as Cartesianism before Descartes or Christianity before Christ. Yet even intellectual trends that originate with a given person have a prehistory of their own, embodied in a range of questions that have come to the fore, or a series of isolated answers that are knitted into a single whole by some outstanding mind and are thus transformed into a new cultural phenomenon. Christianity before Christ may, of course, be a mere play on words, using Christianity in a sense different from that which it normally bears. There is general agreement, after all, that the history of early Christianity cannot be understood without the knowledge that scholars have been at pains to acquire concerning the spiritual life of Judea immediately before the advent of Christ. Something analogous may be predicated of Marxism. The phrase Marxism before Marx has no meaning, but Marx's thought would be emptied of its content if it were not considered in the setting of European cultural history as a whole, as an answer to certain fundamental questions that philosophers have posed for centuries in one form or another. It is only in relation to these questions, to their evolution and the different ways in which they have been formulated, that Marx's philosophy can be understood in its historical uniqueness and the permanency of its values. IA. In the last quarter of a century, many historians of Marxism have done valuable work in studying the questions that classical German philosophy presented to Marx and to which he offered new answers. But that philosophy itself, from Kant to Hegel, was an attempt to devise new conceptual forms for basic, immemorial questions. It makes no sense except in terms of such questions, though certainly it is not exhausted by them. If such a simplification were possible, the history of philosophy would cease to exist, as every philosophical development would be deprived of its unique relation to its own time. In general, the history of philosophy is subject to two principles that limit each other. On the one hand, the questions of basic interest to each philosopher must be regarded as aspects of the same curiosity of the human mind in the face of the unaltering conditions with which life confronts it. On the other hand, it behoves us to bring to light the historical uniqueness of every intellectual trend or observable fact and relate it as closely as possible to the epoch that gave birth to the philosopher in question and that he himself helped to form. It is difficult to observe both these rules at once, since, although we know they are bound to limit each other, we do not know precisely in what manner and are therefore thrown back on fallible intuition. The two principles are thus far from being so reliable or unequivocal as the method of setting up a scientific experiment or identifying documents, but they are none the less useful as guidelines and as a means of avoiding two extreme forms of historical nihilism. One is based on the systematic reduction of every philosophical effort to a set of eternally repeated questions, thus ignoring the panorama of the cultural evolution of mankind and, in general, disparaging that evolution. The second form of nihilism consists in that we are satisfied with grasping the specific quality of every phenomenon or cultural epoch, on the premise, expressed or implied, that the only factor of importance is that which constitutes the uniqueness of a particular historical complex, every detail of which, although it may be indisputably a repetition of former ideas, acquires a new meaning in its relationship to that complex and is no longer significant in any other way. This hermeneutic assumption clearly leads to a historical nihilism of its own, since by insisting on the exclusive relationship of every detail to a synchronic whole it rules out all continuity of interpretation, obliging us to treat the mind or the epoch as one of a series of closed, monadic entities. It lays down in advance that there is no possibility of communication among such entities and no language capable of describing them collectively. Every concept takes on a different meaning according to the complex to which it is applied, and the construction of superior or non-historical categories is ruled out as contrary to the basic principle of investigation. In seeking to avoid both these nihilistic extremes, it is the purpose of this inquiry to understand Marx's basic thoughts as answers to questions that have long exercised the minds of philosophers, but at the same time to comprehend them in their uniqueness both as emanations of Marx's genius and as phenomena of a particular age. It is easier to formulate such a directive than to apply it successfully. To do so to perfection, one would have to write a complete history of philosophy, or indeed of human civilization. As a modest substitute for that impossible task, we propose to give a brief account of the questions in regard to which Marxism can be described as constituting a new step in the development of European philosophy. The contingency of human existence. If the aspiration of philosophy was and is to comprehend intellectually the whole of being, its initial stimulus came from awareness of human imperfection. Both this awareness and the resolve to overcome man's imperfection by means of understanding the whole were inherited by philosophy from the realm of myth. Philosophical interest centered on the limitations and misery of the human condition, not in its obvious, tangible, and remediable forms, but the fundamental impoverishment which cannot be cured by technical devices and which, when once apprehended, was felt to be the cause of man's more obvious, empirical deficiencies, the latter being mere secondary phenomena. The fundamental, innate deficiency was given various names. Medieval Christian philosophy spoke of the contingency of human existence, as of all other created beings. The term contingency was derived from the Aristotelian 12. Tradition and denoted the state of a finite being that might or might not exist but was not necessary, i.e. its essence did not involve existence. Every created thing has a beginning in time. There was a time when it did not exist, and consequently it does not exist of necessity. For the scholastics, following Aristotle, the distinction between essence and existence served to distinguish created beings from the Creator who existed necessarily, and was the most evident proof of the transitoriness of creation, but it was not regarded as a misfortune or a manifestation of decay. The fact that man was a contingent or accidental being was a cause for humility and worship of the Creator. It was an inevitable, ineradicable aspect of his being, but it did not denote a fall from a higher state. Man's bodily and temporal existence was not the result of any degradation, but were the natural characteristics of the human species within the hierarchy of created beings. In the Platonic tradition, on the other hand, the term contingent was seldom or never used, and the fact that man as a finite, temporal being was different from the essence of humanity signified that man was other than himself, i.e. his empirical, temporal, factual existence was not identical with the ideal, perfect, extratemporal being of humanity as such. But to be other than oneself is to suffer from an unbearable disjunction, to live in awareness of one's own decline and in perpetual longing for the perfect identification from which we are debarred by our existence in time and in a physical body subject to corruption. The world in which we live as finite individuals, conscious of our own transience, is a place of exile. To the soteriology of Plotinus. Plato and the Platonists formulated in philosophical language the question, originating in religious tradition and pervading the whole history of European civilization: is there a remedy for the contingent state of man? Is his life incurably accidental, as Lucretius thought and as the existentialists maintain today, or has man, despite his duality, preserved some discoverable link with non-accidental and non-contingent being, so that he may 13. Entertain a hope of self-identification? Or, in other terms, is he summoned or destined to return to a state of completeness and non-contingency? For the Platonists, especially Plotinus, and also for Saint Augustine, the deficiency of human existence is most evident in its temporal character, not only in the fact that man has a beginning in time, but in his being subject to the time process at all. Plotinus follows up a line of thought originated by Parmenides, and although his intellectual construction culminates in a stage higher than being as Parmenides conceived it, his basic philosophical outlook is nevertheless the same as his predecessors. Plotinus does not argue, like the Aristotelians, ex contingente ad necessarium, that is, he does not try to show that the reality of the one can be conclusively deduced from observation of finite beings, as a logical presupposition of their existence. The reality of the one is inexpressible yet self-evident, since to be in its most basic sense signifies to be immutably and absolutely, to be undifferentiated and outside time. That which truly is cannot be subject to time, to the distinction of past and future. Finite and conditional beings, on the other hand, are constantly moving from a past that has ceased to be into a future that does not yet exist. They are obliged to see themselves in terms of memory or anticipation. Their self-knowledge is not direct, but mediated by the distinction of what was and what will be. They are not self-identical or all of a piece, they live in a present that vanishes even as it comes to be, and can then only be revealed through memory. The one is truly self-identical and for that reason cannot be properly understood in opposition to the transitory world, but only in and through itself. Composite beings, on the other hand, are not self-identical, inasmuch as it is one thing to say that they exist and another to say that they are such and such. That which is what it is not amenable to language, even the 14. 1. Even being are clumsy attempts to express the inexpressible. Those who have experienced this being know what they are speaking of, but can never communicate their experience. The Enneads revolve with infinite persistence around this fundamental intuition which perpetually eludes the grasp of speech. It cannot truly be said of finite creatures that they are, since they fade away at each moment of their duration arid cannot perceive themselves as identities, but are obliged to go forwards or backwards beyond themselves to achieve self-understanding. But the term existence is inappropriate to the absolute also, since in ordinary language it is applied to that which can be grasped by means of concepts, whereas the one is not a conceptual entity. Our reason approaches the one by way of negation, and with our insufficient minds we apprehend it as that which is radically other than the world of limitations, not merely the sensual one, but even the world of eternal rational ideas. But this negative approach is only an unfortunate necessity, and in reality things are the other way about. It is the world of transitory objects which is negative, characterized by limitation and by participation in non-being. The one is not something, for to be something is merely not to be some other thing. It is to be definable by qualities that the object possesses and that are opposed to those it does not possess. To be something is to be limited, in other words to be in some measure nothing. The hypostases of reality are so many stages of degradation. Being or intellect, as a secondary hypostasis, represents the one degraded by multiplicity, since it involves taking cognizance of oneself and hence a kind of duality between that which apprehends and that which is apprehended. The soul, which is the third hypostasis, consists of mind degraded by contact with the physical world, that is to say with evil or non-existence. Matter, and the bodies which are its qualitative manifestation, are the last stage of degradation, representing radical passivity and non-self-sufficiency, incomplete, divested of harmony, little more than shadows. Their being signifies virtually no more than non-being. The attenuation of existence is measured by the descent from unity. L5. To multiplicity, from immobility to motion and from eternity to time. Movement is a degradation of quiescence, activity is enfeebled contemplation, time is a corruption of eternity. The human mind can only conceive eternity as non-time, but in fact time is non-eternity, the negation or dilution of being. To be in time signifies not to be all at once. Strictly speaking, according to the intricate exposition of ENN. In 7, it is not souls which are in time but time which is in them, for they have created time by concerning themselves with objects of sense. Plotinus's definition of eternity, foreshadowing the celebrated language of the consolations of Boethius, is that it is the life instantaneously entire, complete, which belongs to the authentic existent by its very existence. It knows no distinction between what was and what is not yet, and is therefore identical with true being, for to be in reality signifies never not to be and never to be different, i.e. to be self-identical and unchangeable. But the soul imprisoned in transience, impelled without ceasing from the nothingness of what was to the nothingness of what is to be, is not after all condemned to endless exile. The sixth Ennead is not only a description of the infinite distance between supreme reality and the life of our minds and senses, speech and concepts, it also points the way by which we may return from exile to union with the Absolute. This return, however, is not an exaltation of man above his natural state, but is a reversion of the soul to its own self. It is not in the soul's nature to touch utter nothingness. The lowest descent is into evil and, so far, into non-being, but into utter nothing, never. When the soul begins again to mount, it comes not to something alien but to its very self, thus detached, it is in nothing but in itself. Even at its lowest descent, the soul is not cut off from its source and is always free to return. We have not been cut away, we are not separate, though the body nature had closed about us to press us to itself. We breathe and hold our ground because the Supreme does not give and pass but gives of its bounty forever, so long as it remains what it is. The road to unity does not mean a quest for something outside the seeker, it involves, on the contrary, casting off all ties with external reality, first with the 16. Physical world and then with that of ideas, so that the soul may commune with that which constitutes its inmost being. Plotinus's work is not a metaphysical system, since language cannot express the most important truths. It is not a theory but a work of spiritual counsel, a guide for the use of those who wish to set about liberating themselves from temporal being. Plotinus, Iamblichus, and other Platonists exerted influence both directly and to the extent that their ideas were accepted by early Christian thinkers. The conception which they thus disseminated, and which has never disappeared from our culture, was a philosophical articulation of the mythopoeic longing for a lost paradise and faith in one who presents himself to man not only as a creator or a self-sufficient being but also as the supreme good, as the fulfillment of man's fine purpose and as a voice summoning him to itself. The Platonists familiarized philosophy with categories intended to express the difference between empirical, factual, and finite existence and man's true being, self-identical and free from the shackles of time. They pointed to a native home beyond everyday reality, a place where man might be what he truly was. They explained the process of decline and rescent, the difference between man's contingent and his authentic being, and sought to show how he might overcome this duality by an effort of self-deification. They refused to accept contingency as the human lot, and believed that the way lay open to the absolute. At the same time, Plotinus pointed out the link between the duality of man's nature and the limitation which obliges us to regard the known world as essentially different from ourselves, so that our thoughts and perceptions move in an alien universe. If we can overcome the soul's alienation from itself, then we shall also have overcome the alienation between the soul and everything it knows, loves, or desires. Plato wrote in one of his letters that he who is not linked by a tie of kinship with the object will not acquire insight through ease of apprehension or a good memory, for basically he does not accept the object, as its nature is foreign to him. In true knowledge, by contrast, the subject is not merely an absorber of information about realities that are completely external to him, he enters into an 17. Intimate contact with the object, and this cognition is his mode of becoming better than he was before. For Plato and the Platonists, therefore, the soul's urge to liberate itself from contingency involves overcoming the alienation between the soul and its object. Whatever makes the world alien and essentially different from me is, by the same token, a cause of my own limitation, insufficiency, and imperfection. To rediscover oneself is to make the world one's own again, to come to terms with reality. My own unity signifies my unity with the world, and my ascent to knowledge is identical with the aspiration of the universe to a lost unity. As the human mind is the guiding light of creation, logic, that is to say the movement of my thoughts about reality, is the process by which reality seeks its own reintegration. This may sound like a piece of Hegelian exposition, but it is quite in accordance with Plotinus's thinking. Dialectic does not consist of bare theories and rules, it deals with verities. Existences are, as it were, matter to it, or at least it proceeds methodically towards existences, and possesses itself, at the one step, of the notions and of the realities. Since the cosmic odyssey is the history of the soul, and the soul's activity is logical thought, ideas and reality tend to converge in their evolution and there is no longer any distinction between dialectics and metaphysics. Thought, in the true sense, is and must be self-directed. If the intellectual act is directed upon something outside, then it is deficient and the intellection faulty. ENN, v. 313. To resume, the only single reality, for Plotinus, is that which is absolute, non-contingent, and identical with its own existence. The contingency of man's being lies in the fact that his true essence is outside himself and differs from his empirical life, as is most evident in the latter's subjection to time. A return to non-contingency signifies a return to unity with the absolute, in a way which cannot be more closely defined and is indeed inexpressible. The return involves liberation from time, so that memory ceases to exist. ENN 4.1. The process by which the soul frees itself from time is likewise an evolution of the whole of reality from a conditional to an absolute state. The effect of the process is to obliterate the distinction between knower and known, the subject and object are once more unified, and the world ceases to be a foreign realm into which the soul makes its entrance from outside. I8. J. Plotinus and Christian Platonism. The search for the reason of creation. The Christian version of Platonism, i.e. the philosophy of St. Augustine, differs fundamentally from that of Plotinus in that it is based on the incarnation and redemption and the idea of a personal God who calls the world into being by his own free choice. But for Augustine, too, the contingency of man is most evident in his temporal being. Book 11 of the Confessions, which is doubtless influenced by Plotinus, reflects the overwhelming experience of becoming aware of one's existence between the unreal past and the unreal future. Time must be subjective, an attribute of the soul experiencing its own being, since that which was and that which will be have no existence except what is apprehended by human thought. It is only in relation to the soul, therefore, that we can speak intelligently of a distinction between past and future reality. But this distinction itself betrays the contingency of a being who is aware that his own life is a perpetual evanescence, represented at any given time by a point which has no extension and is isolated between two stretches of nothingness. Augustine, like Plotinus, depicts the insufficiency of man, but the idea of providence alters the picture. Since the one basic dichotomy is that between the personal God and the created world, and since that world is encompassed by God's providence, since, moreover, the earth is a place of exile to which we are relegated on account of sin and not by an ineluctable process of emanation, while our liberation from sin is the work of the incarnate Redeemer, it is not surprising that Augustine's writings are a cry for help rather than, like Plotinus's, a summons to effort. Augustine's thought, profoundly influenced by the controversy with Manichaeism, lays paramount weight on the omnipotence of God watching over his creation, whereas for Plotinus reality is, first and foremost, a road leading both upwards and downwards. Plotinus's absolute is, in the sense we have indicated, human nature. Man discovers it within him as his true self and recognizes that eternity is his native home, whereas Augustinian man identifies himself as a helpless, miserable being incapable of self-liberation. As we have seen, a division between the natural and the supernatural would be meaningless in Plotinus's system, whereas in Augustine's it is the basic framework of metaphysics. 19. God is not the essence of man, but a ruler and a source of help. Temporal existence is the visible token of man's insignificance, through which he becomes aware of his need for protection and support. In short, the return to a lost paradise means different things to the two philosophers, and they give different accounts of how it is to be achieved. For Plotinus it signifies identification with the Absolute, and can be attained by the unaided effort of any man who can free himself from the bonds of corporeal and intellectual being. In principle, the Absolute is within us. For Augustine the return is only possible with the help of grace, and the exertion of the individual will plays a secondary part or no part at all. Moreover, it does not do away with the difference between the Creator and creation, nor is there any question of recovering a lost identity between them. On the contrary, the first step towards returning is the soul's awareness of the gulf which separates fallen man from God. Both systems, however, the emanational and that of Christianity, leave unanswered the question which they regard as beyond the power of human mind to solve, although they make some attempt to do so, namely, how did the degradation of being take place? The way this question is formulated varies according to the conception of the Absolute. In the first case it is why did the one give rise to the manifold, in the second why did God create the world? The one in Plotinus's thinking, like the Creator in Augustine's, is characterized by absolute self-sufficiency, and it would be blasphemous to suppose that they needed other beings or lacked anything that could be supplied by the created world. Nor can the question why be asked in the sense of discovering an external cause that could influence the will of God or the emanational activity of the Absolute. A being which is completely self-sufficient, lacking and needing nothing, unable to be more perfect than it is, cannot display to the human mind any reason prompting the act of creation. The very notion of an absolute creator contains within itself a kind of contradiction. If absolute, why does he or it create humankind? If created reality includes evil, even though we regard this evil as mere negation, defect, or insufficiency, how can we explain its presence in a world brought into being by an absolute which is itself supreme power and supreme goodness? 20. Plotinus and Augustine give essentially the same answer to this question, by which they are both equally baffled. According to Plotinus, everything depends on the good and aspires to it, as all things need it while it needs nothing. Since there exists not only the good but that which radiates from it, the limit of that radiation must of necessity be evil, that is to say pure deficiency, which is matter. The road leading downwards from the one to lower and lower hypostasis has a kind of inevitability about it, entailing successive degrees of deficiency or evil. But as to why the supreme good had to go outside itself in order to produce a reality that it does not need and, in so doing, to introduce the disturbance of evil into the closed autarky of the absolute of this Plotinus has nothing to say except for a laconic remark about superfluity or superabundance hyperplures. This enigmatic notion of a superfluity of existence or of goodness has continued to serve Christian philosophy as a solution to the awkward problem, although its inadequacy is obvious enough. We may ask, for instance, superfluity in relation to what? Augustine himself does not seem to be bothered by the problem or to see that there is anything to answer, and he expresses astonishment at what he calls Origen's errors on the subject. God, he declares, does not experience any lack, the creation is the effect of his goodness, he did not create the world from necessity or from any need of his own, but because he is good and because it is fitting for the supreme good to create good things. This motif recurs, almost without change, throughout the course of Christian philosophy in so far as it is free from suspicion of unorthodoxy. As St. Thomas Aquinas puts it, Excessus autern divini bonitatis supra creaturum per hoc maxime exprimatur quod creaturi non semper fuerunt. This indeed is all that can be said, given the premise of 21. God's perfect self-sufficiency, but the flimsiness of the explanation could not go altogether unperceived. What exactly can be the excessus bonitatis which creates a universe that nobody needs? Kindness, or bounty, is a relative quality. At any rate to the human mind, it is impossible for us to comprehend the goodness of a self-sufficient God without any creature to which it can be extended, and we are thus led to conclude that the goodness of God without the universe is a virtual and not an actual goodness, but this conflicts with the principle that there is no potentiality in God. We might suppose that the act of creation was necessary to God in order that his goodness might manifest itself, so that in creation God attains to a higher perfection than before, but this in turn conflicts with the principle that God's perfection is absolute and cannot be increased. Theology, of course, has answers to these objections, pointing out that it is meaningless to speak of God before the act of creation, because time itself is part of the created universe and God is not subject to temporality. As Augustine says, he does not precede his creation. In any case, the theologians continue, our minds are not capable of fathoming the depths of God's nature, but can only understand him in relation to the work of his hands as creator, as almighty, kind, and merciful, while, on the other hand, it is certain that no relative attributes can pertain to God, that he exists in and by himself and that the universe cannot modify his being. These answers, however, amount merely to an admission that no answer can be given. For if we are only able to know the divine nature in relation to ourselves, and if we know that this relativity is not a reality in God himself, then it follows that the question we are seeking to answer concerning the essence of God in himself and its relation to his essence after the creation is not a question that can properly be asked, and that we must fall back on the sacred formulas without attempting to probe their meaning. But there is yet another difficulty in explaining creation by the excess of divine goodness, namely the existence of evil. True, the whole of Christian theology since the controversies with Gnosticism and Manichaeism agrees in holding that evil is not a reality in itself but is pure negativity, deficiency, the absence of good. Evil is the lack of what ought to be, and the notion of evil thus introduces a normative idea to which reality itself is inadequate. The inequality of created things is not an evil. 22. But a matter of order and degree. Evil in the strictest sense, i.e. moral evil, proceeds solely from beings endowed with reason and is caused by the sin of disobedience. Such beings are able to exert their own will against that of the Creator, and thus evil is not God's work. The various passages of Holy Writ, debated over the centuries, which suggest plainly and disquietingly that God is the author of evil as well as of good, Eccles. 33:12, Amos 3:6, can of course be reconciled with orthodoxy by skillful exegesis, but this does not explain the creation of a world which itself produces evil. Christian theodicy wavers between two basic solutions. The first argues that evil is an indispensable component of the cosmos as a whole. This amounts to suggesting that in fact there is no such thing as evil, or that it only appears to exist from a partial point of view and vanishes when the universe is contemplated in its entirety, a standpoint characteristic of doctrines that verge upon pantheism. The second solution argues that although evil is mere negation, privatio, or carentia, its source is the corruption of the will that disobeys the divine commands. The second version, which denies the responsibility of God for evil, suggests by the same token that man is endowed with a spontaneous creative initiative, albeit restricted to evil, so that the freedom whereby he disobeys God is complete and equal to the freedom of God himself, though naturally man does not share God's goodness and omnipotence. The effect is to regard man as a source of completely independent initiative, an absolute on a par with the deity. This ultimate conclusion is first explicitly brought out in the Cartesian theory of freedom. The first version, according to which good presupposes evil, is hard to accept insofar as it implies that there is no such thing as evil pure and simple. It can only be sustained on the basis of a dynamic view of the universe, i.e. on the premise that evil is an essential condition of the final efflorescence and complete realization of good. The answer to the problem of evil, and also to that of contingency, thus leads to a dialectic of negation, i.e. to the idea that evil and contingency must exist if all the possibilities of being are to be realized. This dialectic provides an answer to the questions why the world was 23. Created, why evil exists, and why human beings are imperfect, but it does so in a way that places it outside the bounds of Orthodox Christianity. It involves believing that God needed the world, that he only achieves fulfillment in creation and that his perfection depends on giving life to imperfect reality. This again is contrary to what Scripture tells us of God's self-sufficiency. It means introducing the divine principle into history and subjecting it to the process of self-multiplication through creation. For Eriugena and Christian theogony. This idea probably found expression for the first time, though incompletely, in the work of Eriugena. It has since been essential to all Northern mysticism of the pantheistic kind, and we can trace it in different variations almost from one generation to another, from the Carolingian Renaissance to Hegel. Speaking in the most general terms, it is the idea of the potential absolute which attains to full actuality by evolving out of itself a non-absolute reality characterized by transience, contingency, and evil. Such non-absolute realities are a necessary phase of the absolute's growth towards self-realization, and this function of theirs justifies the course of world history. In and through them, and above all in and through mankind, the deity attains to itself. Having created a finite spirit, it liberates that spirit from its finitude and receives it back into itself, and by so doing it enriches its own being. The human soul is the instrument whereby God achieves maturity and thereby infinitude. At the same time, by this process the soul itself becomes infinite, ceases to be alien to the world, and liberates itself from contingency and from the opposition between subject and object. Deity and humanity are thus alike fulfilled in the cosmic drama. The problem of the absolute and that of creation are resolved at a single stroke. The prospect of the final consummation of the unity of being gives a meaning to human existence from the point of view of the evolution of God, and also from the point of view of man himself as he attains to the realization of his own humanity or divinity. This, of course, is a simplified schema, expressed in terms that cannot be found in the actual writings of Eriugena, Eckhart, Nicholas of Cusa, Bohm, or Celsus to mention the principle. 24. Philosophers and mystics who come into question here. Nevertheless, despite the differences of exposition, their works can be seen as formulations of the same basic intuition which constitutes the historical background of the Hegelian dialectic and therefore of Marxian historiosophy. Naturally, we cannot describe the history of that dialectic, in all its variations, in an account confined to the antecedents of Marx's thought, but some aspects of its history should be briefly noted here. Eriugena's principal work, De Divisione Naturae, by its initial distinction of four natures in effect introduces the concept of a historical God, a God who comes into existence in and through the world. God as creator natura naturans non naturata, and God as the location of the ultimate unity of creation natura non naturata non naturans, is not presented under a twofold guise for didactic reasons or because the infirmity of our understanding requires it thus. The juxtaposition of the two names signifies the actual evolution of God, who is not the same at the end of all things as he was at the beginning. Eriugena makes frequent appeals to tradition, to the Cappadocian Fathers, Saint Augustine and Saint Ambrose, sometimes Origen, but most often the Pseudo-Dionysius and Maximus the Confessor. The most important borrowing from the Pseudo-Dionysius is the whole idea of negative theology as expressed in De Nominibus Dei. But from all these sources Eriugena constructs an original theogony of a Neoplatonist kind, which he attempts, despite immense difficulty and incessant contradictions, to reconcile with the truths of faith. De Divus Ioni Naturae is in fact a prototype of Hegel's phenomenology of mind, which it precedes by almost 1,000 years a dramatic history of the return of the spirit to itself through the created world, a history of the absolute recognizing itself in its works and drawing them into unity with itself, to the point at which all difference, all alienation, and all contingency is removed, yet the wealth of creation is not simply annihilated but incorporated in a higher form of existence, a higher form which entails a previous decline. Eriugena accepts the premise, common to all Platonists and all Christian theologians, that God is not prior to the world in time. Since time itself is part of creation, God exists in a nunc. 25. Stands where there is no distinction of past and future. God is unchangeable and the act of creation does not make any alteration in him, nor is it accidental in relation to his being. However, though Eriugena pays lip service to God's unchangeability, it is called into question as soon as we come to consider the reason for creation, for at this stage it appears that God, in a marvelous and inexpressible way, is created in creation in so far as he manifests himself and becomes visible instead of invisible, comprehensible instead of incomprehensible, revealed instead of hidden, known instead of unknown, when instead of being without form or shape he becomes beautiful and attractive, from superessential he becomes essential, from supernatural natural, from uncompounded compound, from non-contingent contingent and accidental, from infinite finite, from limitless limited, from timeless temporal, from spaceless located in space, from the creator of all things to that which is created in all things. Eriugena makes clear that he is not speaking merely of the incarnate word but of the whole manifestation of deity in the created universe. This indeed is intelligible on the premise that God alone truly is, that he is the being of all things, the form of all things, so that everything that exists is God as far as its being is concerned. On the other hand, the statement that God is itself misleading in so far as it suggests that he is some one thing and not another. If, however, the being is divinity itself, it will be true to say that the divine nature both creates and is created. For it is created by itself in the primordial causes and thereby creates itself, that is to say it begins to manifest itself in its own theophanies, desiring to pass beyond the most secret boundaries of its nature, in which it is as yet unknown to itself and recognizes itself in nothing, inasmuch as it is unlimited, supernatural, and supereternal and is above all things that can and cannot be understood. We can thus comprehend the reasons for creation as it relates to God himself. God enters into nature in order to manifest himself, to become all in all, and thereafter, having called everything back into himself, to return into his own being. But not all created things participate in this process directly and on an equal footing. The whole visible world has been called into existence for man's sake, in order that he may rule over. 26. Consequently, human nature is present in the whole of created nature. All creation is comprised in human nature and is destined to achieve its freedom through man. Man, as a microcosm of creation, contains in himself all the attributes of the visible and invisible world. Mankind is, as it were, the leader of the cosmos, which follows it into the depths and back into union with the divine source of all being. It is clear that Iri-Yogina sees the creative act of God as a satisfaction of the Creator's own need, and that he regards the circuit whereby creation returns to the Creator as a process which restores God's nature to him in a form other than its original one. In one passage he actually puts the question, why was everything created from nothingness in order to return to its first beginning? Having stated that the answer to this question is beyond human understanding, he at once proceeds to offer an answer. Everything was created in order that the fullness and immensity of God's goodness should be manifested and adored in his works. If the divine goodness had remained inactive and at rest, there would have been no occasion to glorify it, but, as it overflows into the wealth of the visible and invisible world and makes itself known to the rational creation, the whole of creation sings its praises. Moreover, the good which exists in and by itself had to create another good that only participates in the original bounty, otherwise God would not be Lord and Creator, Judge and Fountain of all benefits. Thus the Absolute had to exceed its own boundaries and create a contingent, finite, and transient world in which it could contemplate itself as in a mirror, so that, having reabsorbed this exteriorization of itself, it might become other than it originally was, richer by the totality of its relationship with the world. Instead of a closed self-sufficient system, it becomes an absolute known and loved by its own creation. We have here a complete schema of enriching alienation, serving to explain the whole history of being, the vision of a deity who develops by a process of decline and resent. The term decline must, however, be used with reservation. For the deity to enter into the world of creation is in itself, of course, a descent into a lower form of existence, but are we to understand that evil, or non-being, is also part of the universal cycle? Does it too perform a necessary part in the process of 27. Emanation and return? Iri-Yogina nowhere says expressly that it does. The fall of man cannot, of course, be ascribed to his nature, which is good, nor can it be the effect of free will, which is also good, even though it belongs to man's animal nature. It is the result of evil desires, which are harmless in animals but contrary to man's true nature. Iri-Yogina does not explain specifically how the fall was possible, but concentrates on man's return to his lost perfection. Paradise signifies no more or less than human nature as it was created by God and destined to immortal life. Death and all the consequences of our exile are the effect of sin, but the exile itself is a manifestation of the mercy of God, whose desire is not to condemn but to renew and sanctify mankind and enable us to eat of the tree of life. Iri-Yogina repeats time and again that when fallen man returns to God he will recover his original greatness and dignity, and he explains that this return consists of 5 stages: corporal death, resurrection, the transformation of the body into spirit, the return of the spirit and of man's whole nature to its primordial causes, and finally the return of these causes, and all else with them, to God. The causes or essential forms have nothing about them that is contingent, changeable, or composite. Every species comes into being by participation in its form, which is one and one only and is fully present in every individual of the species. Every human being contains in himself one and the same form of humanity. It might seem, therefore, that the unity of mankind with God signifies a loss of individuality, the whole species being identified with its universal, which belongs to the divine essence. This monopsychism is suggested by various remarks on the unity and simplicity of the first principles, which are not creatures and are not bounded in space and time, and by the statement that a thing which begins to be what it was not ceases to be what is was, including presumably human individuals as differentiated by the contingent attributes of each. We are also told expressly that in heaven there will be no contingent differences. However, different human beings will enjoy different stations in heaven according to the degrees of their love of God, even though they will all be saved and evil will cease to exist. Evidently the nature of our unification with the deity is not clear to Iri-Yogina, and he 28. Is unable to say whether or to what extent human individuality will survive in that final unity. It is certain, however, that whatever has been created by God cannot cease to be, though it may change its character. The lower will be absorbed by the higher, but will not be destroyed. The corporal will become spiritual, not losing its nature but ennobling it, and in the same way the soul will be united with God. There will thus be a complete resorption of each lower level of being by the next higher or more perfect, but nothing that has been created will be lost. This is the pattern of Hegel's Aufhebung or sublation. The whole process of return, in which man takes the lead, is in no way enforced by God upon nature. On the contrary, it is engrafted upon humanity, as the philosopher shows by a fanciful piece of medieval etymology, equating anthropia with anatropia or ascent. Resurrection is a natural phenomenon, and so is our return to the house of God, in which there is room for all. The supernatural gift of grace will consist merely in the fact that the elect, sanctified in Christ, will be received into the very heart of paradise and will undergo deification. But in the same way as God, when the cosmic epoch is concluded, will find himself in a different state than before, enriched by his own creatures' knowledge of him, so also man, though he returns to his first beginnings, will not be purely and simply in his original state, for he will be in a condition in which a second fall is impossible and his unity with God is eternal and indissoluble. It also appears that the work of the incarnate Word does not consist, for Eugenia, simply in restoring men to the bliss of paradise by erasing the consequence of sin. Christ's incarnation has effects over and above redemption. Christ has set all men free, but while some will merely be restored to their primal state, others will be deified, thus raising humanity to the dignity of Godhead. It thus appears that the degradation of being was not in vain. In the final result, the duality of man is a condition of his return to God and thereby to his own self. Humanity recovers its lost nature and even surpasses it by being 29. Deified. The drama ends with the attainment of godlike existence, self-identification, the abolition of the division between forms of being, and hence the coincidence, once again, of the soul with its object. In accordance with the spirit of his dialectic, Eugenia finally declares that evil is only apparent when we view things in part. When we consider the whole, there is no such thing as evil, since it plays its part in the divine plan and enables the good to shine with brighter radiance. In this theodicy everything finds its justification and, in the eschatological perspective, the history of the cosmos is ultimately the history of God's growth in the human spirit and man's ripening into divinity. In short, a history of the salvation of being by negation. If creation is the negation of divinity by reason of its finitude, differentiation, and lack of unity, divinity as the point of return natura non naturans non naturita may be called the negation of a negation. Eugenia himself does not use this expression, which probably appears for the first time in Eckhart. There are many hesitations and contradictions in Eugenia's work. We read, for instance, that evil has no cause, and also that it is caused by the corruption of will, that no one is condemned, and that some will suffer eternal sadness, that all will be one in God, and that there will be a system of ranks in heaven, that eternal ideas are part of creation, and that they are infinite, and so forth. Nevertheless, he was the first Latin philosopher to propound a system of categories, based on the Greek patristic tradition, which made it possible to link the history of mankind with that of a self-creating God, thus justifying the miseries of life by the hope of deification and offering man the prospect of final reconciliation with himself through reconciliation with absolute being. No such majestic theogony as the De Divis Ioni Naturae was composed in the Christian world between Eugenia's time and that of Teilhard de Chardin. Nonetheless, its main themes can be traced again and again, not always in the same arrangement throughout Christian philosophy, theology, and theosophy, insofar as these are influenced directly or indirectly by the ideas of Plotinus, Iamblichus, and Proclus, or, in later centuries, by Arabic and Jewish thought which was inspired by those ideas. Among the themes in question are these. 30. Only the Absolute is perfectly identical with itself. Man suffers from disjunction and, as a temporal being, cannot achieve self-identification. Man's essence lies outside him or, which is the same thing, is present in him as an absolute that is unrealized and aspires to realization. It is possible for man to escape from the contingency of existence by union with the Absolute. This escape, to which man is called, signifies a return to his own being, and it is also the way in which the Absolute attains fulfillment, which was not possible without the defective world of creation. Thus the process whereby conditional existence evolves from the Absolute is, for the Absolute, a loss of itself in order to achieve self-enrichment, and degradation is a condition of the furtherance of the highest mode of being. Hence the history of the world is also the history of unconditional being, which attains to its final perfection as a result of being reflected in the mirror of the finite spirit. In this final phase the difference between finite and infinite disappears, as the Absolute reassimilates its own works and they are incorporated in the divine being. Consequently the difference between subject and object also disappears, as does the estrangement between the soul that knows and loves and the rest of being. The soul puts on infinitude, and ceases to be something in opposition to something else which it is not. All these thoughts recur persistently in Christian philosophy, despite various criticisms and condemnations, and were taken up in due course by the dissidents of the Reformation. Thou alone, O Lord, says Saint Anselm, art what thou art, and thou art he who thou art. For that which is one thing in the whole and another in the parts, and in which there is any mutable element, is not altogether what it is. And that which begins from non-existence, and can be conceived not to exist, and unless it subsists through something else, returns to non-existence, and which has a past existence that is no longer, or a future existence that is not yet, this does not properly and absolutely exist. However, although this opposition between God and man is 3i. strictly orthodox, it at once raises the question, can man be saved unless he is delivered from contingency? Yet is not contingency a necessary correlative of his particular mode of existence? In other words, can man achieve self-identification without losing that which makes him a separate entity and becoming passively transformed into the divine being? 5. Eckhart and the dialectic of deification. This consequence was accepted by Northern mysticism, which freed itself in this respect from a certain ambiguity of Eugenist Platonism. To Eckhart the maxim of cooperation with one's own God signifies the same as self-annihilation, a mystic kenosis that is not a mere moral precept but an ontological transformation. He who desires to possess everything must renounce everything. To possess everything means to possess God, and to renounce everything involves renouncing oneself. God himself desires only to belong to me, but to belong wholly. When the soul achieves the fullness of inner poverty or denudation, it makes God wholly its own, and he belongs to it in exactly the same way as to himself. There is then nothing in the soul that is not God. But the soul also achieves release from itself as a creature, that is to say from nothingness, for all creation is pure nothingness, not in the sense of being insignificant but in the literal sense of non-being. Thus the self-annihilation of the mystic is, paradoxically, the destruction of nothingness, or, if we may so express it, the overcoming of the resistance that the void opposes to being. When the soul is completely emptied of its particular nature, God gives himself to it in the fullness of his being and belongs to it as to himself. But by this self-destruction the soul attains to that which it truly is, for there is within it a latent spark of divinity, obscured by the link with created things and by attachment to its individual, limited form. There is present in the soul that which is not created, namely the Son of God, and therefore any man can, like Christ himself, be united with the Father. Thus for a man to be one with himself is the same as to be one with God. In this way man's will is identified with God's and shares in his omnipotence. For the soul which has thus found itself, or found God in itself, there ceases to be any problem of the 32. relationship between its will and that of the Absolute. Both are fundamentally the same, and the question of obedience or disobedience does not arise. Eckhart distinguishes the particular, contingent self-will that tries to maintain a partial, isolated, subjective existence from the real will which is identical with that of universal being, the only being that truly deserves to be so called. Eckhart's thought is dominated by the intense, unremitting conviction that being and God are one and the same. The multitude of individual existence is nothing in so far as each of them is limited and partial. In so far as each one is possessed of being, it is identical with God. Hence the question as to the reason of creation does not figure, properly speaking, in his sermons and writings. At the same time, he makes a distinction between the Godhead or indescribable absolute, the one of Plotinus, and the personal absolute, which is God. This God, corresponding to Plotinus's second hypostasis, being or mind, realizes himself as God in creation, or, more precisely, it is only in the human soul that God, as its hidden nature, becomes what he is. In this sense we can speak of the meaning of creation from the standpoint of God himself. But the final aim of human endeavor is not to discover God in oneself but to destroy him, i.e. to destroy the last barrier that separates the soul from Godhead and prevents it returning into the inexpressible unity of the Absolute. This return takes place in the form of cognition and is consummated in a state in which all difference between the knower and known is obliterated. In this way Eckhart's pantheistic mysticism embodies some of the basic ideas we have been considering. The contingency of human existence is only apparent, but this appearance must be overcome by the soul exercising its faculty of knowledge, and only in this way can the soul discover itself. In so doing it loses itself as a partial being and enters into possession of itself as an entirety, as divinity, as the Absolute. The particularization of being pertains to the history of God realizing his own being, which he can only do in and through the soul, but it does not pertain to the history of the Godhead or first hypostasis, which is not subject to any process of becoming. 33. 6. Nicholas of Cusa. The Contradictions of Absolute Being. North European spiritual writing in the 14th century preserves much of the Eckhart tradition, but in terms of practical devotion rather than speculation. We cannot deal here with the social and ecclesiastical conditions which encouraged this type of mystic piety in the late Middle Ages. A substantial attempt at a new, speculative Neoplatonic theogony is found in the 15th century in the work of Nicholas Cusanus, who speaks, more clearly perhaps than his predecessors, of God's need for creation. God desired to manifest his glory, and for this he needed rational beings to know and worship him. Nihil enim movit crete aurum ut hoc universum conderet pulcherrimum opus nisi laus et gloria sua, quam oscendir voluit, finus agiter creatoris ipsi est, qui et principium. Et quia omnes rex incognitus est sine laud et gloria, conoci voluit omnium creator, ut gloriam suum oscendir possit. Imo qui voluit conoci, crevit intellectualum naturam cognitionis capaciem. This, however, suggests too strongly the idea of a God who needs something other than himself, which is contrary to the principle of divine self-sufficiency. In his chief work, De Docta Ignorantia, when discussing the question of God's relationship to created beings, Cusanus avows himself defeated by the mystery of contradictions in the divine essence. The absolute unity of God is all that there can be, i.e. it is complete actuality, and is therefore not multipliable. On the other hand, God descends into the manifold, differentiated world and creates the whole of its existential reality. Creation in itself is nothing, in so far as it exists, it is God, one cannot speak of it as a combination of being and non-being. As the sedei it is eternal, as something temporal, it is not of God. It is, as it were, a finite infinitude or a created God, acsi dixicit creator fiat, et quia Deus fieri non potuit, qui est ipsa eternitas, hoc factum est, quod fieri potuit Deo similius. Communicat enim piassimus Deus esse omnibus eo modo quo percipi potest. God is. 34. The complicatio of all things, as unity is that of number, rest of motion, presentness of time, identity of diversity, equality of inequality, simplicity of divisibility. In God, however, unity and identity are not opposed to the multiplicity of the world that is involved 5 in him. The converse relationship is explicatio or unfolding, thus the world is the explicatio of God, multiplicity is that of unity, motion of rest, etc. But, Cusanus explains, the character of this mutual relationship is beyond our comprehension, for, as understanding and being are in God one and the same, then in understanding multiplicity he should himself be multiplied, which is impossible. It would seem that God cannot unfold himself in multiplicity without violating his absolute unity or his complete actuality, or the exclusiveness of his being, yet one of these attributes, and hence all of them, must be forfeited if we accept that the development from unity to multiplicity, or, more simply, the process of creation, involves turning potential into actual being. Yet the actual fact is that amid the multiplicity of things all that has being consists of God alone. Thus we know only that everything is in God, since he is the complicatio of all things, and God is in everything, since creation is the explicatio of God, but we cannot fathom how this is so. The universe considered as an intermediary between God and the manifold or unitas contracta, the undifferentiated being that is no particular thing but is, in everything, that thing itself does not resolve the contradiction, since the being of all things is God and nothing else. The difficulty felt by Cusanus is that of all monism. He seeks in vain for a formula that will make it possible to regard the development from unity into multiplicity as a real development, but not as a change from potential to actual being, which would imply the ascription of potentiality to God himself. Cusanus's thought is in a state of tension between two extremes, neither of which can be reconciled with even the loosest form of orthodoxy. On the one hand is the eternal temptation to regard the whole manifold universe as an illusion and a mere semblance. 35. Of being, while the only reality is the unity of the Absolute. Alternatively, the world must be regarded as God in a state of evolution, from which it follows that God is not fully actual, nor is he the Absolute, but that he merely becomes so at the end of the history of creation and by virtue of that history. Pantheists often waver between these opposing views, which represent the dilemma of all monistic thought. The first alternative leads to the contemplative morality of self-annihilation, the second to religious Prometheanism, animated by the hope of achieving deification by one's own efforts. There is no doubt that Cusanus was more attracted by the idea of God realizing himself in his creation than by that of the created world as an illusion. Like all emanationists, he regards the human spirit as the medium through which the deity achieves actuality, which means that the Absolute is at the same time the true fulfillment of humanity. The soul returns into the actualized Absolute by means of knowledge, specifically knowledge of the whole and its relation to the parts, a paradoxical form of knowledge, discarding the principle of contradiction in favor of the coincidentia oppositorum which finds its prototype in the mathematics of infinitely large or limiting quantities. With the aid of knowledge the soul discovers itself as divinity and adopts the infinite object of its knowledge as its own self. Cusanus found an ineradicable contradiction in the divine nature, but it was, to use Hegelian language, an immobile contradiction, i.e. the result of a speculation leading to an antinomy. Reflection on the divine nature leads to the conclusion that it must contain within itself qualities that are incompatible in finite beings, for, as God is pure actuality and at the same time embraces the whole of reality, there can be nothing in that reality that is not actualized, in some unfathomable way, in the divine unity. Cusanus's thought thus led him to the antinomy that results from simply developing the notion of the Absolute. The contradiction appeared under a logical, not a dynamic form. It was not a collision of real forces whose antagonism gives rise to something new. Nor was it an explanation of God's creation, but rather a recognition of the absurdity in which the finite mind becomes involved when it seeks to probe the infinite. 36. 7. Bohm and the duality of being. Contradiction, or rather antagonism, conceived as an ontological category makes its first appearance in the works of Bohm, which resemble a dense, swirling cloud of vapors, yet which open a new chapter in the history of dialectic. The picture of the world as a scene of cosmic conflict between hostile forces was of course a traditional one, and recurred from time to time in different versions of Manichaean theology. But it is one thing to regard the whole of reality as a battlefield between rivals, and another to ascribe the conflict to a rift within a single absolute. Boehm's visionary writings are a continuation of the Platonism which was active among the pantheistic dissidents of the Reformation and which, as in the cases of Frank and Weigel, repeated in different language many ideas found in Eckhart and the Theologia Germanica. Within this school of thought Boehm was something of an innovator. Following the tradition of the alchemists, he regarded the visible world as a collection of sensory and legible signs revealing invisible realities, but this revelation was in his view a necessary means whereby the deity exteriorized and displayed itself. The eternal self-seeker and self-discoverer duplicates himself, as it were, and emerges from a state of undifferentiated immobility to become truly God. Thus we find in Boehm's notion of divinity the same ambiguity as in Eckhart's works, an echo of the two first hypostases of Plotinus. God as revealed is the God who transmutes himself into creation, but he can only do so in such a way that what is actually unity in him appears in the guise of opposing forces of light and darkness. In the light, this power is the fire of divine love, in the darkness it is the fire of God's wrath, and yet there is only one fire. It divides itself into two principles, so that one should become manifest in the other. For the fire of wrath is a manifestation of great love, we perceive light in darkness, otherwise it could not be seen. By emerging from his solitude and overstepping his own boundaries in search of himself, God inevitably creates a divided world in which qualities can only be recognized thanks to their opposites. Boehm has chiefly in mind the internal antagonism aroused in the human soul by conflicting desires. The essential drama of creation is played out within the individual torn by opposing 37 forces. The soul's true home is in God, who has sown in it the seed of grace, but at the same time it longs to assert its own will. Thus there is no return to God without an internal conflict in which, by means of self-denial, the desire for harmony finally conquers the urge towards self-affirmation. Boehm's theosophy is, as it were, the obscure self-knowledge of a central antinomy inherent in the idea of an unconditional being creating a finite world. The latter is both a manifestation and a denial of its creator, and cannot be one without the other. In so far as the Absolute Spirit chooses to become manifest, it is bound to contradict itself. The world of finite beings, inspired by the unity of its source, cannot altogether resist the force that bids it return to its origin, but, as it has come into existence, it also cannot escape the urge to assert itself in its own finitude. In Boehm's theosophy this conflict is for the first time clearly presented as the antagonism of two cosmic energies arising from a cleavage in the primal impulse of creation. 8 Angelus and Fenelon, Salvation through Annihilation. The dialectic of God's self-limitation and the idea of the non-self identity of man's being recur throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, chiefly in northern mysticism. They can be traced without difficulty in Benedictus de Canfield and in Angelus Silsus. However, while the former emphasizes the nothingness of all created beings and the exclusive reality of God, Silsus in Der Cherubinus Wanders Man, written no doubt before his conversion to Catholicism, is not content with this and returns to Eckhart's theme of the divinity as man's true essence and final home. The call of eternity is constantly present within each of us. In answering it we become essential instead of contingent, putting off the particularity of individual existence and becoming absorbed in absolute being. The contrast between essential and contingent is clearly expressed. Mensch, wird wesentlich, denn wenn die Welt vergeht so fällt der Zufall weg, das Wesen, das besteht Share. Wand. 1130. But whereas in some of Silesius's epigrams the contingency of individual being appears simply as an evil whose presence is incomprehensible and which must be cured by voluntary renouncing all attachment to one's selfhood, in others we find Eriugena's notion of a cycle wherein creation 38 restores to God his own being in an altered form. Only in me can God find his double, equal to him for all eternity. I alone am the image in which he can contemplate himself. Only in me does God become something. It may be said that God descends into the world of chance and wretchedness in order that man in his turn may achieve divinity. We thus have the same model of the absolute exteriorizing itself into finitude so as ultimately to put an end to that finitude and return to unity with itself, but a unity enriched by all the effects of the polarization of the spirit, and hence, we may suppose, a reflective unity of self-contemplation. Contingency, evil, finitude, which all mean the same thing, are not a gratuitous, inexplicable decline on the part of the deity, nor are they the work of any rival or adversary of his. They belong to the last phase of the circular dialectical movement, involving first a negation of divinity and then a counter-negation by the finite soul which wills its own annihilation. Once again, therefore, the return of God to himself is also a return of the human spirit to itself, to that eternity which is its true nature and resting place but which is eclipsed by temporal existence. Self-annihilation terminates the unbearable disruption which is inseparable from the process whereby God becomes himself, but which is destined to be finally remedied. However, we need not prolong examples unduly. The theme of the contingency of man is found in all pantheistic literature and mystical writing, whether by Orthodox Catholics, Protestants, or adherents of no denomination. "Am not, O my God, that which is," wrote Fenelon. "Alas! I am almost that which is not. I see myself as an incomprehensible middle point between nothingness and existence. I am one that was and one that will be. I am he who no longer is what he was and is not yet what he will be, and in that betweenness what am I? A thing, I know not what, which cannot be contained in itself, which has no stability and flows away like water, a thing, I know not what, which I cannot grasp and which slips through my fingers, which is no longer there when I try to grasp it or catch a glimpse of it, a thing, I know not what, which ceases to exist even as it comes to be, so that there is never a moment at which I find myself in a state of stability or am present to myself in such a way that I can say simply I am trait de existence et de attributs de Dieu." Overs, 1820, 1253-4. 39. The non-sectarian Dutch mystic Jacob Bril Alle de Werken, 17I5, p. 534, declares that all things in nature are what they are except for man, who, considered in himself, is not the thing that he is, for he imagines himself to be something when he is not. All things are what they are, not in themselves but in their Creator. Man imagines himself to be something in himself, but this is only a false idea of his. The conception of man as a divided being whose true existence is in God is a common one and is always associated with the hope of return. The view that contingent existence is a negative stage of the evolution of the Absolute clearly entails additional premises, which can only be found in the writings of those who consciously step outside the confessional orthodoxy of the great churches or who are branded as apostates. G. The Enlightenment. The realization of man in the schema of naturalism. It might seem that both these schemata could only be products of religious thought, that they involve an interpretation of the physical world as a theophany, and an explanation of man in terms of his relationship, be it positive, negative, or, more usually, twofold to absolute spirit. But this is not so, for the theory of man's return to himself is also found as a constituent element of the naturalistic philosophy of the Enlightenment. It appears in fact that the theory in question, together with the paradigmatic image of a lost paradise, is an unchanging feature of man's speculation about himself, assuming different forms in different cultures but equally capable of finding expression within a religious or a radically anti-religious framework. In the literature of the Enlightenment we find the notion of man's lost identity and the summons to recover it, both in utopian writings and in multifarious descriptions of the state of nature. The scepticism and empiricism inculcated by Locke and Bell provided a negative basis for the notion of an ideal harmony which man has the power and the duty to restore on the natural plane. The acceptance of human finitude proved compatible with the conviction that it was possible to discover what man truly was, or what were the exigencies of his being. Even though man's existence must be regarded as accidental in the sense that it is not the work of some spirit anterior to nature, nevertheless. 40. Nature herself provides information concerning the perfection of humanity. showing us what man would be if he were fully obedient to his proper calling, so that any particular civilization can be evaluated against the standard observable in nature. Instead of comparing earth to heaven, existing cultures were compared with the natural state of humanity. Whereas the mystics contrasted the general condition of humanity, irrespective of particular cultures, with the true fulfillment of humanity in the absolute, the naturalists judged every form of civilization, and especially their own, in the light of authentic humanity as prescribed by nature's imperatives. It is immaterial from this point of view whether they believed that the imperatives were actually fulfilled in some time or place, as in theories of the noble savage, or whether they regarded them as constituting a pattern to be obeyed, not, however, a pattern devised by mere speculation, but one discovered in the laws of nature. The attitude of detachment from one's own culture and criticism of it as unnatural had, it is true, already appeared in the late Renaissance and was transmitted to the Enlightenment by the more or less continuous tradition of libertinism. It was not till the 18th century, however, that it took on such a massive, consistent, and radical form as to constitute a whole new intellectual system. The device of portraying one's own civilization through the eyes of others was associated with the belief that there was a true standard for all humanity and that the civilization in question was contrary to nature. An exception should, however, be made for Swift's bitter satire. By placing his ideal state among horses and not men, he showed clearly enough that it was utopian in the full sense of the term's derivation and of its popular use. The claims of natural man vis-a-vis the prevailing civilization involved various assertions of rights and qualitative comparisons. But man's natural equality, his right to happiness and freedom and to the use of reason, were currently accepted themes and were sufficient to constitute an apparatus of criticism. Nevertheless, it turned out before long that the conceptual framework of the Enlightenment ideals was inadequate and that its components did not jibe with one another. 41. The key concepts of nature and reason proved, on closer analysis, not to combine in a consistent whole, for how was the cult of reason as the gift of nature to be harmonized with the cult of nature as itself reasonable? If, as the materialists held, human reason was a prolongation of animal nature and there was no essential difference between tricks performed by monkeys and the reasoning of mathematicians, and if all moral judgments are reducible to reactions of pleasure and pain, then human beings with their abstract reasoning and moral laws are indeed the work of nature but are no more than blind pieces of natural mechanism. If, on the other hand, nature, as many contend, is a rational, purposeful, protective entity, then she is merely another name for God. Hence either reason is not reason or nature is not nature. We must either regard thought as irrational or credit nature with godlike attributes. How can it be accepted that human impulses are no less natural than the moral laws that regulate and control them? We are back to the eternal dilemmas with which atheists have taunted worshippers of the gods since Epicurus' time. Since the world is full of evil, God must be either evil or powerless or incompetent or all three, and the same can be said of good and omnipotent nature. If, on the other hand, nature is indifferent to man and his fate, there is no reason to believe that evil can be vanquished. It may be that the only natural law is that of the jungle and that human societies are no better off than plant or animal species. At this point the idées forces of the Enlightenment begin to diverge, and we encounter the pessimistic attitudes of Mandeville, Swift, and the later Voltaire. The notion of a benevolent natural harmony which, once discovered, will remove all conflict and misfortune, begins to falter. 10. Rousseau and Hume. Destruction of the belief in natural harmony. Rousseau, Hume, and Kant are all exponents of this loss of confidence. Rousseau believes in the archetype of man living in self-identity, but he does not believe it possible to erase the effects of civilization and return to natural happiness. Natural man felt no sense of alienation, as his relationship to life was not mediated by reflection. He lived straightforwardly without having to think about life. He accepted, but in an unconscious. 42. Manner, his own situation and his own limitations. Thus his fellowship with others developed spontaneously and needed no special institutions to preserve it. Civilization introduced man's detachment from himself and ruined the original harmony of society. It made selfishness universal, destroyed solidarity, and degraded personal life to a system of conventions and artificial needs. In this society, the self-identity of the individual is unattainable. All he can do is to attempt to escape its pressures and contemplate the world independently of received opinion. Cooperation and solidarity with others does not deprive the individual of a true personal life, whereas the negative bond of selfish interest and ambition destroys both community and true personality. Man's proper duty is both to be himself and to live in willing solidarity with others. Since we cannot undo civilization, we must attempt a compromise. Let each man discover the natural state within himself and educate others in the same spirit. There is no historical law to assure us that our efforts will lead to the restoration of true community and that society will be reborn in individuals, but it is not quite impossible that this will be so. Rousseau does not embark on any historical theodicy or attempt to integrate the evil in the world with the hope of a harmonious order blossoming out of the horrors of the past. The rupture of the original harmony is in his eyes evil pure and simple, without justification and without purpose. There is no dialectic of spiral progress to foster an uncertain hope of improvement. Rousseau thus has his own model of authentic humanity, but he does not acknowledge any reasons justifying a breach with that model. The fall of man is not, in his view, a self-correcting phase in the advance towards perfection. In this respect he is closer to ordinary Christianity than to theogonists after the manner of Plato. Evil is evil, it is the fault of man and has no hidden significance for the history of the cosmos. There is, on the other hand, a summons addressed to man, which is prior to history and not dictated by it. The ultimate reality of that summons is an open question. Hume's doctrine, in its turn, represents the cleavage between two other basic elements of 18th century thinking, the categories of experience and those of the natural order. When 43. The premises of empiricism were carried to their logical conclusion, it became clear that the notion of a natural order was untenable. If there can be no knowledge except what is conveyed by the senses, and if our sense data provide no evidence for any causal connection or law of necessity, then it is clear that our minds are incapable of apprehending reality as anything but a collection of separate phenomena. Nor can we, in that case, perceive any natural order which it would be legitimate to regard as an immanent feature of the universe rather than simply a law of the scientific type, i.e. the subjective fixing in the mind, for reasons of practical convenience, of certain recurrent sequences of events. Nor, again, is there any reason to suppose that we are bound by moral laws possessing a validity independent of our own sensations of pain and pleasure. In short, both the physical order 5 and the moral order 5 are imaginations above and beyond what is or can be conveyed to us by experience. In the same way, it is useless to suppose that there is any human standard, obligation, or purpose independent of the actual course of human history. Hume does not assert the contingency of either man or the universe. On the contrary, when rebutting the cosmological proofs of the existence of God, he states that we cannot know from experience that the universe is contingent. But this means only that it is not contingent in the schoolman's sense, i.e. that it has no qualities to indicate that it must be dependent on a necessary creator. To the scholastics, the contingency 5 of the world serves as a demonstration of necessity. Considered in itself, the world has nothing necessary about it, but the necessity must be there. Since the world exists, its contingency is only apparent, as we see when we relate it to the existence of God. Considered, as it should be, in relation to God, the world is not contingent, since nothing can exist by accident. Thus when Hume tells us that there is nothing in experience to show that the world is contingent, he is really saying that the world is contingent. I.e. there is nothing that obliges us to relate it to any necessary or absolute reality. In other words, the expression contingent 5 is only meaningful in opposition to the expression necessary 5. Hume's position is that the world is what it is, and the antithesis between contingency and necessity has no basis in experience. The universe, for Hume, is contingent in exactly 44. The same sense as it is for Sartre, it is not founded on any reason and does not authorize us to seek for any. Hume's criticism finally shook the foundations of the 18th century system, which had appeared to reconcile empiricism with belief in natural harmony, moral utilitarianism with the belief that man was destined for happiness, reason as a gift of nature with reason as a sovereign power. If the attempt was to be made to restore the legitimacy of belief in the unity and necessity of being and in an authentic human standard as distinct from empirical and historical humanity, it would have to take account of the devastating implications of Hume's analysis. This was the problem facing Kant, by whom the attempt was actually made. To Kant, the duality of man's being, and its remedy. Kant opted for the sovereignty of human reason as against belief in a natural order of which reason is a part or a manifestation. In his philosophy he rejected the hope that reason could discover the natural law, a pre-existing harmony, or a rational God, or could interpret itself within that harmony. This did not mean, as Hume would argue, that all our knowledge is reduced to the contingency of separate perceptions. Not all our judgments are empirical or merely analytic, synthetic a priori judgments, i.e. non-empirical ones which tell us something about reality, form the backbone of our knowledge and assure it of regularity and general validity. But and this is one of the main conclusions of the critique of pure reason, synthetic a priori judgments relate only to objects of possible experience. This means that they cannot provide a basis for a rational metaphysic, since a metaphysic would have to consist of synthetic a priori judgments if it were possible at all. All we can hope for is an immanent metaphysic in the shape of a code of natural laws that are not abstracted from experience but can be ascertained a priori. All thought is ultimately related to perception, and the a priori constructions that our mind necessarily forms are meaningful only insofar as they can be applied to the empirical world. Thus the order of nature, as far as its constituent determinants are concerned, is not found in nature but is imposed on it by the order of the mind itself. To this order belongs the arrangement of objects in time and space, as the basis of pure 45. Apprehension, and also the system of categories, i.e. non-mathematical concepts which give a unity to the empirical world but are not derived from it. Experience is thus only possible through the unifying force of the intellect. The order of nature bears witness to the mind's sovereignty over it, but the sovereignty is not complete. Every piece of knowledge, apart from analytical judgments which convey no fresh information, has a content derived from two sources. Perception and judgment are radically different activities. In sensual perception, objects are simply given to us and we passively undergo their effect, whereas in intellectual activity we exercise the mind upon them. Both these aspects of human presence in the world, the active and the passive, are necessarily involved in every act of cognition. There is no valid thought that is not related to perception, and no perception without the unifying activity of the intellect. The first of these propositions means that there is no legitimate hope of theoretical knowledge extending beyond the empirical world to absolute realities, and also that the variety of experience cannot be wholly subordinated to the power of the intellect. The second proposition brings out the legislative superiority of the mind over nature considered as a system. The ineradicable duality of human knowledge is not directly perceptible, but once it has been discovered it reveals the basic duality of all human experience, whereby we assimilate the world, at one and the same time, as legislators and as passive subjects. Within the limits of the legitimate use of our intellect, we cannot do away with the inexplicable contingency of the data of experience. That contingency is something given, we are obliged to recognize it and abandon any hope of finally mastering it. Consequently, we cannot bestow a final unity on ourselves or on the world. My own ego as I perceive it in introspection is subject to the condition of time and is therefore not identical with my ego in itself, which is inaccessible to theoretical knowledge. Behind the ego of introspection, it is true, we can discern a transcendental unity of apperception, the condition of the uniting activity of the subject, a self-awareness that is capable of accompanying all perceptions, but of this we only know that it exists, and not how it is constituted. In general, the whole of our organized experience presupposes a realm of 46. Unknowable reality which affects the senses but which we perceive not in its real shape but in a form ordered by our a priori categories. The presence of the world in itself is not deduced from empirical data but is simply known. My awareness of my own existence is at the same time a direct awareness of objects. But we can know nothing of independent reality except the mere fact that it exists, nor can we do away with the contingency of the knowable world or the duality to which the human intellect is subject. The human spirit, however, is not content with the knowledge of its own limitations or with a jejune metaphysic confined to awareness of the a priori conditions of experience. Our minds are so constituted that they strive unremittingly after the unity of absolute knowledge. They seek to understand the world not only as it is but as it must be, and to overcome the distinction, entailed by the postulates of empirical thought, between what is possible, what is real and what is necessary. For this distinction cannot be expelled from the mind. The possible is everything that is compatible with the formal conditions of experience, the real is that which is actually given in its material conditions, the necessary is that part of reality which proceeds from the general conditions of experience. The realities of the world thus include contingency, which we could only eliminate if we had access to unconditional being, to the absolute unity of the subject and object of knowledge. We strive incessantly to attain this, although our striving is in vain. The delusions of metaphysics, even when revealed as such, live on in the human mind. They find expression in the construction of concepts which not only are not abstracted from experience but are not even applicable to it. These concepts or ideas of pure reason such as God, freedom, and immortality are a perpetual temptation to the human spirit, although they cannot be significantly used within the bounds of theoretical reason. In terms of pure reason they have a certain meaning, but a regulative and not a constitutive one. That is to say, we cannot know any reality that corresponds to these concepts, but can only use them as unattainable limits or pointers indicating the direction of our cognitive activity. The legitimate use of these ideas, therefore, lies in their 47. Constant summons to the mind to exceed its previous efforts. Their illegitimate use lies in the supposition that any effort, however great, will enable us to achieve absolute knowledge. For every judgment in a syllogistic chain, the mind seeks to discover a major premise. The law of the syllogism requires that we seek a premise for every premise, a condition for every condition, until we arrive at that which is unconditional. This maxim is a proper one for the purpose of governing the operations of the mind, but it should not be confused with the erroneous supposition that there is in fact a first, unconditioned link in the chain of premises. For it is one thing to know that every member of an intellectual sequence has a preceding condition, and quite another to maintain that we can comprehend the sequence in its entirety including a first, unconditioned member. The failure to distinguish the syllogistic maxim from the fundamental, but false premise of pure reason is the source of three typical errors corresponding to the three types of syllogism. In the sphere of the categorical syllogism, this premise states that in seeking successive conditions for predicative judgments we can finally come upon a subject that is not a predicate. In the sphere of the hypothetical syllogism, it tells us that we can come to an assertion that presupposes nothing, and in the sphere of the disjunctive syllogism, that we can discover such an aggregate of the members of the division of a concept as requires nothing further to complete the division. In this way we delude ourselves that we can establish in the domain of knowledge three kinds of absolute unity, in psychology that of the thinking subject, in cosmology that of the sequence of the causes of phenomena, and in theology that of the subjects of thought in general. But within the boundaries of finite experience there is no object corresponding to any of these three ideas. We cannot apprehend theoretically either the substantial unity of the human soul, or the unity of the universe, or that of God. There can scarcely be any example in history of a philosopher going to so much trouble as Kant to invalidate arguments in favor of propositions to the truth of which he was so deeply 48. Attached. Belief in the existence of God, the freedom and immortality of the soul were not, to him, indifferent matters in respect of which he was only concerned to declare his neutrality. On the contrary, he regarded them as of vital importance, but he believed that the mind deludes itself when it is tempted to imagine that it has laid hold of the absolute. The absolute is a beacon to the endless progress of knowledge, but cannot itself become a possession of the mind. To attain to the absolute by cognition is the same as to become absolute. But the division of man into a passive and an active part, and the corresponding division of the world into what is perceived and what is thought, what is contingent and what is intellectually necessary, this division can only be resolved at the point of infinity, and the same is true of the opposition in our moral life between free will and law, happiness and duty. For our life as beings endowed with will is divided in the same way between two orders in which we participate unavoidably, the phenomenal, natural world subject to causality, and the world of things in themselves, freedom and total independence of the mind. That which is called duty, and expresses itself in the form of an imperative, is not only quite independent of our inclinations but, by its very character as an imperative, must be contrary to them. For a command that something must be done willingly involves a contradiction, since if we knew of ourselves that we are obliged to do something and also knew that we would do it willingly, the command would be superfluous, while if we performed the action unwillingly and only out of respect for the law, then the command which makes that respect the motive of the maxim would operate in a manner contrary to the disposition commanded. But the conformity of will to law must be possible, it is a condition of supreme goodness, which itself must be possible, bringing about a harmonious synthesis of happiness and virtue, which in the empirical world tend, as we all know, to limit each other. The reason perceives the moral law directly, i.e. independently of knowledge of the subjective conditions that make it possible to fulfill the law. This is to say, man knows what he should do before he knows that he possesses freedom of action. From the fact that he ought, he learns for the first time that he 49. Can, i.e. that he is free. But the freedom thus apprehended is an object of practical reason, which has a wider field of action than speculative reason. Everyone will agree that it is in his power to obey the moral imperative, even if he is not certain that he will in fact do so. He believes that he can perform an action because he knows that it is his duty, and he recognizes in himself a freedom which would remain unknown to him if it were not for the moral law. The practical reason has its own a priori principles which cannot be derived from theoretical knowledge, and their validity makes it necessary to accept certain fundamental truths which are inaccessible to the intellect, whose power to form concepts is limited by their empirical applicability. Since the will, subject to the moral law, has the supreme good as its necessary object, the supreme good must be possible. And, as this good demands absolute perfection, which is only possible as the result of infinite progress, the validity of the moral law necessarily presupposes the infinite duration of the human individual, i.e. personal immortality. Similarly, the postulate of the supreme good requires for its validity that man's happiness should coincide with his duty, but no natural conditions afford evidence that this will certainly be so. Hence the supreme good as a necessary object of the will presupposes the existence of a free, rational cause of nature that is not part of nature, i.e. the existence of God. Thus, thanks to our awareness of the moral law, the ideas of speculative reason acquire an objective reality that theory could never have secured for them. Our immortality, our participation in the world of intelligibility, unconditional freedom, and the Creator's supremacy over nature, all these are shown to be realities whose existence is demanded by the moral law. To sum up, the division of man between two opposite orders, that of nature and that of freedom, that of desire and that of duty, a passive existence full of contingent things, an active existence in which the contingency of the object disappears, this division is curable, but on the condition of an infinite progress. The prospect before us is that of an unlimited striving towards self-deification, not in the mystic sense of achieving identity with the transcendent God, but in the sense of attaining absolute perfection, which destroys the power of contingency over freedom. The achievement of a godlike condition in which the reason 50. And will are completely dominant over the world is the horizon towards which the infinite progress of each human individual is directed. Kant's philosophy does not include the history of a lost paradise and the fall of man. It offers a prospect of the realization of essential humanity, not by obedience to nature but by emancipation from it. Kant opens a new chapter in the history of philosophy's attempt to overcome the contingency of human existence, setting up freedom as man's realization and establishing the independence of the autonomous reason and will as the ultimate goal of man's unending pilgrimage towards himself, a self that will then be divine. 12. Fichte and the self-conquest of the spirit. Johann Gottlieb Fichte sought to remove the limitations of the Kantian doctrine of man's summons to freedom and expounded the view that it is within man's power, and is his duty, to achieve a radical awareness of his own unbounded domination over the conditions of being, the absolute primacy of his own existence, and his complete independence of any pre-existing order. As Fichte said in his address on the dignity of man, philosophy teaches us to discover everything in the ego. Only through the ego can order and harmony be instilled into the inert, formless mass. Man, by virtue of his existence, is utterly independent of everything outside him and exists absolutely in and through himself. He is eternal, existing by himself and by his own strength. However, this awareness by man of his own status as the unconditional author of being is not something provided ready-made but is a moral precept, a call to incessant self-transcendence and to an ever-repeated effort which regards each form of being in turn not as a finality but as a fresh obligation. This philosophical emancipation of spirit from nature, and the conception of the world as a perpetual moral task, were subsequently decried by Marx and others as symptomatic of the weakness of German political radicalism and of a civilization which, lacking the courage for a practical revolutionary effort, transposed action into the realm of thought and envisaged practice in moralistic terms. However, by virtue of its basic poesy. 51. German philosophy did not regard the world as a source of optimistic anticipation or as the work of a benevolent nature which prescribed values and provided for their vindication, but as a problem and a challenge. Reason was no longer a copy of nature and did not find in it a pre-established harmony. Philosophy was able to discern in man, as a subject of cognition, a part or aspect of the whole man and of his practical being, and in this way cognition came to be interpreted as a form of practical behavior. Fichte's opposition to the philosophy of the Enlightenment was based on a Kantian motif. If man is constrained by the pressure of existing nature, to which he himself corporally belongs, then there can be no morality beyond a utilitarian calculation of pleasures and pains, that is to say no morality at all. If the world is to be an object of obligation, man must be free from the determinism of nature. Consequently, metaphysical and epistemological options imply a moral question. We are constantly tempted by what Fichte calls dogmatism, i.e. the viewpoint that explains consciousness by means of objects, since this frees us from responsibility and tells us to rely on the supposed laws of causality to be found in nature. Anyone who cannot free himself from dependence on objects is, by inclination, a dogmatist. Idealism, on the other hand, treats consciousness as the point of departure and appeals to it for an understanding of the world of things. The idealist is a man who has achieved awareness of his own freedom, accepts his responsibility for the world, and is prepared to grapple with reality. Those who identify self-awareness with man's objective existence among things, i.e. the materialists, are not so much in error as weak and incapable of assuming the role of initiators of being. Idealism is not only morally superior but is also a natural starting point for the philosopher, as it avoids unanswerable questions. It does not have to inquire for whom the original fact of experience arises, for from this point of view subject and object coincide. The primary state of being, self-consciousness, is being for itself and requires no explanation. But this being for itself of self-consciousness is not given to our reflective faculty as a thing or a substance, it appears only as an activity. Fichte rejects the observational point of view that substance must precede action, while action presupposes an active. 52. Substance. On the contrary, action is primary and in relation to its substantial being is only a secondary product or consequent. Consciousness is itself action, the movement of a creative initiative not prescribed from outside, it is causa sui. The world of objects has no independent existence, Kant's thing in itself is a relic of dogmatism. In the awareness of his own unlimited freedom, man recognizes himself as absolutely responsible for being, and he recognizes being as something which, taken as a whole, makes sense because of man. Freedom is also the condition of a true human community, based on voluntary solidarity and not on the negative bond of interest, which is the only bond if we accept the view that man's being is defined by the needs marked out for him by nature. Fichte's ideal, like Rousseau's, is a society in which the ties between human beings are based on free cooperation and not regulated by a contract imposed from without. If, however, consciousness is the absolute starting point, it cannot be the awareness of perceptions, as in Berkeleyan idealism, but must be the awareness of acts of will. Its first and essential postulate is the obligation of thought towards itself, and this requires the ego to create its own counterpart, in which it recognizes itself as its own self-limitation. Consciousness, the ego, brings into existence the non-ego in order to establish itself in creative self-awareness. The mind is not content with its directly given self-identity but demands a reflective self-identity, turned in upon itself and perceived by itself. To achieve this, however, it must first divide into two and objectify itself by creating the world, which then appears to it as something external and enables it to know itself. This dialectic of self-canceling exteriorization is a direct anticipation of the Hegelian schema, but it is also rooted in the whole history of Neoplatonic theogony and in all doctrines that present God as coming into existence through his own creative activity. In Fichte's version, the attributes of the divine being are transferred to the human mind, which in its boundless autonomy is the standard to which all other reality is related. As far as the ego is concerned, the opposition between activity and passivity is no longer applicable. In the first version of his Wissenschaftslehre, Fichte writes, since the essence of the ego consists exclusively in the fact that it posits itself, self-positing and existence are for it one and the same. The ego can only avoid positing something. 53. In itself by positing it in the non-ego. The activity and passivity of the ego are one and the same. The ego is not identical with the empirical, psychological, individual subject, it is a transcendental ego, i.e. humanity considered as a subject, but it cannot be called a collective subject inasmuch as there is no autonomous being independent of the individual consciousness. In other words, humanity is present as the nature of every individual man, the consciousness which each must discover in himself. It is thanks to this that human community is possible. The task of every individual is to know himself as humanity. The ego must in this way establish the world of things, which is a product of the ego's freedom but which, once established, is a restriction upon it and requires to be lifted. Hence the creation of the world is not a single event but an unceasing effort whereby the objectified products of the mind are reabsorbed into it. In overcoming the resistance of its objectifications, a resistance which is necessary for its own development, the mind thus attains to the state of absolute self-knowledge, through an unending process of setting itself fresh limits to be successfully transcended. The ultimate end of this process is expressed by absolute consciousness, but this end cannot in fact be reached. As in Kant's philosophy, it is a horizon marking the goal of an infinite progress. The positive conquest of freedom in human affairs thus requires a perpetual antagonism of the mind vis-a-vis each established form of civilization. The mind is the eternal critic of its own exteriorizations, and the tension between the inertia of established forms and the mind's elemental creative activity cannot cease to be, since it is a condition of the mind's existence, or even, we may say, a synonym for it. The Fichtean philosophy sought in this way to interpret man as a practical being, and introduced into epistemology the supremacy of the practical, i.e. the moral, point of view. Human cognition is determined as to its content by the practical perspective. Man's relation to the world is not receptive but creative. The world is given as an object of obligation, not a ready-made source of perceptions. As, however, the true purpose of the ego is to perfect itself, man's true obligations lie in the sphere of education and self-education. 54. The ego being understood as freedom perpetually overcoming its own limitations, human history can be interpreted as the history of the mind's struggle for freedom. For Fichte, as later for Hegel, history becomes meaningful if it is conceived as progress towards the awareness of freedom. From unreflecting spontaneity via the power of tradition, the domination of individual particularism, and the final discovery of reason as an external governor, history moves towards a state in which individual freedom will coincide completely with universal reason and the sources of human conflict will dry up. History thus considered is a kind of theodicy, or rather anthropodicy. We can either interpret the evil we find in it as a factor of progress in relation to the dynamism of the whole, or we can argue that it is completely irrational and devoid of existential consistency, that in short it is nothing and does not belong to history. The Fichtean picture of man as freedom, man discovering his proper calling in a perpetual contest with the inertia of his own alienations, provided the basis for a critique of all tradition and appeared to favor aspirations towards freedom in cultural and political life. It turned out, however, that the same philosophy could be made to yield conclusions quite opposite to its apparent intentions, and indeed Fichte himself did so at a later stage of his career. During the Napoleonic Wars, his criticism of the utilitarianism of the Enlightenment and his apologia for non-utilitarian bonds between human beings were combined with a cult of the nation as the embodiment par excellence of a non-utilitarian and non-rational community. In this respect Fichte anticipated Romantic thought. The idea that particular nations are the exponents of the main values of each epoch in the march of history led him into German Messianism, and the idea of humanity as the essence of man led him to advocate compulsory state education as a means of aiding the discovery by the individual of his own true path in life. The totalitarian utopia sketched in Fichte's Der geschlossene Handelsstaat can be basically justified by his philosophy of freedom. The connection may be traced hypothetically as follows. What is required of man is to discover in himself his own absolutely free and creative humanity. This is not an arbitrary ideal but a real, ineluctable call to self-knowledge, progress towards which is 55. Identical with human existence itself. Since individuals and peoples do not develop equally towards their destined aim, but differ widely in the degree of self-knowledge they attain, it is quite natural that the education of the less by the more advanced should hasten the development of the former towards full humanity. If it is the task of the state to educate its nationals in the community spirit and in humanity, it is not strange that the rulers, who know the meaning of humanity better than the ruled, should use compulsion to bring out the humanity that lies dormant in every individual. This compulsion will be no more than the social expression of the compulsion that resides in every individual as his own essence, of which he is as yet unaware. It will in fact, therefore, not be compulsion at all, but the realization of humanity. As man is endowed with humanity by nature, compulsion to join in the community is not a violation of the individual's freedom but a release from the prison of his own ignorance and passivity. In this way Fichte's philosophy of humanity as freedom makes it possible to proclaim the police state as the incarnation of liberty. Fichte was the true author of the immanent dialectic, i.e. the dialectic which does not extend beyond human subjectivity but makes that subjectivity its absolute point of departure. Subject and object were, in his view, the result of a duality which sought to find a synthesis in infinite progress. However, as the subject was a human one, the synthesis could not realize itself in the contemplation of an extra-human absolute, but only in the irreplaceable activity of human individuals. Since Fichte regarded humanity as unconditional existence, he could and indeed, strictly speaking, had to regard it as practical existence, defined basically by an active attitude towards its own world, which possessed a conditional existence in relation to creative subjectivity. In this way he laid the foundation of the interpretation of human history as the self-creation of a species, the meaningful, unidirectional ascent of freedom to self-knowledge. History is of course the medium through which non-historical consciousness, directly identical with itself, moves towards a reflective self-identity. History, therefore, is not an end in itself, it does not embrace all humanity without exception. 56. But is a bridge between two non-historical realities, viz. Consciousness as it was at the beginning and as the final goal of human evolution. The transcendental human subject, rooted in itself as freedom, by its practical exertion divides itself into the world of subject and object, and, through history, returns in an infinite progress to self-conscious freedom. Such is the essential content of Fichtean metaphysics. The possibility of interpreting this doctrine as an apologia for the totalitarian state depends primarily on two of its presuppositions. In the first place, Fichte holds that the purpose of each human individual and that of humanity as a whole are completely identical, that the realization of each and every one of us is exhausted in the realization of the universal humanity which resides in the individual as his own nature, although he is not fully aware of it. Further, human beings are more or less advanced according to the degree to which they have realized their own essential humanity. Although, in Fichte's mind, education was to be primarily maieutic and to bring out the human dignity inherent in each individual, nevertheless, given the latitude with which the more enlightened were permitted to specify the kind of humanity to be aimed at, it was easy to interpret his program as a system whereby everyone was to be coerced into realizing his own freedom. In other words, as freedom is in no way linked with differentiation and as the realization of the individual is no more or less than the realization of undifferentiated humanity, the achievement of freedom does not depend at all on the free self-expression of the individual as an irreducible entity. The transcendental ego is not a product of empirical human experience, but is sovereign vis-a-vis human life and can make demands on it by virtue of its own freedom. It can also, like God, hasten the progress of its own freedom by coercing the empirical human being. 13. Hegel. The progress of consciousness towards the absolute. Despite the opposition between Kant's and Fichte's attempts to autonomize human existence, they both maintained an essentially dualistic point of view. In Kant this was a dualism between the contingency of the world of sense and the necessary forms of the intellect, and between duty and nature in man. In Fichte it was the dualism of duty and reality, which is a perma. 57. Condition of the development of the mind and is prolonged endlessly in an infinite movement of progress. However, neither Kant nor Fichte overcame the dilemma. Either the mind comes to grips with the contingency of existence, and in cognizing it is, so to speak, infected with contingency, or it does away with contingency and thereby does away with the manifoldness of existence. Hegel's majestic system was intended, among other things, to interpret the nature of being in such a way as to deprive contingency of its effect while at the same time preserving the richness and variety of the universe. Contrary to Schelling's idealism, Hegel did not wish to reduce being to the undifferentiated identity of the absolute, in which the variety and multiplicity of finite reality must be lost or dismissed as an illusion, and again, in opposition to Kant, he refused to regard the thinking subject as abandoned helplessly to the experience of that variety and multiplicity, presented to him endlessly as a datum without reason or meaning. His purpose was to interpret the universe as entirely meaningful without sacrificing its differentiation. This required, as he wrote, a self-origination of the wealth of detail, and a self-determining distinction of shapes and forms. But a mind free from contingency is the same as an infinite mind. For insofar as the object is something alien to the subject, it is a limitation of it, a negation. A limited consciousness is finite, and the object, as foreign, is, so to speak, its enemy. Only when the mind perceives itself in the object, thus removing the latter's alienness and objectivity, does it free itself from restrictions and achieve infinity. In this way the variety of being ceases to be accidental. But, in order for that variety to maintain its richness, the process of removing the alienness and objectivity of the world must not be based on annihilating the created universe or proclaiming it as an illusion that is bound finally to merge into the unity of the all-absorbing absolute. It must persist even as it passes away, that is to say, the negation of it by the mind must be an assimilating negation. The term Aufheben or sublation denotes this particular kind of preserving negation, which safeguards both the independence of the mind and the manifoldness of being. But these are to be safeguarded not merely by putting forward an arbitrary definition of the 58. Mind that meets these conditions, but by means of a historical description comprising the whole development of being and capable of giving an integral sense to the history of the world and especially of human civilization. This historical system must present the development of mind, through the travail of history, towards absoluteness. Such is the purpose of Hegel's phenomenology, the most important of those of his works which together contain the germ of Marxism. It presents the successive phases of the necessary development of consciousness, which evolves from pure consciousness to absolute knowledge by way of self-awareness, reason, spirit, and religion, and in that knowledge fulfills the purpose of the world, which is identical with knowledge of the world. Apart from its immensely complicated and abstract language, which sets the reader's mind off on conflicting tracks and involves him in monstrous ambiguities, the phenomenology has the further defect that it is not clear in which parts of the work the successive phases of the evolution of mind are intended to correspond to actual phases of cultural development, and in which they are schemata constructed independently of that development. In some passages Hegel corroborates his account of particular phases by referring to specific events in the history of philosophy, religion, or politics, as when he speaks of Stoicism or Scepticism, Greek religion, the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, etc. This might suggest that he is tracing the successive stages of the incarnate mind in the history of civilization. On the other hand, we find that the phenomenological time scheme does not correspond with actual history. For example, religion is presented as a phase of development subsequent to the evolution of self-knowledge, reason, and spirit, an evolution that comprises many elements of modern times, whereas religion dates back to antiquity. A phenomenology, however, is, properly speaking, not a timeless classification but a presentation of the sequence in which phenomena make their appearance and come to maturity. There are many such ambiguities in Hegel's phenomenology, and they affect the question of the proper place of this work in Hegel's system as a whole. Nonetheless, we may draw attention to some essential tendencies in the sphere with which our own study is concerned. Hegel regards it as evident that the spiritual is the starting 59 point of the whole evolution of being. In this he is following a tradition that goes back to the beginnings of European philosophy in Parmenides, Plato, and the Platonists. The first principle must be something that depends for its being on nothing else, that is self-supporting and related only to itself, the manner of this relationship being left for further investigation. It cannot therefore be composed of parts that limit one another or are mutually indifferent. Being in itself and being self-related is a mode of being that pertains to the spirit. That which is absolute is by definition free of all restriction or limitation, i.e. it is infinite, and only the mind can be infinite in this sense. But Hegel goes further: the mind is not only the first principle but is the only reality. This means that every manifestation of being, every form of reality is intelligible only as a phase of the development of mind, as its instrument or as a manifestation of the manner in which it combats its own imperfection. For the mind, though self-existent, is not self-sufficient. Hegel avoids the difficulty of the Platonists and Christians who had to account for the finite world while premising the self-sufficiency of the Absolute. He does so on the basis that the Absolute is self-sufficient in the sense that its self-existence does not require support from anything, but not in the sense that it expresses the fullness of its own possibilities. It must also come to exist for itself, i.e. as the plenitude of knowledge of itself as mind. In other words, it must become an object so that it can then do away with its own objectivity and assimilate it completely, when it will be a sublated object, self-directed and existentially identical with self-knowledge. Now, and this is the most distinctive feature of Hegelian thought, our reason, reflecting on the way in which the Absolute comes into being, must regard its own activity as a constituent of that process, for otherwise the evolution of mind and of our own thinking concerning that evolution would be two separate and disparate realities. Our thought would be accidental in relation to the evolution of mind, or vice versa. This accounts in part for the error of the Kantian criticism, which involves first examining the nature of our cognitive powers and then using them to consider the nature of being, after reason has determined the limits of its own validity. This is an impracticable endeavor based on a false assumption. It is impracticable because our 60 Finite reason cannot draw the bounds of its own validity without some prior means of doing so, nor can it exist before it exists. The false assumption is to suppose that man and the absolute are on opposite sides in the process of cognition, which is represented as a link between them. Reason, thinking of the absolute, must be able to give a meaning to its own thought by relating itself to the absolute, otherwise it condemns itself to a contingent role, by the illusory attempt to embrace an absolute which does not comprise the activity of our intellect concerning it. In thinking about the world we must be aware that our thought is itself part of the evolution of the world, a continuation of the very thing to which it relates. Hegel is not writing about the mind, he is writing the mind's autobiography. Thinking in this way, we see that the way to grasp the sense of any process of evolution is to relate the part to the whole. Truth can only be expressed in its entirety, meaning can be understood only in relation to the complete process, truth is the whole. This phrase has a double sense. In the first place, apart from any Hegelian interpretation, it means that the knowledge of any part of the universe is significant only in so far as that part relates to the total history of being. Secondly, the specifically Hegelian meaning is that the truth of every individual being is contained in the concept of that being, and that in realizing itself a being displays the fullness of its nature, which was previously concealed. It conforms progressively to the concept of itself and is finally identical with knowledge of itself. This last point, too, has a different meaning according to whether it is applied to a component of the universe or to the whole. We can say of any particular being that in developing itself it actualizes what was at first only a possibility and in this way attains to its own truth. In this sense, the truth of a seed is the tree that grows out of it, and the truth of an egg is a chicken. By achieving what was only a possibility, an object becomes its own truth. But Hegel goes further. In the development of being, considered as a single process, truth, or the attainment of conformity with the concept, is not a mere casual conformity, i.e. the coincidence of two realities that the mind might compare from outside as it compares a picture with its original or the plan of a house with the house itself. Where the 61 whole process of the evolution of mind is concerned, this conformity consists of the identity of a being with the concept of itself, i.e. the final situation in which the being of mind is the same thing as knowledge of that being. The mind, having cast off its own objectivized form, returns into itself as the concept of itself, but a concept which is not merely abstract but is also awareness of that concept. The progress of the mind is thus circular, it ends as it began, which signifies that it is its own truth or has become conscious of what it was in itself. This final state is what is called absolute knowledge. But this substance in which spirit consists is the development of itself explicitly to what it is inherently and implicitly, and only by this process of reflecting itself into itself is it then essentially and in truth spirit. It is inherently the movement which constitutes the process of knowledge, the transforming of that implicit inherent nature into explicitness and objectivity, of substance into subject, of the object of consciousness into the object of self-consciousness, i.e. into an object that is at the same time superseded and transcended, in other words, into the notion. This transforming process is a cycle that returns into itself, a cycle that presupposes its beginning, and reaches its beginning only at the end. If, however, the operation in which mind creates the true content of history and finally returns into itself is not an empty one, that is to say, if mind does not simply revert to its original state as though nothing had happened, this is because the final outcome forms an integral whole with the process that has led to it, so that the mind preserves at the end of the journey all the wealth it has accumulated on the way. The operation is one of continual mediation, i.e. the self-differentiation of the mind, which produces from itself ever new forms which it then re-assimilates by de-objectivizing them. At each successive stage the mind thus proceeds by a continual self-negation. The negation is itself negated, but its values persist although they are absorbed into a higher phase. But the life of mind is not one that shuns death, and keeps clear of destruction, it endures its death and in death maintains its being. It only wins to its truth when it finds itself in utter desolation. Mind is this power only by looking the negative in the face, and dwelling with it. This dwelling beside it is the magic power that converts the negative into being. 62. The first form of the existence of mind is awareness that is still not self-awareness. It goes through a phase of sensual certainty, in which consciousness is distinguished from the object, so that for consciousness there is such a thing as being in itself. What was an object has become knowledge of an object, so that being has become being in itself for consciousness. At the same time consciousness changes in character and gradually frees itself from the illusion that it is burdened by something alien. Then, when consciousness grasps things in their specific character and understands their unity, it becomes a perceiving consciousness, or simply perception. In perception consciousness attains to a new phase, that of apprehending generality in the individual phenomenon. Every actual perception contains a general element. In order to grasp that a present phenomenon is present, we must apprehend the now as something distinct from the perception itself, thus deriving an abstract element from the concrete datum. In the same way, when we apprehend the individuality of things we can do so only by means of an abstract conception of individuality, and we are on the level of generalized knowledge when we become aware of individuality as such. The actual thing out there is inexpressible, language belongs to the realm of generality, and so therefore does every perception as soon as we express it. Perception, by imparting generality to the world of sense, surpasses the concreteness of the given object yet at the same time preserves it. Again, the object is distinguished by its particular qualities from other objects, and this opposition gives it its independence, yet at the same time it deprives it of independence, for the independence that consists in being different from other things is not absolute independence but a negative dependence on something else. The object dissolves into a set of relationships to other objects, so that it is a being in itself only insofar as it is a being for something else, and vice versa. The comprehension of this form of generality in the world of sense signifies the entry of consciousness into the domain of intellect. Intellect is capable not only of apprehending the general in the concrete but also of apprehending generality as such, in the full content of its conceptual existence. It comprehends the supersensual world by its opposition to the sensual. In this opposition both worlds are made relative to each other in consciousness, each can only be 63. Understood as the negation of the other, each thus contains in itself its own opposite and thereby becomes infinite, for infinity is the lifting of the barriers imposed on being by anything alien to it. A world becomes infinite by containing within itself what was previously its limitation. Then, when the conception of infinity becomes an object of consciousness, the latter becomes self-awareness or self-reflection. Self-knowledge is aware that the object's being in itself is its manner of existing for another. It endeavors to possess itself of the object and cancel its objectivity. Self-knowledge tends by its nature towards that infinity which it has conceptually made its own. On the other hand, self-knowledge exists in and for itself only by virtue of the fact that it is recognized as such by another self-knowledge. Every self-knowledge is a medium through which every other is linked with itself. In other words, the self-knowledge of a human individual exists only in the process of communication and mutual understanding among human beings. It is a delusion to imagine a self-knowledge that treats itself as an absolute point of departure. But the presence of another self-knowledge as a condition of the first is also a limitation of the latter and a hindrance to its attainment of infinitude. Hence there is a natural tension and antagonism among self-knowledges in one another's presence. It is a fight to the death, in which each self-knowledge voluntarily exposes itself to destruction, and which results in one of them losing its independence and being subdued by the other. There arises a master and slave relationship, and this mutual dependence is the beginning of the process of the development of the spirit by human labor. The master has enslaved the independent object, using the slave as an instrument. The slave subjects things to treatment which has first been planned deliberately, i.e. in the mind, but he performs the role imposed by the master and commander, and it is the latter alone who truly assimilates the object to himself by using it. But in this process, which seems to realize the object as a spiritual extension of the master, there occurs the reverse of what one would expect from the master-slave relationship. Labor signifies abstention from enjoyment, the repression of desire. In the slave's case it is a perpetual abstention for fear of the master, but in that fear the slave's self-knowledge achieves being in itself, and the repression gives form to objects. The slave regards the 64. Being of things as an exteriorization of his own consciousness, and in this way being in itself is restored to consciousness as its own property. In labor, which is as it were the spiritualization of things, the slave's self-knowledge discovers its own meaning, although it appeared only to be actualizing the meaning of another. In servile work man perfects himself in humanity by the active spiritual assimilation of the object and by aptitude for ascesis. This phase, however, is not one of freedom or of the unity of subject and object. Self-knowledge as an independent object is distinct from the independent object as self-knowledge. The next form of self-knowledge is the thinking consciousness, which apprehends itself as infinite and is therefore free. When I think, I am within myself and am free, the object becomes my being for myself. This form of free self-knowledge is that of Stoic philosophy, which refuses to recognize slavery and holds that spiritual freedom is independent of external conditions. The essence of this freedom is thought in general. Thought withdraws into itself, relinquishes the attempt to assimilate the object, and declares itself indifferent to the question of natural existence. This moral negation of things is carried to an extreme by scepticism, which denies them intellectually as well, declares the non-existence of everything other, and annihilates the multiplicity of the universe. The sceptical consciousness would destroy both the object and its own relation to it. It suffers from a contradiction, however, since it purports to achieve self-identity by denying the fact of differences in the world, yet in that very act it becomes aware of its own contingency, which is the opposite of self-identity. When this contradiction is perceived, we have an unhappy consciousness, torn between awareness of itself as an autonomous being and as a contingent one. This divided state is exemplified by Judaism and early Christianity. Consciousness is confronted by the otherworldly being of God, in which it beholds itself indeed, but in opposition to God's immutability, it humbly acknowledges its own individual contingency in the presence of divinity, but does not know its own individuality in its truth and universality. Powerless individuality perceives renunciations on God's part even in the results of its own activity, but in the consequent acts of thanksgiving it rediscovers its own reality and attains to the next stage of spiritual evolution, that of reason. 65. Reason is the affirmation of the individual consciousness as a consciousness that is autonomous and sure of itself. It expresses the certainty in idealistic doctrines which aim at regarding the whole of reality as something comprehended by the individual consciousness. However, this rationalistic idealism is unable to find room within its boundaries for all the variety of experience, and declares this variety to be of no concern to it. In so doing it falls into a contradiction, for, while seeking to affirm the independence of reason, it acknowledges, if only by its indifference, the existence of something that, as in Kant's doctrine, is outside the unity of apperception. In addition, it is obliged to take cognizance of another's ego as different from its own and thus as a limitation of its being. Reason, however, is confident of discovering itself in the world and removing the otherness of natural being. It sets about doing this, firstly in scientific observation, with the purpose of turning the evidence of the senses into concepts, and then seeks to establish laws that will eliminate sensual being, so as to recognize as real only that which purely and simply fulfills the conditions of the law. However, unassimilated reality cannot be invalidated in this fashion. Reason is constantly faced with a contradiction between its demands and the world as it is encountered. Consciousness is thus again subjected to an inner conflict, due to the chronic opposition between that which is given and the purposes devised by reason. The issue is between individuality and universality, between law and the individual, between virtue and the actual course of history. This last point is of especial importance, as it raises the whole general question of the relation between moral imperatives and existing reality. In the contest between virtue and history, the former is bound to succumb. Virtue will thus be overpowered by the world's process, because the abstract unreal essence is in fact virtue's own purpose. Virtue wanted to consist in the fact of bringing about the realization of goodness through sacrificing individuality, but the aspect of reality is itself nothing else than the aspect of individuality. The good was meant to be what is implicit and inherent, and opposed to what is, but the implicit and inherent, taken in its real truth, is simply being itself. The implicitly inherent element is primarily the abstraction of essence as against actual reality, but the abstraction is just what is not true, but 66. A distinction merely for consciousness. This means, however, it is itself what is called actual, for the actual is what essentially is for another, or it is being. But the consciousness of virtue rests on this distinction of implicitness and explicit being, a distinction without any true validity. The way of the world is, then, victorious over what, in opposition to it, constitutes virtue. It is victorious over that whose nature is an unreal abstraction. This is an expression, in more complicated terms, of the classic aphorism in the preface to the Philosophy of Right: what is rational is actual, and what is actual is rational. Hegel regards it as a delusion of reason to set up a basic opposition between the actual course of history and the essential demands of the world, an opposition in the form of a conflict between the normative ideal derived from reason itself and the realities of the spirit as it evolves into being. This criticism of Hegel's is leveled both against Fichte and against the Romantics. The error of postulating an eternal conflict between the rational imperative and the existing world lies in the fact that reason is not yet able to comprehend reality as the gestation of reason, so that reality constantly appears to it as something contingent and to be overcome. It is over this question that the most important conflicts of interpretation have arisen among Hegel's successors. Did Hegel mean to declare that it is in accordance with reason to assent ex animo to reality as we encounter it in all its detail, the world at any given moment being simply a necessary stage in the evolution of mind, so that his doctrine is a logodicee devoted to proving that whatever is right? Or, on the contrary, is it the duty of reason to investigate what parts of existing reality are truly in accordance with the principles of its evolutypen, and thus reserve to itself the right to judge any particular situation? It is difficult to resolve the ambiguity of Hegelianism on this fundamental point. Hegel does not in fact seek to apply moral judgments to past history, but rather to understand it, with all its horrors, as the travail of mind struggling to be free. On the other hand, he restricts philosophy to awareness of the past historical process and denies it the right to peer into the future, while claiming that his own philosophy represents the final emancipation of mind from the trammels of objectivity. We may thus say that as regards the 67. Past, his philosophy is a reasoned justification of history in relation to its final goal, while as regards the future he, as it were, chooses to suspend judgment. This point of view is confirmed when it comes to transferring the accord between developing essence and actual existence to the case of a human individual. The individual knows himself only through his own action. His nature is revealed in his attitude to the world and the way he expresses that attitude in practice. What he does is himself. Activity is merely the bringing of possibility into existence, the awakening of latent potential. But if so, we cannot find rules in the Hegelian system that enable us, in a practical situation, to distinguish what is essential, either in the individual's case or in the context of history, from what is a distortion and corruption of that essence. It appears natural to suppose, indeed, that factual reality is generally the fulfillment of the developing possibilities of mind, which exists just in so far as it manifests itself, and which is not presented with a choice between different roads of development, but brings to fruition the single possibility that it contains within itself. To proceed, when reason has attained the certainty that it is itself its own world and that the world is it, and when it thus knows that it is objective reality and that this reality is at the same time its being for itself, reason then becomes mind in the narrower sense of the term, i.e. as limited to the developmental phase of consciousness. Reason in the form of mind recognizes itself in the world, i.e. it sees the world as rational and frees it of contingency, but at the same time it does not regard the world as a delusion but as a reality in which it actualizes itself. It is not the kind of reason which separates itself from the world and places itself above or beside it, which is not prepared either to entrust its own contingency to the world of being or, on the other hand, to obtain for itself an illusory autonomy by declaring the world to be a mere appearance. It stands in opposition to Kant's solution as to those of the Romanticists and Idealists. The spirit actualizes itself in the world of ethics, culture, and the moral conscience. But only spirit which is object to itself in the shape of absolute spirit is as much aware of being a free and independent reality as it remains therein conscious of itself. 68. The mind conscious of itself as mind is the mind that functions in religion, that is to say in the action of the absolute being in the guise of mind's self-knowledge. The first actuality of mind is natural religion, the elimination of that naturalness leads to the religion of art, and when the one-sidedness of both these stages is done away with there appears a revealed synthetic religion in which the T of the spirit is directly present and reality is identified with it. Religion, however, is not the final fulfillment of the activity of mind, for in it the mind's self-knowledge is not an object of its consciousness, its own consciousness has not yet been overcome. The final form of mind is absolute knowledge, i.e. the pure being for itself of self-knowledge. Being, truth, and certainty of truth have all become one. The full content of mind, accumulated in the course of history, takes on the form of the ego. Objectivity has been eliminated as such, and mind discourses with itself, imbued with the fullness of variety created through history and at the same time freed from all otherness by which it was limited and from all the differences that arose at particular stages between being, concept, and conceptual consciousness. Despite all the ambiguities of the phenomenology of mind, the uncertainty as to the relationship between the developmental necessities of consciousness and the actual history of civilization, and the immense difficulty of following the transitions between the successive phases of mind's self-denial and the reassimilation of its own exteriorizations, despite all this, Hegel's metaphysical epic affords sufficient clues as to its general intentions. Hegel insists that our acts of cognition include not only the object of knowledge but also the fact that it is known. In the cognitive act whereby the mind assimilates things, it must understand its present relation to them. He thus aims at an observational standpoint from which reality and the thought of reality are alike explicable, a standpoint that comprehends both being and the understanding of being. Only from such a standpoint, if it can be achieved, will the world and the intellect lose their contingency. Alternatively, one or other of them must be inexplicable or arbitrarily written off as mere appearance. At the same time we perceive that even the phrase observational standpoint is incorrect, if the intellect were able to contemplate its 69. Own relation to the world. This contemplation would be a new kind of relationship, not comprised by self-understanding, and there would be no end to the process of ascending to higher and higher vantage points, while consciousness would always remain in some inexplicable place outside the world and outside itself. Therefore the final elimination of the estrangement between mind and object must at the same time be the effective elimination of the object's own objectivity, and not a mere theoretical understanding of the object as of an alienated consciousness. The object and knowledge of it must coincide in unity. If the elimination of the opposition between subject and object were merely a regulative ideal for the purposes of thought, and not a state of affairs that can actually be attained in the course of a finite development, then the operation of mind would be in vain. Progress might go on forever, but it would be no real progress, as the goal would still be infinitely far away. From this point of view Hegel, especially in his Logic, denounces the idea of spurious infinity which he finds in the doctrines of Kant and Fichte. In their view of progress, the antagonism between the order of nature and that of freedom, between duty and being, is eternalized, so that finitude becomes something absolute and unvanquishable. The understanding persists in the sadness of finitude by making non-being the determination of things and at the same time making it imperishable and absolute. Their transitoriness could only pass away or perish in their other. In the affirmative, their finitude would then be parted from them, but it is their unalterable quality, that is, their quality which does not pass over into its other, that is, into its affirmative, it is thus eternal. But certainly no philosophy or opinion, or understanding, will let itself be tied to the standpoint that the finite is absolute, the finite is only finite, not imperishable. This is directly implied in its determination and expression. If we regard infinity as merely the negation of finitude, then the very concept of the former is dependent on finitude considered as the basic reality. Infinity is merely the extremity of finitude, from which it cannot free itself, and is therefore a finite or spurious infinity. As against this, an affirmative, true infinity is the negation of finitude conceived as a negation. It is thus. 70. The negation of a negation, a real victory over finitude, an issuing of finitude beyond itself. Only when finitude by reasons of its contradictions shows itself to be infinite, and when the finite by becoming truly itself puts on infinity, only then will infinity assume a positive sense. Hence progress to infinity, or the idea of unlimited self-perfection, the eternal approximation of reality to an ideal, is an internal contradiction but an inert one, repeating itself over and over again without change and leading nowhere. It is the tedium of monotonous non-fulfillment, whereas authentic infinity, as the consummated return into self, the relation of itself to itself, is being but not indeterminate, abstract being, for it is posited as negating the negation. The image of true infinity, bent back into itself, becomes the circle, the line which has reached itself, which is closed and wholly present, without beginning and end. As we have seen, Hegel regards the notion of infinite progress as encumbered by an internal, non-dialectic contradiction. If the idea of an ascending development is to make any sense in general, it must be a development with an effective terminus in view. The elimination of the contingency of mind and the conquest of freedom must be actually possible. To say that they can be reached at infinity is the same as to say that they cannot be reached at all. If the history of being is intelligible, if any sense can be given to the dialectic in which mind wrestles with its own objectifications, this can only be in relation to a real absolute, not an absolute which is merely a signpost to a place that the mind knows it will never reach, that is to say, a place that does not exist. To sum up, the Hegelian dialectic is not a method that can be separated from the subject matter to which it is applied and transferred to any other sphere. It is an account of the historical process whereby consciousness overcomes its own contingency and finitude by constant self-differentiation. 14. Hegel. Freedom as the goal of history. This overcoming of contingency is the same as freedom of the spirit. From this point of view, the evolution of mind is dealt with especially in Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of history. Published after his death, the lectures, along with the philosophy of right, are the most popular and most often read of his works. 71. Unlike the phenomenology of mind, they are written in fairly clear and uncomplicated language, and have thus had a major effect in forming the stereotype of Hegel's doctrine. His philosophy of history is an account of the spirit's search for freedom through the variety of past events. According to Hegel, the meaning of history can be discovered, but it is a meaning that is not indicated by history, rather it uses history as an instrument. Freedom is proper to the mind, as gravity is to matter, but mind must first realize its own nature by elevating its freedom to the dignity of freedom for itself, self-knowing freedom. This freedom is equivalent to being within itself, i.e., the state of being unlimited by any alien objectivity. In the course of human history, the mind becomes that which it was in itself. It does not, however, throw away the riches it has accumulated on the journey, like a ladder that is no longer needed after the ascent, but preserves them all. The life of the ever-present spirit is a circle of progressive embodiments / ein Kreislauf von Stufen / which looked at in one aspect still exist beside each other, and only as looked at from another point of view appear as past. The grades which spirit seems to have left behind it, it still possesses in the depths of its present. Nature does not contain in itself the element of freedom, and consequently there is no progress in it, only changes and endless repetition of the same thing. Nature is an indispensable condition for the operation of the human spirit, and as such has its place in the divine economy. But the actual progress of mind takes place in human history and particularly in the evolution of civilization, in which the human spirit attains to an increasing self-knowledge of freedom. History becomes intelligible as a whole if we regard it as the development of the consciousness of freedom, a development which in its main lines is necessarily determined. In the ancient Orient only one man, the despotic ruler, enjoyed freedom, and all that world knew of freedom was expressed in the tyrant's whim. Ancient Greece and Rome had an elementary notion of freedom in general and knew that some of their citizens were free, but they did not assent to the concept that man as such is free. This concept was recognized only in Christian Germanic civilization, and is an essential, inalienable conquest of the human spirit. 72. World history is also the history of reason, i.e. its course follows a rational design which the philosopher's eye is capable of perceiving. At first sight, it is true, history appears to be a chaos of surging passions and confused struggles, in which the collision of individual or group interests produces irrational, accidental results. The mass of human suffering and misfortune serves no useful purpose and is engulfed by the indifference of time. But in fact the situation is quite otherwise. Individual passions, which are the mainspring of human activity, play their part, independently of anyone's intention, in the progress of evolution and are instruments of the wisdom of history, which cunningly uses for its own purpose actions motivated by private designs. History is thus not intelligible if we present it in a psychological light by examining the motives of particular agents. Its meaning consists in the process that is not contained in any of these motives, but uses them to fulfill the purpose for which mind exists. The subjective motives of human acts are not accidental, inasmuch as they relate to an overriding purpose that precedes both history and the individual subject. Hegel says, "It is true, that reason is immanent in historical existence and fulfills itself in and through it, but this does not mean that the rules of the operation of universal reason were created for the first time by empirical history. Reason is immanent in history in the same way as the Christian God, incarnate in human form, his purpose is fulfilled only through history, which is, as it were, the body of the deity, but it is not by history that the purpose is determined. It is by no means the purpose of the operation of the Spirit in history to satisfy human desires. The history of the world is not a scene of happiness. Periods of happiness are blank pages in it, for they are periods of harmony, periods when the antithesis is in abeyance. Humanity undergoes struggles and antagonism, suffering and oppression in order to fulfill its own calling, which is also that of the universal spirit. For man is an object of existence in himself only in virtue of the divine that is in him, that which was designated at the outset as reason and which, in view of its activity and power of self-determination, was called freedom. Once we understand this, we can evaluate for ourselves the utopias or ideals which men, following their own whims, have. 73. Opposed to the poverty of reality. Reason justifies history when discerned in it, and condemns to vanity and ineffectiveness all arbitrary models of a perfect society. Even if these are in accordance with the just demands and rights of the individual, the claim of the world spirit rises above all particular claims. 5. And this right of the spirit actualizes itself with inexorable necessity, according to the self-determination to which the spirit is subject. All forms and aspects of civilization, law and the state, art, religion, philosophy have their defined place in the progress of mind towards freedom. Thanks to them, the rational consciousness of the individual is not condemned, like that of the Stoics, to the kind of freedom that consists of withdrawing helplessly into oneself and accepting the inevitability of external, alien, accidental, and uncontrollable events. Hegelian freedom is the understanding of necessity, but it is quite different from what the Stoics meant by this. The human spirit desires to reconcile itself with reality, but not through humble resignation which eternalizes the opposition between a closed-off, autarkic self-awareness and the indifferent course of events. The subjective human will has a means of reconciling itself to the world by understanding it and realizing itself in it, rather than turning away from it in a spurious dignity which is merely a cloak for despair. This means consists of civilization and especially the state. The state is the ethic whole five in which the individual can realize his own freedom as a part of the community, at the price of giving up the whims of self-will and the making of arbitrary demands on the world as his fancy may dictate. The state is not merely an institution invented for the settling of conflicts or the organization of collective enterprises in accordance with a social contract. As the locus of the reconciliation of the subjective will with universal reason, it is the realization of freedom, an end in itself, the divine idea as it exists on earth 5 and the reality which alone gives value to the individual life. Every value and every reality that man possesses, he owes to the state alone 5. As the highest form of objectivization of mind, the state represents the general will, and the freedom of the individual is a reality when it is based on obedience to the law, for then the will is obeying itself. In this subordination the opposition between freedom and necessity ceases to exist. 74. Since the necessity prescribed by the reason of history comes about not through compulsion but through free will. Hegel did not assert that the private sphere must be completely absorbed into the collective will embodied in the organs of the state. He believed, on the contrary, that the state is a mediator between the spheres of private and collective life and that its institutions are the embodiment of that mediation, for the private interest of the state servants is identical with the collective interest. In the case of other members of society, the restrictions imposed on their personal wishes and impulses, far from being a limitation of freedom, are a condition of it. The state, it is true, has no other reality than its citizens, but this does not mean that the will of the state can be determined by the collectivity of their private, individual opinions. The general will is not the will of the majority but the will of historical reason. Hegel's historiosophy was criticized from the beginning, as it still is today, on two main grounds. In the first place, there was the complaint that it denied the independent value of personal human life, allowing to the individual only the role of complying with the demands of universal reason, and, in the name of those demands, authorizing the state to coerce individuals as much as it liked for the sake of a higher freedom. Secondly, critics pointed out that the doctrine justified every actual reality as praiseworthy by the very fact of its existence, which proved it to have been planned by the divine mind. The first of these objections relates chiefly to the introduction to lectures on the philosophy of history, the second to the introduction to the philosophy of law. The objection which represents Hegel as an apologist of the totalitarian state is weakened to a certain extent by the fact that he regarded the development of society not only as the development of absolute spirit through historical events, but also as the gradual reconciliation of the subjective will with the general will. This means that no state acting by means of violence could fulfill the supreme commands of reason. It is true that in the earlier stages law appears, from the individual's point of view, as an external system of restriction and constraint, but the whole tendency of the development of the spirit is to overcome this opposition and so interiorize the general will. The course of history does not begin with a golden age, the mythology of 75. A happy state of nature or a lost paradise is completely alien to Hegel's thought. On the contrary, the state of nature is one of barbarity and lawlessness, and it is by the gradual perfecting of politico-legal institutions that this gives place to rational thought and the subduing of private impulses. But, in Hegel's view, reason tolerates only the compulsion of reasoning itself. That is to say, the systematic coercion of individuals is the mark of an immature society, and progress leads to a situation in which the subjective will and the general will coincide spontaneously as a result of acts of understanding of the world by those who form the collectivity of the state. It is impossible for reason to rule in a situation where it has to assert its demands by violence so as to triumph finally in opposition to the consciences of individuals. Its triumph can only be assured by the intellectual maturity and reformed consciousness of the state's citizens. If it is true, however, that Hegel was by no means a champion of the tyrannic power which forces its subjects to obey the dictates of historical reason, the practical application of his doctrine means that in any case where the state apparatus and the individual are in conflict, it is the former which must prevail. For as long as the individual consciousness is not fully transformed and is still subject to egoistical impulses, so that there is not yet a complete and voluntary accord between the subjective will and universal reason, the question must arise, who is to decide, in a particular situation of conflict, what the universal will requires? Since there is no other institution but the state which could assume this role, and since the state by definition is the incarnation of reason, in cases of conflict it must play the role of the medieval church, i.e. the sole authorized interpreter of the divine message. Hence, although Hegel's ideal was certainly the complete interiorization of historical reason in the soul of every individual, and the perfection of the state as an institution was to manifest itself by the disappearance of the need for compulsion, nevertheless in actual cases of conflict where there is no practical question of appealing to the majority will or the voice of the people, the state apparatus, independent of the changing opinions of citizens, must be the final court from which there is no appeal. Hegel supposes, of course, that it is an apparatus functioning according to law and not by the whim of a tyrant or a civil servant, but in cases where the law is 76. Ambiguous or it is a question of changing the laws, the state apparatus for the time being has the last word. In this sense, despite Hegel's emphasis on legal and constitutional forms of communal life, the state apparatus is privileged in his eyes and is entitled to assert itself not only against any individual but against all together, since the force of reason resides in it and not in the will of the majority. Historians have pointed out, it is true, that Hegel's apologia for the Prussian monarchy as the ideal state is qualified inasmuch as he describes institutions that Prussia at that time did not possess. Nevertheless, and although he recognized legality as the essential feature of the state, in which all men were to be equal before the law, reason as embodied in particular individuals or even a majority of them was bound to be non-suited when it came into conflict with the authorities. Thus, while Hegel demanded that reality should be answerable to the tribunal of reason, there was no possibility of finding reason in this sense elsewhere than in the state apparatus. Hegel does not answer clearly the question whether, and to what extent, the value of the human individual is preserved in the triumphal progress of mind through history. On the one hand, mind in the course of becoming itself loses none of the wealth of its exteriorization, and the instruments it uses for its purposes are not simply cast aside, but endure as part of its infinite richness. It might seem therefore that individual life is permanently valuable in itself. But, on the other hand, the value of the individual consists only in the element of divinity within him, and it thus actualizes itself as a value of the absolute. Moreover, it seems to disappear completely in the final consummation of the destinies of being. Mind, in completing its progress, attains to infinitude, i.e. the removal of all limitations by anything that is not itself. It appears therefore that in Hegel's view the final destiny of every separate individual is to be absorbed in universal being, since otherwise the absolute would be limited by the self-knowledge of individuals and would not accomplish its own purpose. At this central point Hegel appears once again to follow the tradition of Neoplatonic pantheism, the abolition of the contingency of man and the fulfillment of man in his essence, his self-reconciliation, must signify his total absorption into universal being. It 77. Is not clear how individuality as such could be preserved in all its richness when all difference between subject and object disappears. In other words, how is it possible for an infinite being, which has attained to full self-knowledge and reabsorbed all its own objectifications, to be other than one being? We must finally conclude that in the Hegelian system humanity becomes what it is, or achieves unity with itself, only by ceasing to be humanity. We can, of course, consider Hegel's philosophy of history in the light of its partial conclusions, concentrating on the rationalistic determinism of the historical process, its indifference to individual human desires, and its development through successive negations, while abstracting our minds from the final result. But to ignore the eschatological perspective is to deprive the doctrine of its specifically Hegelian character. Neither Hegel's dialectic nor its application to history make sense without the eschatology, the vision of the final salvation of being in a return into itself. The question of the rationality of the world as such, in all its details, also requires some differentiation. Hegel in fact believes that only the actual historical process is creative of values, that is to say, it is vain and foolish to imagine ideals independently of the actual state of history, or to postulate a radical opposition between the world as it ought to be and as it is. In this respect his anti-utopianism is emphatic and unambiguous. Those who defend him against the charge of conservative bias point out with truth that he believes in a tribunal of reason to distinguish between what is truly real and what appears real but is no longer essential, maintaining a purely empirical existence and destined soon to be swept away. Reality, to Hegel, does not mean any fact that happens to present itself. For instance, he excludes from his definition of the civilizing process various forms of behavior, such as personal caprices, which are not rooted in the will of history. What appears to be an overwhelmingly evident and inescapably real feature of the present situation may be, from Hegel's point of view, no more than the empty shell of a bygone reality, while something that is barely emerging from a dormant or virtual state, and is hardly accessible to empirical inquiry, may actually contain more reality. In the same way an egg which is about to hatch into a chicken looks as though it would remain an egg. 78. Forever, but in fact it is on the point of giving birth to a new form which, though invisible, is already mature and is the one important thing about it. In this sense Hegel taught that we must look for what is truly real as opposed to the superficial reality that is passing away. This distinction is, in his view, a matter of scientific reflection and does not call for any value judgments opposed to the actuality of the facts. Such evaluation, abstracted from historical necessity, was in Hegel's opinion a symptom of the sterile recalcitrance of Fichte and the Romantics. This does not mean that his prescription was to find out what was necessary and at once infer that it was desirable, but rather that he rejected the dichotomy of facts and values. It is not necessary first to discover what is real and then to evaluate it. Acts of comprehension of the world are undivided. In the very act in which we perceive something as a portion of evolving reason, we accept that something. The positivistic distinction between judgments of fact and of value does not arise in Hegel's system any more than in dogmatic religion. Once we know what the will of God is, we do not have to express our approval of it by a separate intellectual act. The perception of the world which relates every detail to the will of the Absolute does not involve any such dichotomy either. It consists of acts of comprehension merged with practical acts of affirmation. The submission of the intellect to the authority of the Absolute is an indivisible whole composed of simultaneous understanding and trust in its wisdom. While, however, it would be wrong to think of Hegel as approving any and every part of existing reality simply because it is there, the question immediately arises, by what criteria are we to judge whether a particular feature is real or not? Who is to decide, and on what basis, whether a particular state of affairs is a sham from which the energy has gone out, or is still full of vitality? Certainly purely empirical criteria will not suffice. How then are we, in practice, to appeal to universal reason to tell us, for example, whether an institution or form of state has outlived its usefulness or is still rational? The Hegelian system does not provide an answer to this question. As mind endeavors to interiorize its freedom in individual intellects, it might seem that a form against which empirical individuals are in rebellion must for that reason be irrational, and we should. 79. Therefore condemn political systems that are unquestionably opposed by the generality of people. But, on the other hand, we are told that the consensus omnium is not a valid criterion and that all men, or nearly all, may be in opposition to right reason, since the affairs of the state are matters of knowledge and education and not of its people. We are thus led back to a conservative apologia for existing institutions as such, from which there is no appeal to any other empirical reality for the purpose of interpreting the decrees of reason. Although Hegel's thought on this fundamental point is beset by ambiguity, it is clear that fewer difficulties and glosses are required if we choose to interpret it in a conservative sense, for this provides an indication of the principles on which things are to be condemned, whereas if we seek to adopt the critical principle we are left uncertain which criteria to apply. The question can be seemingly avoided by reference to the famous passage in the preface to the Philosophy of Right where Hegel says that philosophy always comes too late and can only interpret a completed process, by philosophies gray in gray, cannot be rejuvenated but only understood. From this point of view our thoughts about the world are of no significance for the purpose of practical evaluation, since we cannot judge the future but can only try to understand the past. There is no point in debating whether we should accept the present as simple reality or judge its empirical qualities by the transcendental demands of reason, since we are concerned as philosophers only with what is irrevocably past and not with the present world or its prospects. But for practical purposes this attitude itself amounts to a conservative acceptance of the status quo, since it prohibits us from speculating as to what might be better. The final message of Hegelianism, therefore, is not the opposition between reason and an unreasonable world, but contemplation of the world as a priori reasonable. We do not know what parts of the existing world are or are not true instruments of mind. We cannot be sure, for example, that it has ceased to use criminals for its purposes. The individual has no rules of morality which he can oppose to the supremacy of the historical process. In Hegel's system, rebellion against the existing world may be justified in a particular case, but we have 8. No means of telling whether it is or not until its destiny is accomplished. If it proves successful, this shows that it was historically right. If crushed, it will evidently have been only a sterile reaction of what ought to have been. The vanquished are always wrong. Up to this stage of our exposition we have been concerned with doctrines which presuppose that man is not the same in his empirical being as he is in reality or in essence, and that the basic imperative is that the two should once more become identical. This leads to two alternatives: either the essence of man is not only outside empirical human life but outside humanity altogether, so that man's return to himself is not a return to himself but a realization of the absolute, in which the particular character of humanity disappears without trace, or else, as in Kant and Fichte, the realization of man's essence is an infinite process. In both cases the progress of humanity towards fulfillment was either dictated by the absolute, as preceding humanity, or by humanity as preceding actual human nature. Human existence was not rooted in itself as a natural form of being. A new philosophical possibility and a new eschatology came into view with the conception of humanity self-present as an absolute in its own finitude, and the rejection of all solutions that involve man realizing himself by the actualization, or at the command, of an antecedent absolute being. This new philosophical prospect is that displayed in the work of Marx. Chapter 2. The disintegration of Hegelianism. Like all other such philosophies, Hegel's attempt at a universal synthesis of being soon led to discordant results. Immediately after his death in 1831 it became clear that both the general theory of consciousness and its application to the meaning of history and to problems of law and politics were capable of different and contradictory interpretations. In particular, it was not at all clear how far Hegel's political conservatism was the natural consequence of his philosophy of history, or whether it could be distinguished from it as a private and personal opinion. To Hegel's radically minded interpreters it seemed evident that a philosophy which proclaimed the principle of universal negativism, treating each successive phase of history as the basis of its own destruction, a philosophy which presented the critical and self-annihilating process as the eternal law of spiritual development, could not consistently tolerate the endorsement of a particular historical situation, or recognize any kind of state, religion, or philosophy as irrefutable and final. Hegel's doctrine, apart from the explicit political views it contained, embodied two essential themes which seemed hard to reconcile and likely to prove contradictory in some at least of their consequences. On the one hand, Hegelianism was inexorably anti-utopian. It expressly condemned the viewpoint which, in the face of a particular historical reality, puts forward exigences based on arbitrary normative ideals, moralistic presumptions, and notions of how the world ought to be. Hegel's dialectic was a method of understanding past history but did not pretend to gaze into the future. In fact it condemned any such extrapolation and did not aspire to shape the course of human affairs. From this point of view it might seem that 82. Hegelianism amounted to recognizing history and the status quo as realities no less unshakable than the rules of logic, so that any protest against the present world in the name of an imaginary one must be rejected as the caprice, understandable certainly but sterile, of an immature consciousness. On the other hand, the Hegelian apologia for reason could equally be taken as postulating a reasonable world, as demanding that reality should be made rational and empirical history coincide with the requirements of the spirit struggling to be free. On the first interpretation, the Hegelian system tended towards contemplative acceptance of the historical process as something natural and inevitable, any revolt against which was condemned to futility. On the opposite interpretation, it encouraged a spirit of mistrust and criticism, requiring the confrontation of any existing world with the imperatives of reason, and contained within itself standards which entitled mankind to judge and criticize reality and to demand that it be reformed. For a few years after Hegel's death his system functioned as, in effect, the official doctrine of the Prussian state. Apologists for that state drew on its wealth of theory, and the authorities began to fill university chairs with Hegelians. This situation rapidly altered in the middle 30s when it became clear that the most active of Hegel's disciples had ideas that were unpalatable to the Prusso-Christian monarchy, and that the intricacies of his thought involved elements of radicalism as regards, in particular, the critique of established religion. The celebrated and often interpreted aphorism "what is actual is rational" could be taken as sanctifying any factual situation simply because it existed, or contrariwise as meaning that an empirical fact only deserved to be called actual if it conformed to the demands of historical reason. On this view, elements contrary to reason were not truly actual, although they might empirically be more obvious than the rational ones. This interpretation was the one that finally prevailed, chiefly owing to the works of the Hegelian left, but it does not answer the question, by what signs are we to distinguish actual and rational features of the universe from illusory, irrational ones? Are these criteria to be established independently of the facts of history, according to the arbitrary dictates of prehistorical reason, or are they to be inferred from history? And, in the latter case, how do we define 83. The role of historical knowledge in the opinion-forming or normative operation of the spirit? In other words, how far and in what sense can rules be derived from a knowledge of history so as to enable us to judge the rationality of the world as it now is? If rules cannot be so derived, they are as emptily formal as the Kantian imperative. The young Hegelian movement, as it is called, singled out as the dominant theme of Hegel's philosophy the principle of permanent negation as the ineluctable law of spiritual development. This led by degrees to an attitude of radical criticism in politics, certain forms of which supplied the philosophical basis of communism. Engels observes in one of his early writings that the Hegelian left was the natural approach to communism, and that Hegelian communists such as Hess, Ruge, and Herweg were approved that the Germans must adopt communism if they were to remain faithful to their philosophical tradition from Kant to Hegel. This remark, it is true, belongs to a time when Engels was himself connected with the young Hegelians, and is contrary to opinions he expressed after those ties were broken. Nevertheless, it is typical of the hopes that were cherished in the early stages for a radicalization of the master's system. Young Hegelianism was the philosophical expression of the Republican, bourgeois democratic opposition which criticized the feudal order of the Prussian state and turned its eyes hopefully towards France. Prussia's western provinces, the Rhineland and Westphalia, had been under French rule for the best part of 2 decades and had benefited from the Napoleonic reforms' abolition of feudal estates and privileges, equality before the law. After their annexation to Prussia in 1815 they were a natural center of lively conflict with the monarchical system. In the domain of literature the opposition was led in the early 30s by the group known as Jungsdeutschland, and later by the Hegelian radicals who, at that time, were mostly concentrated in Berlin. They included a club of young philosophers and theologians who reinterpreted Christianity in a Hegelian spirit, and with whom Marx came into contact at the time when he was beginning to formulate his own ideas. 84. 2. David Strauss and the Critique of Religion. One of the chief literary manifestations of the Hegelian left was David Strauss's Life of Jesus, which attempted to apply Hegelianism to a philosophical reconstruction of the origins of Christianity. For the generation brought up on Kant, Fichte, and Hegel, the fact that the universe is ruled by spirit was so obvious as scarcely to need proof, but it had to be explained exactly how that rule was exercised. The young Hegelians, especially in their later phase, were to Fichtenize Hegel, if we may so put it, by reintroducing the aspect of obligation in their approach to history. That is to say, they regarded Hegelian reason as having above all a normative sense. All social realities should be subjected to the irrefragable criteria of rationality. Christianity was the first victim of this attack. Strauss used Hegelian premises to overthrow the Hegelian belief in the absolute character of the Christian religion. He thus applied the Hegelian method against its inventor in a particular question of exceptional importance. His argument was that no one religion, the Christian, or any other, could claim to be the bearer of absolute truth. Christianity, like other faiths, was only a transitional phase, though a necessary one, in the evolution of the spirit. The Gospels were not a system of philosophical symbols, but a collection of Jewish myths. In his mythical interpretation of the Gospels, Strauss went so far as to question the existence of a historical Jesus. At the same time, he was convinced of the complete immanent presence of God in history, and rejected whatever remained in Hegelianism of the notion of a personal God. In particular, the myth of a single incarnation of the Absolute in a historical person was absurd. Infinite reason could not express itself fully in any finite human being. Strauss's critique and the polemics it aroused led to the crystallization of the Hegelian left and made it conscious of its separate identity. This was expressed first and foremost in the conviction that Hegel's dialectical method could not, without contradicting itself, permit of belief in the finality of history or of any one civilization. Accordingly, the dialectic of negation 85. Could not stop at the interpretation of past history but must address itself to the future, being not merely a clue to understanding the world but an instrument of active criticism. It must project itself into unfulfilled historical possibilities, and be transformed from thought into action. 3. Kolakowski and the philosophy of action. In the transformation of Hegel's dialectic of negation into a philosophy of action, or rather a call to abolish the difference between action and philosophy, an essential role was played by a Polish writer, Count August Kolakowski, especially in his early work Prolegomena zur Histonosophie. Kolakowski studied in Berlin from 1832 onwards and became interested in Hegelianism through Carl Ludwig Michelet, whose lectures he attended and whose lifelong friend he became. The Prolegomena were intended as a revision of the Hegelian philosophy of history, breaking with its contemplative and backward-looking tendencies. Philosophy was to become an act of will instead of merely reflection and interpretation, and was to turn itself towards the future instead of the past. According to Kolakowski, Hegel's rationalism had forbidden philosophy to consider what would be, and commanded it to content itself with what had been. But Hegel's universal synthesis was itself only a particular historical phase of intellectual development, which it was now necessary to surmount. Kolakowski divided human history into 3 phases after the fashion of medieval millenarians such as Joachim of Fiore, to whom he refers in his later works. The period of antiquity had been dominated by feeling. The spirit then lived in a state of pre-reflective, elemental immediacy and unity with nature, and expressed itself preeminently in art. The spirit was in itself and had not yet experienced the division of mind and body. The second era, lasting to the present time, was that of Christianity, a period of reflection in which the spirit turns toward itself, moving from natural, sensual immediacy to abstraction and universality. In spite of all changes and reversals, since the advent of Christ, humanity has essentially remained at the level of the spirit for itself. The supreme and final work of the spirit in this phase is Hegel's own philosophy, the absolutization of thought and universality at the expense of individual existence, will, and 86. Matter. Throughout the Christian centuries, humanity has been in a state of intolerable duality, in which God and the temporal world, spirit and matter, action and thought have been opposed to each other as antagonistic values. But that era has now come to an end. It is time for a final synthesis surmounting both Christianity and Hegelianism, but surmounting them in a Hegelian sense, preserving all the wealth of past ages. This will put an end to the dualism of matter and spirit, cognition and will. Philosophy, properly speaking, came to an end with Hegel, that is to say, in future the spirit will not express itself in philosophical speculation, but what was hitherto manifested as philosophy will coincide with the creative activity of man. It is not so much a question of the philosophy of action, i.e. philosophy glorifying action, as of the real merging of philosophical activity in the synthesizing practice of life. The spirit, developing its potentialities out of itself, will assimilate to itself both nature, which was despised in the Christian era, and thought, which that era one-sidedly worshipped. The new era of the final synthesis will also mean a rehabilitation of the body. It will reconcile subjectivity with nature, God with the world, freedom with necessity, elemental desires with external precepts. Heaven and earth will join in eternal friendship, and the spirit, fully aware of itself and completely free, will no longer distinguish its active life in the world from its thought concerning it. If the Christian centuries plunged humanity into a painful state of disruption, this does not mean that that suffering could have been avoided. History unfolds itself according to the innate necessity of the spirit, and original sin felix culpa had to precede the great resurrection that is to come. In the light of the final synthesis, all past events will be seen as tending to salvation, and all the conflicting manifestations of the spirit will appear as contributions to the future rebirth. Tsiolkovsky's main part in the evolution of Hegelianism consisted in the idea of identifying philosophy with action, and thus superseding the former as it had hitherto been understood. It is debatable how far, if at all, he should be considered as belonging to the Hegelian left. Inasmuch as the identification of philosophy with action appeared subsequently in the work of Hess and became, through him, a cornerstone of Marxism. 87. It seems natural to regard Tsiolkovsky as a left Hegelian, and some writers, such as A. Cornu, have done so. Others, such as J. Gerwis, have objected on the ground that in his later works Gott und Palingenesie, 1842, and especially Ojcze nas, Voyai, 1848, Tsiolkovsky formulates his triad in terms of sacred history and thus comes down in favor of a personal God and of personal immortality, or rather reincarnation. In Germany the Hegelian left and right were distinguished above all by their respective attitudes to religion and Christianity, and from this point of view Tsiolkovsky could clearly not be ranked with the left. Nor did the latter regard him as one of their own, even though the unity of philosophy and action soon became a radical war cry. Michelet, on the other hand, defended Tsiolkovsky, while taking the view that his ideas did not go beyond orthodox Hegelianism. Tsiolkovsky himself, when attacking Feuerbach, treated the latter's naturalism and atheism as natural consequences of Hegelianism, and by so doing placed himself, according to German criteria, to the right of Hegel. As for Hess, while following Tsiolkovsky on the crucial issue, he did not accept his historiosophy altogether. He held, in particular, that syntheses of thought and action have taken place ever since the beginning of history and that the new era is not simply a matter of the future, but was inaugurated by the German Reformation. Some scholars, such as A. Walicki, observe that while in Germany the left and right were distinguished by their attitude towards religion, this was not the case in France, whence Tsiolkovsky derived much of his inspiration. The religious interpretation of socialism and the conception of a new epoch as the fulfillment of the true content of Christianity were, in fact, current coin in the French socialism of the 1830s and 1840s. Tsiolkovsky was much influenced by Fourier and the Saint-Simonists, and incorporated into his soteriology an elaborate system of social reforms. The question of Tsiolkovsky's place on the map of post-Hegelian disputation is not especially significant to the history of Marxism, nor, from this point of view, does much importance attach to his later philosophical fortunes and his contribution. 88. To Polish culture. It is true that his division of history into three phases and his belief in a future, final synthesis of spirit and matter were not new, but were quite common in French philosophical literature. Nevertheless, he played an essential part in the prehistory of Marxism by expressing in Hegelian language and in the context of the Hegelian debates the idea of the future identification of intellectual activity and social practice. It was out of the seed that Marx's eschatology grew. Marx's most frequently quoted saying, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point, however, is to change it," is no more than a repetition of Kolakowski's idea. For Bruno Bauer and the negativity of self-consciousness. The idea of the spirit which, as simply spirit, is always opposed to the existing world, always creative, critical, and in a state of disquiet, served the left Hegelians as an instrument of political and religious criticism. The Hegelians hoped and expected that the irresistible force of their ideas would eventually do away with anachronistic institutions and bring the state into conformity with the demands of reason. On the political side, their criticism was of a general and abstract kind, largely inspired by the ideals of the Enlightenment. But the hopes of an early transformation, to be brought about by philosophical criticism alone, were soon disappointed. The authorities gradually withdrew their support for Hegelianism as the young Hegelian movement came to show its destructive attitude towards the system, and its philosophers were subjected to increasing harassment. Bruno Bauer, who began as an Orthodox Protestant theologian, forsook the Orthodox line in 1838 Die Religion des Alten Testaments, and was soon writing pamphlets of a more anti-Christian character than anything else in Germany at the time, including the works of Feuerbach. He moved from Berlin to Bonn, where he was a Privatdozent at the university and where his attacks on Christianity grew even sharper. Bauer interpreted history in general, in the Hegelian style, as an expression of the developing self-consciousness of mind. At the same time, the whole of empirical reality presented itself to him on Fichtean lines as a collection of negatives, a kind of necessary resistance for the 89. Spirit to overcome in the course of its infinite progress. The meaning of everything that empirically is consists in the fact that it can and must be overcome, that it constitutes a center of resistance against which the critical activity of the spirit is directed. The principle of this activity is a never-resting negation, a perpetual criticism of what exists simply because it does exist. History is determined by the permanent antagonism between what is and what ought to be, the latter being expressed by the spirit in its quest for self-consciousness. This principle, which is eminently Fichtean and non-Hegelian, formed the nucleus of Bauer's critique of religion. The gospel narrative, in his view, contained no historical truth whatever but was merely the expression of a transient stage of self-consciousness, a fanciful projection of the latter's own vicissitudes into historical events. Christianity was of service to the development of spirit in that it awakened a consciousness of values that belongs to every human individual, but at the same time it created a new form of servitude by requiring individuals to accept subjection to God. The growth of state power in imperial Rome obliged men to recognize their impotence vis-a-vis the outside world. Self-consciousness withdrew into itself and declared that world to be contemptible, as the only way of escaping its pressure. In Christianity, religious alienation reaches an extreme form. Man divests himself of his own essence and entrusts it to mythical forces to which he regards himself henceforth as subservient. The main task of the present phase of history is to restore to man his alienated essence, by liberating the spirit from the bonds of Christian mythology and freeing the state from religion. A practical consequence of Bauer's historiosophy was the call for the laicization of public life. He was never an adherent of communism, however. On the contrary, he held that if it were possible to create a system based on communist principles, it would tend to subject all human activity and thought to itself, so that freedom of thought and human individuality would be destroyed and the creative activity of mind replaced by a code of official dogma. In 1841, during his lectureship at Bonn, Bauer published 90 Anonymously, a satirical pamphlet entitled Die Posen de Jungstengerich über Hegel den Atheisten und die Antichristen. Ein Ultimatum. Marx had a share in this work, but it is not known how much of it is his, probably not a large amount, as the work is full of biblical quotations and references to theological literature which are evidently due to Bauer's erudition. The book was ostensibly a critique of Hegel from the standpoint of Orthodox Protestant theology, denouncing the atheistic implications of his doctrine. With pretended indignation, the author showed that Hegel's pantheism was bound to develop in the direction of radical atheism and that its true purport had been revealed by the young Hegelians, the only faithful expounders of his philosophy. Hegel was an enemy of the Church, of Christianity, and of religion altogether. Even his pantheism was a mere show. Religion played no part in his system except as the relationship of self-consciousness to itself, and anything that differed from self-consciousness must be interpreted as an element in it. Hegel's criticism of the sentimental religion of Jacobi or Schleiermacher was misleading. He accused it of subjectivism, as though he himself were a champion of the reality of God's existence, but this was quite untrue. By representing the finite spirit as a manifestation of universal spirit, Hegel made the latter a projection of historical self-consciousness, while infinity appeared as merely the self-negation of finitude, i.e. God, in the last analysis, is merely a creation of the human ego, which with diabolic pride lays claim to almighty power. Hegel's world spirit, too, acquires reality only thanks to the operation of human historical self-consciousness. Human history is thus self-sufficient and has no significance beyond its own self-development. So, according to Hegel, God is dead and the only reality is self-consciousness. All this, Bauer continues, fits perfectly with the other ingredients of Hegel's system, his glorification of reason and philosophy, his violent critique of all that exists simply because it exists, his worship of the French Revolution, his love of the Greeks and French, his hatred and contempt for the Germans, even his dislike of Latin. Religion, the Church, and belief in God are presented as obstacles that the spirit must overcome in order. 91. To achieve absolute mastery, humanity must realize in the end that when it thinks it is contemplating God, it is only looking at its own face in a mirror, and behind that mirror there is nothing. Although Bauer's work purported to be the lament of a believing Christian at the wickedness of a blasphemer, its basic argument was perfectly sincere. Hegel was interpreted as an alter ego of Bruno Bauer, a mocker and an atheist, a worshipper of nothing but self-knowledge. Hegel's absolute idea was merely the self-consciousness that the spirit strives to attain through successive manifestations of itself. The Weltgeist is actualized only in the human spirit. Each stage of its operation ends in the assumption of a form that begins to encumber it, and requires to be surmounted, as soon as it comes to fulfillment. Every form of the life of the spirit soon becomes anachronistic and irrational, by its very existence challenging the spirit to a fresh effort of criticism and opposition. Philosophy is the criticism which knows how things ought to be, and on the strength of that knowledge it is philosophy's business to condemn and destroy the world as it finds it, attacking especially the established forms of religious mythology. These were Bauer's own views, and it is not surprising that, holding the destruction of Christianity to be the most urgent task of mankind, he was looked at askance in the faculty of Protestant theology and was eventually deprived of his lectureship. As can be seen, Bauer's philosophy treats the operation of the intellect as a purely negative one. Whereas Hegel's philosophy of history sought to maintain a positive link between the idea and empirical reality, Bauer and other Hegelians of his school reintroduced a radical dualism between the critical mind and the existing universe. In this interpretation, the spirit is no more than the agent of an eternal dissolution to which every feature of the empirical world is bound to be subjected. The spirit has no positive support in reality itself. Its only such support consists in the imperatives of reason which are at all times in advance of reality. The idea is a tribunal judging the world in accordance with its own suprahistorical laws. Every empirical reality is an object of condemnation in the eyes of the spirit. The spirit is defined by its destructive function, and the world is essentially the inertia that opposes criticism, thus the spirit and the world. 92. are defined negatively by their relation to each other. History cannot of itself unfold the principles whereby each of its stages is to be judged, but, in order to be changed, it must be judged on the basis of suprahistorical demands. The grounds of historical change lie outside history. The spirit must break through the shell imposed on it by the empirical world, but it cannot derive from that world the strength it needs for its destructive task. Bauer's critique of religious alienation was strongly reflected in Marx's early thought, including the famous comparison of religion to opium. At the same time, the philosophy of self-knowledge was one of the main points in opposition to which Marx came to adopt his own distinctive philosophy. 5. Arnold Ruge. The radicalization of the Hegelian left. Other left Hegelian writers reinterpreted the master's philosophy on similar lines. Arnold Ruge, as the editor of a journal, did most to consolidate young Hegelianism as a political movement. Along with others, he went through the evolution which gradually radicalized the anti-religious critique and transferred its impact to the sphere of politics. In 1838-41 he edited the Young Hegelian Philosophical Journal, Hallesjahrbucher, which at first shared Hegel's delusion that Prussia was the embodiment of historical reason. The young Hegelians originally believed that historical self-consciousness was the prerogative of the Prussian system, and that the development of freedom which historical reason demanded could take place there gradually by means of peaceful reforms. The ideal towards which Prussia should evolve was, in the journalist's opinion, a Protestant constitutional monarchy. Its Protestantism, however, should not signify the domination of any organized church, but the conformity of all public institutions to the demands of reason, and the voluntary subjection of religion to scientific principles. The young Hegelians' philosophy was reflected in anti-feudal postulates, the abolition of privileged estates, public office open to all, freedom of speech and property, in short, a bourgeois egalitarian state. They envisaged a rational state in accordance with the ideas of the Enlightenment, as expressed in the career of their hero Frederick the Great. This did not appear to them as a mere speculative utopia, but as part of the natural course of history in which Prussia for the time being enjoyed a special. 93. Mission. From this point of view they attacked Catholicism as a religion of bygone times, exalting dogma above reason. They also attacked Orthodox Protestantism and pietistic sentimentalism, as well as Romantic philosophy, which set reason below emotion and subjected the spirit to a cult of unreasoning nature. The change in the young Hegelians' political orientation brought with it a modification of the belief in historical reason. The Prussian government showed no enthusiasm for their vision of itself as the embodiment of reason which was to sweep away feudal inequality and political slavery. The young Hegelians' appeals were met with repressive measures, especially after 1840, when the new king, Frederick William IV, on whom the radicals had pinned their hopes, proved to be a staunch defender of the old, class-ridden order and the Prussian hereditary monarchy, and curtailed political freedom and religious tolerance more drastically than ever. Arnold Ruge and other contributors to the Hallesjahrbucher ceased to believe that Prussia was evolving of its own accord towards the kingdom of reason, and they saw what a gulf lay between their ideals and the stagnant social situation. It was then that they adopted the theory of an inevitable disharmony between the demands of reason and the empirical world. Reason was no longer an instrument of reconciliation with reality, the latter being rational by definition. It was a source of obligation, a standard with which to confront the world. Practical action and conscious criticism were categories expressing the opposition between the world as it should be and as it was. Ruge proclaimed that Hegel had betrayed his own idealism when he absolutized particular forms of social and spiritual life as the ultimate fulfillment of the demands of reason. He had abandoned the principle of eternal criticism and turned his system into an apologia for a merely contemplative, conformist attitude towards the universe. The radicalization of young Hegelianism took three main forms. In philosophy it appeared as a breach with Hegel's doctrine of the self-fulfillment of history, and an acceptance of the opposition between the facts of history and normative reason. In the religious sphere the young Hegelians rejected the Christian tradition even in diluted, pantheistic forms and 94. Adopted a position of out-and-out atheism, first formulated by Bauer and Feuerbach. In politics they abandoned reformist hopes and accepted the prospect of revolution as the only way to regenerate humanity and Germany in particular. However, if we leave aside Hess and the uninfluential Edgar Bauer, this radicalism did not have any socialist content. The expectation of revolution was confined to political change and was unconnected with any hope of a transformation in the system of property and production. Unlike Hegel, who saw an inevitable division between the state with its political institutions and civil society as the totality of private and particular interests, the young Hegelians in their radical phase believed that in the perfect society of the future the division and even the difference between these two aspects would disappear. Hegel himself did not think it possible to do away with all tension between the general interest and the conflicting private interests of individuals, but only that this tension could be lessened by the mediation of the official machine identifying its own interest with that of the state. In Hegel's view, the state as a mode of collective being did not have to justify itself by the interest of the individuals who composed it. On the contrary, their highest and absolute good consisted in membership of the state. It followed that the state's function of overruling the discordant interests of civil society could be justified by the value of the state in and for itself. Hegel's political doctrine expressed the ideology of the Prussian bureaucracy, and in his view the general good, i.e. the good of the state, was independent of private interests and did not derive from them. On the contrary, the individual's interest and his essential value lay in being a citizen of the state. The young Hegelians, however, completely rejected this view. In proclaiming their own republican ideal and demanding the general participation of the people in political life, with universal suffrage on a basis of equality, freedom of the press and public criticism, and a freely elected government which truly represented the whole community, in advocating all this, they believed that when it came to pass there would be no difference between the general good and private interests. When political institutions were a free emanation of the people, they could not appear to individuals as alien forces, a state in which education aroused the universal consciousness. 95. Of every individual citizen and made him aware of the dictates of reason would signify the unity of private and public interests. In this way the young Hegelians revived the republican idealism of the 18th century, believing that education and political liberties would solve all social problems without any need to alter the system of property on which material production and economic exchanges were based. The young Hegelians played an important part in awakening Germany intellectually and spreading democratic ideas. In spite of the attention they aroused, however, they did not succeed in making their philosophy the nucleus of a political movement in which the country's significant social forces were involved. The breakup of the Hegelian left, which began after the Deutsche Jahrbucher were suppressed in 1843, took the form of ideas which postulated a general opposition between abstract thought and politics. The beginning of this dissolution of the movement coincided in time with the early thinking of Marx, who grew up amid the Hegelian left but, even when he still accepted its philosophical categories and its identification of the problems to be solved, showed clearly that he took an essentially different view of history. Chapter 3. Marx's thought in its earliest phase. Early years and studies. When Marx came into contact with the Hegelian left, it was already aware of itself as an independent movement. At the university he was able to witness the conflict between Hegelian rationalism and the conservative doctrine of what was called the historical school of law. His upbringing and his own critical temperament were conducive to the early development of a radical outlook. Karl Marx was born at Trier on May 5, 1818, the child of Jewish parents with a long rabbinical tradition on both sides. His grandfathers were rabbis. His father, a well-to-do lawyer, changed his first name from Herschel to Heinrich and adopted Protestantism, which in Prussia was a necessary condition of professional and cultural emancipation. The young Marx was brought up in a liberal democratic spirit. In the autumn of 1835, after leaving the Trier Gymnasium, he enrolled as a law student at Bonn University. The influence of Romantic philosophy, popularized at the university by August von Schlegel, can be seen in Marx's early poetic efforts. However, he received his first real intellectual stimulus at Berlin University, to which he moved in the following year. Although still a law student, he was more absorbed by lectures on philosophy and history. The former subject was taught by, among others, Eduard Gans, who was regarded as belonging to the liberal center of the Hegelian movement. Hegelianism, in his view, was the interpretation of history as a progressive rationalization of the world in accordance with the ineluctable laws of the spirit. The chief purpose of philosophical thought was to observe this evolution, in which empirical reality was seen gradually to conform to universal reason. Gans was also one of the few Hegelians of his 97 time to profess socialist views, which he had absorbed in Saint Simon's version. Thus Marx was introduced from the outset to a form of Hegelianism that by no means required obedient acceptance of the status quo, but demanded that it be judged by the dictates of reason. A directly opposite viewpoint was represented at Berlin University by Friedrich Karl von Savigny, the main theoretician of the Historische Rechtsschule and the author of works on the history of Roman law. He also wrote the pamphlet Vom Begriff unserer Poundit für Gesetzgebung und die Rechtswissenschaft. Savigny's philosophy expressed the view that obligation should be derived from actual being, and in particular that all law should be based on positive enactments, customs, and rules sanctified by tradition. His conservatism was sharply opposed to the Enlightenment doctrine that laws and institutions must be justified by abstract norms before the tribunal of sovereign reason, regardless of which laws and institutions are actually valid by force of historical tradition. Political radicalism was expressed in the cult of reason and the systematic refusal to acknowledge the authority of history, and the Republican ideals exhibited the vision of a world as it ought to be. For Savigny, on the other hand, the factual, positive institutions and customs that were given by history and rooted in it were authoritative for that very reason. The source of law, from this point of view, could not be an arbitrary legislative act based on the assumed needs of a rational social order. The rightful source of all legislation was customary law and history. This conservative doctrine provided a justification and sanctification of the existing political order simply because it did exist in a positive form, while any attempt to improve it in the name of a better, imagined order was condemned a priori. All the feudal elements of backward Germany deserved to be revered, their very antiquity proving them to be legitimate. Savigny combined this irrational cult of positiveness with a belief in the organic, suprarational nature of a social community and particularly a national one. Human societies were not instruments of rational cooperation but were welded together by a non-rational bond that is its own justification irrespective of any utilitarian purpose. The legislating subject is the nation, which spontaneously 98 Marx 9's thought in its earliest phase evolves and modifies its laws. The nation is an indivisible whole, and the laws, like its customs and language, are only one expression of its collective individuality. There cannot be, as the utopians would have it, a single rational form of legislation for all peoples, regardless of their different traditions. Lawgiving is not an arbitrary matter. The legislator finds a particular legal system in being, and can only formulate changes in legal awareness that have occurred as a result of the community's organic growth. In sharp opposition to utilitarian and rationalistic theories, and in close alliance with Romantic philosophy, Savigny was the true promulgator of the notion that whatever is right. The doctrine, in fact, that was ascribed to Hegel by some of his disciples and opponents as a possible interpretation of his dictum that what is actual is also rational. In point of fact, Savigny did not derive his inspiration from Hegel, who criticized his conservative views. Hegel, although he refused to oppose the arbitrary dictates of reason to the real process of history, was not willing to accept the existing order as rational and worthy of respect simply because it existed. The young Hegelian radicals, who claimed to judge empirical reality by the abstract requirements of reason, and Savigny, who demanded that reality should be accepted as given, represent opposite solutions of the problem on which Marx's early thought was focused. Hegel, with his ambiguities and incomplete utterances, stood between the two extremes, and Marx's position on this key question was closer to Hegel than to the young Hegelians. The conservative outlook of the historical school of law was quite foreign to Marx, and in the summer of 1842 he satirized it directly in an article in the Reneskleitung on Gustav Hugo's philosophy of history. But equally Marx never adopted in an extreme form the young Hegelian, or rather Fichtean, opposition between what ought to be and what historically is, between the dictates of reason and the actual social order, though this point of view was certainly more congenial to him than the other. At a very early stage he endeavored to interpret the revolutionary principle of the permanent negativity of the spirit in such a way as not to imply the latter's absolute sovereignty. 99. He did not accept the absolute in the form of a rational standard imposing itself on the world from outside and taking no account of historical fact. He sought to preserve Hegel's anti-utopian standpoint and to safeguard the respect for the undeniable factual characteristics of the world as we know it. 2. Hellenistic philosophy as understood by the Hegelians. Marx's efforts to find a position for himself between the rationalist utopia and the conservative cult of positiveness can be traced in his early studies of post-Aristotelian Greek philosophy. There was a sound reason for his interest in this subject. The young Hegelians were much interested in Hellenistic philosophy, as they perceived an analogy between the period after Alexander the Great, marked by the twilight of pan-Hellenistic ideas and the decay of the great Aristotelian synthesis, and their own time, which had witnessed the failure of the Napoleonic Union of Europe and the collapse of Hegel's attempt at a universal philosophy. The young Hegelians, as it were, rehabilitated the post-Aristotelian schools, the Epicureans, Sceptics, and later Stoics, and brought to light their values which Hegel had neglected. Hegel, in fact, had accused all these schools of eclecticism and irrelevance, declaring that their purpose was merely to teach the soul indifference in the face of a cruel and hopeless social reality. They provided an imaginary reconciliation with the world by means of thought which turned in upon itself and lost contact with the object, and a will whose only purpose was to have no purpose. The Hellenistic philosophies were a purely negative defense against the despair aroused by the dissolution of political and social ties in imperial Rome. In Hegel's view, a mode of being in which the intellect withdrew into sterile self-contemplation was condemned to an abstract individuality, whereas concrete individuality was bound to refresh itself by constant contact with universality and with the outside world. In Bruno Bauer's opinion, on the other hand, these philosophies of self-consciousness were far from being mere negative expressions of impotence. If they made it possible for the individual, engulfed by the collapse of his former world, to achieve a certain spiritual emancipation by returning into himself, and if they could in some degree protect his consciousness against the onslaughts of the world, then, by providing a basis for spiritual autonomy, they opened up a new and necessary phase in the development of spirit. They endowed the individual mind with autonomy, enabled it to assert itself against the world, universalized and liberated it, and made it conscious of its own freedom in and by the critical faculty which it opposed to the corruption of reality. In short, Hegel and the young Hegelians gave a similar interpretation to the Hellenistic philosophies, but took a different view of their historical and philosophical importance. According to Hegel, the absolutization of individual self-consciousness merely showed the impotence of the philosophical spirit, whereas to Bauer it represented the victory of the critical intellect over the pressure of the external world. J. Marx's studies of Epicurus. Freedom and self-consciousness. At an early stage in his Berlin studies, Marx underwent a conversion to Hegelianism and frequented a club of young graduates who interpreted the master's doctrine in a radical spirit. For his doctoral thesis he originally intended to analyze all three schools of Hellenistic thought. However, the subject grew unmanageable and he finally restricted himself to a single aspect of Epicureanism, viz. A comparison between the natural philosophy of Epicurus and the atomism of Democritus. He worked on his dissertation from the beginning of 1839, and in April 1841 was awarded a doctor's degree by Jena University. He intended to print the dissertation, but was soon absorbed by other occupations. The work remained in a manuscript state, with several gaps. It was published in part by Mering in 1902, and appeared in 1927, with introductory notes, in the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. The work was entitled On the Differences Between the Natural Philosophy of Democritus and of Epicurus. It is written in a romantic style and in accordance with the categories of Hegelian logic. It is clear that as regards the relationship between the spirit and the world, Marx was a long way from articulating the viewpoint that he was to express 3 or 4 years later. Nevertheless, if we compare the dissertation with his subsequent writings, we can trace the beginnings of a departure both from the young Hegelian faith in the supremacy of the critical spirit, IOI, and from Hegelian conservatism. Using Marx's writings of 1843-5 as a key to the dissertation, we can see it as an attempt to declare his connection with a particular philosophical tradition, that which requires that the spirit should not remain submissive to existing facts, nor yet believe in the absolute authority of normative criteria which it discovers freely in itself without regard to those facts, but should make of its own freedom a means wherewith to influence the world. Marx criticizes Epicurus but is a great deal more severe upon the latter's critics, especially Cicero and Plutarch who, he thinks, quite misunderstood the Epicurean philosophy. In some passages he appears carried away by the rhetorical sweep of Lucretius, his revolt against religion and his Promethean faith in human dignity rooted in freedom. In opposition to the tradition which, following Plutarch and Cicero, regarded Epicurus' atomism as a corruption of Democritean physics by the arbitrary and fantastic theory of deviations in the movement of atoms, Marx argues that the apparent similarity of the two philosophers conceals a deep and fundamental difference. Epicurus' theory of accidental deviation is not a mere caprice but an essential premise of a system of thought centered upon the idea of the freedom of self-consciousness. On the basis of laboriously collected material, Marx sought to prove that the philosophical intentions of Democritus and Epicurus were quite different from each other. Democritus opposes the world of atoms, which is inaccessible to the senses, to perception, which is inevitably illusory. He turns to empirical observation, although aware that it does not contain the truth. Truth, to him, is empty, however, because the senses cannot grasp it. He prefers to rest content with an illusory knowledge of nature, which he treats as an end in itself. Epicurus' view is different. He regards the world as an objective phenomenon and accepts the evidence of perception uncritically. His concern, however, is not to know the world but to achieve the ataraxia of self-knowledge through the consciousness of individual freedom. Paranclesis is the actualization of freedom, which is 102. Marx 3's thought in its earliest phase. Essential to the atom. The actualization is fraught with a contradiction, since in Epicurus' view the atom entails the negation of all qualities, but its actual existence is necessarily subject to all qualitative determinations, such as size, shape, and weight. The atom as the principle of being, not as a physical unit is, to Epicurus, a projection of the absolute freedom of self-knowledge, but at the same time he is concerned to point out the unreality and fragility of nature conceived as a world of atoms. His theory of meteors was intended to show, according to Marx, that, contrary to traditional belief, the heavenly bodies were not eternal, unchangeable, and immortal. If they were, they would overwhelm self-knowledge by their majesty and permanence and would deprive it of freedom. Their movements can be explained by many causes, and any non-mythical explanation is as good as any other. Epicurus thus robs nature of its unity and makes it feeble and transient, because the serenity of self-consciousness would otherwise be disturbed. The downgrading of nature signifies the removal of a source of disquiet. It gives the mind a sense of its own supremacy and of total freedom from the world. The atom, which is a metaphysical principle, is degraded in the most perfect form of its existence, namely the heavens. The most important source of terror is removed by the destruction of the myths which oppose the frailty of self-consciousness to the immortality of superterrestrial nature. The enemy, to Epicurus, is any form of definite being that is relative to, or determined by, something other than itself. The atom is being for itself, and its very nature therefore entails the necessity of deviating from a straight course. Its law is the absence of law, i.e. chance and spontaneity. Paranclesis is not a sensual quality, but is the soul of the atom, the resistance that is inseparable from it and therefore from ourselves. Marx sees Epicurus as a destroyer of the Greek myths and as a philosopher bringing to light the breakup of a tribal community. His system destroyed the visible heaven of the ancients as a keystone of political and religious life. Marx allies himself, so to speak, with Epicurean atheism, which he regards at this stage as a challenge by the intellectual elite to 103. The cohorts of common sense. As long as a single drop of blood pulses in her world-conquering and totally free heart, philosophy will continually shout at her opponents the cry of Epicurus: impiety does not consist in destroying the gods of the crowd but rather in ascribing to the gods the ideas of the crowd. 5. The dissertation, moreover, introduces the theme of religious alienation in its analogy with the alienation of economic life. Referring in an incidental passage to Kant's refutation of the ontological argument for the existence of God, Marx writes: "The ontological proof merely amounts to this: what I really imagine is for me a real imagination that reacts upon me, and in this sense all gods, heathen as well as Christian, had a real existence. Did not Moloch reign in antiquity? Was not the Delphic Apollo a real power in the life of the Greeks?" Kant's critique does not make any sense here. If someone imagines that he has 100 pounds, and if for him this is no arbitrary fancy but he really believes in it, then the 100 imagined pounds have the same worth for him as 100 real ones. He will, for example, contract debts on the strength of his imaginings. They will have an effect, just as the whole of humanity has contracted debts on the strength of its gods. Real pounds have the same existence as imagined gods. Surely there is no place where a real pound can exist apart from the general, or rather collective, imagination of men. Take paper money into a land where the use of such money is not known, and everyone will laugh at your subjective imagination. Go with your gods into another land where other gods hold sway, and it will be proved to you that you are suffering from fanciful dreams. Rightly so. What a particular land is for particular foreign gods, the land of reason is for God in general, an area in which his existence ceases. As this passage shows, the image à la Feuerbach of a man who is ruled by his own imaginations and is not aware that he is their creator, so that their domination over him is real and not merely supposed, is linked in Marx's mind at this period with the necessary role of imagination involved in the power of money. This is a kind of early, obscure prefiguration of Marx's later theory of commodity fetishism. While, however, Marx paid tribute to Epicurus and Lucretius for liberating the ancient world from the terrors of alien deities and an alien nature, and restoring the mind's awareness of its 104 Marx's thought in its earliest phase. Own freedom, he regarded Epicurean freedom as a flight from the world, an attempt by the mind to withdraw to a place of refuge. In Epicurus' philosophy, the ideal of the sage and the hope of happiness are rooted in a desire to sever links with the world. They are an expression of the mind of an unhappy era when their gods are dead and the new goddess has as yet only the obscure form of fate, of pure light or of pure darkness. The root of the unhappiness, however, is that the soul of the period, the spiritual monad, being sated with itself, shapes itself ideally on all sides in isolation and cannot recognize any reality that has come to fruition without it. Thus, the happy aspect of this unhappy time lies in the subjective manner, the modality in which philosophy as subjective consciousness conceives its relation to reality. Thus, for example, the Stoic and Epicurean philosophies were the happiness of their time. Thus the moth, when the universal sun has sunk, seeks the lamplight of a private person. Marx regards the monadic freedom of Epicurus as escapism. He objects not to the belief in the freedom of the spirit, but to the idea that this freedom can be attained by turning one's back on the world, that it is a matter of independence and not of creativity. The man who would not prefer to build a world by his own strength, to create the world and not simply remain in his own skin, such a man is accursed by the spirit, and with the curse goes an interdict, but in the reverse sense, he is cast out from the sanctuary of the spirit, deprived of the delight of intercourse with it and condemned to sing lullabies about his own private happiness, and to dream of himself at night. Marx's first work is almost wholly within the limits of young Hegelian thought. The sweeping attack on religion, and the conviction of the creative role of the spirit in history, do not go beyond the young Hegelian horizon, nor does the critique of Epicureanism as a philosophy in which the mind seeks to shake off the yoke of nature and envelop itself in a purely subjective autonomy. For the young Hegelians, too, the supremacy of the spirit was not related to a desire for isolation, but was the precondition of a critical attack on the irrationality of the empirical world. However, we can perceive in Marx's dissertation the germ of what later emerged as the philosophy of praxis in contrast to the critical philosophy of the young Hegelians. The crucial difference between the latter and Marx's. 105. Philosophy in its full development may be described as follows. In critical philosophy, the free spirit enters the world as a permanent negation of it, a normative act of judgment upon factual life, a statement of what reality ought to be, irrespective of what it actually is. Thus understood, critical philosophy is unalterably supreme over the world. It does not seek to be separate from it, but to affect it and break up its stability, but at the same time it preserves the autonomy of a judge, and the standards by which it measures reality are not derived from that reality but from itself. The philosophy of praxis, on the other hand, declares that insofar as philosophy is purely critical it is self-destructive, but that its critical task is consummated when it ceases to be mere thinking about the world and becomes part of human life. Its function is thus to remove the distinction between history and the intellectual or moral critique of history, between the praxis of the social subject and his awareness of that praxis. As long as theory is the sovereign judge of practice, there is a rift between the individual mind and its surroundings, between thought and the world of men. To remove this division is to do away with philosophy and with false consciousness, for as long as consciousness signifies the understanding of an irrational world from outside, it cannot be the self-understanding of that world or the self-awareness of its natural development. If the identification of self-awareness with the historical process is to be a real prospect, that self-awareness must emerge from the immanent pressure of history itself and not from extra-historical principles of rationality. We must therefore find in history itself conditions that can make it rational, i.e. conditions thanks to which its empirical development can coincide with the consciousness of its participants and do away with false consciousness, with that consciousness which contemplates the world but is not as yet the world's self-consciousness. Some passages of Marx's doctoral thesis contain an embryonic expression of the philosophy of praxis in this sense. He observes, for instance, that when philosophy as will turns itself against empirical reality, then it is an enemy of itself as a system. In its active form, it is opposed to its own ossified self. This contradiction is resolved by a process in which the world philosophizes itself while philosophy turns into world history. In this conflict, philosophical self-consciousness takes a double form. On the one hand, Marx 9's thought in its earliest phase, and positive philosophy, which seeks to cure philosophy of its deficiencies and turns in upon itself, and on the other hand a liberal attitude, which addresses itself critically to the world and, while affirming itself as an instrument of criticism, tends unconsciously to eliminate itself as a philosophy. It is only this latter method which is capable of bringing about real progress. An antique sage who sought to oppose his own free judgment to substantial reality was bound to suffer defeat because he could not escape from that substantiality and, in condemning it, was all the time unconsciously condemning himself. Epicurus tried to free mankind from dependence on nature by, in effect, transforming the immediate aspect of consciousness, its being for itself, into a form of nature. But in fact we can only become independent of nature by making it the property of reason, and this in turn requires us to recognize the rationality of nature in itself. When we consider these remarks in the dissertation we perceive the rudiments of a new outlook, the prospect of philosophy being incorporated into history and thus abolished, and the conviction that mind must look to the rationality of the world as a support for its own emancipation, that is to say its absorption by the reality upon which it is directed. We can see in this outline the future ideal in which there ceases to be a difference between life and thinking about life, so that man is set free by the reconciliation of self-consciousness with the empirical world. We see also the germ of what was to become the theory of false consciousness. Marx was aware that philosophers have, in addition to the overt structure of their ideas, a substructure which is unknown to them. Their thought as they themselves present it is different from the crystallization of systems in which the mole-like activity of true philosophical knowledge finds expression. To discover this unconscious, underlying structure is the proper task of the historian of philosophy, and is the task that Marx set himself in regard to Epicurus. However, this early work contains no reference, even in general terms, to the social causes that lead philosophers to deceive themselves, or the social conditions that may eliminate false consciousness and restore the unity of experience and self-knowledge. Marx is still thinking in terms of an abstract opposition between the spirit and the world, self-consciousness, and nature, man, and God. His philosophy did not crystallize further until he had made closer contact with political realities and engaged in the political journalism of his day. Chapter 4. Hess and Feuerbach. In the year 1841, in which Marx completed his dissertation on Epicurus, there were published at Leipzig two important books by different authors which were to influence his early activity and enable him gradually to free himself from the current schemas of young Hegelian thought. Moses Hess, author of the European Triarchy, made the first attempt to integrate the Hegelian philosophical inheritance with communist ideals. Ludwig Feuerbach, author of The Essence of Christianity, rescued the Hegelian left from its bondage to the philosophy of self-consciousness and not only led the critique of religious belief to its ultimate conclusion, but extended it to all forms of philosophical idealism and unequivocally espoused the point of view which treats all spiritual life as a product of nature. Hess. The Philosophy of Action. Moses Hess, the self-educated son of a Rhineland merchant, was brought up in strict Jewish orthodoxy. In youth he was attracted by the writings of Spinoza and Rousseau. The former taught him to believe in the unity of the world and the identity of reason and will, while from the latter he imbibed a conviction of the natural equality of man. He came into contact with socialist ideas in France, but was soon drawn into the young Hegelian movement, and from all these sources composed his own communist philosophy. His writings, including those of the period when he was active in the German socialist movement and was under Marx's influence, are always stamped with a visionary quality. The gaps in his education, and his enthusiastic temperament, prevented him from giving his thoughts a coherent and methodical shape, but many of his ideas helped considerably to form Marx's conception of scientific socialism. In his first book, The Sacred History of Mankind, Hess predicted a new era of man's covenant with God, when, by the operation of unfailing historical laws embodied in the conscious acts of men, there was to be a final reconciliation of the human race, a free and equal society based on mutual love and the community of goods. He suggested for the first time that the social revolution would come about as the result of an inevitable deepening of the contrast between growing wealth on the one hand and misery on the other. In the European Triarchy he based his communism on a Hegelian schema, while endeavoring to strip Hegelianism of its contemplative, backward-looking tendencies and transform it into a philosophy of action. Like other young Hegelians he desired to see an alliance between the German speculative genius and French political sense, so that German philosophy could take on a substantial form instead of remaining in the field of theoretical meditation. The philosophy of action as Hess conceived it was a development of Tsiolkovsky's ideas. The history of humanity was divided into three stages. In antiquity, spirit and nature were allied to each other, but unconsciously, the spirit operated in history without any intermediary. Christianity introduced a division whereby the spirit withdrew into itself. In our own day the unity of spirit and nature is being restored. It will, however, no longer be elemental and unreflecting, but conscious and creative. The inaugurator of the modern era is Spinoza, whose absolute realized, though still only in theory, the unity of being in itself and being for itself, the identity of subject and object. In Hegelianism, this understanding of the identity between subject and object reached its height, but only as an act of understanding. Hegel confined himself to interpreting past history and had not the strength to make philosophy an instrument for the conscious molding of the future. The transition from the philosophy of the past to that of the future, from interpretation to action, is the work of the Hegelian left. The essence of the last stage is that what is planned by the spirit to take place in history should be the result of free action. In this stage, human freedom and historical necessity coincide in a single act. That which must take place by virtue of historical law, can only take place through absolutely free activity. Sacred history, or the work of the spirit in human history, then becomes the same thing as history tout court. The surmounting of Hegelianism consists primarily in this, that philosophy henceforth lays claim to the future aware of historical necessity, but also of the fact that only through freedom can this necessity embody itself in actual history. In this way, past history will likewise be sanctified through its relationship to the future, which will be the accomplishment of mankind's historical mission. Hegel ruled out this relationship by decreeing that the dialectic could not apply to the future, and consequently he was unable to sanctify the past even though he desired to do so. The freedom of the spirit, initiated by the German Reformation and brought to theoretical perfection by German philosophy, must ally itself with the freedom of action inaugurated by the French Revolution. When it does, Europe will undergo a swift regeneration, the fulfillment of Christianity and the authentic religion of love. The religion of the New World will not need churches or priests, dogmas, or a transcendent deity, belief in immortality or education through fear. God will not help men from outside, punishing or instructing, but will manifest himself in them in the spontaneity of love and courage. The separation of church and state will have no purpose, since, unlike the medieval situation in which their unity was only contingent, they will henceforth be identified with each other in a fundamental social unity. Secular and religious life will be the same, and particular creeds will be revealed as anachronisms. In a society united voluntarily from within, without coercion, there will no longer be any antagonism between public order and freedom, which will support instead of limiting each other. A prior necessity is that the principle of love should triumph in human life, and Hess regards the transformation of minds as a precondition of communism. Moral and social slavery proceeds only from spiritual slavery, and, contrariwise, legal and moral emancipation is bound to result from spiritual liberation. The society of the future will not need to protect itself by any repressive laws or institutions, as it will be based on a voluntary harmony and on the identity of the individual and collective interest as a result of the development of self-awareness. 2. Hess. Revolution and Freedom. In later articles and books, Hess gave a clearer description of the communist society he envisaged, and attempted a deeper analysis of the economic causes of contemporary ills. He also expressed his atheistic outlook more emphatically. He remained convinced that the perfect society was simply the realization of the essence of humanity, i.e., that it would consist of bringing empirical existence into harmony with the normative pattern contained in the conception of man. This, he believed, would remove all possibility of social conflict, as the essence of humanity is equally binding upon all. He sought to show that the principle of social unity combines absolute freedom of the individual with the perfect equality aimed at by Fourier, and that the ideal of authentic freedom excludes private property as contradictory to the universal essence of humanity. For this reason he believed that communism, as a scheme for the abolition of property, was justified by faith in the community of man as a species. This community, when realized in practice, would do away with the need for religion and politics at a stroke, since both are instruments and manifestations of the servitude endured by men and women who are set at variance by conflicting egoisms. When man is conscious of himself as essential man, there ceases to be a distinction between thought and action, which are absorbed in the undifferentiated process of living. In Hess's interpretation of Spinoza, the identity of reason and will is the philosophical basis of this identity between action and thought. The free spirit will recognize itself in all objects of its own thought and action and will thus make the whole world its own, the alienness between nature and man, or one man and another, will cease to exist. Man will truly be at home in the universe. In the world as it has been till now, generalities have dissipated real human contact into religious and political abstractions. Communism will remove the contradiction between the individual and the community, by enabling the individual to regard the general patrimony as the work of his own hands. There will no longer be alienation, i.e. the domination of human products over men and women who do not realize that this is what they are dominated by. Negative freedom, which is no more than a margin secured by struggling against coercion, will be replaced by the voluntary self-limitation that constitutes true freedom, for freedom consists in overstepping external boundaries by means of self-limitation, the self-awareness of active spirit, the replacement of natural determination by self-determination. In humanity, every self-determination of the spirit is merely a degree of development that oversteps itself. But freedom is indivisible. Social servitude and spiritual servitude, i.e. religion, go hand in hand. Misery and oppression lead to the illusory panacea of religious opium. Consequently, servitude cannot be abolished in only one of its forms, such as religion. The evil must be exterminated at the roots, and it is primarily a social evil. Criticizing Feuerbach, who regarded the illusions of religion as the root of social servitude, Hess argued that money was a no less primary form of alienation than God. The influence of Proudhon can be seen here. The alienated essence of man, dominating its own creator, is not only and not primarily God, but money, the blood and sinew of the working man, turned into an abstract form and acting as a standard of human value. Proletarians and capitalists are alike obliged to sell their own vital activity and to feed, like cannibals, on the product of their own blood and sweat in the abstract shape of a medium of exchange. The money alienation is the most complete inversion of the natural order of life. Instead of the individual being a means, as nature requires, and the species being an end in itself, the individual subordinates the species to himself and makes of his generic essence an unreal abstraction, which takes the form of God in religion and money in social life. Hess's work bears the mark of hasty and ill-digested reading and of transient influences which affected his thought but were not brought into a synthetic harmony. It is not clear how we are to reconcile the young Hegelian belief in the species essence of man, realizing itself in time in every individual and, as Rousseau hoped, removing the possibility of a conflict between the individual and society, with Hegel's own principle of the primacy of the species over the individual. Nor is it clear whether, in Hess's view, spiritual liberation is in the last resort a prior condition of social liberation, or the other way about. His ideal of communism as a perfect harmony ensured by the abolition of private property and the right of inheritance appears clear enough, but his utopia does not extend beyond themes that were current in France in his day, if not in Prussia. Socialism as a social movement was, in his view, mainly the result of poverty, although the opposition between rich and poor already ceases to dominate his picture of society, yielding to the opposition between capitalist and proletarian. Hess was the first writer to express certain ideas which proved especially important in the history of Marxism, even though in his works they appear only in a generalized and aphoristic form. Above all, he expressed the conviction that the social revolution would be the result of polarized wealth and poverty, with a gradual disappearance of the middle classes. He suggested the analogy between religious and economic alienation, which was the germ of later Marxist analyses of commodity fetishism. He attempted to resolve the philosophical opposition between necessity and freedom, especially in the philosophy of action, which proclaims that in the new phase of history what is necessary will come about through free creative activity, and which identifies self-consciousness with the historical process. This thought was expressed in the context of the philosophical self-consciousness of humanity as such, but it recurred with Marx in the form of a conviction of the identity of class consciousness with the historical process in the privileged case of the proletariat. The prospect of philosophy being absorbed in its own realization is also found in Marx and is already present in Hess's work. When German philosophy becomes practical, it will cease to be philosophy. The importance of Hess is that he made the first attempt to synthesize young Hegelian philosophy with communist doctrine and, in the name of social revolution, took issue with young Hegelian expectations of a purely political change. Hess's work is linked with the German movement of true socialism, which was more than once branded by Marx as a reactionary utopia. The movement regarded actual economic conditions as mere manifestations of spiritual servitude, and looked for the arrival of socialism as men became aware of their own species' essence. Hess, who met Marx in the autumn of 1841 and became his friend and collaborator for some years, later adopted to some extent the class orientation of Marxian socialism. They thus influenced each other, but Hess did not keep up with the theoretical development of socialism over which Marx presided, and did not adopt either the materialistic interpretation of history in the Marxist sense, or the Marxist theory of proletarian revolution. 3. Feuerbach and religious alienation. Ludwig Feuerbach was already a well-known writer in 1841. He had studied at Berlin under Hegel and Schleiermacher, but abandoned Hegelian idealism and Christianity at an early stage. In Thoughts on Death and Immortality he criticized theories of eternal life, and in A History of Modern Philosophy from Bacon to Spinoza and Studies of Bell and Leibniz he manifested his sympathy with the free-thinking tradition. He opposed independent reason to all forms of dogmatism, called for the philosophical rehabilitation of nature, and criticized Hegelianism on the ground that, as it began with the spirit, it was bound to confine itself to the spirit and to define nature as a secondary manifestation of the latter. But he first became celebrated with The Essence of Christianity, a naturalistic critique of religion expressed in Hegelian language. Feuerbach did not care for the term materialism because of its unfavorable moral associations, but on the basic issue he adopted a materialistic standpoint. He argued that the secret of theology is anthropology, i.e. that everything men have said about God is an expression in mystified terms of their knowledge about themselves. If the real truth of religion is uttered, it will prove to be atheism, or simply the positive affirmation of humanity. In general, everything that man can apprehend in thought is the objectification of his own essence. Man becomes self-conscious in the object, consciousness of the object is man's self-knowledge, the object is the manifest essence of man, his true, objective self. And this applies not only to spiritual objects but also to those of sense. Even the objects that are furthest from man, insofar as they are objects to him, are a manifestation of his essence. 5 This of course does not mean that things owe their being to human consciousness, but only that the definitions whereby we apprehend them are definitions of ourselves projected onto the object, so that things are always perceived. Hess and Feuerbach. 5. In human terms and are a projection and image of our self-consciousness. On the other hand, man is nothing without an object. 5. It is only in objectivity that he recognizes himself. This idea of the mutual dependence of subject and object is not further analyzed by Feuerbach. In general he expresses it in the formula that man belongs to the essence of nature and nature to the essence of man. But Feuerbach was interested above all in the particular kind of objectification that occurs in religious alienation. When men relate to the object in an essential and necessary manner, when they affirm in it the fullness and perfection of their species' essence, that object is God. God is thus the imaginative projection of man's species' essence, the totality of his powers and attributes raised to the level of infinity. Every species' essence is infinite. 5, i.e. as an essence it is full of perfection and is a model or standard for individual beings. Man's knowledge of God is an attempt to perceive himself in the mirror of exteriority. Man exteriorizes his own essence before he recognizes it in himself, and the opposition between God and man is a mystified version of the opposition between the species and the individual. God cannot in principle have any other predicates than those which men have abstracted from themselves. He is real insofar as these predicates are real. Religion, however, inverts the relationship between subject and predicates, giving human predicates in the shape of deity the primacy over what is real, human, and concrete. Religion is a self-dichotomy of man, his reason and feelings, the transference of his intellectual and affective qualities onto an imaginary divine being which asserts its own independence and begins to tyrannize over its creator. Religious alienation, the dream of the Spirit 5, is not only an error but an impoverishment of man, since it takes away all his best qualities and faculties and bestows them on the deity. The more religion enriches the essence of God, the more it devitalizes man. The nature of religion is most clearly symbolized in the ritual of blood sacrifice. Humanity must be humiliated, degraded, and stripped of its dignity in order that the deity may be revealed in majesty. Man asserts in God what he denies in himself. 5 Moreover, religion paralyses men's ability to live together in concord, for it diverts the energy of love onto the divinity and rejects the real fellowship of man into an imaginary heaven. It destroys the feeling of solidarity and mutual love, encourages egoism, depreciates all the values of earthly life, and makes social equality and harmony impossible. To overthrow religion is to realize the true values of religion, which are those of humanity. When people come to themselves and realize that the personifications of religion are the fruit of their own childish imagination, they will be able to form genuinely humanistic societies, in the light of Spinoza's principle Homo homini Deus. The cult of fictitious otherworldly beings will give place to the cult of life and love. The essence of man is the supreme essence for man, then the first and supreme law of action must be man's love for man. The essence of Christianity was an attempt to apply the Hegelian category of alienation to the formulation of a purely naturalistic and anthropocentric viewpoint. Unlike Hegel, Feuerbach regarded alienation as an altogether negative phenomenon. In Hegel's view, being realizes its essence by first excluding and then reabsorbing it in a process of self-enrichment. What it potentially contains must be made external before it can be actualized. The absolute idea attains to self-consciousness through its own alienated manifestations. It is not pure act, like the God of the scholastics, but comes to fulfillment only through history and the successive phases of alienation. To Feuerbach, on the other hand, alienation is purely evil and erroneous and possesses no positive value. Religious mystification divides man from his species and opposes the individual to himself. It wastes human energy in the cult of unreal beings and distracts it from the one true value, that of man in and for himself. 4 Feuerbach 3's second phase. Sources of the religious fallacy. Feuerbach's later writings display an ever-widening rift with Hegelianism and a more and more explicit materialism of the 18th century kind. In the preface to the second edition of The Essence of Christianity he rejects the theory that subject and object condition each other, declaring that our apprehension of things is primarily sensual and passive, and only secondarily active and conceptual. In lectures on the essence of religion he repeats this view and also emphasizes that religious imaginations result from man's feeling of dependence on nature, whereas he had previously treated them as an objectification of the essence of humanity. Originally he envisaged that the overthrow of religion would put an end to human egoism. Now he asserted that egoism is a natural and inevitable human trait, present in even the most altruistic of actions, i.e. he reverted to the Enlightenment stereotype of natural egoism. In his earlier work he had described the process of God creating projection but had not explained its causes. He now tried to fill the gap, but did not go further than stating that the source of religious imagination is generally ignorance and man's inability to interpret aright his own situation in nature. Realizing his dependence on nature, which is eternal and inescapable, man fails to comprehend this dependence in rational categories. Instead he devises anthropomorphic fancies to express his fear of nature's incalculable caprices and the positive feelings of gratitude and hope that she arouses in him. Religion is an ersatz satisfaction of human needs that cannot be met in any other way. Men seek to compel nature to obey them by using magic or appealing to divine goodness, i.e. they try to achieve by imagination what they cannot have in reality. As knowledge increases, religion, which is an infantile state of mind, gradually yields to a rational worldview, and men are able, by the arts of civilization and technology, to control forces that were previously untamable. At the same time, Feuerbach draws attention to the sources of religious imagination that lie in the very nature of the cognitive processes, especially that of abstraction. Since we can only think or express ourselves in terms of abstracts, we are apt to credit them with an independent existence vis-a-vis individuals, which are in fact the only reality. In the same way, God and other religious figments, personifying human ideas, feelings, and abilities, are an illegitimate autonomization of the legitimate instruments of cognition. The idea or generic concept of God in the metaphysical sense is based on the same necessity and the same foundations as is the concept of things or of fruit. The gods of polytheists are nothing but names and collective or generic concepts imagined as actual beings, but in order to understand the meaning of general concepts it is not necessary to deify them and turn them into independent beings that differ from individual essences. We can condemn wickedness without at once personifying it as the devil. In Lectures on the Essence of Religion there is no longer any trace of Feuerbach's Hegelian upbringing. Religion is explained in simple Enlightenment terms as the result of fear and ignorance, and Feuerbach also takes over the Enlightenment theory of perception as merely sensual and empirical. The Lectures were a novelty in German philosophy, dominated as it was by the categories of Kant and Hegel, but to the rest of Europe they were merely a repetition of well-known theories. The essential feature was that Feuerbach consistently saw religion as the root of all social evil. He believed that when religious mystification was done away with there would be an end of the sources of social inequality, exploitation, egoism, and slavery. Religion was the source and epitome of all the evil in history, and he expected that public enlightenment, sweeping away religious prejudice, would at the same time eradicate social servitude. This was one of the main points, though not the only one, on which Marx soon took up a sharply critical attitude towards Feuerbach's philosophy. By the end of the 1840s Feuerbach had completely rejected Hegelianism, regarding it, like all other forms of idealism, as nothing but a continuation of religious fiction. All the creations of classic German philosophy, such as Hegel's idea, Fichte's ego, or Schelling's absolute, appeared to him simply as substitutes for the deity, reduced to a more abstract form by philosophical imagination. Interpreting humanity in purely zoological categories, he saw the social community as a form of natural cooperation within the species, distorted or depraved by religious prejudice, while in moral speculation he did not advance beyond the eudaimonistic schema of the Enlightenment. The sweep of his rhetoric, with its humanistic and free-thinking ideas, won him many adherents. The essence of Christianity had immense influence in Germany and played a large part in transforming the young Hegelian camp by radicalizing its anti-religious orientation. To Marx in particular, Feuerbach's philosophy was not only a point of repulsion but also one of the main stimuli that enabled him to reject Hegelian categories in his own thinking. He also owed much to Feuerbach as regards knowledge of the history of philosophy, especially in the 16th and 17th centuries. He adopted the critique of Hegelianism as a philosophy that put the predicate where the subject should be and gave human creations priority over man himself, and made use of it in his analysis of Hegel's philosophy of law. It might be thought that after Marx's criticisms the philosophy of Feuerbach was completely outdated, especially in view of his rather dull and repetitive style. Yet it continues to excite interest among seekers after a universal humanistic formula, and even among theologians. The radical anthropocentrism which is its chief feature may be summed up as follows. Firstly, man is the only value, all others are instrumental and subordinate. Secondly, man is always alive, finite, concrete entity. Thirdly, there are permanent features of human nature which make it possible for men to live in a harmonious community based on mutual love and respect for life. Fourthly, the abolition of religion in the dogmatic and mystical forms in which it has hitherto been known will open the way to a new, authentic religion of humanity, enabling men to attain what has been their true object in all religions, namely the satisfaction of their need for happiness, solidarity, equality, and freedom. Chapter V. After completing his studies Marx returned to Trier in the spring of 1841 and afterwards moved to Bonn, where he began to write for young Hegelian journals. His first article, on the Prussian government's new decree concerning press censorship, was written for the Deutsche Jahrbucher, the issue of which was confiscated as a result. It appeared in 1843 in a collective work published in Switzerland. However, Marx was able to publish a series of articles on this subject in the Rheinische-Zeitung, a liberal bourgeois journal founded at Cologne at the beginning of 1842 and dominated by young Hegelian writers. Among its contributors were Adolf Rutenberg, Friedrich Engels, Moses Hess, Bruno Bauer, Karl Koppen, and Max Stirner. Marx himself edited the paper from October 1842 to March 1843. During this time, apart from articles on the freedom of the press, he wrote analyses of the debates in the Landtag, in which for the first time he devoted his attention to economic questions and the standard of living of the deprived classes. Adopting a radical democratic standpoint, he denounced the pseudo-liberalism of the Prussian government and stood up for the oppressed peasantry. The state and intellectual freedom. From the point of view of the development of Marx's theories, his early journalistic writings are important for two main reasons. In his sharp attacks on the censorship law, he spoke out unequivocally for the freedom of the press, against the leveling effect of government restriction, and also expressed views concerning the whole nature of the state and the essence of freedom. Pointing out that the vagueness and ambiguity of the press law placed arbitrary power in the hands of officials, Marx went on to argue that censorship was contrary not only to the purposes of the press, but to the nature of the state as such. The freedom of the press has quite a different basis from censorship, for it is the form of an idea, namely freedom, and is an actual good. Censorship is a form of servitude, the weapon of a worldview based on appearances against one based on the nature of things. Censorship is something purely negative. Freedom lies so deeply in human nature that even the opponents of freedom help to bring it about by combating its reality. The essence of a free press is the rational essence of freedom in its fullest character. A censored press is a thing without a backbone, a vampire of slavery, a civilized monstrosity, a scented freak of nature. Is there any further need to prove that freedom is in accordance with the essence of the press, and that censorship is contrary to it? Thus, Marx continues, censorship, like slavery, can never be rightful, even though it existed 1,000 times in the form of laws, and a press law is a true law only when it protects the freedom of the press. Censorship is contrary to the very nature of law and of the state, for a free press is an indispensable condition of a state fulfilling its own nature. It is embodied civilization, the individual's link with the state, a mirror of the people. A censored press depraves public life and means that the government hears only its own voice. Freedom does not require arguments to justify it, for it is part and parcel of man's spiritual life. In a free system, every separate world revolves round the central sun of freedom as, and only as, it revolves upon itself. For is it not a denial of one person's freedom to demand that he should be free after the manner of another? The written word is not a means to an end, but an end in itself, and must not be confined by laws that have in view any interest other than spiritual development. In this argument, as will be seen, Marx distinguishes the real law and state, those which correspond to their own proper nature, from laws and institutions which are maintained by police methods but are only binding in an external sense. This distinction belongs to the Hegelian tradition. A state and a law which are not the realization of freedom are contrary to the very concept or essence of state and law, and are thus not truly such, even though upheld by force. Marx, however, unlike Hegel, denies that freedom of speech and writing can be limited by the overriding interest of the true state, since he claims that this freedom is an essential part of the concept of a state. Thus, while he uses the normative concept of the state as a model with which existing states are to be compared so as to determine whether they are real or merely empirical, in applying this method he parts company with Hegel by asserting that the freedom of diversity is an essential human value which carries with it its own justification. Another main theme appears at this time in Marx's comments on the Landtag debate on the law concerning the theft of timber. Defending the peasantry and the customary law, Marx adopted a philanthropic viewpoint but also argued that the Landtag was degrading the laws and the authority of the state to the role of an instrument of the private interests of landowners, and was thus contravening the very idea of the state. In this way he opposes the state, representing the whole community, to institutions which turn it into the agent of one sectional group or another. At this stage, however, it is not clear that he has any answer to the question as to how state institutions can be brought into conformity with the general interest, or how, if at all, the state is capable of solving social questions, especially poverty and the inequality of incomes. 2. Criticism of Hegel. The state, society, individuality. Marx's concern with politics led him to make a deeper study of Hegel's philosophy of law. His lengthy critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, written in 1843, remained unfinished, but some of its main ideas can be found in 2 articles entitled On the Jewish Question and Introduction to a Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. These were written towards the end of 1843 and appeared in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, which Marx was then editing in collaboration with Arnold Ruge and Hess. He had moved to Paris in the autumn of that year, accompanied by his newly wedded wife Jenny, the daughter of Baron Ludwig von Westphalen, a city councillor of Trier, and was in contact with local socialist organizations of French and German workers. Before this he probably knew something of communist propaganda in France from Laurence von Stein's Socialism and Communism in Present-day France. Stein, a conservative Hegelian, had been investigating socialist movements on the instructions of the Prussian government, which was interested in subversive activity among German workers in Paris. He was anti-socialist and regarded the class hierarchy as a precondition of organized society, but his book, which contained a large amount of information, was widely known in radical circles in Germany. In his long critique of Hegel, Marx attacked especially the idea that the state was, in its origin and value, quite independent of the empirical individuals who composed it. Hegel had argued that the functions of the state were connected with the individual in an accidental manner, whereas in fact there was between them an essential link, a vinculum substantial. Hegel conceived the functions of the state in an abstract form and in themselves, treating empirical individuals as an antithesis to them. But in fact, the essence of a human person is not that person's beard or blood or abstract physical nature, but his or her social character, and the state's functions are nothing more or less than the forms of existence and operation of man's social characteristics. It is reasonable, therefore, to consider individuals as representatives of the functions and authority of the state, from the point of view of their social and not their private character. In the second place Marx, following Feuerbach, criticizes the inversion of the relationship of predicate and subject in Hegel's philosophy, where human individuals, who are real subjects, are turned into predicates of a universal substance. In reality everything that is general is merely an attribute of individual being, and the true subject is always finite. To Hegel, the individual man is a subjective and secondary form of the existence of the state, whereas democracy starts from man and makes the state into objectified man. Just as religion does not make man, but man makes religion, so the constitution does not make the people, but the people makes the constitution. Marx thus endeavors to reduce all political institutions, as a matter of theory, to their actual human origins. At the same time he seeks to subordinate the real state to human needs, and to strip it of the appearance of independent value apart from its function as an instrument to serve the needs of empirical individuals. The aim of democracy as Marx understands it is to make the state once more an instrument of man, i.e. to de-alienate political institutions. Only a state which is a form of the existence of its people, and not a foreign body over against them, is a true state, one which conforms to the essence of statehood. An undemocratic state is not a state. Hegel perpetuates the gulf between man and state by regarding society not as the realization of personality but as a goal approached by the state. The empirical human being is thus the supreme reality of the state, but not its creator. T.N. Hegel it is not subjects who objectify themselves in the common cause, but the common cause itself becomes a subject. It is not subjects who need the common cause as their own true cause, but the common cause is in need of subjects as a condition of its own formal existence. It is the business of the common cause to exist as a subject also. The purport of this criticism is clear: if human individuals are only moments or stages in the development of universal substance, which through them attains the supreme form of being, then they are mere instruments of that universal substance and not independent values. The Hegelian philosophy thus sanctions the delusion that the state as such is the embodiment of the general interest, which is only the case if the general interest is completely alienated from the interests and needs of actual individuals. This question is closely connected with that of the state bureaucracy. Hegel believed that the spirit of the state and its superiority to the particular interests of its citizens were embodied in the consciousness of officialdom, for officials identified their particular interest with that of the state as a whole and thus, as an organ of the state, effected a synthesis between the common good and that of particular sections or corporations. To Marx this was an illusion, a reflection within Hegelianism of the ideology of the Prussian bureaucracy which persuaded itself that it was the supreme embodiment of the general good. The fact was, on the contrary, that wherever the bureaucracy is a principle of its own, where the general interest of the state becomes a separate, independent, and actual I-25 interest, there the bureaucracy will be opposed to the corporations in the same way as every consequence is opposed to its own premises. The purpose of a true state is not that each citizen should devote himself to the general cause as though to a particular one, but that the general cause should be truly general, i.e. the cause of every citizen. Hegel distinguished two separate spheres of contemporary life, viz. Civil society and the political state. In this division, which Marx accepted, civil society was the totality of divergent particular interests, individual and collective empirical daily life with all its conflicts and disputes, the forum in which every individual carried on his day-to-day existence. At the same time, as a citizen he was a participant in the organization of the state. Hegel believed that the conflicts within civil society were held in check and rationally synthesized in the supreme will of the state, independent of particular interests. On this point Marx strongly opposes the Hegelian illusion. The division into two spheres is real, but a synthesis between them is not possible. The state in its present form is not a mediator between particular interests, but a tool of particular interests of a special kind. Man as a citizen is completely different from man as a private person, but only the private person who belongs to civil society possesses real, concrete existence. As a citizen he is part of an abstract creation whose apparent reality is based on a mystification. This mystification did not exist in the Middle Ages, for in those days the division into estates was also an immediate political division. The articulation of the civil community coincided with the political division. Modern societies, which have altered or abolished the political significance of the division into estates, have brought about a dualism which affects every human existence and creates within every human being a contradiction between his private capacity and his capacity as a citizen. Marx does not set out, however, merely to describe this contradiction but to explain its origin. J. The idea of social emancipation. In his essay on the Jewish question Marx repeats this theme more clearly, in the form of a description and a plan of action. Commenting on Bauer's critique of the subject, he expresses his own idea of human as distinct from political emancipation. Bauer, in Marx's opinion, turned social questions into theological ones. He called for religious emancipation as the chief precondition of political emancipation and was content with a program for liberating the state from religion, i.e. establishing the latter. But, Marx objected, religious restrictions were not a cause of secular ones, but a manifestation of them. By freeing the state from religious limitations we do not free mankind from them. The state may free itself from religion while leaving the majority of its citizens in religious bondage. In the same way the state may cancel the political effect of private property, i.e. abolish the property qualification for voting, etc., and may declare that differences of birth and station have no political significance, but this does not mean that private property and differences of birth and station will cease to have any consequences. In short, a purely political and therefore partial emancipation is valuable and important, but it does not amount to human emancipation, for there is still a division between the civil community and the state. In the former, people live a life which is real but selfish, isolated, and full of conflicting interests. The state provides them with a sphere of life which is collective, but illusory. The purpose of human emancipation is to bring it about that the collective, generic character of human life is real life, so that society itself takes on a collective character and coincides with the life of the state. Bauer does not penetrate to the real source of antagonism between individual and collective life, he combats only the religious expression of that conflict. The freedom he proclaims is that of a monad, the right to live in isolation, as in the Declaration of the Rights of Man, it is based on mutual self-limitation. Given the separation of the two spheres, the state does not help to abolish the egoistic character of private life but merely provides it with a legal framework. Political revolution does not liberate people from religion or the rule of property, it merely gives them the right to hold property and to profess their own religion. Political emancipation thus confirms the dichotomy of man. The actual individual man must take the abstract citizen back into himself and, as an individual man in his empirical life, in his individual work and individual relationships, becomes a species being. Man must recognize his own forces as social forces. 127. Organize them and thus no longer separate social forces from himself in the form of political forces. Only when this has been achieved will human emancipation be completed. In this way Marx came upon the idea which, in the political context, enabled him to go beyond the purely political, republican, anti-feudal program of the young Hegelians and to proclaim the objective of a social transformation which would remove the conflict between private and political life. From the philosophical point of view, this was based on the idea of an integrated human being overcoming his own division between private interest and the community. Marx's conception of humanity goes far beyond Feuerbach, since the mystification of religion appears to him merely as a manifestation, not a root, of social servitude. He does not, like Feuerbach, regard man from a naturalistic point of view, he does not imagine a return to innate rules of cooperation which would, of their own accord, prevail in human society once the religious alienation was overcome. On the contrary, he regards the emancipation of man as a specifically human emancipation made possible by the identification of private with public life, the political with the social sphere. The conscious absorption of society by the individual, the free recognition by each individual of himself as a bearer of the community is, in Marx's view, the way in which man rediscovers and returns into himself. However, as these postulates are expressed in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right and the essay on the Jewish question, they remain utopian inasmuch as they simply oppose the actual state of man's dichotomy to an imaginary unity, described in very abstract terms. The question of how and by means of what forces that unity is to be attained remains open. For the discovery of the proletariat. The introduction to a critique of Hegel's philosophy of right is regarded as a crucial text in Marx's intellectual development, as it is here that he expresses for the first time the idea of a specific historical mission of the proletariat, and the interpretation of revolution not as a violation of history but as a fulfillment of its innate tendency. 128. The latter idea appears in a letter from Marx to Ruger written in September 1843. Let us develop new principles for the world out of its own principles. Let us not say to it, cease your nonsensical struggles, we will give you something real to fight for. 5 Let us simply show the world what it is really fighting for, and this is something the world must come to know, whether it wishes to or not. The reform of consciousness consists only in the world becoming aware of its own consciousness, awakening it from vague dreams of itself and showing it what its true activity is. Then it will be seen that the world has long been dreaming of things that it only needs to become aware of in order to possess them in reality. It may be seen that the tremendous role that Marx ascribes to the awakening of consciousness does not signify, as it did with most of the young Hegelians, with Feuerbach and the majority of socialist writers of the 30s and 40s, that people could be offered an arbitrary ideal of social perfection, so sublime and irresistible that they would at once seek to put it into practice. In Marx's view, a reformed consciousness was a basic condition of social transformation because it was, or could be, the revealing and explication of what had been merely implicit, because it gave recognizable form to what had all along been the aims of the struggle for liberation, and thus converted an unconscious historical tendency into a conscious one, an objective trend into an act of will. This is the basis of what Marx later called scientific socialism, as opposed to the utopian variety which confined itself to propounding an arbitrarily constructed ideal. In calling for a revolution as a result of men coming to understand the meaning of their own behavior, Marx turned his back on the utopianism of contemporary socialists and on Fichte's opposition, which the young Hegelians had taken over, between obligation and reality. In the introduction, Marx pursued this theme and at the same time emphatically opposed Feuerbach's critique of religion. He accepts that man is the creator of religion, but adds that man is the world of man, the state, society. This state, this society, produce religion's inverted attitude to the world, because they are an inverted world themselves. Religion is the imaginary realization of human being, because human being possesses no true reality. Thus the struggle against religion is indirectly the struggle. 129. Against that world whose spiritual aroma is religion. Religion is the opium of the people. The real happiness of the people requires the abolition of religion, which is their illusory happiness. In demanding that they give up illusions about their condition, we demand that they give up a condition that requires illusion once. The holy form of human self-alienation has been unmasked. The first task of philosophy, in the service of history, is to unmask self-alienation in its unholy forms. The criticism of heaven is thus transformed into criticism of earth, the criticism of religion into the criticism of law, and the criticism of theology into the criticism of politics. Having thus exposed the delusions of the anti-religious criticism which claims to possess in itself the power to abolish human servitude, Marx repeats his critique of conditions in Germany, where the only revolutions have been philosophical ones, a state of political anachronism, with all the drawbacks and none of the advantages of the new order. The liberation of Germany can only be brought about by ruthless awareness of its true position. We must make the actual oppression even more oppressive by making people conscious of it, and the insult even more insulting by publicizing it. We must force these petrified relationships to dance by playing their own tune to them. To give people courage, we must teach them to be alarmed by themselves. A German revolution would mean the realization of German philosophy by its own abolition. But philosophy can only be realized in the sphere of material action. The weapon of criticism is no substitute for criticism by weapons. Material force must be opposed by material force. But theory, too, will become material force as soon as it takes hold of the masses. This it can do when its proofs are ad hominem, that is to say when it becomes radical. To be radical is to grasp the matter by the root, and for man, the root is man himself. The social revolution can only be carried out by a class whose particular interest coincides with that of all society, and whose claims represent universal needs. That class is the proletariat, which has a universal character by reason of the universality of its sufferings, and which does not lay claim to any specific rights because the injustice to which it is subjected is not particular but general. It cannot liberate itself without breaking free from all the 130 Marx 9's early political and philosophical writings. Other classes of society and thereby liberating them also. It stands for the total ruin of man, and can recover itself only by his total redemption. Thus the liberation of the proletariat signifies its abolition as a separate class and the destruction of class distinctions in general by the abolition of private property. Marx believes that Germany is the destined birthplace of the proletarian revolution because it is a concentration of all the contradictions of the modern world together with those of feudalism. To abolish a particular form of oppression in Germany will mean the abolition of all oppression and the general emancipation of mankind. The head of this emancipation is philosophy, its heart is the proletariat. Philosophy cannot realize itself without transcending the proletariat cannot transcend itself without realizing philosophy. It is noteworthy that the idea of the proletariat's special mission as a class which cannot liberate itself without thereby liberating society as a whole makes its first appearance in Marx's thought as a philosophical deduction rather than a product of observation. When Marx wrote his introduction, he had seen very little of the actual workers' movement, yet the principle he formulated at this time remained the foundation of his social philosophy. He also formulated at this early stage the idea of socialism, not as the replacement of one type of political life by another but as the abolition of politics altogether. In articles published in the Paris journal Vorwärts in the summer of 1844 he declared that there could not be a social revolution with a political soul, but there could be a political revolution with a social soul. Revolution as such was a political act, and there could be no socialism until the old order was overthrown, but when the organization of socialism begins and when its true purpose and soul are brought to the forefront, then socialism will cast off its political entanglement. It should be observed that from start to finish Marx's socialist program did not, as his opponents have often claimed, involve the extinction of individuality or a general leveling for the sake of the universal good. This conception of socialism was indeed characteristic of many primitive communist doctrines. It can be found in the utopias of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, influenced as they are by traditions of monastic communism. 131. And in socialist works of the 1840s. To Marx, on the other hand, socialism represented the full emancipation of the individual by the destruction of the web of mystification which turned community life into a world of estrangement presided over by an alienated bureaucracy. Marx's ideal was that every man should be fully aware of his own character as a social being, but should also, for this very reason, be capable of developing his personal aptitudes in all their fullness and variety. There was no question of the individual being reduced to a universal species being. What Marx desired to see was a community in which the sources of antagonism among individuals were done away with. This antagonism sprang, in his view, from the mutual isolation that is bound to arise when political life is divorced from civil society, while the institution of private property means that people can only assert their own individuality in opposition to others. From the outset, then, Marx's criticism of existing society makes sense only in the context of his vision of a new world in which the social significance of each individual's life is directly evident to him, but individuality is not thereby diluted into colorless uniformity. This presupposes that there can be a perfect identity between collective and individual interests, and that private, egoistic motives can be eliminated in favor of a sense of absolute community with the whole. Marx held that a society from which all sources of conflict, aggression, and evil have been thus extirpated was not only thinkable, but was historically imminent. Chapter 6. The Paris Manuscripts. The Theory of Alienated Labor. The Young Engels. In Paris in 1844 Marx was engaged in composing a critique of political economy in which he attempted to provide a general philosophical analysis of basic concepts: capital, rent, labor, property, money, commodities, needs, and wages. This work, which was never finished, was published for the first time in 1932 and is known as the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844. Although merely an outline, it has come to be regarded as one of the most important sources for the evolution of Marx's thought. In it he attempted to expound socialism as a general worldview and not merely a program of social reform, and to relate economic categories to a philosophical interpretation of man's position in nature, which is also taken as the starting point for the investigation of metaphysical and epistemological problems. In addition to German philosophers and socialist writers, Marx addressed himself in this work to the writings of the fathers of political economy, whom he had begun to study: Quesnay, Adam Smith, Ricardo, Say, and James Mill. It would, of course, be quite wrong to imagine that the Paris manuscripts contain the entire gist of Capital, yet they are in effect the first draft of the book that Marx went on writing all his life, and of which Capital is the final version. There are, moreover, sound reasons for maintaining that the final version is a development of its predecessor and not a departure from it. The manuscripts, it is true, do not mention the theory of value and surplus value, which is regarded as the cornerstone of mature Marxism. But the specifically Marxist theory of value, with the distinction between abstract and concrete labor and the recognition of the labor force as a commodity, is nothing. 133. But the definitive version of the theory of alienated labor. I critique of Hegel. Labor as the foundation of humanity. Marx's negative point of reference is contained in Hegel's phenomenology, in particular the theory of alienation and of labor as an alienating process. The greatness of Hegel's dialectic of negation consisted, in Marx's view, in the idea that humanity creates itself by a process of alienation alternating with the transcendence of that alienation. Man, according to Hegel, manifests his generic essence by relating to his own powers in an objectified state and then, as it were, assimilating them from the outside. Labor, as the realization of the essence of man, thus has a wholly positive significance, being the process by which humanity develops through externalization of itself. Hegel, however, identifies human essence with self-consciousness, and labor with spiritual activity. Alienation in its original form is the alienation of self-consciousness, and all objectivity is alienated self-consciousness, so that the transcendence of alienation, in which man reassimilates his own essence, is the transcendence of the object and its reabsorption into the spiritual nature of man. Man's integration with nature takes place on the spiritual level, which makes it, in Marx's view, an abstraction and an illusion. Marx, following Feuerbach, bases his own view of humanity on labor, understood as physical commerce with nature. Labor is the condition of all spiritual human activity, and in it man creates himself as well as nature, the object of his creativity. The objects of human need, those in which he manifests and realizes his own essence, are independent of him, that is to say, man is also a passive being. But he is a being for himself, not merely a natural being, so that things do not exist for him simply as they are, irrespective of their being human objects. Human objects are not natural objects, therefore, in the form in which they are immediately given, and human sense, as it is immediately given in its objective form, is not human sensibility and human objectivity. Consequently, the transcendence of the object as alienated cannot be, as Hegel maintained, the transcendence of objectivity itself. In order to show how man can reabsorb nature and the object into himself, it is necessary first to 134. Explain how the phenomenon of alienation actually arises, through the mechanism of alienated labor. 2. The social and practical character of knowledge. Since, in Marx's view, the basic characteristic of humanity is labor, i.e. contact with nature in which man is both active and passive, it follows that the traditional problems of epistemology must be looked at from a fresh standpoint. Marx denied the legitimacy of the questions posed by Descartes and Kant. It is wrong, he argued, to inquire how the transition from the act of self-consciousness to the object is possible, since the assumption of pure self-awareness as a starting point rests on the fiction of a subject capable of apprehending itself altogether independently of its being in nature and society. On the other hand, it is equally wrong to regard nature as the reality already known and to consider man and human subjectivity as its product, as though it were possible to contemplate nature in itself regardless of man's practical relation to it. The true starting point is man's active contact with nature, and it is only by abstraction that we divide this into self-conscious humanity on the one hand and nature on the other. Man's relationship to the world is not originally contemplation or passive perception, in which things transmit their likeness to the subject or transform their inherent being into fragments of the subject's perceptual field. Perception is, from the beginning, the result of the combined operation of nature and the practical orientation of human beings, who are subjects in a social sense and who regard things as their proper objects, as designed to serve some purpose. Man assimilates his many-sided essence in a many-sided way, and thus as a whole man. his whole human attitude to the world, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, thought, contemplation and sensation, desire, action, and love, in short, all the organs of his personality, and those that in their form are directly social organs, constitute in their objective relationship, or their relation to the object, an assimilation of that object, an assimilation of human reality. Their relation to the object is a manifestation of human reality. The eye became a human eye, and its object became a social and human object, created by man and destined for him. Thus the senses, in practice, became directly theoreticians. They relate themselves to things with regard to the thing itself, but the thing itself is an objective, human relationship to itself. 135. And also to man, and vice versa. An object is not the same to the eye as it is to the ear, and the object of the eye is different from that of the ear. The peculiarity of every essence is its own peculiar essence, and hence also its peculiar way of objectifying it, its own objectively real, live being. To the unmusical ear the finest music means nothing, it is not an object for it. To be an object for me, a thing must be a confirmation of one of the forces of my being. It can exist for me only as a force of my being exists for itself, as a subjective faculty, since the significance of the object for me can extend no further than my own senses extend. The senses of a social man, then, are different from the senses of an unsocial one. Marx, it may be seen, takes up the basic question posed by Kant and Hegel, viz. How can the human mind be at home in the world? Is it possible, and if so how, to bridge the gulf between the rational consciousness and the world which is simply given in a direct, irrational form? If the question is put in such general terms as this, we may say that Marx inherited it from classical German philosophy, but the specific questions he asks are different, especially from those of Kant. In the latter's doctrine, the alienness of nature vis-a-vis the free and rational subject is insuperable. The duality of the subject matter of cognition, i.e. the fundamental difference between what is given and a priori forms, cannot be overcome in real terms. The manifoldness of the data of experience cannot be rationalized. The subject, which is self-determining and therefore free, encounters nature, which is constrained by necessity, as something other than itself, an irrationality which it has to tolerate. In the same way ideals and moral imperatives cannot be derived from the world of irrational data, so that the real and the ideal are bound to be in conflict. The unity of the world comprising subject and object, sense and thought, the freedom of man and the necessity of nature, such unity is a limiting postulate which reason can never actually bring about, but towards which it must strive without ceasing. Thus reality is an unceasing limitation for the subject, its mental faculties, and its moral ideals. In Hegel's view the Kantian dualism was an abdication of rationalism, and the postulate of unity as the unattainable limit of endless striving represented an anti-dialectic view of the world. If the gulf between the two worlds to which man belongs remains equally wide in every single 136 cognitive or moral act, then the striving to overcome it is a sterile infinitude in which man's inability to heal his internal rift is endlessly reproduced. Hegel therefore seeks to represent the process whereby the subject gradually assimilates reality as a progressive discovery of its latent rationality, i.e. its spiritual essence. Reason is impotent if it cannot discover rationality in the very facticity of being, if it wraps itself up in its own perfection and is at the same time encumbered with an irrational world. But when it discovers emergent rationality in that world, when it perceives reality as a product of self-consciousness and of the self-limiting activity of the Absolute, then it is able to recover the world for subjectivity, and this is the task of philosophy. It was perhaps Feuerbach who first made Marx aware of the arbitrary and speculative character of the solution proposed by Hegelian idealism to the dualism of Kant. Hegel presupposes that actual existence is alienated self-consciousness, merely in order to recover the world for the thinking subject. But self-consciousness cannot, by alienating itself, create more than an abstract semblance of reality, and if, in human life, products of this self-alienation come to acquire power over men, it is our task to put them back in their proper place and recognize abstractions for what they are. Man is himself part of nature, and if he recognizes himself in nature, it is not in the sense of discovering in it the work of a self-consciousness that is absolutely prior to nature, but only in the sense that, in the process of the self-creation of man by labor, nature is an object for man, perceived in a human fashion, cognitively organized in accordance with human needs, and given only in the context of the practical behavior of the species. Nature itself, considered in the abstract, fixed in separation from man, is nothing as far as he is concerned. If the active dialogue between the human species and nature is our starting point, and if nature and self-consciousness as we know them are given only in that dialogue and not in a pure inherent sense, then it is reasonable for nature as we perceive it to be called humanized nature, and for mind to be called the self-knowledge of nature. Man, a part and product of nature, makes nature a part of himself. It is at once the subject matter of his activity and a prolongation of his body. From this point of view there is no sense in putting the question as to a creator of the world, since it presupposes the unreal situa. 137. Of the non-existence of nature and man, a situation which cannot be posited even as a fictive starting point. By inquiring as to the creation of nature and man, you abstract from both man and nature. You assume their non-existence and yet wish to have it proved that they exist. Let me tell you, then, that if you give up your abstraction you will likewise abandon your question. Since, for socialist man, the whole of so-called universal history is nothing but the formation of man by human labor, the shaping of nature for man's sake, man thus possesses a clear, irrefutable proof that he is born of his own self, a proof of the process whereby he has come to be. Since the essentiality of man and nature has become something practical, sensual, and evident, since man has become for man practically, sensually, and evidently the being of nature, and nature has become for man the being of man, the question of a foreign being over and above both man and nature, has become a practical impossibility. Atheism, as a denial of that non-essentiality, is also meaningless, for atheism consists in denying the existence of God and establishing man's being on that denial. But socialism as such no longer needs such assistance, it takes as its starting point the theoretical and practical sensual awareness of man and nature as an essence. It is the positive self-consciousness of man which no longer stands in need of the abolition of religion, just as real life is the positive reality of man which no longer stands in need of the abolition of private property, that is to say, communism. Thus, in Marx's view, epistemological questions in their traditional form were no less illegitimate than metaphysical ones. A man cannot consider the world as though he were outside it, or isolate a purely cognitive act from the totality of human behavior, since the cognizing subject is an aspect of the integral subject which is an active participant in nature. The human coefficient is present in nature as the latter exists for man, and, on the other hand, man cannot eliminate from his intercourse with the world the factor of his own passivity. Marx's thought on this point is equally opposed to the Hegelian theory of self-consciousness constituting the object as an exteriorization of itself, and to the versions of materialism which he encountered, in which cognition was, at its source, a passive reception of the object, transforming it into a subjective content. Marx describes his own view as consistent naturalism or humanism, which, he says, differs equally from idealism and materialism, being the truth which unites them both. It is an anthropocentric 138 viewpoint, seeing in humanized nature a counterpart of practical human intentions. As human practice has a social character, its cognitive effect, the image of nature, is the work of social man. Human consciousness is merely the expression in thought of a social relationship to nature, and must be considered as a product of the collective effort of the species. Accordingly, deformations of consciousness are not to be explained as due to the aberrations or imperfections of consciousness itself. Their sources are to be looked for in more original processes, and particularly in the alienation of labor. 3. The alienation of labor. Dehumanized man. Marx considers the alienation of labor on the basis of capitalistic conditions in their developed form, in which land ownership is subject to all the laws of a market economy. Private property is, in his view, a consequence and not a cause of the alienation of labor. However, the Paris manuscripts as they have survived do not examine the origins of this alienation. In the developed conditions of capitalist appropriation, the alienation of labor is expressed by the fact that the worker's own labor, as well as its products, have become alien to him. Labor has become a commodity like any other, which means that the worker himself has become a commodity and is obliged to sell himself at the market price determined by the minimum cost of maintenance. Wages thus tend inevitably to fall to the lowest level that will keep the workman alive and able to rear children. The situation which thus arises in the productive process is analogous to that which Feuerbach described in connection with the invention of gods by the human mind. The more wealth the worker produces, the poorer he gets, the more the world of things increases in value, the more human beings depreciate. The object of labor is opposed to the labor process as something alien, objectified, and independent of its producer. The more the worker assimilates nature to himself, the more he deprives himself of the means of life. But it is not only the product of labor that is alienated from the subject, labor itself is so alienated, for instead of being an act of self-affirmation it becomes a destructive process and a source of unhappiness. The worker does not toil to satisfy his own need to work, but to keep himself alive. He does not feel truly L39 himself in the labor process, i.e. in that form of activity which is specifically human, but only in the animal functions of eating, sleeping, and begetting children. Since, unlike animals, man produces even when he is free from physical need, and indeed it is only then that he produces in the true sense, the alienation of labor dehumanizes the worker by making it impossible for him to produce in a specifically human manner. Work presents itself to him as an alien occupation, and he forfeits his essence as a human being, which is reduced to purely biological activities. Labor, which is the life of the species, becomes only a means to individual animalized life, and the social essence of man becomes a mere instrument of individual existence. Alienated labor deprives man of his species life, other human beings become alien to him, communal existence is impossible, and life is merely a system of conflicting egoisms. Private property, which arises from alienated labor, becomes in its turn a source of alienation, which it fosters unceasingly. The reification of the worker, the fact that his personal qualities of muscle and brain, his abilities and aspirations, are turned into a thing, an object to be bought and sold on the market, does not mean that the possessor of that thing is himself able to enjoy a free and human existence. On the contrary, the process has its effect on the capitalist, too, depriving him of personality in a different way. As the worker is reduced to an animal condition, the capitalist is reduced to an abstract money power, he becomes a personification of this power, and his human qualities are transformed into aspects of it. My power is as great as the power of money. The attributes and essential strength of money are those of myself, its owner. It is not my own personality which decides what I am and what I can afford. I may be ugly, but I can buy the prettiest woman alive, consequently I am not ugly, since money destroys the repellent power of ugliness. I may be lame, but with money I can have a coach and six, therefore I am not lame. I may be bad, dishonest, ruthless, and narrow-minded, but money ensures respect for itself and its possessor. Money is the supreme good, and a man who has it must be good also. The effect of the alienation of labor is to paralyze man's species life and the community of human beings, and therefore it paralyzes personal life also. In a developed capitalist society. 140. The entire social servitude and all forms of alienation are comprised in the worker's relationship to production. The emancipation of workers is therefore not simply their emancipation as a class with particular interests, but is also the emancipation of society and humanity as a whole. However, the emancipation of the worker is not simply a question of abolishing private property. Communism, which consists in the negation of private property, exists in different forms. Marx discusses, for instance, the primitive totalitarian egalitarianism of early communist utopias. This is a form of communism which seeks to abolish everything that cannot be made the private property of all, and therefore everything that may distinguish individuals. It seeks to abolish talent and individuality, which is tantamount to abolishing civilization. Communism in this form is not an assimilation of the alienated world but, on the contrary, an extreme form of alienation that consists in imposing the present condition of workers upon everybody. If communism is to represent the positive abolition of private property and of self-alienation, it must mean the adoption by man of his own species essence, the recovery of himself as a social being. Such communism resolves the conflict between man, between essence and existence, the individual and the species, freedom and necessity. In what, however, does the positive abolition of private property consist? Marx suggests an analogy with the abolition of religion, just as atheism ceases to be significant when the affirmation of man is no longer dependent on the negation of God. In the same way, socialism in the full sense is the direct affirmation of humanity independent of the negation of private property. It is a state in which the problem of property has been solved and forgotten. Socialism can only be the result of a long and violent historical process, but its consummation is the complete liberation of man with all his attributes and possibilities. Under the socialist mode of appropriation, man's activity will not be opposed to him as something alien, but will be, in all its forms and products, the direct affirmation of humanity. There will be wealthy man and wealthy human need. A rich man is at the same time a man needing the manifestations of human life in all their fullness. Whereas in conditions of alienated labor the increase of demand multiplies the effect of alienation, the producer strives artificially. 141. To arouse demand and to make people dependent on more and more products, which in such circumstances only increase the volume of servitude in socialist conditions. The wealth of requirements is indeed the wealth of mankind. While the Paris manuscripts thus attempt to establish socialism as the realization of the essence of humanity, they do not present it as an ideal pure and simple but as a postulate of the natural course of history. Marx does not regard private property, the division of labor, or human alienation as mistakes that could be rectified at any time if men came to a correct understanding of their own situation. He regards them as indispensable conditions of future liberation. The vision of socialism outlined in the manuscripts involves the full and perfect reconciliation of man with himself and nature, the complete identification of human essence and existence, the harmonization of man's ultimate destiny and his empirical being. It may be supposed that a socialist society in this sense would be a state of complete satisfaction, an ultimate society with no incentive or need for further development. While Marx does not express his vision in these terms, he does not rule out such an interpretation either, and it is encouraged by his view of socialism as the removal of all sources of human conflict and a state in which the essence of humanity is empirically realized. Communism, he says, is the solution to the riddle of history and is aware of that fact. The question then arises whether it is not also the termination of history. For critique of Feuerbach. The philosophy of the manuscripts is confirmed and completed by Marx's theses on Feuerbach, written in the spring of 1845. Published by Engels in 1888, after Marx's death, they were regarded as an epitome of the New World View and are among the most frequently quoted of their author's works. They contain the most trenchant formulation of Marx's objections to Feuerbachian materialism, especially his opposition of a purely contemplative theory of knowledge to a practical one and the different meaning he ascribed to religious alienation. The reproach that Marx leveled against Feuerbach and all previous materialists was that they envisaged objects merely in a contemplative way and not as sensuous, practical, human activity. 142. Not subjectively 5, with the result that it was left to idealism to develop the active side but only abstractly, since of course idealism does not know real, actual, sensuous activity as such. 5. This objection repeats the thought expounded in more detail in the manuscripts, perception is itself a component of man's practical relationship to the world, so that its object is not simply given by indifferent nature but is a humanized object, conditioned by human needs and efforts. The same practical standpoint appears in Marx's refusal to enter into a speculative dispute on the conformity of thought with its object. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power, the this-sidedness in the sense of not needing one another. Their needs are such as to make them mutually dependent, and so they have been obliged to enter into relationships. This they did not as pure egos but as individuals at a particular stage of development of their productive forces and needs, which were in turn determined by their mutual intercourse. In this way their personal, individual behavior towards one another has created their existing relationships and renews them day by day. The history of an individual cannot be detached from that of his predecessors or contemporaries, but is determined by them. For Marx, then, the intentions of individuals are of little account in determining the effect and social significance of their behavior in a situation in which it is not individuals that regulate social ties, but the ties they have created become an independent, alien force regulating the lives of individuals. In the present age individuality is overwhelmed by material forms or by contingency. This constraint has reached an extreme form and has thereby imposed on humanity the necessity of bringing about a revolution which will destroy the element of Con. 170. Ting in C and give individuals the power once again to control their mutual relations. That is what communism means, restoring the control of individuals over the material, reified forms in which their mutual ties are expressed. In the last analysis, the task facing humanity consists of abolishing the division of labor, and this presupposes the attainment of a stage of technological development at which the system of private property and division of labor presents itself as a hindrance, so that technology itself requires their abolition. Private property can only be abolished on condition of an all-round development of individuals, since the existing forms of exchange and productive forces are universal and only individuals developing in a universal manner can assimilate them, that is to say transform them into free vital activity. In a communist society the universal development of individuals is no empty phrase, but it does not mean that the individual is to seek self-affirmation independently of others, in monadic isolation and in the assertion of his rights against the community. On the contrary, this development is conditioned by the existing link between them, a link constituted partly by economic premises, partly by the necessary solidarity of the free development of all, and finally by the universal nature of the activity of individuals on the basis of the productive forces existing at a given time. For this reason the idea of individual liberation based on Stirner's category of the unique ego is an idle fantasy. If uniqueness is merely the consciousness of uniqueness, this can of course be realized in any conditions, as an act of pure thought, without any change of external reality. If it merely signifies the obvious fact that everyone is different from everyone else in some respect or other, then it cannot be a program, since, for what it is worth, it is already the case. As Leibniz observed, there are no two identical things, even the passports of no two men are alike, and in this way even officialdom or the police ensure the identity and uniqueness of every human being. But we are not concerned with such commonplace matters. For the notion of uniqueness to be any use it should denote originality, a particular skill or ability, but these can only display themselves as social values, within the community. Uniqueness in the sense of originality implies that the individual. The German ideologue, 171. Dual's activity in a particular sphere is unlike that of other individuals of the same kind. La Pergenie is an incomparable singer precisely because, as a singer, we compare her with others. In the light of this analysis we can easily perceive the error of those totalitarian interpretations of Marx, less frequent now than formerly, which represent his ideal of communism as a society in which the individual is identified with the species by the extinction of all creative initiative and all qualities that might distinguish him from his fellows. On the other hand, Marx does not believe that individuals can determine or assert their true personality by a mere act of self-knowledge. Self-affirmation of this kind can take place in any conditions, It calls for no change in the world of social ties, and therefore it cannot eradicate human servitude or the process by which human beings eternally forge and reforge the bonds of their own alienation. In Marx's view, the affirmation of one's own individuality involves the restoration of man's social character or species nature as distinct from, and opposed to, the state of contingency, i.e. enslavement to alienated forces. Under communism, the disappearance of the antagonism between personal aspirations and the species is not a matter of identification, whether forced or voluntary, between the two, and thus of generalized mediocrity and uniformity. What it means is that conditions will be such that individuals can develop their aptitudes fully, not in conflict with one another but in a socially valuable way, instead of superiority turning itself, as now, into privilege or the subjugation of others. Depersonalization, if we may introduce this modern term, derives from the subjection of individuals to the work of their own hands and brains. It cannot be cured by a mere reform of ideas, but by reasserting control over inanimate forces which have gained the upper hand over their creators. However, to say that Marx did not intend the totalitarian version of his theory is not to say that that version is a mistake and nothing more. We shall have to consider in due course whether Marx's vision of social unity did not contain elements contrary to his own intention, and whether he is not to some extent responsible for the totalitarian form of Marxism. Can that unity in fact be imagined in any other way than that of a totalitarian state, however little Marx himself supposed this to be the case? 172. 7. Alienation and the division of labor. In and subsequent writings Marx uses the term alienation less frequently, and some critics infer from this that he no longer thought of society in the same categories as before. This, however, appears to be a mistake. According to the Paris manuscripts, the process that engenders all other forms of servitude is that of alienated labor, to which private property is secondary. Marx does not inquire, however, what gives rise to alienated labor itself. In the root of all evil is the division of labor, private property being once again a secondary phenomenon. It should not be supposed, however, that the division of labor is only a more precise formulation of the rather vague term alienation. Marx's view is that the division of labor consequent on the improvement of tools is the first source of the alienating process and, through it, of private property. This happens because the division of labor leads necessarily to commerce, i.e. the transformation of objects produced by man into vehicles of abstract exchange value. When things become commodities, the basic premise of alienation already exists. Inequality, private property, alienated political institutions for the protection of privilege, all these are a continuation of the same process. The phenomenon of alienated labor continues to operate and to be created in production. A particular form of alienation ensues when physical and mental work are separated from each other. This leads to the self-delusion of ideologists who believe that their thoughts are not dictated by social needs but derive their power from immanent sources. The very existence of ideologists as a group increases support for the notion that ideas have an inherent validity of their own. A note appended to Part I of provides evidence that Marx did not abandon the category of alienation and did regard the division of labor as its primary source. It runs: individuals have always regarded themselves as the point of departure, their relations are part of the real process of their lives. How can it be, then, that their relationships become independent of them, that the forces of their own lives gain control over them? The answer: 173. In a word, is the division of labor, the degree of which depends on the extent to which productive forces have developed. Although the word alienation occurs less often, the theory is present in Marx's social philosophy until the end of his life. Commodity fetishism in Capital is nothing but a particularization of it. When Marx writes that commodities produced for the market take on an independent form, that social relations in the commercial process appear to the participants as relations among things over which they have no control, and that the supreme type of this fetishism is money as a standard of value and means of exchange, in all this Marx is reproducing the theory of self-alienation that he had formulated in 1844. That social relationships and the whole of history are the work of human beings, which escapes from their control and takes on a more and more autonomous aspect. This, to the very end, was a fundamental determinant of Marx's ideas on the degradation of mankind under capitalism and the social function of the proletarian revolution. 8. The liberation of man and the class struggle. There is another point which some critics have taken as signifying a change of attitude in the German ideology, viz. that whereas in the manuscripts and earlier writings Marx spoke of the emancipation of mankind in general, this idea is now replaced by that of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. But here too there is no real alteration. Marx continued throughout his life to regard communism as the liberation of the whole of mankind. The proletariat was to be the conscious instrument of that liberation, as being the class which had suffered the extreme degree of dehumanization. It is generally recognized as essentially Marx's view that communism meant the abolition of the class system, not merely the substitution of one ruling class for another, and this view is in complete accordance with his early idea of liberation. Dehumanization cannot affect one class alone, it applies to all classes, though in different degrees, and although the possessing class turns it into a source of pride. It is true, indeed, that the 174 aspect of universal liberation is less prominent in Marx's later works than that of the revolution inspired by the class interest of the proletariat. This is already the case in the German ideology, and is easily explained by the polemical context and particularly the critique of true socialism. According to this doctrine, the socialist utopia, which involved the general liberation of mankind, could and ought to be attained by a universal moral appeal to all social classes without distinction. In other words, true socialism meant socialism without the class struggle and without a revolution inspired by class interests. Marx was convinced, however, that the particular interest of the proletariat and its struggle against the possessing classes was the motive force of the socialist revolution, and that while the revolution would bring about the final disappearance of classes and social antagonism, there must be a transitional period during which the proletariat would continue to oppose its exploiters. As Marx became more closely acquainted with political realities, he took more interest in organizing the revolution than in portraying the ideal society, let alone planning the details of communism in action after the manner of Fourier and others. He was more interested, therefore, in the class struggle than in social eschatology. Nevertheless, the whole theory of the class struggle made no sense without that eschatology, and Marx adhered throughout his life to the basic premises of communism as he had formulated them in 1844. He believed that in the class struggle it was no good appealing to general human interests, but only to those of the oppressed. Later, and especially in the critique of the Gotha program, he expressly distinguished the first, negative, post-revolutionary phase from the universal community of the future. But the prospect of that community was continuously in his mind, as we may see, for example, from the third volume of Capital, and it is not inconsistent either with the class struggle or with the belief that the proletariat, by defending its own class interest, will be the liberator of the whole human race. G. The epistemological meaning of the theory of false consciousness. False consciousness is not regarded by Marx as error in the cognitive sense, just as the emancipation of consciousness is not a matter of rediscovering truth in the ordinary sense. In the 175 German ideology, as in the Paris manuscripts, Marx refuses to concern himself with epistemological questions. For him there is no problem of the world being reflected in the mind, except in the sense of his repeated statement that consciousness signifies people's awareness of the nature of their lives. Questions of the correspondence between thought and reality in itself are meaningless, as is the opposition of subject and object considered as two independent entities, one absorbing images produced by the other. As Marx says in the Theses on Feuerbach, the question of the reality of the world as distinct from practical human interests is a purely scholastic one and is the result of ideological mystification. Since extra-human nature is nothing to man, who knows nature only as the objectification of his own activity, and since cognition signifies imparting a human sense to things, The difference between false and liberated consciousness is not that between error and truth, but is a functional difference related to the purpose served by thought in the collective life of mankind. Wrong thinking is that which confirms the state of human servitude and is unaware of its own proper function. Emancipated thought is the affirmation of humanity, enabling man to develop his native abilities. Consciousness is the mental aspect of human life, a social process whereby men communicate with one another and assimilate nature in a humanized form. It can either intensify the slavery of man, imprisoned and dominated by material objects, or help towards his liberation. Consciousness determines things, but does not make them objective. As Marx puts it in his critique of Hegel, from the point of view of self-knowledge, what is unacceptable in alienation is not that the object is definite, but that it is objective. Or as he says in one of his early articles, the character of things is a product of reason. Every object, in order to be something, must distinguish itself and remain distinguished. By imposing a definite form on every object of discourse and, as it were, giving permanent shape to flowing reality, reason creates the mani. 176. Foldness of the world, which would not be universal without many one-sidednesses. 5. For Marx, then, there is no question of knowledge having an epistemological value distinct from its value as an organ of human self-affirmation. The restoration of a sound consciousness is one aspect, and not merely a result, of the de-alienation of labor. Marx's epistemology is part of his social utopia. Communism does away with false consciousness, not by substituting a correct image of the world for an incorrect one, but by dispelling the illusion that thought is or can be anything other than the expression of a state of life. It is not a matter of providing new answers to questions of metaphysics and epistemology, but of denying their validity, whether the question be that of God's creation of the world, or that of being in itself and the relation to it of subjective data. When we understand the genesis and function of human thought, purely epistemological questions fall to the ground. Thought is always an articulation of its own time in history, but whether it is good or bad does not depend merely on whether it is helpful to the governing class at that time, for if this were so, we should have to regard bourgeois thought as good at the present day. Thought can and must be judged from an absolute standpoint, not, however, as related to a reality separate from man, but as related to the emancipated consciousness, affirming in an absolute manner the species essence of man. Consciousness may thus be false even when it correctly expresses the historical situation in which it arises, and we can only speak of false consciousness, or ideology, with reference to the absolute state of emancipation. Having in mind Marx's conception of reason as a practical organ of collective existence, and of the object as something defined though not objectivized by reason, we may describe his epistemology as one of generic subjectivism. Chapter 9. Recapitulation. We may attempt at this stage to recapitulate Marx's thought in the form it had assumed by 1846. From 1843 onwards he developed his ideas with extreme consistency, and all his later work may be regarded as a continuation and elaboration of the body of thought which was already constituted by the time of the German ideology. One Marx's point of departure is the eschatological question derived from Hegel: how is man to be reconciled with himself and with the world? According to Hegel, this comes about when mind, having passed through the travail of history, finally comes to understand the world as an exteriorization of itself. It assimilates and ratifies the world as its own truth, divests it of its objective character, and actualizes everything in it that was originally only potential. Marx, following Feuerbach, places in the center of his picture the earthly reality of man, as opposed to the Hegelian spirit developing through empirical individuals or using them as its instrument. For man, the root is man himself, the basic reality, self-derived and self-justified. To Marx, like Hegel, looks forward to man's final reconciliation with the world, himself, and others. Again, following Feuerbach against Hegel, he does not see this in terms of the recognition of being as a product of self-knowledge, but in the recognition of sources of alienation in man's terrestrial lot and in the overcoming of the state of affairs. Rejecting the young Hegelian critical principle, he refuses to accept the eternal conflict between negative self-knowledge and the resistance of an unresponsive world, but envisages a alienated state in which man will affirm himself in a world of his own creation. On the other hand, he disagrees with Feuerbach's view that alienation results from the mythopoeic consciousness which makes God the concentration of human values. Instead, he regards this conscious 178 recapitulation ness as itself the product of the alienation of labor. 3. Alienated labor is a consequence of the division of labor, which in its turn is due to technological progress, and is therefore an inevitable feature of history. Marx agrees with Hegel against Feuerbach in seeing alienation not merely as something destructive and inhuman but as a condition of the future all-round development of mankind. But he dissents from Hegel in regarding history up to the present time not as the progressive conquest of freedom but as a process of degradation that has reached its nadir in the maturity of capitalist society. However, it is necessary for man's future liberation that he should undergo the extremes of affliction and dehumanization, since we are not concerned with regaining a lost paradise, but with the reconquest of humanity. For alienation means the subjugation of man by his own works, which have assumed the guise of independent things. The commodity character of products and their expression in money form has the effect that the social process of exchange is regulated by factors operating independently of human will, after the fashion of natural laws. Alienation gives rise to private property and to political institutions. The state creates a fictitious community to replace the lack of real community in civil society, where human relations inevitably take the form of a conflict of egoisms. The enslavement of the collectivity to its own products entails the mutual isolation of individuals. 5. Alienation is thus not to be cured by thinking about it, but by removing its causes. Man is a practical being, and his thoughts are the conscious aspect of his practical life, although this fact is obscured by false consciousness. Thought is governed by practical needs, and the image of the world in a human mind is regulated not by the intrinsic quality of objects but by the practical task in hand. Once we realize this, we perceive the nullity of questions which have only arisen because philosophers did not understand the conditions that gave rise to them, namely the separation of intellectual from practical activity. We deny the validity of metaphysical and epistemological problems engendered by the false hope of attaining to some absolute reality beyond the practical horizon of human beings. 6. The transcendence of alienation is another name for communism, a total transformation of human existence. The Recapitulation 179. Recovery by man of his species' essence. Communism puts an end to the division of life into public and private spheres, and to the difference between civil society and the state. It does away with the need for political institutions, political authority and governments, private property and its source in the division of labor. It destroys the class system and exploitation, it heals the split in man's nature and the crippled, one-sided development of the individual. Contrary to Hegel's view, the distinction between the state and civil society is not eternal. Contrary to the views of the liberal Enlightenment, social harmony is to be sought not by a legislative reform that will reconcile the egoism of each individual with the collective interest, but by removing the causes of antagonism. The individual will absorb society into himself. Thanks to alienation, he will recognize humanity as his own internalized nature. Voluntary solidarity, not compulsion or the legal regulation of interests, will ensure the smooth harmony of human relations. The species can then realize itself in the individual. Communism destroys the power of objectified relations over human beings, gives him control again over his own works, restores the social operation of his mind and senses, and bridges the gulf between humanity and nature. It is the fulfillment of the human calling, the reconciliation of essence and existence in human life. It also stands for the consciousness of the practical, humane, and social character that belongs to all intellectual activity, and repudiates the false independence of existing forms of social thought, philosophy, law, religion. Communism turns philosophy into reality, and by so doing abolishes it. 7. Communism does not deprive man of individuality or reduce personal aspirations and abilities to a dead level of mediocrity. On the contrary, the powers of the individual can only flourish when he regards them as social forces, valuable and effective within a human community and not in isolation. Communism alone makes possible the proper use of human abilities. Thanks to the variety of technical progress, it ensures that specifically human activity is freed from the constraint of physical need and the pressure of hunger and is thus truly creative. It is the realization of freedom, not only from exploitation and political power but from immediate bodily needs. It is the solution to the problem of history and is also the end of it. Recapitulation. History as we have known it, in which individual and collective life are subject to contingency. Henceforth man can determine his own development in freedom, instead of being enslaved by material forces which he has created but can no longer control. Man, under communism, is not a prey to chance but is the captain of his fate, the conscious molder of his own destiny. 8. Contrary to what the utopian socialists claim, communism is not an ideal in opposition to the real world, a theory which might have been invented and put into practice at any time in history. It is itself a trend in contemporary history, which is evolving the premises of communism and moving unconsciously towards it. This is because the present age stands for the maximum of dehumanization. On the one hand it degrades the worker by turning him into a commodity, on the other it reduces the capitalist to the status of an entry in a ledger. The proletariat, being the epitome of dehumanization and the pure negation of civil society, is destined to bring about an upheaval that will put an end to all social classes, including itself. The interest of the proletariat, and that of no other class, coincides with the needs of humanity as a whole. The proletariat, therefore, is not a mere agglomeration of suffering, degradation, and misery, but also the historical instrument by which man is to recover his heritage. The alienation of labor has operated through the ages to create the working class, the agent of its destruction. 9. But the proletariat is more than the instrument of an impersonal historical process, it fulfills its destiny by being conscious of that destiny and of its own exceptional situation. The consciousness of the proletariat is not mere passive awareness of the part assigned to it by history, but a free consciousness and a fount of revolutionary initiative. Here the opposition of freedom and necessity disappears, for what is in fact the inevitability of history takes the form of a free initiative in the proletariat consciousness. By understanding its own position, the proletariat not only understands the world but ipso facto sets about changing it. This consciousness is not a mere Hegelian acknowledgement and assimilation of past history, it is turned towards the future, in an active impulse of transformation. At the same time it is not, as Fichte and the young Hegelians would have it, a mere negation of the existing order, but an urge to. Recapitulation 181. Create a movement that is already potentially there, an innate trend of history, but one that can only be set in motion by the free initiative of human beings. In this way the situation of the proletariat combines historical necessity and freedom. While communism is the final transformation of all spheres of life and human consciousness, the motive force of the revolution that brings it about must be the class interest of the exploited and destitute proletariat. The revolution has a negative task to perform, and this devolves on the proletariat as long as it is necessary to carry on the struggle with the possessing classes. Communism is not established merely by abolishing private property, it requires a long period of social convulsion, which is bound to result in the consummation demanded by history and by the improvement of instruments of production. Communism has as its precondition advanced technical development and a world market, and will itself result in more intensive technical development. This, however, will not turn against its creators as in the past, but will help them to full self-realization as human beings. These are the fundamental principles of Marx's theory, from which he never departed. The whole of his work, down to the last page of Capital, was a confirmation and elaboration of these ideas. Engels, from a more empirical point of view, gave expression to the same vision of a classless communist society, to be brought about by the initiative of the working class activating the natural trend of history. On the other hand, Engels adopted a different standpoint as regards the cognitive and ontological link between man and nature. In his later works, the idea of the philosophy of praxis, as we have discussed it, gives place to a theory which subjects humanity to the general laws of nature and makes human history a particularization of those laws, thus departing from the conception of man as the root and of the humanization of nature. In so doing, Engels created a new version of Marxist philosophy, differing as much from its original as did post-Darwinian European culture from the age that preceded it. Chapter X. Socialist ideas in the first half of the 19th century as compared with Marxian socialism. I. The rise of the socialist idea. From 1847 onwards, Marx occasionally reverted to philosophic speculations of the kind that dominate his early writings. The instances of this are important, as they confirm the essential continuity of his thought and enable us to relate his political and economic ideas to the trends of his earliest thinking. However, his mature writings are directly focused on an increasingly precise analysis, of which Capital provides the most finished version, of the functioning of the capitalist economy, together with polemics against various socialist doctrines and programs which, in his opinion, misinterpreted the historical and economic facts and impeded the development of the workers' revolutionary movement. Having joined issue with German true socialism, he proceeded to challenge Proudhon, utopian socialism, Bakunin, and Lassalle. All these quarrels and controversies were of great importance to the history of the workers' movement, but not all of them involved new departures in the realm of theory. At the time when Marx came into the field as a theoretician of the proletarian revolution, socialist ideas already had a long life behind them. If we sought to provide a general definition of socialism in historical as opposed to normative terms, i.e. to identify the common features of the ideas that went under that name in the first half of the 19th century, we should find the result extremely jejune and imprecise. The mainspring of the socialist ideas that arose under the combined influence of the Industrial and the French Revolution was the conviction. 183. That the uncontrolled concentration of wealth and unbridled competition were bound to lead to increasing misery and crises, and that the system must be replaced by one in which the organization of production and exchange would do away with poverty and oppression and bring about a redistribution of the world's goods on a basis of equality. This might imply the complete equalization of wealth, or the principle of to each according to his labor, or, eventually, to each according to his needs. Beyond the general conception of equality, socialist programs and ideas differed in every respect. Not all of them even proposed to abolish private ownership of the means of production. Some advocates of socialism regarded it as essentially the cause of the working class, while others saw it as a universal human ideal which all classes should help to bring about. Some proclaimed the necessity of a political revolution, others relied on the force of propaganda or example. Some thought that all forms of state organization would soon be done away with, others that they were indispensable. Some regarded freedom as the supreme good, others were prepared to limit it drastically in the name of equality or efficient production. Some appealed to the international interest of the oppressed classes, while others did not look beyond the national horizon. Some, finally, were content to imagine a perfect society, while others studied the course of historical evolution in order to identify the natural laws which would ensure the advent of socialism. The invention of the term socialism was claimed by Pierre Leroux, a follower of Saint-Simon, who used it in the journal Le Globe in 1832. It was also used in Britain in the 1830s by the disciples of Robert Owen. As the name and the concept became widely known, theorists and adherents of the new doctrine naturally turned their attention to its antecedents in Plato's Republic, the communist ideas of medieval sectarians and the Renaissance utopianists, especially Thomas More and Campanella. In these writers and their imitators in the 17th and 18th centuries it was possible to discern a continuity of ideas despite their very different philosophies. Plato's hierarchic society was a long way from the egalitarian tenets of most modern socialists, and the ascetic ideals of medieval doctrinaires were specifically religious in character. But More's utopia owed its origin to reflection on the first symptoms. 184. Of capitalist accumulation, and the advocates of socialism found much to sympathize with in its ideals: the abolition of private property, the universal obligation to work, the equalization of rights and wealth, the organization of production by the state, and the eradication of poverty and exploitation. From the 16th to the 18th century, socialist ideas were generally inspired not merely by reflection on the sufferings of the downtrodden classes, but by a philosophical or religious belief that antagonisms and conflicts of interest, inequality and oppression were contrary to God's plan or nature's, which intended men to live in a state of peace and harmony. Some exponents of these ideas went so far as to maintain that the perfect society required all its members to be completely uniform in all respects, not only their rights and duties, but their way of life and thought, food and clothing, and even their physical appearance. In some cases, the ideal of static perfection excluded any notion of creativity or progress. Campanella was an exception. His Civita Solis, unlike More's utopia, left plenty of room for scientific and technical discovery. 2. Bobovism. The first active manifestation of socialism after the revolution of 1789 was the conspiracy of Gracchus Babeuf. Filippo Buonarroti, who took part in the conspiracy, published an account of it in 1828, thanks to which its ideas became for the first time generally known. Babeuf and the Bobovists took their philosophy in the main from Rousseau and the utopianists of the Enlightenment, and regarded themselves as the successors of Robespierre. Their basic premise was the idea of equality. As Buonarroti wrote, "The perpetual cause of the enslavement of peoples is nothing but inequality, and as long as it exists the assertion of national rights will be illusory as far as the masses are concerned, sunk as they are beneath the level of human dignity. As all men have by nature the same right to all earthly goods, the source of inequality is private property, and this must be done away with. In the future society wealth will be distributed equally to all, irrespective of the work they do. There will be no right of inheritance, no large cities, all will be compelled to do." 185. Physical work, and to live in the same manner. In addition to laying down the principles of the new society, the Bobovists planned the way to it by organizing, under the Directory, a conspiracy to overthrow the existing order. Since the masses were not yet liberated from the spiritual influence of the exploiters, they could not at once exercise power, which would be wielded for them by the conspirators. Later, when education became universal, the populace would govern itself through elected bodies. Babeuf's conspiracy was detected in 1796, and he was tried and guillotined. His ideas were to some extent carried on by Louis Blanqui. The Bobovist program was not expressed in specific class categories, but merely distinguished rich and poor, or peoples and tyrants. Its egalitarian rhetoric, however, was one of the first attempts at an economic criticism of private property as the foundation of society. The Bobovist movement is also important because it reflected for the first time a conscious conflict between the revolutionary ideal of freedom and that of equality. Freedom meant not only the right of assembly and the abolition of legal differences between estates of the realm, but also the right of every man to carry on economic activity without hindrance and to defend his property. Freedom, therefore, meant inequality, exploitation, and misery. Babeuf's conspiracy was in its immediate origin a reaction of the Jacobin left to the coup of Thermidor, but ideologically it went far beyond the Jacobin tradition. The Bobovists took over the Jacobin conception of society in terms of political power acquired by force, and bequeathed this to the French socialist movement. The Manifeste d'Ego drawn up in 1796 by Sylvain Marechal described the French Revolution as the prelude to another, much greater and final revolution. The leaders would not allow this document to be published, as they drew the line at two of its statements. The first was, "Let all the arts perish, if need be, so that we may have true equality." The second called for the abolition of all differences not only between rich and poor, masters and servants, but also between rulers and the ruled. The former statement reveals a tendency that was often to recur in communist movements. Equality is the supreme value. 186. And in particular equality in the enjoyment of material goods. Taken to an extreme, This means that it matters less whether people have much or little so long as they all have the same. If there is a choice between improving the lot of the poor but allowing inequality to subsist, or leaving the poor as they are and depressing everyone to their level, it is the second alternative that must be chosen. The various communist and socialist groups did not actually envisage the matter in these terms, since they were all certain that the equalization of wealth would produce, if not abundance, at any rate a sufficiency for all. Most of them also naively assumed that the deprivation of the workers was due to the conspicuous consumption of the rich, and that if all the goods enjoyed by the privileged classes were distributed among the people, the result would be general prosperity. In the first stage of socialist ideas, however, moral indignation at poverty and inequality was not distinguished from economic analysis of capitalist production, but rather took the place of such analysis. As with the utopianists of the Enlightenment, morally or mably, the principle of the community of goods was deduced from a normative theory according to which human beings, simply as such, have an identical right to whatever the earth provides. Whether this view was defended by quotations from the New Testament or by the materialist tradition of the Enlightenment, the conclusion was the same: inequality of consumption is contrary to human nature, and so is rent, interest, and any unearned income. As to abolishing the difference between the rulers and the ruled, this, as an immediate revolutionary aim, belongs rather to the tradition of anarchism. The Bobovists rejected it, as they envisaged a period of dictatorship in the general interest for as long as might be necessary to destroy or disarm the enemies of equality. Altogether, the Bobovist movement marks the point at which liberal democracy and communism began to part company, as it came to be seen that equality was not a completion of liberty but a limitation of it. This does not mean, however, that the dilemma was at once obvious to all. For some time, liberal democracy and socialism were present in mixed and intermediate forms. Only 1848 drew a clear line between them. 187. Similarly, the terms communist and socialist were for a long time not clearly distinguished. By the 1830s, however, the former name was in general used by those radical reformers and utopians who demanded the abolition of private property and absolute equality of consumption, and who did not rely on the goodwill of governments or possessors, but on the use of force by the exploited. After 1830, in both France and England, the parent countries of socialism, socialist ideas and the embryonic workers' movement appeared in combination in various ways. Even before this, however, ideas of a radical reform of society on socialist though not communist lines were ventilated in both countries in the form of theoretical reflections on the development of industry. This type of socialism, in which the chief names are Saint-Simon, Fourier, and Robert Owen, had an important influence on Marx's thought, both positively and negatively. It was not itself a protest by the deprived classes, but sprang from the observation and analysis of social misery, exploitation, and unemployment. 3. Saint-Simonism. Claude Henry, Comte de Saint-Simon, was the real founder of modern theoretical socialism, conceived not merely as an ideal but as the outcome of a historical process. He was a descendant of the famous Duke, fought in the American War of Independence and, after the Revolution, engaged in trade operations which led to bankruptcy. He had a lifelong interest in philosophical subjects and in the possibility of reforming society by reforming the method of studying it. He also formulated the idea, taken up afterwards by Auguste Comte, of reducing every branch of knowledge to a positive state, having first liberated it from its theological and metaphysical phases. In his early works, including Lettres des Trois Habitants de Genève and Introduction Auxiliary Travaux Scientifiques du XIXe siècle, he called for a form of political science that would be as positive and reliable as the physical sciences. Another Newton was needed to impose unity on the body of knowledge accumulated since his day. Scholars would in time lead the nations on their path towards happiness. In 1814-18, aided by the future historian. 188. Augustin Thierry, he drew up plans of political reform on a European scale, These included parliamentary government on British lines and a supranational European Assembly to ensure peace, cooperation, and unity on the medieval lines, but inspired by liberalism instead of theocracy. As time went on, he took an increasing interest in broad problems of economic organization. He reached the conclusion that the proper function of the state was to look after productivity and that it should apply methods of industrial management to all social questions. Developing this subject with the assistance of Auguste Comte, who was his secretary from 1818 to 1822, he finally abandoned economic liberalism and formulated the principle of a future organic five social community, which gained many adherents and was the basis of his fame. Saint Simon believed that the future of humanity was to be discerned in the light of past historical changes and trends. The conclusion he came to, although he did not work it out systematically, was similar to that of historical materialism, viz. that all political change has been due to the evolution of the instruments of production, and today's technology calls for corresponding political change. Poverty and crises are caused by free competition and the resulting anarchy of production and exchange. This anarchy, however, subjects those who contribute to production, manufacturers, merchants, industrial and agricultural workers, to the authority of incompetent drones and idlers. The most important dividing line, in Saint Simon's opinion, was between producers and those who merely consumed the fruits of others' labor. The future society, to which industrial concentration was leading, would be one in which industry was managed by the producers of wealth, production would be planned and measured by social needs, and private property, while still permitted, would change its character, as its use would be subordinated to the general good and not left to the owner's whim. Inheritance would be abolished, so that property would be enjoyed only by those who had earned it by their abilities and application. Competition would give way to emulation, private interest would become an instrument of self-improvement, devoted to serving the community instead of opposing it. The social hierarchy would 189. Be preserved but would no longer be hereditary. The highest positions would be held by bankers allocating investment resources and wise men supervising the general development of society. The new industrial order would put an end to the poverty and humiliation of the most afflicted class of society, the proletariat. However, Saint Simon did not look to the oppressed workers to carry out his plans, but believed that society would be transformed for their benefit by manufacturers, bankers, scholars, and artists, once they had been convinced by the new doctrine. Political power would undergo a complete change. It would not be a matter of governing people but of administering things, i.e. ensuring that human beings made the best possible use of nature's gifts. To bring about this change, nothing more was needed than peaceful reforms such as the acquisition of parliamentary power by industrialists. From time to time Saint Simon also appeared to the governing class to support his plan. In his last major work Le Nouveau Christianisme, 1825, he declared that political science must be based on still more fundamental principles, namely religious ones. Far from spelling the ruin of Christian civilization, the industrial society would fulfill its essential meaning and especially the precept to love one another. Self-interest was not enough as a basis for social organization, sentiment and religion were necessary, and religious life was a permanent feature of human existence and could never become obsolete. The religious strain in Saint Simon's program was emphasized by his immediate followers, who systematized his thought and contributed elements of their own. In the Exposition de la Doctrine de Saint Simon by Enfantin and Bazard, of which the first volume appeared in 1830, we see clearly the process by which his social philosophy transformed itself into a dogma and his adherents into a sect. We also find there a detailed exposition of ideas which in some cases were no more than outlined by Saint Simon himself. The Saint Simonist school regards history as a continual progress in which, however, two phases alternate, the organic and the critical. Organic periods are those in which certain principles of thought are generally accepted, there is a clear-cut social hierarchy and an unbroken unity of faith. Critical periods are necessary transitional phases of disharmony and disunity, in which the sense of community is lost and the bonds of society are relaxed. Europe has been in this state since the Reformation but is now moving into a new organic period, which will be permanent and not succeeded by one of anarchy. It will be a kind of return to medieval theocracy, but without its contempt for the body and for temporal needs. Instead, the new Christianity will be imbued with the spirit of science and technical progress and will regard productive work as essentially valuable. Belief in God and a future life will be maintained, as will the priesthood, but the whole system of religion will be harmonized with man's concern for his earthly welfare. This prospect, according to the Saint Simonians, is not an arbitrary one but can be deduced from the whole of history, in which we may trace the gradual development of cooperative principles. The growth of industry and its increasing centralization call for a fundamental change in the organization of production. Idlers are sharing less and less in the fruits of labor, as we see from the falling rates of interest in industrial countries. But the seeds of future development must be encouraged to sprout. At present, competition and anarchy are widening the gap between classes, since manufacturers reduce wages in order to cut prices. Thanks to the hereditary principle, the means of production are controlled by incompetent persons and the irrational privilege of birth has replaced that of estates of the realm. In the new society, instead of man exploiting man, the earth will be made to fructify by cooperating producers, and their output will not be consumed by idlers. This will be achieved by doing away with the right of inheritance, especially as regards the means of production, abolishing interest on capital, and organizing productivity on a state-centralized basis. The state will allocate investment credits and all the means of production to manufacturers in accordance with their abilities and with social needs. The right to use the means of production will depend on ability, and the exercise of that right under state supervision will be the sole form of property. Men will not be governed by selfish interests alone but by sentiment and enthusiasm, willingness to work for others, morality and religion. Incomes will not be equal, since the principle is to each according to his labor, but this inequality will not be due to exploitation and will therefore not be injurious to the 191. Community or tend to revive classes and class antagonisms. The illusory freedom which means nothing to the starving, and the equality before the law which is nullified by the privilege of wealth, will be superseded by the universal brotherhood of working men. Industrialists, artists, and men of learning will work harmoniously to improve the human race and satisfy its material, moral, and intellectual needs, while preserving the invaluable link with divinity that alone enables man to be happy and to love and help his neighbor. Like other moral and philosophical doctrines, Saint Simonism showed itself capable of evolving in opposite directions. Its authoritarian elements, the emphasis on social hierarchy, and a theocratic strain contributed, partly through Comte, to a conservative school of thought which stressed everything connecting Saint Simon with de Maistre and other traditionalist critics of the post-revolutionary order. But, on the other hand, Louis Blanc was a disciple of Saint Simon and so, through him, was La Salette. Socialist ideas, wherein the state was expected to play an important part in resolving class antagonisms, were largely an intellectual legacy of Saint Simon. As far as Marxian socialism is concerned, the most important features of his doctrine may be listed as follows: the firm belief in the regularity of history and its inexorable march towards socialism, the ruinous consequences of anarchic competition and the necessity of state economic planning, the replacement of political government by economic administration, science as the instrument of social progress, and the internationalist approach to politico-economic problems. What is contrary to Marxism, on the other hand, is the idea that the state as it now exists can be used to bring about a socialist transformation, likewise Saint Simon's appeal for cooperation between classes, and the religious overtones of his industrial order. The formula from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs was taken over by Marxist socialism from Louis Blanc, who modified Saint Simon's doctrine on this point. Like early Marxism, Saint Simon's doctrine requires to be judged within the framework of the Romantic movement, or rather as an attempt to overcome Romanticism from within. His critique of post-revolutionary society reflected not only sympathy with the downtrodden masses, but also alarm at the 192 dissolution of the bonds which had held the old society together. The Romantics, Saint Simon, and the young Marx condemned industrial civilization not only for its social injustice but because it replaced almost every link between human beings by the negative principle of private interest. The New World was one in which everything was for sale and was worth just what it would fetch in the market, while selfish motives took the place of human solidarity and fellow feeling. The Romantics for the most part blamed the state of affairs on technical progress, and idealized the rural or chivalrous communities of pre-industrial times. The Saint Simonists agreed with the Romantics in disliking the new industrial order, or rather disorder, but they saw the answer not in calling back the past but in a rational organization of production. They also believed, like Marx, that technical progress would cure its own destructive effects and restore to humanity, by which they meant mainly European organic unity based on scientific development instead of, as in former times, on the stagnation of a primitive agricultural community. The later fortunes and extravagances of the Saint Simonists, a priestly hierarchy, sexual mysticism, the Near Eastern quest for a female messiah, are irrelevant to the history of socialism. However, some manufacturers were attracted to the doctrine by the cult of industrial organization, technical efficiency, and the entrepreneurial spirit. In France, unlike Britain, the dawn of industrialization was associated with a semi-romantic ideology in which engineers and businessmen figured as the knights-errant and explorers of the new world of applied science. The Père Enfantin ended his career as the manager of a railway line, and another of Saint Simon's disciples, Ferdinand de Lesseps, built the Suez Canal. Of all pre-Marxist doctrines, Saint Simonism had the strongest effect in diffusing socialist ideas among the educated classes. 2 or 3 generations grew up on the novels of George Sand, who was among the converted. It was chiefly due to the Saint Simonists that a belief in socialism spread to the intellectuals of the great European countries, including German Romantics, British utilitarians, and Russian and Polish radicals. 193. 4. Owen. Unlike most of the socialist thinkers of his day, Robert Owen had been an industrialist and in direct contact with working-class life for many years before he put pen to paper. As compared with the French socialists, moreover, he lived in a country which suffered much more grievously from the ill effects of industrialization and mechanization. The son of a poor craftsman, Owen began to earn his living at an early age. By dint of great energy and ingenuity he set up a workshop of his own in Manchester. He later became the manager of a large cotton mill, married a manufacturer's daughter, and became manager and co-owner of a large textile factory at New Lanark in Scotland. There, from 1800 onwards, he carried on social and educational experiments designed to rescue workers and their families from poverty, degradation, and debauchery. His career as a manufacturer and philanthropist continued for many years. He reduced working hours to 10.5, employed no children under 10 years of age, introduced free primary education and relatively hygienic working conditions, and eliminated drunkenness and theft by persuasion instead of punishment. To the general surprise, he showed that on this basis he could achieve better results in production and trade than employers in whose factories adult and child workers were decimated by cruel and inhuman conditions, while disease, starvation, drunkenness, crime, and slave-driving methods degraded the laboring class to the level of animals. Owen described his experiments and their philosophical basis in A New View of Society, or Essays on the Principle of the Formation of the Human Character. In this work he sought to convince manufacturers and the aristocracy of the need for a reform of the industrial and monetary system, wages, and education, in the interest not only of workers but of capitalists and the whole of society. In numerous subsequent pamphlets, periodicals, articles, memorandums, and appeals to Parliament he continued to advocate his reformist ideas, exposing the horrors of industrialization and urging the adoption of social and educational measures which would remedy abuses without hindering technical progress. Above all, he sought to relieve the cruelty. 194. of the system which obliged children of 6 to work 14 or 16 hours a day in spinning mills. With great difficulty he succeeded in obtaining the passage of the Factory Act of 1819, the first law in England to limit child working hours in the textile industry. In speeches and writings from 1817 onwards he attacked the established church for keeping the masses in a state of poverty and superstition. The most erroneous and harmful of its doctrines, in his opinion, was that of the individual's responsibility for his character and actions. In later years Owen turned from philanthropy to organizing trade unions and cooperatives and planning a new type of society based on voluntary mutual aid without exploitation or antagonism. Pilloried for his attacks on private property and religion, he went to America in 1824 and attempted unsuccessfully to set up communist settlements there. He returned to England in 1829 and spent the rest of his life promoting the trade union and cooperative movement, being thus the first outstanding organizer of the British proletariat in its economic struggle. He advocated a labor currency to enable the price of products to be fixed at their real value, i.e. the average labor time required for their manufacture, and organized a labor exchange for the direct marketing of goods. Although the British trade unions and cooperatives subsequently changed the basis of their activity, they had in Owen not only a champion and theoretician but also their first large-scale organizer. The aims for which Owen fought were the practical ones of eliminating poverty, unemployment, crime, and exploitation. In this he was inspired by a few simple principles, the recognition of which would, in his opinion, suffice to cure all the ills of humanity. Above all, he took over from the 18th-century utilitarians the view that man does not form his own character, feelings, opinions, or beliefs but is irresistibly influenced by environment, family, and education. It is a fatal error to hold, as all religions do, that a man's will has any effect on his opinions or that the individual is responsible for his character and habits. Experience shows that people are conditioned by upbringing and circumstances, and criminals, no less than judges, are the product of their environment. Man has an innate desire for happiness, he has intellectual powers and animal instincts, and everyone comes into the world with different abilities and 195 inclinations. But knowledge and convictions are wholly the work of education, and man's prosperity and adversity depend on the knowledge he receives. The only source of the evil and unhappiness that have beset mankind through the ages is ignorance, particularly ignorance of human nature, and knowledge is the cure for all human ills. From all this it follows that a man cannot achieve happiness by acting against his neighbor, but only by means of actions directed to the happiness of all. The idea that man can be molded at will, and that there can be a social harmony which does not do away with private interests but reconciles them through education, is part of the stock-in-trade of the Enlightenment, but Owen derived from it practical conclusions which were intended to revolutionize the social system. The essential need, in his view, was to transform the educational milieu. Children, if properly taught, would imbibe lifelong instincts of cooperation and charity towards their fellows, but for this they must be given training at an early age and not driven to work in factories where they were physically degraded and kept in ignorance. Children are, without exception, passive and wonderfully contrived compounds, which, by an accurate previous and subsequent attention, founded on a correct knowledge of the subject, may be formed collectively to have any human character. And although these compounds, like all the other works of nature, possess endless varieties, yet they partake of that plastic quality which, by perseverance under judicious management, may be ultimately molded into the very image of rational wishes and desires. The reform of education must be accompanied by a reform of labor conditions. It is in the manufacturer's own interest to improve the lot of the workers, since they provide a mass demand for the goods they themselves produce. Poverty and low wages lead to crises of overproduction, in which goods remain on the market and employers are ruined. Owen at first hoped that by convincing capitalists of this he could enlist their support for his reforms. He finally decided, however, that the workers would have to rely on their own efforts for any improvement in their lot, although he never ceased to believe that reform was in the interest of the whole of society and could ig 6. be brought about without revolution, by gradual change and peaceful propaganda. In his later years Owen put his trust in communist settlements engaged in agriculture and industry, the nuclei of a future harmonious society. Here, thanks to good organization and loyal cooperation, people would produce more willingly, in greater quantity, and at a cheaper rate than elsewhere. Education would inculcate love of the community from the child's earliest years, and would eliminate religious intolerance and sectarian strife. The desire to help one's neighbor would be a sufficient incentive to work, without the stimulus of competition or public honors. Value would be measured by labor, the currency in circulation would correspond to the amount produced, and the economy would thus be immune to crises, overproduction, depression, or inflation. There would be no crime, drunkenness, or debauchery, no punishments, prisons, or executions. It was not true, as Malthus contended, that food supplies could not keep up with natural increase and that part of the population was therefore condemned to undernourishment and starvation. People could produce far more than they consumed, there was no known limit to the fertility of the soil, and production was increasing at an ever faster rate. Owen believed that if these simple truths were not universally accepted, it was only because people's minds were not ready for them. Thanks to ignorance, mankind had for centuries been in a kind of conspiracy to work its own undoing. Now that the moment of clarity had come, the whole of life could be reformed easily and quickly. In time the reform would spread all over the world, since it applied to the whole human species. National prejudices and enmities, belief in the inequality of man and the class system, all this was the fruit of superstition, and would disappear when superstition was eradicated. Owen's belief that human nature was unchangeable did not conflict with his theory that character can be molded, since he maintained that the permanent factor in humanity was its liability to change and also the desire for happiness. He often uses the term human nature in a normative rather than a descriptive sense, signifying man's duty to live in harmony and concord despite individual differences. Although it originated in practical experience, Owen's 197. doctrine, like that of the French socialists, centered round the conviction that socialism was a unique and heaven-sent discovery, so manifestly right that it was bound to be accepted by all classes as soon as proclaimed. Since Owen is never tired of repeating that innate determinism puts men at the mercy of inherited beliefs and prejudices, it is not clear how some of them, like Owen himself, are able suddenly to break free and to show others the way to social reform. These defiers of omnipotent tradition are, it would seem, endowed by the spontaneity of genius with the power to inaugurate a new era. Owen himself did not discuss this problem, he was only interested in philosophy insofar as it related directly to his plans for society, and even then contented himself with general formulas drawn from the Enlightenment tradition. He does not discuss the function of class consciousness, and is inclined, like most of the system builders of socialism, to ascribe to himself the role of a demiurge in the historical process. This is the chief point of difference between Owenite socialism and Marxism, and is the source of such other important differences as that concerning the respective role of economic and political reforms. Marx shared the view of Owen and others that in a socialist society the power of the state over men would in the end be superseded by the administration of things, i.e. of the productive process, but he held that this could only come about after a political upheaval. Owen, on the other hand, thought that a radical economic reform in a socialist spirit could be effected by appealing to universal human interests and with the aid of the existing state power. The British trade union movement is still marked by this outlook, which directly subordinates the political struggle to economic interests. The social democratic theories which treated workers' political parties as organs of the trade unions are a continuation of the same doctrine. In a more developed form, the question was to become a source of polemics at the time of the Second International. Owen's doctrine initiated a new phase of the British workers' movement, in which it ceased to be merely an outburst of despair and became a systematic force which in the end brought about immense social changes. Moreover, his attack on capitalism and his plans for a new society contained enduring features, although some of his ideas, for example, that of a labor 198 currency, developed by his followers John Gray and John Francis Bray, were soon discarded as they proved to be based on entirely false economic diagnoses. Meanwhile, at the end of the 1830s, a political workers' five movement made its appearance in England in the form of Chartism, which remained in the public view for the next 10 years. Engels wrote for its newspaper The Northern Star, founded in 1838 by Feargus O'Connor. The main Chartist demand was for equal and universal male suffrage. This they did not achieve, but their agitation led to the passage of further legislation against exploitation in industry. 5. Fourier. Charles Fourier, who enjoys the deserved reputation of a visionary and crank of the first order, described the future socialist paradise in more grandiose detail than any of the utopians who preceded him throughout history. Nevertheless, he was the first to make certain observations that proved of importance in the evolution of socialist ideas. He was an eyewitness and to some extent a victim of the economic crises, destitution, and speculation of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic era. These experiences formed the background to his system, which he regarded as the most important event in the history of the human race. Born at Besançon, the son of a rich merchant, Fourier was destined against his will for a business career. He became a commercial agent at Lyons in 1791, and in this capacity traveled extensively in France, Germany, and Holland. Eventually he founded a firm of his own, but was ruined by the events of the Revolution and thereafter held its ideas in abhorrence. Conscripted into the army, he was discharged in 1796, and became once more an agent at Lyons and subsequently a broker. After some years he moved to Paris, then returned to Lyons as a bank cashier, and finally settled in Paris, first as a trade official and then as a modest rentier. The last 4 decades of his life were spent in elaborating and publicizing his ideal of a perfect society. Nearly all his spare time was devoted to writing, and only a small fraction of it to reading. He sought incessantly for a patron who would invest a few million francs in the first phalanstery 5 or cell of the new society. It were once set up, he was convinced that the example 199 would prove irresistible in 4 years at the longest. Though embittered by failure, he continued his efforts and managed to recruit a small band of disciples, the chief of whom was Victor Considerant. Fourier began writing in 1800, and in 1808 expounded his system in the anonymous Théorie des quatre mouvements et de destinées générales. In 1822 he published his Traité/Association domestique et agricole, and in 1829 Le Nouveau Monde industriel et sociétaire. He left a number of manuscripts, some of which were published by his followers, while others have only recently seen the light of day. Fourier's extraordinary cast of mind is well illustrated by the account he gives of the manner in which he hit upon the basic principle of his system. Traveling from Rouen to Paris in 1798, he noticed a wide difference in the price of apples from one place to another, although the climate was the same. This brought home to him the harmful and destructive effect of middlemen, and thus inspired the whole conception of the new society. Fourier goes on to observe that in the history of the world there have been 2 pernicious apples, those of Adam and Paris, and 2 beneficial ones, Newton's and his own. The latter is more salutary than all previous human inventions put together. The world might, he adds, have been organized on his system at almost any time in the past, for instance in the age of Pericles, and this would have saved much suffering and unhappiness. Fourier was not the only theoretician of his time to see himself in the role of a savior, but he was more open about it than most. Fourier's doctrine was inspired by the phenomena of crisis, speculation, exploitation, and the misery of the workers. All this, he thought, was not an inevitable consequence of human nature but was due to a wrongful system of labor and exchange. Human needs and passions were ineradicable, but they only led to unhappiness because society was badly organized. The problem was to order matters in such a way that they conduced to the general good instead of to antagonism. Modern civilization was contrary to the natural order as established by God, we must rediscover nature's demands and organize public life accordingly. The society of the future would be composed of settlements called phalansteries, in which all passions would be satisfied and would serve constructive ends. Altogether 12 passions were common. 200. To human beings, though in varying proportion, 4 related to sentiment, 1 to each of the 5 senses, and the remaining 3 were distributive. 5, the desire for change, love of intrigue, and the tendency to unite in competing groups. By means of elaborate calculation, Fourier showed that the combinations of these passions produced 810 types of character, and the basic unit of his society, which he called the phalanx 5, should consist, for maximum variety, of twice this number of individuals plus a reserve, making a total of 2,000. Production was to be organized in such a way that everyone had an occupation congenial to his character. Work would not be a form of drudgery but a stimulus and a source of pleasure. No one would be obliged to stick at the same job, everyone would have at least 40 different aptitudes, and could change employment several times a day if he felt like it. Unpleasant jobs like killing animals or cleaning sewers and drains could be performed by children, who like playing in the dirt. The phalanstery was to be an agricultural and industrial unit. Life would be communal, but privacy would not be sacrificed, the dwellings would be hotels rather than barracks, everyone would be completely free to follow his own bent. Women would enjoy full equality with men, family life would be abolished, and children brought up communally at public expense, burdensome domestic cares would cease, and all restrictions on sexual life would be removed. This was a basic feature of the new society. People could live monogamously if they wanted to, but love was to be absolutely free, and brothels would be among the most respected institutions of the new order. Private property, inheritance, and economic inequality would not be done away with, but would lose their antagonistic character. The phalanx would provide minimum subsistence for all, even if they did not wish to work. Production would be by cooperatives whose share in the general wealth would be determined by the usefulness of their output, the enjoyment of creating it, etc. Each individual would work in several groups and be paid differently in each according to his ability. There would be inequality but no envy, only zeal and healthy competition. All were entitled to share in the capital of the cooperative, but this could not give rise to exploitation. The education of all children free of 201. Charge would ensure that they engaged in useful work at an early age. The organs of political authority would become superfluous, public affairs would be decided on democratic principles, and government would be reduced to economic administration. However, for the sake of variety and emulation, the new order would maintain a system of titles, dignities, and representative functions. Fourier calculated with precision how many phalanxes, combined in units of increasing size, would be necessary to comprise the world state of monarchy. Since the evils of the present system had affected the animal and vegetable kingdoms as well, the new order would see a transformation of these and the assertion of man's dominion over them. The seas would turn into orang-eat, deserts would blossom and glaciers melt, spring would be eternal, and wild beasts would die out or become friends of man, anti-lions and anti-whales to do his bidding. There would be a single language for all mankind, all would live life to the full, developing their personality in all directions, in a happy and harmonious community embracing every kind of sentiment and avocation. The extravagance of Fourier's description and the naivete with which he attributed his own tastes to others caused him to be regarded as a hopeless crank, with the result that some of his acuter observations were overlooked. His whole theory was enveloped in a speculative cosmology and theology which sought to explain human affairs by universal laws. The pursuit of knowledge was to him a form of worship, and the laws of nature were divine decrees. Newton's law of gravity applied to souls as well. All human passions were instances of attraction, all were natural, therefore divine, and deserving of satisfaction. The universe was a kind of phalanstery composed of heavenly bodies in a hierarchical order, the planets copulated, the stars had souls, and so on. Fourier adopted Schelling's view that the world was a unity, and he believed that the human soul and the universe were constructed according to an identical schema. Despite these absurdities, Fourier's critique of civilization and his ideas of a future harmonious state contain many elements that became part of the socialist tradition. His view that exploitation and poverty are due to a discrepancy between social conditions and the 202 developed instruments of production appears in a more precise form in Marx's writings. Fourier pointed out the parasitic nature of trade in conditions of economic anarchy, and also the harm done by tiny land holdings. He showed that technical progress increased the poverty of the proletariat, and that wages gravitated to a minimum subsistence level. His ideal was a unified economic system which would prevent human energies being wasted in intermediary occupations and would eliminate the chaos of unplanned production leading to a glut of merchandise and pauperizing the workers. Fourier criticized the Republican doctrines that extolled political freedom, which, he pointed out, was of little use without social freedom, i.e. liberty to develop one's own inclinations. He argued that hired labor is a form of slavery, that humanity aspires to freedom based on conformity between the individual's desires and the work he does, and that the aim is a voluntary society of harmonious cooperation. All these ideas are close to those of Marx. As to Fourier's conception of an all-round man liberated from occupational one-sidedness, capable of performing a variety of tasks, and living in a system which enables him to do so, this too can be found many times in Marx, from the Paris manuscripts to Capital. Again, Fourier was one of the first to advocate the emancipation of women. He believed that human progress depended on the liberation of the sex, and, like the Marxists, he condemned the element of prostitution in bourgeois marriage. His utopia was the antithesis of the monastic imaginations of the Renaissance and Enlightenment. He held that asceticism was contrary to nature and that the liberation of man signified, not least, the liberation of his passions. In this respect he appears to have more in common with Rabelais than with the classical utopianists. He is close to Marxian socialism, again, in the important place assigned in his ideal world to aesthetic experience and artistic creation. Fantastic though some of his answers were, Fourier posed a real and important problem. As men are endowed with different desires and with aggressive and selfish impulses, how are these natural rivalries to be turned into constructive channels instead of leading to social antagonism? Unlike most utopianists, Fourier saw the remedy in terms of a new social order and not of 203. Forming human nature. He believed that the conflict of interests was a universal law and that it was no use trying to prevent it, but that society must be so organized that conflict invariably led to harmony. He thought it useless to contemplate a general leveling and the equalization of man, and from this point of view he disagreed with both Saint Simon and Owen. The idea of complete equality and community of good seemed to him chimerical. He was convinced, however, that partial reforms of civilization were no good. Society must be transformed root and branch, or nothing would be changed, yet he believed that this transformation could be brought about by the mere force of example. Fourier's disciples were not interested in the religious and cosmological trappings of his system, but they upheld the view that political struggles could not lead to any change and that it was only social reform that counted. They tried in various ways to modify Fourier's ideas in the direction of realism. Workers' consumer cooperatives were an outcome of his system, as were attempts to establish producer cooperatives in which the workers were shareholders. Victor Considerant published Fourierist journals and tried to start model colonies in Texas. Another disciple of Fourier's was Flora Tristan, an early feminist known for the amorous adventures described in her autobiography. 6. Proudhon. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon is noteworthy among the early socialists for the many directions in which his influence extended, a fact largely due to the incoherence of his writings and the contradictions they contain. His lifelong passion for social justice was not equaled by his education or powers of historical analysis. Born at Besançon, the son of a brewery workman, he was sent to school by benefactors and became a printer. Subsequently he received a scholarship and migrated to Paris. In 1840 he published the pamphlet Tu es ce que la propriété, which aroused fury and admiration in equal measure. Henceforth, to his pride, he was identified with 204. The slogan "Property is theft," though these exact words had in fact been used by Brissot before the revolution. He was tried and acquitted, and soon published 2 further pamphlets on the same subject, for which he was again tried and acquitted. Until 1847 he earned his living as the agent of a transport firm, and in these years published 2 important books, De la création de l'ordre dans l'humanité, aux principes d'organisation politique, and the lengthy Système de contradictions économiques aux philosophie de la mesure. The latter work provoked a crushing reply from Marx entitled Mesure de la philosophie. Marx had met Proudhon and, in the course of long conversations, imparted to him, or so he claimed, the ideas of Hegelian philosophy. Proudhon did not know German, but he may also have heard about Hegel from the lectures and books of Heinrich Ahrens, who was then teaching in Paris. After the revolution of 1848, Proudhon went into politics in the hope of persuading the Republican government to enact his program of social reform. In June he was elected to the Constituent Assembly, where he became the chief representative of the left. However, he was shortly sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment for articles criticizing Louis Napoleon. He continued to work in prison, and in 1851 published L'idée générale de la révolution au XIXe siècle. After the coup d'état in December of that year he hoped for a while that he might use the prince-president to carry out his socialist plans. Undeterred by failure, poverty, and obloquy, he continued to agitate and published numerous writings. In 1858 he was again sentenced to 3 years' imprisonment for his large work De la justice dans la révolution et dans l'Église, but escaped by fleeing to Belgium. 4 years later he was expelled from Belgium and returned to France, where he again attempted unsuccessfully to found a party and a literary organ. He died at Passy. Proudhon, as he admitted, never reread his own works and did not seem aware of their contradictions. His plan belongs to the category of socialist utopias insofar as it is purely normative and invokes ideals of justice and equality, but he sought to found it on an analysis of contemporary economic life and to assess the possibility of change in practical terms. It was he who coined the expression scientific socialism. 205. Proudhon believed in a natural social harmony and in the inalienable rights of man, which were violated by the existing economic system, the right to freedom, equality, and the sovereignty of the individual. These were part of man's destiny as prescribed by the will of God. The system of competition, inequality, and exploitation is incompatible with human rights, and economists who confine themselves to describing it are ratifying a state of chaos. However, the contradictions of the system cannot be simply removed by an act of synthesis. Proudhon, in his limited acquaintance with Hegel's dialectic, was especially attracted by the well-known schema of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. This in fact plays quite a secondary role in Hegel's philosophy, but has always appealed to the imagination of those who know little of it. In Proudhon's opinion, the Hegelian synthesis by which the terms of a contradiction are assimilated is thought of in such a way as logically to precede those terms. The belief that all contradictions are resolved by the synthesizing movement of progress is the foundation of Hegel's cult of the state and of the absolutism which subordinates the value and dignity of the human personality to the state apparatus. To this logic Proudhon opposes his own negative dialectic based on the view that antagonistic terms are not dissolved in synthesis, but balance each other without ceasing to be distinct. Such balance, moreover, is not an inevitable law of progress but only a possibility of which people may or may not succeed in taking advantage. Men and women are not instruments of progress, working itself out independently of their will. If progress occurs, it is the result of human effort. Despite Marx's scornful criticism, it is not the case that Proudhon regarded actual social conditions and economic forces as the embodiment of abstract philosophical categories antecedent to social reality. On the contrary, he is at pains to state that the intellectual organization of social reality in abstract categories is secondary to that reality. The first determinant of human existence is productive work, while intellectual activity is the outcome of such work. If spiritual life has become alienated from its true origins, and if ideas are not aware that their source lies not in themselves but in the world of labor, this is a symptom of an illness in society that must be cured. 206. However, labor in Proudhon is a normative as well as a descriptive category. His criticism of property is based on the moral indignation aroused by unearned income. Property is theft may sound like a call to do away with all private property, but Proudhon was far from actually being a communist. When he sets out to prove in his pamphlet that property is a physical and mathematical impossibility, what he really has in mind is that the system which permits the enjoyment of unearned income is immoral and leads to social contradictions. To draw dividends, interest, rent, etc. on the mere ground that one possesses capital is as though one were creating something out of nothing. It is irrelevant whether the property owner performs productive work or not. If he does, he is entitled to a proper reward, but anything he enjoys over and above this, merely as an owner of wealth, represents a theft from other workers. Property in a monopolistic form, i.e. the privilege of unearned income, is a source of inequality and wrong and destroys personal life. It owes its origin to violence, of which it is the crystallization. The antithesis of a system based on property, however, is not communism but the abolition of incomes not justified by labor, i.e. a society in which goods are exchanged among producers at a rate determined by the amount of labor that has gone into them. In this respect Proudhon claims to modify the theories of Ricardo and Adam Smith. Ricardo held that labor was the only measure of value, and the market value of any product was a crystallization of the man-hours required to manufacture it. The proceeds were then shared out between capitalists, landowners, and workers. This led British socialist reformers of the 1820s and 1830s to point out that the immediate producer of goods was at the same time the only creator of value, and that he was entitled to the whole of the value he created. It was equally unjust that goods were manifestly not exchanged according to their value and that some people enjoyed what they had not created. Proudhon for his part did not entirely accept this naive interpretation of Ricardo, but he accepted its ultimate consequence. His view was that none of the three factors of production, tools, land, and labor, created value by itself, but only all three together. Tools and land had no productive force without labor, but the mere expenditure of energy was unproductive too unless 207. It were used to change the face of nature by means of tools. The sea, the fisherman, and his net are all needed before we can have fish to eat. Present-day economy, however, was based on the false premise that capital or land are in themselves productive forces, so that the owners of land, capital, or buildings are entitled to charge for their use. In a just economy this could not be, nor could it happen that goods were bought and sold in accordance with the fluctuations of supply and demand instead of at their true value. As to what that value is, Proudhon is not altogether clear. On the one hand he says it depends on utility, on the other that it derives from all three factors of production, or again from labor alone. But the guiding principle of his economic utopia is clear, even if its theoretical foundation is shaky. What it requires is that each person should receive, from the products of others' labor, the exact equivalent of what he himself produces, and this equivalence must be measured in hours of work. Unearned income must be abolished, and a system of exchange created on the basis of the number of work hours embodied in a given product, so that each producer receives an income sufficient to buy what he himself produces. Thus property in the sense of monopoly is done away with, but not in the sense of the producer's right to use the means of production as he wishes, a right which is the condition of personal freedom and individual sovereignty. The concentration of wealth in the hands of a few, and the resulting pauperization of the working masses, can only be remedied by the abolition of monopoly income. The Malthusians are mistaken in regarding overpopulation as the cause of poverty, for overpopulation is relative to the quantity of resources shared among the non-property owning classes. It cannot be cured so long as goods are not exchanged on a basis of equivalence and the working man's wage will only buy part of what he produces. In such conditions, no matter how many people emigrate from a country, it will still be overpopulated in the sense that the masses will be in a state of impoverishment. It thus appears that Proudhon does not really wish to abolish property but to generalize it. Communism, he believed, would never be compatible with the dignity of the individual and the values. 208. Of family life, its outcome would be universal poverty and the suffocating mediocrity of a regimented existence. The advocates of communism were power-thirsty fanatics who aimed to set up an omnipotent state on the basis of public property. Far from abolishing the harmful effects of property, the communists would carry it to an absurd extreme. The individual, in their system, would have no property, but the whole lawlessness of its use would be conferred upon the state, which would own the country's wealth and the bodies of its citizens as well. The lives, talents, and aspirations of human beings would, at a stroke, become state property, and the monopoly principle, the source of all social evil, would be intensified to the utmost. Communism, in short, had nothing to offer but the extremity of police despotism. In order to ensure equivalent exchange and eliminate competition, the first necessity was to reorganize the credit system and do away with interest, which was an especial cause of injustice. Proudhon proposed to create a people's exchange bank which would make interest-free loans to small producers and thus turn the whole of society into property owners, assuring them of freedom, equality, and a fair share in the fruits of their own activity. The bank would issue bonds or coupons which would serve as a means of exchange between producers on the principle to each according to his labor. From some of Proudhon's writings it might be inferred that his ideal was a petty bourgeois community of small individual producers, as the only way to ensure social justice. However, it appears elsewhere that he did not contemplate a return from mechanized industry to craftsmanship. He was concerned rather with what he called industrial democracy, i.e. that the workers should retain control over the means of production. Productive units must be the collective property of all those employed in them, and the whole of society would consist of a federation of producers, both industrial and agricultural. This, among other things, would resolve the contradiction inherent in machinery, which on the one hand was a triumph of the human spirit over matter, but on the other hand spelt unemployment, low wages, overproduction, and the ruin of the working class. The plan would also resolve the contradiction in the division of labor, which was an instrument of progress yet which degraded human beings into mere parts of themselves. 209. The new mutualistic society would thus reconcile, for the first time in history, property with equality and freedom with cooperation. Proudhon made light of purely political problems, regarding the social issue as the only important one. In his early writings he takes an anarchistic view of the state as an instrument of the possessing classes, to be replaced by a system of free agreements among economic cooperatives. Later he came to acknowledge the need for state power, not as the weapon of a class but as the organizer of production for the common good. His ideal, however, continued to be decentralized production and a state consisting of a loose federation of communities. For the translation of his dreams into reality Proudhon relied neither on political nor on economic action by the proletariat. He was opposed to revolutions and even strikes, on the ground that violent action against the haves would lead to disorder and despotism and would only exacerbate class hostility. He believed that, as his ideals were rooted in human nature and their realization would be no more than the fulfillment of human destiny, he could reasonably direct his appeal to all classes without distinction. In several places he invites the bourgeoisie to take the lead in bringing about the desired reform, and he also relied from time to time on the state as an auxiliary factor. He continued for many years to believe in cooperation among different classes. However, in his posthumous work De la capacité politique des classes ouvrières he reverted to the idea of the uniqueness of the proletariat and called for a combination of the economic and the political struggle. On the other hand, his theories show no trace of internationalism, his plans for reform are geared to French conditions, he had no quarrel with French national values, and in one work La Guerre et la Paix, 1861, he even glorified war as a strengthener of moral fiber and developer of the highest virtues. Proudhon's work as a whole presents a chaotic and incoherent aspect, and its inconsistencies were fully reflected in its subsequent influence. Marx, who greeted his first publication as a political event comparable with Ciz's Schekle Tiers État, was mercilessly sarcastic at the expense of La Philosophie de la Misère, reproaching Proudhon with ignorance of economics, the fanciful use of misunderstood Hegelian schemas, a moralistic conception of socialism, and a reactionary petty bourgeois utopia. 210. Proudhon regarded this attack as a farrago of coarse slander, misrepresentation, and plagiarism, but he did not join issue with Marx in public. There was clearly a wide difference between them as regards the interpretation of economic life, their ideas of the future of socialism, and their choice of political tactics. While Marx's criticism was unjust and dishonest in some respects, he was intellectually far superior to Proudhon, who had all the faults of the clever autodidact: self-assurance, unawareness of the limitations of his knowledge, incomplete or desultory reading, lack of skill in selecting and organizing material, and the hasty condemnation of authors whom, for the most part, he did not properly understand. Nevertheless, his influence was of considerable duration. It was clearly felt in the French syndicalist movement of the 1860s, which rejected political action and hoped to liberate the workers by organizing cooperatives and credit on a mutual basis. Most of the French members of the First International, notably Tolaine and Fribourg, were Proudhonists and upheld the principle of mutuality in preference to strikes, let alone political revolution. Proudhon also exerted a strong influence over Bakunin, particularly from the anarcho-syndical point of view, and many of his followers were active in the Paris Commune. He was also looked up to by later anarchists such as Kropotkin. In the years before the First World War his teaching was acknowledged by the Action Française monarchists under Charles Maurras, who perceived in it the spirit of the first counter-revolutionary ideologists, de Maistre and Antoine de Rivarol, the defense of individual and family property, French patriotism and the praise of war, domestic virtues and a patriarchal system, the decentralization of power, hostility to the unification of Germany and Italy, and finally racism and anti-Semitism. Georges Sorel, the advocate of revolutionary syndicalism, invoked the authority of Proudhon, who opposed strikes on principle. After the Paris Commune there was no Proudhonism properly so called in the workers' movement itself, but particular ideas and proposals featured in French socialism for a considerable time. Anti-centralist and anti-etatistic tendencies are part of Proudhon's heritage, the objection to communism as a system of 21I. Extreme political and economic centralization is a theme that he implanted in the French workers' movement and that has retained its actuality from his time onwards. He originated the idea of industrial democracy and also what is called ouvriérisme, the tendency to disparage purely political and parliamentary action, to mistrust intellectuals in the workers' movement, and to look with suspicion on all ideologies that do not serve the immediate material interests of the proletariat. 7. Weitling. The works of Wilhelm Weitling stand out amid the communist utopias of the 1840s not because he was in any sense a forerunner of Marx, but because he was himself a member of the working class and therefore a better exponent of its attitude at the time than were theorists belonging to the privileged classes. His form of communism was less close to Bobovism than to the German Anabaptists of the early 16th century. After an impoverished childhood, Weitling left his native Magdeburg at an early age and earned his living as an itinerant tailor. His travels took him to Vienna, Paris, and Switzerland. Paris was at that time the home of thousands of working-class German émigrés, and Weitling made contact with two clandestine communist organizations, the League of Outlaws and its offshoot the League of the Just. In 1838 he published in Paris a pamphlet in German on humanity as it is and as it ought to be, Die Menschheit wie sie ist und wie sie sein sollte. Fearing prosecution he fled to Switzerland, where he published Guarantees of Harmony and Freedom and the Gospel of a Poor Sinner, Das Evangelium eines Armen Sünders, 1843, the latter earned him some months' imprisonment at Zurich. He later went to London and collaborated for a time with Karl Schapper, the leading spirit in German émigré worker organizations there. By this time his writings were known throughout Europe, but their religious and prophetic strain was equally ungenial to the more down-to-earth workers' leaders and to sophisticated theorists. In the spring of 1846, on his return to the continent, Weitling encountered Marx, who was at Brussels organizing a liaison center for European communist groups. The meeting was a disaster, as Marx attacked the self. 212. Taught worker with the arrogance of an intellectual, accusing him of ignorance and naivete. Weitling, for his part, thought that having shared the sufferings of the proletariat he was able to understand its position and prospects better than a doctrinaire scholar. After a short visit to America, Weitling returned in time to take part in the 1848 revolution in Berlin, after which he emigrated to America for good. Weitling's works are a typical example of primitive evangelical communism, in the form of sermons on justice and the need to rebel against tyranny. They make ample use of everything in the Gospels that can be turned against the rich and the oppressor, and present a picture of Christ as a communist urging the destruction of the system of exploitation and injustice. The world is governed by the selfishness of the rich, while the workers who create their wealth live in poverty and insecurity. It is not machines that are to blame. In a just society technical progress would be a blessing, but as things are it makes the poor worse off than before. The real cause of social misery is the unequal distribution of goods and obligations and the craving for luxury. When wealth is held in common and all are obliged to work, all evil will disappear in a twinkling, working hours will be greatly shortened, and work will be a delight instead of a curse. There will be no money or accumulation of wealth, class differences will vanish, all benefits of body and soul will be available to everyone. This is the true message of Christianity. Not surprisingly, the gospel teaching has been distorted and falsified by kings and priests who have used it to defend their own privileges, but the time has come to unmask their imposture and to build a new world of freedom, equality, and Christian love. We must not expect governments and capitalists, however, to recognize this ideal and bring it about of their own accord. The workers can rely only on themselves and their own strength. From the medieval preachers of the millennium, Weitling takes over the division of history into three ages: the ancient times of primitive communism, the present era of private property, and the communism of the future. He describes in some detail the earthly paradise in which there will be no hatred or envy, no crime or evil desires. Men will be brothers again, and the national languages that divide them will die out within 3 generations. As all will have equal obligations, wealth, and luxury. 213. Will be accessible to all. Anyone, for instance, who wishes to wear different clothes from those provided by the community will be able to afford them by working overtime, especially as the compulsory working day will soon be no longer than 3 hours. In this way Weitling naively reflected the current notions and daydreams of the poor. Marx, inevitably, was irritated by his lay preacher's tone. Yet Weitling imparted to the German working class something of the ethos of medieval Chiliasm, and, while he could contribute nothing to the scientific analysis of capitalism, undoubtedly helped to awaken the rudimentary class consciousness of the proletariat in his country. 8. Cabet. If Weitling embodies the traditions of sectarian revolutionism of the pre-capitalist era, Etienne Cabet provided the early industrial age with a specimen of a classic literary genre in his utopian description of a communist island. Cabet, who was trained as a lawyer, took part in the revolution of 1830, and his political and literary activity belongs almost entirely to the period of the July Monarchy. In 1839–40 he published a 4-volume Histoire populaire de la Révolution française. In 1840 his best-known work, Voyage en Icarie, appeared under a pseudonym in England, where he had emigrated for fear of prosecution and where he was influenced by Owen's ideas. On returning to France he resumed publication of the journal Le Populaire, advocating non-revolutionary communism as the teaching of Christ. He emigrated to America at the beginning of 1849 and established communist settlements in Texas and later in Illinois. One of these lasted for several decades. He died at St. Louis. Kabetskaya is an egalitarian community with some totalitarian features, like many utopias of the Renaissance and Enlightenment. Since inequality is the cause of all social evils and can only be remedied by holding goods in common, and since the equality of rights and duties is commanded by true human nature and by the Christian faith, it follows that in the ideal society there is no private property and no monetary system. All social production is the work of a single organism of which individuals are parts. All are equally obliged to work according to their powers and to share in the general revenue. 214. According to their needs. The community must do its best to see that everyone eats the same food, wears the same clothes, and lives in the same kind of dwelling. Obligatory living standards are laid down by the authorities, and all towns look alike. The people as a whole is the sovereign power in its territory, and elects for a limited period administrators to look after production. There are no parties or political clubs, and the written word is strictly supervised to prevent any danger to morale. All this is brought about without violence and without a revolution. Kabet expressly dissents from Babeuf and believes that revolutions, conspiracies, and coups have brought mankind more unhappiness than gain. Since the perfect society is based on the dictates of natural law and all men are equally partakers in it, it would be a fatal mistake to inaugurate it with force, oppression, and hatred. Rich men and oppressors are the victims of a faulty social system, and their prejudices must be cured by education and not repression. The better world is not to be brought about by violence and conspiracy, but by gradual reform and through a transitional system which will merge into the ideal society of the future. Among Kabet's other works are Ouvrier, Ses Misères Actuelles, Le Cause et le Remède, Comment je suis communiste, and Le vrai Christianisme suivant Jesus Christ. Together with Tgeria, they have all the attributes of utopianism in the pejorative sense generally given to this term in Marxist literature. However, as a widely read writer in a popular style, he did much to spread communist ideals. He had no influence whatever on Marx, but helped to acquaint French readers with the basic values of communism. G. Blanqui. In the history of socialism, Blanqui is of importance not so much as a theoretician but because he transmitted the heritage of Babeauvism to the generation of 1848 and its successors, thus providing a link between the Jacobin left and the 19th century radicals and introducing the idea of revolutionary conspiracy into the workers' movement. He was also the originator of the idea of a dictatorship of the proletariat, to be exercised in its name by an organized minority. The son of a Girondin, Louis Auguste Blanqui. 215. Studied law and medicine in Paris. He became acquainted with the various socialist doctrines that were going about, and took an active part in the July Revolution. In the 30s he organized clandestine societies of a radical democratic nature, inclining more and more to socialism. He was put on trial in January 1832 and made a celebrated speech of accusation rather than defense, proclaiming the just war of the proletariat against the rich and the oppressor. He was imprisoned for a year, after which he resumed conspiratorial activity and led an unsuccessful revolt against the monarchy in May 1839. Sentence of death was passed, but commuted to life imprisonment. Liberated by the 1848 revolution, he became one of the chief leaders of the Paris working class, but was soon behind bars again. He was released in 1859 for a brief period, but spent most of the 60s in jail. Under Thiers' regime he was released, and again arrested in March 1871. He was elected in absentia to the leadership of the Paris Commune, in whose ranks his followers were the most active and resolute faction. He remained in prison till 1879, and thereafter continued to agitate for the remaining 2 years of his life. Those of Blanqui's writings that appeared during his lifetime were of a more propagandist than theoretical character, except for the philosophical work Éternité par l'Astres. This was based on the mechanistic materialism of the Enlightenment and put forward the Stoic notion of the unceasing repetition of worlds. The state of the universe is entirely determined by the arrangement of its material particles, and, as the number of such arrangements is finite, each one must repeat itself an infinite number of times in the course of history. In 1885 the two-volume Critique sociale appeared posthumously. Blanqui's critique of capitalism does not go beyond the usual rhetoric of his day and is fairly simplistic on the economic side. He shared the view that inequality and exploitation occur because goods are not exchanged at their true value as determined by labor content. As to the future communist society, he has no more than generalities to offer. His chief role in the history of socialist movements is that he inculcated the importance of revolutionary organization and helped to improve the technique of conspiracy. The term Blanquism in socialist parlance came to mean much the same as revolutionary voluntarism, that is to say, the belief that the 2I6 success of a communist movement does not depend on objective economic circumstances, that a properly organized conspiratorial group may seize power if the political situation is favorable, and that it may then proceed to exercise a dictatorship on behalf of the working masses and establish a communist system regardless of other social conditions. Blanquism in this sense was a pejorative label affixed by reformists to revolutionaries, notably in Russia after the split in the Social Democratic Party in 1903, when the Mensheviks accused Lenin of following a non-Marxist, conspiratorial strategy of revolution. J. Blanc. Blanqui and Blanc were the 19th-century protagonists of two sharply opposed tendencies in the socialist movement, both of which are contrary to Marxism. Blanqui believed in the all-conquering force of the revolutionary will embodied in an armed conspiracy, while Blanc trusted that gradual reform by the state would abolish inequality, exploitation, crises, and unemployment. The former doctrine is derived from Bobovism, the latter from Saint Simon, with some attenuation as regards democracy and the takeover of all means of production by the state. Blanqui's ideas were adopted by Tikachev and afterwards by Lenin, those of Blanc by Lassalle and the modern Social Democrats. The former was a conspirator, the latter a reformer and scholar. Lenin was accused of Blanquism by Plekhanov and Martov, and retorted on many occasions between the February and the October Revolution by comparing the attitude of his Menshevik opponents to that of Blanc in 1848, with his indecision, proneness to compromise, and lack of revolutionary willpower. Louis Blanc studied in Paris under the Restoration and in 1839 founded the Revue du Progrès, in which he published in installments Une Organisation du Travail, one of the most popular socialist texts of the 1840s. Besides major works on the revolutions of 1789 and 1848, the Empire, and the July Monarchy, he published Le Socialisme, Droit au Travail and many articles on political and social questions. He was a member of the Provisional Government in 1848 and put forward an extensive program of reforms and public works to overcome unemployment and poverty. After the savage repression of the June insurrection, the right wing accused him of responsibility for 217. The outbreak, he fled the country and spent the next 2 decades in England, returning in 1870 after the collapse of the Second Empire. His attempts to reconcile the Commune and Versailles brought on him the obloquy of both sides. He was a deputy of the moderate Republican left from 1876 until his death, and in 1879 inspired the law granting amnesty to the communards. His classic work, Une Organisation du Travail, argued that revolution was inevitable, but by this he meant radical social reform and not violent political change. Unlike the utopianists with their detailed plans for a perfect social order, Blanc set out to be a practical reformer and to indicate what steps might be taken on the basis of the existing state of affairs. He did not want to provoke a violent upheaval, but to prevent one. However, an explosion was bound to occur soon if the starving, desperate masses could not find jobs, and the most urgent need was to cure unemployment. The system based on unimpeded competition among entrepreneurs led infallibly to crises, poverty, ignorance, and crime, the barbarous exploitation of children, and the decay of family life. Unless Malthus's doctrine was to be applied by simply killing off workers' children in excess of a certain number, the state must use all its power to carry out social reform, of which political reform was a necessary prerequisite. History had shown that violent revolutions whose leaders started with no definite plan but imagined that they could work one out after seizing power resulted merely in pointless slaughter. It sufficed to compare 1789 with 1793 and the following years. The proposals of Owen, Saint-Simon, and Fourier contained many useful ideas but were lacking in practical sense, and the changes they advocated could not be put into effect in a short time. What could be done was for the state to assume control over production immediately, and to put an end by degrees to unbridled competition. A grand design for industry, based on public property, should be set on foot with the aid of a national loan. Workers whose earnings depended on productivity and the success of the concern they worked for would display far more energy than when driven by private capitalists. The competition between socialized and private enterprises would soon be resolved in favor of the former, which would produce better articles more cheaply. No more competition, no more 2i8 crises, no more so-called overpopulation. Technical progress, instead of harming the workers' interests, would lessen the weight of toil and shorten the working day. Free compulsory education would bring benefits to all. Wage rates would have to be differentiated for some time to come, as faulty education had so conditioned people that they had to be tempted to work harder. The administrative hierarchy would be elective, and the units of production would enjoy autonomy. The right to work would be universally recognized as the basic principle of social organization. Blanc may justly be considered one of the chief precursors of the welfare state. He believed that it was possible, without violence or mass expropriation, to carry out peaceful economic reforms within a system of political and industrial democracy which would eliminate poverty and harmful competition and would gradually lead to social equality and to the socialization of means of production. Of all the writers discussed in this chapter he was certainly the least utopian in the usual sense, and indeed the only one whose ideas proved to some extent workable apart from the idea of political dictatorship, which became a reality but not for the purposes that its authors intended. To Marxism and a kind of reality or essence, dormant in every individual. Thinking in this way, the utopians were naturally attracted to the idea of communist despotism. If we know that human nature is fulfilled by the communist system, it is of no importance, in establishing this system, what proportion of humanity wants to accept it. Jean-Jacques Pilote, at the end of his pamphlet Ni Châteaux ni Chaumières, puts the question what if people do not want this, and replies what if the inmates of Bicêtre refuse to have baths. If people are out of their minds, they must be cured by force. The utopians did not put the further 220 question, which calls to mind post story of Professor Tarr and Dr. Feather. How do we decide which are the lunatics and which are the keepers? Is a man really entitled to claim that everyone is out of step except himself? To say that mankind should decide its own destiny may mean that history is to be left in the hands of lunatics, but if we disagree with our fellow men we must prove that we ourselves are sane. As long as it was possible to appeal to the divine will as an irrefragable authority, the matter was simple enough. The utopians do so appeal when it suits them, but, as we know, Scripture has been used for centuries to justify inequality and the hierarchical order of society. The same objection could be put to all the utopians, not only the advocates of communist despotism, and it was in fact put to Owen by Marx, who is to educate the educators. In the answer to this question lies the principal difference between Marx's utopia and those of all his predecessors, between the heir of Hegelian phenomenology and the heirs of French materialism. It is not difficult to select from the works of the utopian socialists a series of propositions that seem to anticipate the most important ideas of Marx, though they are not set out in the same order or expounded in the same way. They comprise three main topics: historiosophical premises, the analysis of capitalist society, and the depiction of the future socialist order. Under the first two headings we may list the following points. No essential change is possible in the system of the distribution of wealth without a complete change in the system of production and property relations. Throughout history, constitutional changes have been conditioned by technological ones. Socialism is the outcome of inevitable historical laws. The organization of capitalist society is in contradiction with the state of development of productive forces. Wages, under capitalism, tend naturally to remain at the minimum level consistent with survival. Competition and the anarchic system of production lead inevitably to exploitation, overproduction crises, poverty, and unemployment. 221. Technical progress leads to social disaster, not for inherent reasons but because of the property system. The working class can only free itself by its own efforts. Political freedom is of little value if the mass of society is enslaved by economic pressure. As regards the socialist future, whether this goes by the name of harmony, mutualism, or the industrial system, we may enumerate the following ideals. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production. A planned economy on a national or world scale, subordinated to social needs and eliminating competition, anarchy, and crises. The right to work, as a basic human entitlement. The abolition of class divisions and social antagonisms. The wholehearted, voluntary cooperation of associated producers. Free education of children at the public expense, including technical training. The abolition of the division of labor and the degrading consequences of specialization, instead, the all-round development of the individual, and free opportunity for the use of human skills in every direction. Abolition of the difference between town and country, while permitting industry to concentrate as at present. Political power to be replaced by economic administration, no more exploitation of man by man, or rule of one man over another. Gradual effacement of national differences. Complete equality of rights and opportunities as between men and women. The arts and sciences to flourish in complete freedom. Socialism as a boon to humanity as a whole, the exploitation of the proletariat as the chief factor tending to bring about socialism. Impressive as these analogies are, there is a basic difference between Marx and all other socialist thinkers of the first half of the 19th century. Moreover, this difference affects the meaning. 222. Of many ideas which, in themselves, show a striking similarity and no doubt testify to the utopian's influence on Marx's thought. It is often said that he and they were not at variance as regards the end to be attained but only as regards the means, i.e. revolution versus peaceful persuasion, but this is a superficial and misleading view. It is, in fact, incorrect, since Marx never adopts the ethical, normative point of view which first establishes an aim and then seeks the best means of achieving it. On the other hand, it is not the case that he regarded socialism as the inevitable result of historical determination and was not interested in whether it was desirable or not. It is an essential feature of Marx's thought that he avoided both the normative and the purely deterministic approach, and it is in this that he shows himself to be a Hegelian and not a member of the utopian school. The utopians, admittedly, did not always regard socialism as a free ideal. We may find references to historical necessity in Owen, Fourier, and the Saint-Simonists, but they do not probe the question to any depth or indicate how their deterministic fancies are to be reconciled with the conception of socialism as an ideal or as a moral imperative. On the one hand, they insist that socialism is bound, in the nature of things, to conquer the world. On the other, they regard its discovery as a happy effect of intellectual genius, and they oscillate between these points of view without seeming to perceive their inconsistency. Again, the utopians are convinced that political changes cannot by themselves bring about the new economic order and the redistribution of wealth. They believe that economic reforms must be achieved by economic action, and in consequence they undervalue politics and reject the prospect of a revolution. The starting point of their reflections is poverty, especially that of the proletariat, which they are bent on relieving. Marx's starting point, however, is not poverty but dehumanization, the fact that individuals are alienated from their own labor and its material, spiritual, and social consequences in the form of goods, ideas, and political institutions, and not only from these but from their fellow beings and, ultimately, from themselves. The germ of socialism in capitalist society consists in the working class's awareness of dehumanization, not of poverty. This comes about when dehumanization has reached its uttermost limit, and in that sense the proletariat's class consciousness is an effect of historical development. 223. Meant. But it is also a revolutionary consciousness, the awareness of the working class that its liberation must come from its own efforts. The proletariat cannot do away with the system of wage labor and competition by peaceful persuasion, because the consciousness of the bourgeoisie, which is likewise determined by its part in the productive process, prevents it from abandoning its role voluntarily. Dehumanization, although in a different form, is also an attribute of the possessing class, but the privileges that class enjoys prevent it from being clearly aware of its own dehumanized condition, in which it rejoices instead of chafing at it. Socialism is the effect of history in the sense that history gives birth to the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat, but it is the effect of freedom inasmuch as the act of revolution is free, so that, in the revolutionary workers' movement, historical necessity expresses itself in free action. Revolution, a political act, is the indispensable condition of socialism, for the institutions that purport to represent the community in fact embody the particular interest of the possessing classes and cannot be the instrument by which that interest is overthrown. Civil society, or the collectivity of actual individuals with their private interests, is destined to absorb the ostensible community and turn it into a real one. Free human action cannot bring about a radical change of conditions if it is only a question of ideals and an attempt to reform society from outside. It is constructive only when it proceeds from that society's awareness of itself as a dehumanized society, and this awareness can only arise in the working class, which experiences the acme of dehumanization. It is a demystified consciousness, presenting itself from the outset as awareness of actual reality, and by the same token a revolutionary consciousness, that is to say a practical attempt to change the world by violently destroying the political institutions that protect the existing order. In that consciousness, but not otherwise, historical inevitability and freedom of action are the same, as we read in the Theses on Feuerbach. The coincidence of the changing of circumstances and of human activity can be conceived and rationally understood only as revolutionary praxis. The suggestion that Marx differs from the utopians in soteriology but not in eschatology, i.e. that he more or less shares their ideal of the future while not agreeing that it can be achieved by peaceful means, is thus seen to be erroneous. As a disciple of Hegel. 224. He knew that truth is not only a result but also a way. The picture of a harmonious community, a society without conflict in which all human needs are satisfied, and so forth, all this can be found in Marx in similar formulas to those of the utopians. But socialism means more to Marx than a welfare society, the abolition of competition and want, the removal of conditions that make man an enemy to man. It is also, and above all, the abolition of the estrangement between man and the world, the assimilation of the world by the human subject. In the class consciousness of the proletariat, society attains to a state in which there is no longer any opposition between subject and object, educator and pupil, for the act of revolution is one in which society transforms itself by being conscious of its own situation. There is no longer a difference between ideologists above the community, and the community itself. Consciousness knows itself to be part of the conditions that have produced it, and it also knows that men's fetters are forged, and can only be broken, by themselves. Socialism is not a mere matter of consumer satisfaction, but the liberation of human forces, the forces of each and every individual, aware that his own energy is likewise social energy. The fact that productive forces determine productive relationships and, through them, political institutions does not mean, in Marx's view, that socialism can be brought about by direct action in the economic field, for political institutions are not simply the outcome of the system of production but are its means of self-defense, and they must be swept away before it can be altered. Socialism, therefore, can only result from a political revolution with a social soul. As we have seen, it is neither an arbitrary goal nor the mere result of history working in the manner of a natural law, but is the outcome of the conscious struggle of dehumanized man to recover his humanity and to make the world a human place again. The proletariat, as the spearhead of that struggle, is not a mere tool of history but a conscious agent. Nevertheless, it was necessary for the historical process to dehumanize it completely before the struggle was possible. 12. Marx III's critique of Proudhon. Marx's critique of Proudhon in La Mesure de la Philosophie may be summed up under three heads. 225. In the first place, Proudhon fails to perceive the inevitable consequences of competition and, in his anxiety to eliminate its evil aspects, adopts a moralistic point of view at the expense of economic analysis. The same substitution of moral indignation for economic thought appears in the slogan "Property is theft," which, moreover, is not accurate in itself, for theft by definition presupposes property. It is a utopian fantasy to hope to establish the true value of commodities in accordance with a labor standard, while maintaining the system of individual production and exchange and therefore of competition. Proudhon constantly confuses labor time as a standard of value with the value of labor itself. Since labor is itself a commodity, it is not clear how it, more than any other commodity, can be a standard of value. The true standard of value is labor time, not the time it actually takes to make a particular article, but the shortest time in which it could be made in present conditions of technology and the organization of production. Competition fixes the price of goods on the basis of socially necessary labor time, and thus necessarily involves inequality among competing producers. As long as competition exists, there can be no equivalent exchange because, as Marx later argued in more detail, the movement of capital evens out the rate of profit while fixing prices at a level above or below the actual value. In competitive conditions, moreover, the system of exchange serves the needs of production and not consumption, and industry does not await demand but creates it. To attempt to maintain private property and competition while abolishing their evil aspects is a moralist's chimera. Secondly, Marx accuses Proudhon of a reactionary and hopeless endeavor to revive medieval production methods based on individual craftsmanship. The ideal of individual exchange on a value basis is as utopian in the industrial age as is the ideal of abolishing the division of labor in conditions of small-scale production. Marx himself regards the division of labor in its present form as a source of physical and mental degradation, and envisages that it will somehow be abolished, but on Proudhon's 226 view this can only happen if the worker carries out the entire process of producing a given article, i.e. if he reverts to being a craftsman. Industry dominated by competition entails ever-increasing division of labor for the sake of increased output, and one can only imagine its abolition if competition is done away with and production regulated by actual human needs. Proudhon's doctrine is a petty bourgeois fantasy, a dream of preserving the bourgeoisie while eliminating the proletariat, in other words turning everybody into a bourgeois. Thirdly, Proudhon attempts to apply Hegelian schemata in a fantastic and arbitrary manner. Having taken over from Hegelian idealism the notion that economic categories are independent historical factors, spiritual forces to which actual phenomena are secondary, he imagines that social reality can be transformed by the intellectual manipulation of categories. But the latter are no more than abstractions, the reflection in human minds of social conditions at a given moment in history. The only reality of social life are human beings, who form links determined by history and then convert them into mental categories. Above all, it is quite wrong and contrary to the Hegelian dialectic to suppose that one can set out to abolish the evil aspect of a particular category while preserving its positive values. The contradictions that belong to each historical era are not ordinary blemishes that can be removed by simply taking thought. They are indispensable conditions of social development and of society's evolution towards maturity. Suppose that the economists of the feudal era, captivated by all that was good in feudalism, the virtues of chivalry, the harmony of rights and obligations, the patriarchal life of the cities, the flourishing of cottage industry in the villages, the development of production in guilds, corporations, and fraternities, suppose they had decided to preserve all this and simply remove the blemishes of serfdom, privilege and anarchy, what would have been the result? They would have rooted out all the elements of conflict and stifled the bourgeoisie at its very origin. they would have set themselves the absurd task of eliminating history. Marx here follows the Hegelian interpretation of progress as the result of internal conflict, a process incompatible with the simple elimination of defects. Since the dawn of civilization, Marx writes, production has been based on the antagonism of groups, estates, and classes, and finally the antagonism between accumula. 227. Lated labor and direct labor. Where there is no antagonism there is no progress. This has been the rule of civilization until our own time. Up to this very day, class antagonism has been the cause of the development of productive forces. It was absurd for Proudhon to seek to turn everyone into a capitalist and thereby cure the defects of capitalism, inequality, exploitation, and the anarchy of production, since this amounted to removing social antagonisms while retaining their basic cause, or abolishing the proletariat while preserving the bourgeoisie. All three of Marx's chief criticisms are aspects of a single idea: the historical process has a dynamic of its own, which is governed by the level of technology and which works itself out by means of the class struggle. It follows that a social upheaval cannot be brought about by moralizing, that outworn structures cannot be revived, and that social conflicts cannot be resolved by eliminating one of the contenders. The struggle must be allowed to reach its final form, in which both antagonists will give place to a higher type of organization. The proletariat, in the revolution, will liquidate itself as a class and by so doing will destroy all class differences. 13. The Communist Manifesto. In 1847 8 events took place which decisively affected the communist movement and its propaganda on Marxist lines. A group of German communists in Brussels, with whom Marx collaborated, were in contact with similar bodies in other countries, including the Bund der Gerechten, which at the end of 1846 had transferred its headquarters from Paris to London. One of its leaders, Joseph Moll, invited Marx and Engels to join the League and draft a program. The League at this time was operating on the basis of an eclectic mixture of socialist ideas and lacked a coherent theoretical basis. In June 1847 Engels attended the League's Congress in London. On the advice of Marx and Engels its name was changed to the Communist League, and its motto "All men are brothers" was replaced by the class-conscious slogan "Proletarians of all countries, unite." Marx and Engels organized branches in Brussels and Paris respectively, and Engels drew up a program in question-and-answer form entitled Principles of Communism. This dealt with capitalist exploitation. 228. And the inevitability of crises, and described the future society based on community of goods, political democracy, equal wages, and planned industrial production. The document also spoke of the necessity of a simultaneous political revolution in all civilized countries. At the end of November and beginning of December Marx and Engels both attended the League's Second Congress in London and were entrusted with the task of composing what became a fundamental text of scientific socialism, the Manifesto of the Communist Party. This masterpiece of propagandist literature was first published in February 1848, and in subsequent editions was entitled the Communist Manifesto. The manifesto deals in turn with relations between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, between the communists and the proletariat, and between communism and existing socialist doctrines. The first section contains the classic sentence, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." After the antagonisms in the ancient world between freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, after the lords and serfs of the feudal era, the basic structure of the present age consisted in the opposition between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Modern society had simplified the class situation. The division into two basic classes was more and more evident and was becoming more and more widespread. The discovery of America and the rise of industry had created a world market and, after long struggles, had given the bourgeoisie a commanding role in political life. The bourgeoisie had accomplished a revolutionary task without precedent by destroying the patriarchal, so-called natural ties between human beings and reducing their mutual relations to the level of unabashed self-interest. It had turned the working man's vocation into wage labor and had impressed a cosmopolitan stamp on trade, industry, and the whole of civilization, breaking down national barriers and involving the world in a breathless rush of technical and cultural progress. The bourgeoisie has been the first to show what man's activity can bring about. But, unlike the dominant classes of earlier times, the bourgeoisie is neither able to preserve the means of production unchanged nor desirous of doing so. It can only exist if technology, and therefore social relations, are being constantly revolutionized. More and more it subordinates agricultural production to itself, concentrates the means of production in general, and organizes, to serve its own. 229. Interest, national states with uniform legislative systems. But just as the victory of the bourgeoisie was due to the incompatibility of the social and legal institutions of feudal society with the productive forces that evolved in that society, so its downfall will be due to the contradiction between its own technology and the property relationships of capitalism. This contradiction manifests itself in periodic crises of overproduction which are overcome by the destruction of productive forces and the conquest of new markets, but these methods in turn lead to more and graver crises. Not only has the bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons: the modern working class, the proletariat. The workers are obliged to sell themselves to the bourgeoisie at a price equal to the cost of reproducing their labor, i.e. the minimum that will keep them alive. They have become an appendage to the machine. Exploited by manufacturers, tenement owners, tradesmen, and usurers, they rise in revolt, firstly against the new machines which throw them out of jobs and increase their insecurity, then against exploitation by their own employers, and finally against the capitalist system itself. At this stage their struggle becomes a political one, embracing ever wider areas and uniting the proletariat on a national and then a worldwide basis. The proletariat is the only class that is truly revolutionary. The particular interests of the middle classes, peasants, craftsmen, small traders are conservative. They would, if they could, arrest the inevitable process whereby capital is centralized and concentrated and they themselves are forced down into the proletariat. They are in a state of gradual disappearance and can only be a revolutionary force insofar as they are proletarianized. The bourgeoisie, as industry develops, creates worse and worse conditions for the workers and thus drives them into solidary, united action. In this way it creates, unconsciously but inevitably, its own gravedigger. The bourgeoisie has proved that it cannot maintain itself as the ruling class and is doomed to destruction. The workers, for their part, can only gain control of productive forces by demolishing the whole system by which wealth has hitherto been acquired. The proletarians have nothing of their own to secure and fortify. Their mission is to destroy all previous securities for, and insurances of, individual property. Communists have no interests apart from those of the pro. 230. Letariat, and they are distinguished from other proletarian parties by the fact that they stand for the proletariat's interest as a whole, irrespective of national differences. They are in advance of the proletarian masses owing to their theoretical understanding of the world in which the struggle is going on. Their aim is to lead the proletariat in the conquest of political power, to destroy the bourgeois property system which enables the capitalist to appropriate others' labor, and to abolish the bourgeoisie and the proletariat as social classes. In addition, the manifesto replies as follows to the accusations most often leveled against communism. 1. The abolition of private property will lead to general idleness and the collapse of production. But private property does not exist today for the masses, yet society exists and maintains itself. 2. Communism is a denial of individuality. Yes, of such individuals as are enabled by the system to use their own property as an instrument for the enslavement of others. 3. Communism destroys the family. It destroys the bourgeois family, based on property ownership on the one hand and on prostitution and hypocrisy on the other. Big business has destroyed the family life of the proletariat. 4. Communism is against nationality. But the working man has no fatherland, so how can he be deprived of one? In any case, the world market is effacing national differences, and the victory of the proletariat will intensify this process. When the exploitation of man by man is abolished, we shall also see an end of exploitation, oppression, and enmity among nations. National oppression is the outcome of social oppression. 5. Communism seeks to destroy the eternal truths and sublime ideas of religion, ethics, and philosophy. But all the ideas bequeathed by history are absolute only insofar as exploitation and oppression have persisted despite all changes in political systems. The spiritual output of mankind is as changeable as the conditions of human existence. Ideas are permanent insofar as particular social relations have hitherto been permanent. Communism overthrows eternal ideas by destroying the class system which, by existing from time immemorial, gave them the appearance of eternity. The socialist propaganda of the time is criticized in the manifesto according to its class origin. In the first place there is 231. Feudal socialism, which opposes capitalism from the standpoint of the aristocracy ruined by the bourgeois property system. Invoking the patriarchal bliss of olden times, it attacks the bourgeois for subverting the ancient order and, above all, for creating the revolutionary proletariat. The same may be said of Christian socialism, holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart-burnings of the aristocrat. Petty bourgeois socialism reflects the small producers' fear that industry will drive them out of existence. It argues that increased mechanization, the concentration of capital, and the division of labor infallibly lead to crises, poverty, gross inequality, war, and moral disintegration. This is true, but the proposed remedy of a return to the pre-capitalist system of production and exchange, with guilds and a patriarchal peasant economy, is reactionary and useless. As for the true socialism of Grun and other German writers, it is a sentimental tissue of speculation and generalities about mankind regardless of class divisions and the particular interests of the workers. Socialists of this school attract the approval of the feudal classes who still govern Germany by attacking the liberal bourgeoisie which, in that country, is the true vehicle of progress. Such are the brands of reactionary socialism. Then there is the bourgeois socialism of Proudhon and others, which seeks to preserve existing conditions by eliminating everything that tends to revolutionize society to keep the bourgeoisie and get rid of the proletariat. It relies on philanthropic slogans and administrative reforms, making no effort whatever to abolish the bourgeois property system. Lastly, utopian socialism or communism as preached by Saint-Simon, Owen, and Fourier, while aware of the class struggle and the oppression of the proletariat, fails to perceive the latter's key historical role and makes it a mere passive object of reformist plans. These theorists reject the prospect of revolution and fix their sights on the community as a whole or on the privileged classes. They have played a useful part in criticizing bourgeois society and advocating reforms, but, having attempted to rise above the actual class struggle, their successors in later generations turn into reactionary sects whose aim is to extinguish class antagonisms and prevent independent political action by the proletariat. Communists in different countries support various political 232 movements, but only those which aim at a radical transformation of existing conditions. Germany is especially important to them, as the imminent bourgeois revolution in that country will take place against the background of more advanced social conditions in Europe and even in Germany herself, than did the bourgeois revolutions in France and England, so much so that the German bourgeois revolution can only be the direct prelude to a revolution of the proletariat. 5. Marx and Engels saw little cause to revise subsequent editions of the manifesto as far as its theoretical bases were concerned. Apart from their over-sanguine expectations of revolution in Europe and their failure to foresee developments which could not have been predicted at the time, their later prefaces or amendments only involved one important point of theory. The experience of the Paris Commune convinced them that the revolutionary proletariat cannot capture the state machine and use it for its own purposes, but must start by destroying it. As regards the controversy with socialists of the earlier part of the century, Engels reverted to this in 1878 in the Anti-Düring, which repeats the manifesto's main criticisms of utopian socialism. This doctrine, he says, is the product of a situation in which the working class has not yet matured to the point of taking a historical initiative of its own, and appears merely as an oppressed and suffering group and not as the vehicle of social revolution. Utopian socialism is precluded, by the very conditions of its origin, from envisaging socialism as a historical necessity of the present time rather than an ingenious theory, an intellectual windfall which might have occurred at any period. Whenever Marx and Engels, the creators of scientific socialism, revert to the subject of their utopian predecessors, they repeat the three basic charges of philanthropism towards the working class, rejection of the prospect of revolution, and the conception of socialism as an accidental theory. To these errors they oppose their own view of socialist theory as the self-awareness of the actual revolutionary initiative of the working class, a free activity which is nevertheless historically necessary. Engels pays tribute to the utopians, however, for the sharpness and boldness of their attack on the contemporary world and the inventiveness of their predictions of 233. The future. He does not look down on them from the height of a superior revelation, since he is aware of the historical conditions that restricted their field of vision. With the appearance of the Communist Manifesto, we may say that Marx's theory of society and his precepts for action had attained completion in the form of a well-defined and permanent outline. His later works did not modify what he had written in any essential respect, but enriched it with specific analyses and transformed what were sometimes no more than aphorisms, slogans, or heads of argument into a massive theoretical structure. We may, therefore, after a short review of relevant historical events, abandon our chronological exposition for one based on subject matter. Special attention is due, however, to Engels's theory of the dialectic of nature and his interpretation of philosophical materialism, since these may be regarded as a substantive change in Marxism as it existed in the years before 1848. Naturally, the principles that were established then and elaborated later were at no time so expressed as to preclude mutually inconsistent interpretations. As the socialist movement and socialist theory progressed, it often happened that Marx's views on this or that subject, historical determinism, the theory of classes, of the state, or of revolution, were understood differently by different people. This is the natural fate of all social theories without exception, at all events those that have been a real force in politics and social development, and from this point of view no modern theory can rival Marxism. However, the most important controversies as to the exact interpretation of Marx's theory took place after his own lifetime. Chapter 11. The Developments in the 1850s. The publication of the Communist Manifesto coincided with the political convulsions of 1848. After the February Revolution in Paris, the Belgian government adopted repressive measures against the émigré revolutionaries. Marx was expelled from Brussels and returned to Paris, where he worked for the German revolutionary cause on behalf of the Communist League. After the Vienna and Berlin revolutions in March, many German émigrés made their way from France to Germany. Marx and Engels established themselves in Cologne, where communist propaganda was most active, and from June onwards published a newspaper, the Neue Rheinische, with a program based on a flysheet previously composed by them, entitled Demands of the Communist Party in Germany. These aims were not communistic as such, but radical democratic and republican. They included the confiscation of large estates, free universal education, a progressive income tax, and the nationalization of railways. The paper, of which Marx was chief editor, condemned the pliant and irresolute attitude of the bourgeoisie and advocated a united Germany under a republican constitution with direct and universal suffrage. It championed the oppressed national minorities, especially the Poles, and called for war with Russia as the mainstay of reaction in Europe. The program of alliance between the proletariat and the republican bourgeoisie for the sake of a democratic revolution was looked at askance by many German communists, who feared that if the working class did not maintain itself as a separate political entity, it would be merely the instrument of a revolution in the bourgeois interest. The victory of reaction in Europe and the collapse of the Frankfurt Parliament put an end to Marx's revolutionary activity. 235. In Germany, the Neue Rheinische closed down in May 1849. Marx was expelled from Prussia and made his way, not without difficulty, back to Paris, where he expected a fresh revolutionary outbreak at any moment. The French government, however, put obstacles in the way of his remaining, and in August, with no money and no means of livelihood, he embarked on a new life of exile in London. He was to spend the rest of his days there, wrestling with poverty, illness, and domestic troubles. Engels settled in Manchester in 1850 and remained there for 20 years, drawing an income from the cotton mill of which his father was co-owner. For many years he supported Marx financially, sacrificing his own literary work in order that his friend might be able to devote himself to academic writing. Soon after their arrival in London, Marx, Engels, and a few friends set about resuscitating the Communist League, which had been dissolved during the Revolution. The manifesto they wrote for this purpose advocated a different program from that of the Neue Reichsleitung. It urged that the proletariat should organize itself independently of the Republican bourgeoisie and, while supporting all democratic claims, should aim at a state of permanent revolution which would enable it eventually to seize political power. Marx and Engels believed that the growing economic crisis was bound to touch off revolution in Europe, and especially in France, at an early date. When this hope proved vain, the League was condemned to an early demise. It was in fact wound up in 1852. The Neue Reichsleitung, with the subtitle Politische-ökonomische Review, appeared in London for a few months only, in 1849. During the next 2 decades the European socialist movement subsisted in the margin of political life, but thanks to Marx's efforts it acquired a new theoretical basis which enabled it to spring vigorously into life when conditions changed. During the 1850s Marx reverted to economic studies and did not himself take part in any political organization, though he maintained some links with the Chartist leaders. The first important work of Marx's to be published during his London period was the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, an essay on the coup d'état of December 1851. It constituted the first number of a New York journal, The Revolution, which had been started by Marx's friend Joseph Wade Meyer. The essay formed a sequel to Class Struggles in France, 1848-50, which had appeared. 236. In London in the Neue Reichsleitung, in his new work Marx analyzed the class situation which had enabled such a mediocrity as Louis Napoleon to seize power. It is rich in general observations and contains some of Marx's most frequently quoted aphorisms. The trial of a group of communists in Cologne in 1852, in which evidence was produced purporting to incriminate Marx, provoked him to expose the fabrications of the Prussian police. The most important document, Revelations concerning the communist trial in Cologne, appeared anonymously at Basel in 1853. From 1851 to 1862 Marx contributed articles on current affairs to the New York Daily Tribune, some of which were by Engels though they appeared over Marx's signature. This did not suffice to provide a livelihood, but it helped to mitigate the family's direst poverty. For years on end they were short of money for rent, paper, and footwear. Marx was notoriously incapable of keeping accounts, and Jenny was a regular customer of the London pawnbrokers. Marx at one stage tried for a job as a railway official, but was rejected on account of his execrable handwriting. Marx's chief occupation during these years, however, was the elaboration of his critique of political economy which had begun with the Paris manuscripts of 1844. Again and again he believed that he had come to the end of the work, but his restless thoroughness impelled him constantly to seek fresh data and new sources with which to improve the draft. The economic crisis of 1857 prompted him to compose a revised version, but this was never completed and was not published in his lifetime. The introduction to this work was published in 1903 by Kolakowski in Die Neue Poundit, and is Marx's fullest and most important study of the problems of method in the social sciences. The whole work, entitled Grundrisse Kritik der politischen Ökonomie Outline of a Critique of Political Economy, was first published in Moscow in 1939-4, an unpropitious time for academic study. It was republished in East Berlin in 1953, but was not subjected to thorough examination and discussion till the 1960s. It is of interest as showing the continuity of Marx's thought from the Paris manuscripts to Capital. It contains, for instance, a new version of the theory of alienated labor which throws light on the significance of this category in Marx's later work. In general, the text of the Grundrisse shows that Marx had not abandoned his anthropological ideas of the 1840s but was at 237 tempting to translate them into economic terms. We also know from a letter of his that the method of the work was influenced by a rereading of Hegel's Logic, a copy of which had happened to come his way. The introduction contained a general plan of the work he intended to write, and as this plan is only partially fulfilled in Capital, there has been discussion as to whether, or how far, he subsequently changed his mind. However, the recent studies of McClellan and others have shown clearly that there is no reason to think he made any essential change. The 3 volumes of Capital, which deal with the theory of value, money, surplus value, and capital accumulation, circulation and reproduction, and profits, rent, and credit, constitute a portion of the structure as originally planned, while the Grundrisse is the first sketch, and the only one, covering the whole ground, i.e. it provides the most comprehensive exposition of Marx's economic doctrine that we possess. It contains the first statement of some important ideas that appear in Capital, for example, the theory of the average rate of profit and the distinction between constant and variable capital, and also some themes that are not to be found in the later work. Among these, apart from the earliest portion, criticizing Carey and Bastiat, are the observations on foreign trade and the world market and the philosophical passages scattered through the work, in the style of the 1844 manuscripts. The publication of the Grundrisse has not altered the general picture of Marxist doctrine in any important respect, but it has upheld the view of those who believed in the continuity of Marx's philosophical inspiration, and not of those who postulated a radical breach between the anthropological theories of his youth and the economic tenets of his maturer years. Another economic work of Marx's did see the light of day at this time, viz. Korridorkritik der politischen Ökonomie, published with Lassalle's help at Berlin in 1859. Here Marx expressed for the first time his theory of value, different from Ricardo's, though he did not develop it to a conclusion. The preface to this work is one of Marx's most quoted texts, as it contains the most concise and general formulation of what was later called historical materialism. In 1859–60 much of Marx's energy was devoted to a polemic with Karl Voigt, a German politician and naturalist who was then 238, teaching at the University of Bern. The immediate cause of the quarrel was that Marx accused Voigt without much evidence, but, as later events showed, correctly, of intriguing in support of Napoleon III at the time of the Franco-Austrian War. Apart from this, Voigt was the advocate of a crude and vulgar form of materialism. Marx's work Herr Voigt, published in I-860, denounced him for intrigue, slander, and double-dealing. It is now, however, of no more than biographical interest. To Lassalle. Apart from Proudhon, Marx's chief rival as a theoretician in the 1860s was Lassalle, who for many years outclassed him as far as ideological influence in Germany was concerned. Ferdinand Lassalle was the son of a Jewish trader from Breslau. He studied philosophy and philology in Berlin and Breslau in 1843–6 and intended to embrace an academic career. He became a Hegelian, read socialist literature, and decided at an early age that he was destined to be an eminent philosopher and to transform social conditions in Germany. However, his energies were for a long time absorbed by personal affairs. He fell in love with Countess Sophie von Hatzfeld, who was nearly twice his age, and for 10 years chivalrously defended her financial interests against her estranged husband in innumerable German courts. In this connection he was arrested early in 1848 for complicity in the theft of certain documents. He was released 6 months later, but re-imprisoned for some months in November for incendiary speeches in support of the revolution. From 1849 to 1857 he lived at Dusseldorf. During this time he corresponded with Marx and also wrote a large work on Heraclitus. Marx, in a letter to Engels, dismissed this as a diluted version of the relevant part of Hegel's history of philosophy. In 1859 Lassalle published a historical drama, Franz von Sickingen, on the subject of a 16th-century knight who headed a league to spread the Reformation in Germany. His tragic fate was apparently intended to symbolize the defeat of the 1848 revolution. The work is full of patriotic sentiment and faith in the German mission. In 1860 Lassalle wrote, Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 1842 239. Articles on Fichte and Lessing, and in 1861 he published his most important work, The System of Acquired Rights, a philosophical, historical, and political treatise which was well received by the academic world. After reviewing the history of the Roman and Germanic laws of inheritance, Lassalle discussed the question which had also been raised by Savigny: in what circumstances can acquired rights lose their validity? This had a clear bearing on current politics, as the defenders of privilege invoked the classic rule that a law cannot act retrospectively. From this they deduced that new laws could not extinguish rights acquired under earlier ones. Lassalle's counter-argument was on the following lines. Acquired rights are those created by the deliberate activity of an individual, but the law tacitly presupposes that they are valid only for so long as such rights are allowed in general by the legal system in force, and the legal system derives its legitimacy from the consciousness of the nation as a whole. If a certain type of right or privilege is forbidden by later laws, the individual cannot appeal to the formula lex retro non agit and claim, for instance, that he has a right to keep slaves or serfs or to be immune from taxation, simply because it has always been so. 5. In this way Lassalle defended the legality of social changes that involved the abolition of privilege. Lassalle's activity as a politician and ideologist of the workers' movement began, properly speaking, in 1862 and lasted for little more than 2 years. He was now living in Berlin and took an active part in the Prussian constitutional controversy, attacking the liberals of the Progressive Party. In the spring of 1862 he published an address to the workers, later known as the Arbeiter Programme, which became the classic exposition of his views, also a speech on the Constitution and a lecture on Fichte. The Progressive Party had a strong following in the Prussian working class. One of its leaders, Schulz Delitzsch, was a promoter of friendly societies, insurance funds, and consumer cooperatives as methods of improving the lot of the proletariat within the framework of cooperation between capital and labor. However, some groups were not content with the patronage of the liberal bourgeoisie, and one of these, in Leipzig, appealed to Lassalle to state his position in regard to the workers' movement. Lassalle responded in January 1863 with an open letter which became a kind of charter of the first German working class. 240 Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184 Socialist Party, the Allgemeiner Deutscher Arbeiterverein, founded in May of that year. At the same time, as became known afterwards, Lassalle entered into contact with Bismarck in the evident hope of contracting an alliance with the conservatives against the bourgeoisie. In a speech in the Reichstag in 1878, Bismarck said he had had several talks with Lassalle at the latter's request, but these had not been negotiations, for the simple reason that Lassalle represented no political force and had nothing to offer. He described Lassalle, however, as a man of intellect and a true patriot. The Arbeiterverein had no special success during Lassalle's lifetime, but it grew to a membership of about 1,000 and was the first independent political expression of the German working class. In August 1864 Lassalle was killed in Geneva in a duel over a girl of 17 whom he wished to marry. Her aristocratic family refused to receive him. She herself changed her mind and returned to a previous fiancé, and Lassalle wrote an insulting letter which resulted in a challenge and his death. Marx and Lassalle met in Berlin in 1861 and in London in the following year. They were never on cordial terms. Marx distrusted Lassalle and criticized him repeatedly in letters to Engels and others, while his political disagreement was expressed most notably in 1875, years after Lassalle's death, in the critique of the Gotha program. There were also personal grounds of dislike and irritation. Lassalle was a man of outstanding powers, but he was also an ostentatious parvenu and something of a play actor. In I-860 he wrote, to a woman with whom he was in love at the time, a confession which is an extraordinary specimen of naive self-praise. He represents himself as a genius adored by the people, the leader of a revolutionary party, a new Robespierre, the terror of his enemies, a man of 35 with the experience of a sage of 90, and the possessor of an income of $4,000 a year. However, Marx's conflicts with Lassalle were not mainly due to personal antipathy. They differed on almost every point of substance, economic doctrine, political tactics, their attitude to the state in general and the Prussian state in particular. In general, it may be said that the points on which their views coincided had nothing specifically Marxist about them. Some of their dissensions were as follows. Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184 241. Firstly, the economic diagnosis of the situation of the proletariat. Lassalle stated in his open letter of 1863 that the liberals were mistaken in thinking they could liberate the working class by means of insurance funds, cooperatives, and so on. This, of course, was in accordance with Marx's view. However, Lassalle went on to prove his point by the iron law of economics that, when wages are determined by the supply of labor and the demand for it, they are bound to gravitate to the physiological minimum necessary to keep the workers and their children alive. If wages rise for any reason, the working classes will have more children and the increased supply of labor will push down wages. If wages fall below the minimum, the workers will have fewer children, the demand for labor will exceed supply and wages will go up. The vicious circle is inevitable as long as supply and demand govern the wage level. Lassalle took this doctrine over more or less literally from Malthus and Ricardo. Marx never professed it in this form, and although he sometimes took the view that wages must tend towards the physiological minimum, he did not accept Lassalle's supporting argument, which gave sole weight to the demographic factor in determining labor supply and demand. It was clear, indeed, that supply and demand could not be measured absolutely but only in relation to the whole economic picture, including such matters as boom and slump, the state of world markets, technical progress, the proletarianization of the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie, and finally the effect of working class pressure on wages. According to circumstances, these factors might collectively push wages up or down, but in any case it was a gross oversimplification to reduce the whole problem to that of the birth rate of an existing proletariat. Moreover, Lassalle contradicted himself in the same document when he said that minimum needs increase as general progress increases, so that one cannot speak of an improvement in the workers' lot by comparing their present position with the past. Workers may be earning more in absolute terms, yet be worse off in relation to their total needs. It follows that the minimum is not merely a physiological but also a social and cultural one. Thus understood, the theory of relative pauperization is close to Marx's views as he expressed them in the 50s and 60s. Secondly, Lassalle differs radically from Marx in inferring from 242. The iron law of economics that the right way to emancipate the workers is to develop producer cooperatives, in which they will be paid wages equal to the value of the goods they produce. As the proletarians cannot set these up by their own efforts, the state must help them with credit institutions. For this to happen, the workers must be able to exert pressure on the state, which they can only do if there is universal, direct, and equal suffrage. This program was contrary to Marx's theory in at least three important respects. In his view, the domination of the economy by producers' associations was simply a repetition of Proudhon's utopia. Units of this kind, even if they belonged to the workers, could only exist in a state of competition like that which now prevailed. The laws of the market would continue to operate, there would still be crises, bankruptcies, and the concentration of capital. In any case, wages could never be fully equal to the value of the goods produced, since part of that value must be devoted to public needs, necessary unproductive work, reserves, etc. Finally, the program whereby the state was to be the agent of working class emancipation under capitalist conditions was contrary to Marx's idea of the state as a defensive weapon of the privileged classes. Lassalle criticized the liberal theory of the state from a Hegelian point of view, as he wrote in the Arbeiter program. The state's only function according to the bourgeoisie was to protect the freedom and property of individuals, so that if there were no criminals it would have nothing to do. In reality, however, the state was the highest form of human organization, in which all human values were actualized, and its function was to lead the human race to freedom. It was a unity of individuals in a single moral entity, and the instrument whereby man is to fulfill his destiny. In writing this, Lassalle had in mind the Prussian state. Unlike Marx, he was a German patriot and saw the events of his time, including wars, from a national viewpoint rather than a proletarian international one. He believed German unity to be an issue of supreme importance, and thought Bismarck's policies would bring more gain than loss. Moreover, the true antagonist of the proletariat was the bourgeoisie, so an alliance with the conservatives might well be desirable. This was directly contrary to Marx's general line that when the claims of the liberal bourgeoisie conflict with the interests of conservative, feudal, or Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184. 243. Monarchist elements. The proper course for the proletariat is to ally itself with the former. The philosophical basis of Lassalle's nationalism is seen most clearly in his lectures on Fichte, where he says that the latter's ideas embody the spiritual greatness of the German people. The endeavor of all German philosophy is to overcome the duality of subject and object, to reconcile the spirit with the world and to achieve the mastery of spiritual inwardness over reality. Fichte had proclaimed the mission of the German people to march in the forefront of human progress and to vindicate the divine plan of creation by attaining national independence. Germany was not only a necessary aspect of world history but was destined to be sole champion of the idea of liberty on which the future of mankind depends. Precisely because it had had no proper history for centuries, being a pure metaphysical inwardness and not a state, it had become the birthplace of the philosophical idea which set out to reconcile thought and being. The metaphysical nation, the German nation, has had bestowed on it, throughout its development and in the perfect accordance of its internal and external history, the supreme metaphysical destiny and the uttermost honor in world history, namely, that of creating a national territory out of the spiritual concept of a nation, and evolving its own being out of pure thought. To a metaphysical nation belongs a metaphysical task, an achievement no less than that of the divine creation. Pure spirit not only informs the reality presented to it but creates a territory, the very seat of its own existence. There has been nothing like this since the beginning of history. The Fichtean romantic conception of state and nation took precedence, in Lassalle's thinking, over his semi-Marxist vision of the proletariat as the liberator of the world. He appears to have felt his Jewish origin as a stigma, though he made no attempt to hide it. He used to say that he had always hated two kinds of people, Jews and literary men, and that unfortunately he himself was both, and he lost no opportunity of proclaiming his patriotic feelings. In his glorification of the state, the organic unity of the nation, and the spiritual leadership of Germany, he was, like Fichte before him, a pioneer of National Socialism. His inflated, prophetic style exasperated Marx no less than their theoretical. 244 Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184. J. Disagreements. Yet his practical success is beyond dispute. His insistence on an independent proletarian movement laid the foundations of organized socialism in Germany. Among later orthodox Marxists, opinions on him were divided. Mehring emphasized Marx's personal dislike of Lassalle and minimized the political and theoretical differences between the two, whereas Kolakowski held that their ideas of socialism were completely different. At all events, it was clear that Lassalle's theoretical horizon, unlike Marx's, was limited to Germany, so was his political influence, but in that country it was powerful and lasting. Even in later years, when German social democracy had finally abandoned Lassalle's program, his spirit was still discernible in the party, both in the strain of nationalism which persisted beneath the surface and in the belief that the existing machinery of the state could be made to serve the interest of the proletariat. 3. The First International. Bakunin. From the mid-60s onwards, Marx was less involved in combating Lassalle's views than in polemics against other schools of thought within the International, especially those of Proudhon and Bakunin. The International Working Men's Association, to give it its full title, was established at a public meeting in London in September 1864. A year earlier, the first organizational links had been formed between British and French trade unionists on the occasion of demonstrations in support of the Polish insurrection against Russia. The meeting in 1864 was attended by German, Polish, and Italian émigrés as well as the British and French, and it was decided to create an international body to coordinate the working class struggle in different countries. A General Council of 34 members was elected, with George Auger, a London trade unionist, as its president. Marx was elected to the council and was made corresponding secretary for Germany. He also played a leading part in drafting the rules and inaugural address. The latter described briefly the fortunes of the European proletariat since 1848. It pointed out that the working class was increasingly impoverished and property more concentrated, that there had nevertheless been successes in reducing working hours and in the cooperative movement, but that the emancipation of 245. The proletariat depended on its conquering political power. This could only be achieved by the international action of the workers, who were a class with common interests independent of country or nationality. They were not fighting to replace existing privileges by others, but to put an end to class domination. However, the approved texts contained no express revolutionary demands. During the next few years, the International endeavored with moderate success to organize sections in various European countries. Outside Britain, these were formed in various towns in France, Belgium, and Switzerland, generally on the basis of existing organizations. Lassalle's party remained outside the International, largely owing to disagreement over its attitude to Bismarck and to German bourgeois democracy. The British unions, some of which joined the International, pursued a separate policy of their own. The French were mostly Proudhonists, and expressed their differences from Marx at the congresses at Geneva and Lausanne. Among other things, they objected to the Polish question being discussed at meetings or mentioned in manifestos. Marx, on the other hand, believed that Polish independence was inseparable from the cause of the European workers and that the most urgent task was to break the reactionary power of the Tsardom. The Proudhonists, like their master, were mistrustful of political action in general and held to the belief in mutualism 5, which in Marx's eyes was purely utopian. The rules of the International were loose enough to permit the membership of a large variety of groups. Besides the British unions and the Proudhonists, it included, for some years, French radicals and the partisans of Mazzini. The federation was a loose one, and the General Council had no executive powers over its members. Throughout its existence, Marx devoted the greater part of his time to its affairs, with three chief objectives that were especially evident in the later years. He wanted the International to become a centralized body that could impose a uniform policy on its sections. He strove to make the whole movement accept the ideological basis he had himself worked out, and he hoped to turn the International into a weapon against Russia. Despite his prestige, he failed in all three of these aims, and his policies led to a breach within the International which 246 Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184 was a major cause, if not the main cause, of its collapse. Marx himself attended only one Congress of the International, the final one, held at The Hague in 1872. The economic crisis of 1867 and the wave of strikes in many European countries were propitious to the International. New sections were created in Spain, Italy, Holland, and Austria, while in Germany a new Social Democratic Party was formed, alongside the Lassallists, by Liebknecht and Bebel. This did not formally join the International, but was closer to Marx on the main issues. The influence of the Proudhonists grew weaker. At the Brussels Congress in September 1868, the International called for the collective ownership of arable land, forests, roads, canals, and mines, and declared itself in favor of the strike weapon. The year 1869 marked the zenith of the International's activity and influence, but also witnessed the beginning of the fatal split between the outstanding figures of the 19th century revolutionary movement, Marx and Bakunin. These two leaders held diametrically opposite views on strategy and on the subject of the working class, revolution, the state, and socialism. Mikhail Alexandrovich Bakunin had a long and adventurous political past behind him when he joined the International in 1869. Born in the province of Tver, of aristocratic family, he began his education at a military school but left it after a short time. He spent some years in Moscow, where he frequented intellectuals who discussed the future of Russia and the world in the light of Hegel's philosophy of history. For a time he was a Hegelian conservative, believing in the rationality of actual history and holding that the individual has no right to assert his accidental subjectivity against the decrees of universal reason. Soon, however, he passed to the opposite extreme, which was certainly more suited to his temperament. He went to Berlin in 1840, met the young Hegelians and was infected by their ideas. In further travels to Switzerland, Belgium, and France he met the chief socialist writers of the time, Cabet, Weitling, Proudhon, and finally Marx and Engels. He also met many Poles of the post-1830 emigration, and from then onwards devoted much attention in his writings to the cause of Polish independence. In the 1840s he agitated for a Slav federation. Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184.J247. An idea which he later rejected as ineffective or reactionary. He never abandoned his hatred of Germany, however, which was as violent as Marx's hatred of Russia. The two men clashed for the first time during the 1848 revolution, when an article in the Neue Rheinische accused Bakunin of being a Tsarist agent, a libel which the newspaper was compelled to withdraw. Bakunin took an active part in the revolutionary struggle in Prague and Dresden. He was twice condemned to death and finally expelled to Russia, where he spent the next 12 years in prison and exile. From one of his prisons he addressed an extraordinary confession to Tsar Nicholas I, expressing repentance for his subversive activity but warning that the fearful conditions in Russia might lead to revolution. In 1862 he escaped from Siberia to Japan and made his way via America to London. His career as a theoretical and practical anarchist dates from 1864, when he founded a clandestine group known as Fraternite Internationale, a loose organization of his friends and adherents, chiefly in Spain, Italy, and Switzerland. In September 1868 he established an overt anarchist association, the Alliance Internationale de la Démocratie Socialiste, which applied to join the International. The latter's council refused to accept the alliance as such, but in 1869 it agreed that individual sections might join, including the Geneva one to which Bakunin belonged and which was the only properly organized group. From then on Marx and Bakunin were engaged in a conflict in which it is hard to distinguish political from personal animosities. Marx did his best to persuade everybody that Bakunin was only using the International for his private ends, and in March 1870 he circulated a confidential letter to this effect. He also saw the hand of Bakunin on every occasion when his own policies were opposed in the International. Bakunin, for his part, not only combated Marx's political program but, as he often wrote, regarded Marx as a disloyal, revengeful man, obsessed with power and determined to impose his own despotic authority on the whole revolutionary movement. Marx, he said, had all the merits and defects of the Jewish character. He was highly intelligent and deeply read, but an inveterate doctrinaire and fantastically vain, an intriguer and morbidly envious of all who 248. Like Lassalle, had cut a more important figure than himself in public life. Politics apart, the history of Marx's relations with Bakunin does not show the former in a favorable light. His charge that Bakunin was using the International for personal advantage was groundless, and his efforts to have Bakunin expelled were finally successful thanks in the main to the Nechayev letter, for which Marx must have known that Bakunin bore no responsibility. Bakunin, of course, worked for the victory of his own ideas in the International, just as Marx did. At the Basel Congress in 1869 the Bakuninists secured the adoption of a proposal declaring that the abolition of the right of inheritance was a basic feature of the social revolution. From 1870 there was increasing dissension within sections of the International, and in Switzerland, Italy, and Spain Bakunin's adherents predominated over those of Marx. Bakunin's last years were mainly devoted to writing. In 1870 he published U Empire Nauto Germanique et la Révolution Sociale, and in 1873, M. Russian, his only work of any size, Statehood and Anarchy. This was intended as the introduction to a larger work, and contains all the important ideas of his anarchist period. It is an unsystematic collection of remarks on the most varied subjects, European and world politics, Russia, Germany, Poland, France, China, the 1848 Revolution, the Paris Commune, attacks on communism, and various philosophical observations. Bakunin had not the gifts of a theoretician or a founder of systems. He was full of inexhaustible revolutionary energy, bent on destructive aims and inspired by anarchistic mechanism. He could not endure situations which required long-term political calculations, tactical maneuvers, and temporary alliances. He expressed, as he was well aware, all the spirit of revolt which grew among the most deprived elements of the working class, the lumpenproletariat, and the peasantry. According to him, state communism, i.e. Marx's variety, was supported by the better-off, relatively secure workers who had acquired bourgeois habits, while he himself appealed to the ragged paupers who were still uncorrupted and had nothing to lose. He referred repeatedly to the rebellions of Pugachev and Stenka-Razin in Russia, elemental, instinctive uprisings of the desperate. Writings and struggles of Marx and Engels after 184.7-249. Peasantry led by bandits. Marx's adherents, he declared, despised the people. Had not Lassalle written that the suppression of the peasant revolt in 16th-century Germany had been a major contribution to historical progress? Marx and Lassalle, who were divided by nothing but Marx's personal jealousy, were the upholders of a new state despotism which was bound to develop out of their scientific socialism. Bakunin's whole doctrine centered in the word freedom, while the term state epitomized all the evil which must be banished from the world. He accepted to some extent the theory of historical materialism, in the sense that human history depends on economic facts and that men's ideas are a reflection of the material conditions in which they live. He also espoused philosophical materialism, based on atheism and the rejection of any notion of another world. But he believed that the Marxists absolutized the principle, in itself correct, of historical materialism into a kind of fatalism which left no room for the individual will, for rebellion, or for moral factors in history. Maintaining the primacy of life over ideas, Bakunin rejected the doctrine of scientific socialism which assumed that it was possible to organize social life on the basis of schemata devised by intellectuals and imposed on the people. Political or moral propaganda could only convince the masses in so far as it accorded with what was in their minds and hearts but had not yet found expression. It was no use hoping to enlighten the Russian people by means of academic theories, they would only accept what they already knew after a fashion but had not been able to articulate. In general, science was no more than a function of life and could not claim supremacy over its other manifestations. It was necessary and should be respected, but it could not grasp phenomena in their fullness, it reduced them to abstractions and ignored individuality and human freedom. Life was creative, science was uncreative and was no more than a facet of reality. The social sciences in particular, which were still in their infancy, could not claim to foretell the future or impose ideals on mankind. History is a process of spontaneous creation, not the working out of scientific schemes. It develops like life itself, instinctively and in an unrationalized manner. Bakunin's idea of the revolt of life against science, though 250 hedged with reservations concerning the value of knowledge, was to serve as the basis for versions of anarchism which regarded all academic thought as a crafty invention of the intelligentsia to maintain their privileges under the cloak of mental superiority. Bakunin did not go so far as this, but he inveighed against universities as the abodes of elitism and seminaries of a privileged caste. He also warned that Marxist socialism would lead to a tyranny of intellectuals that would be worse than any yet known to man. Life, in Bakunin's sense, is an endless, indefatigable endeavor towards freedom for every individual, every community, and the whole human race. Freedom in turn presupposes equality, not merely before the law but in reality, that is to say economic equality. Freedom and equality are opposed by the system of privileges and private property safeguarded by state power. The state is a historically necessary form of communal life, but it is not eternal and is not merely a superstructure imposed on economic facts. On the contrary, it is an essential factor in maintaining privilege, exploitation, and all forms of slavery. The state by its very nature signifies the enslavement of the masses by a despotic, privileged minority, whether priestly, feudal, bourgeois, or scientific. Any state, even the most republican and the most democratic, even the pseudo-popular state imagined by Marx, is essentially nothing but the government of the masses by an educated and therefore privileged minority, which is supposed to understand the people's needs better than they do themselves. The task of the revolution, accordingly, is not to transform the state but to abolish it. The state is not to be confused with society, the former is an artificial means of oppression, the latter a natural extension of the instinctive ties that bind human beings together. To abolish the state does not mean abolishing all forms of cooperation and organization, it means that every social organization must be built up entirely from below, without authoritarian institutions. Bakunin does not accept Stirner's doctrine that in the society of the future everyone will pursue his own private interest. On the contrary, human beings have a natural, instinctive solidarity which makes them capable of self-sacrifice and concern for others. The state not only does not foster this solidarity but opposes it. At most, it organizes the solidarity of 251. The privileged classes insofar as they have a common interest in maintaining exploitation. When the machinery of the state is destroyed, society will be organized in small autonomous communes which will allow their members absolute freedom. Any larger units will be formed on a completely voluntary basis, and every commune will be able to withdraw from the federation whenever it wishes. No administrative functions will be permanently assigned to any individuals, all social hierarchies will be abolished, and the functions of government will be completely merged in the community. There will be no law or codes, no judges, no family as a legal unit, no citizens, only human beings. Children will not be the property of their parents or of society, but of their own selves as they are destined to be. Society will take care of them and remove them from their parents if they are in danger of being depraved or hampered in their development. There will be absolute freedom to maintain any views, even false ones, including religious beliefs, freedom, too, to form associations to propagate one's views or for any other purpose. Crime, if any there still is, will be regarded as a symptom of disease and treated accordingly. Since it is clear that all privilege is connected with the right to bequeath one's property and that the state serves to perpetuate this unjust arrangement, the first step towards destroying the present system must be to abolish the right of inheritance. This is the road towards equality, which is unthinkable without freedom, and freedom is indivisible. In the light of these principles, the state communism of the German doctrinaires Marx, Engels, Lassalle, and Liebknecht is revealed as the threat of a new tyranny of self-styled scientists in a new form of state organization. If there is a state, there is bound to be domination and therefore slavery. A state without slavery, open or disguised, is unthinkable. That is why we are enemies of the state. In one way or another, the minority will govern the majority. But, the Marxists say, this minority will consist of the workers. Yes, no doubt of former workers, who, as soon as they become governors or representatives of the people, cease to be workers and start looking down on the working masses from the heights of state authority, so that they represent not the people but themselves and their own claim to rule over others. Anyone who can doubt this knows nothing of human. 252. Nature. The terms scientific socialist and scientific socialism, which we meet incessantly in the works and speeches of the Lassallists and Marxists, are sufficient to prove that the so-called people's state will be nothing but a despotism over the masses, exercised by a new and quite small aristocracy of real or bogus scientists. The people, being unlearned, will be completely exempted from the task of governing and will be forced into the herd of those who are governed. A fine sort of emancipation. They claim that only a dictatorship, their own of course, can bring the people freedom. We reply that a dictatorship can have no other aim than to perpetuate itself, and that it can engender and foster nothing but slavery in the people subjected to it. Freedom can be created only by freedom, that is by a rising of the whole people and by the free organization of the working masses from below. In short, the object of the revolutionary movement cannot be to gain control of the existing state or to create a new one, for in that case the outcome would defeat the idea. For the same reason, the movement cannot pin its faith on a political struggle within the framework of existing state and parliamentary institutions. Liberation can only be attained by a single apocalyptic upheaval sweeping away the whole apparatus of the state, law, and private property. From this point of view, the coming social revolution differs fundamentally from all its predecessors, and especially the French Revolution, which turned into a despotism inspired by the sick mind of Rousseau. Bakunin speaks of Rousseau and Robespierre in tones of abhorrence, nor has he much good to say of any socialist thinker except for Proudhon, who knew the value of freedom. Must there not, however, be a state organization and means of compulsion or restriction so as to limit conflicts and keep human egoism within bounds? No, Bakunin replies, it is precisely because the state exists that even the best individuals, emerging from the mass of humanity, become tyrants and executioners. In a society based on freedom, even the most selfish and ill-disposed will be cured of their vices, for a society without a state and without privileges is not only better but is the only mode of life compatible with human nature, spontaneous, creative, and unrestricted. Anarchy is more than an ideal, it is the realization of man as he was meant to be. This does not signify, however, that it is guaranteed by the laws of history or part of a destined. 253. Plan. It is essentially the work of human purpose, but there is every reason to think that purpose will prevail. Bakunin believed strongly in the natural revolutionary instinct of the working masses, and he considered the problem chiefly as it affected Russia. Revolution required as a prior condition extreme poverty and desperation, plus the ideal of a new society. This ideal could not be imposed on the people from outside, but must already be dormant within them. What the people needed was not teachers to invent ideals, but revolutionaries to arouse them from their slumbers. The Russian people, i.e. the peasantry, had a deeply rooted sense of anarchy. They felt that the land belonged to everyone and that the village commune, the mir, should be completely autonomous, and they were naturally hostile to the state. This feeling, however, was overlaid by the patriarchal tradition, by their faith in the Tsar, and by the fact that the mir absorbed human personality and hampered its development, while the opium of religion kept the peasants in spiritual bondage. Consequently, the village communes were inert and isolated from one another, but there might arise from among the people rebels who would stir it up and awaken its natural revolutionary tendencies. Moreover, the same natural ideals were dormant among the poor of other countries, as was most clearly seen in Italy, where the anarchist revolution became more imminent every day. The great exception was Germany, where there were always plenty of theoreticians chattering about revolution but not enough people working for it. The Germans were natural state worshippers, delighting to obey as much as to command, and it was not surprising that they could rise no higher than the state socialism of Marx and Lassalle, or that Bismarck's Germany was now the bastion of world reaction. The Tsardom, whatever Marx might say, did not compare with Germany in this respect. It was certainly always trying to meddle in European affairs, but with very little success. Bakunin's statements about Russia do not form a consistent whole. On the one hand, he says that the Slavs are incapable of forming states and that all their political systems have been created by foreigners. But, on the other hand, he maintains that Russia is not only a military state but has evolved a system in which the interests of all classes, and the whole of industrial and agricultural 254 activity, are subordinated to the central power, so that the nation's wealth is no more than a means to aggrandize the state. On this point Bakunin repeats an observation that had often been made in the 19th century: the primacy of the Russian state vis-a-vis the civil community was so absolute that even the distinction of classes was secondary to it. But it is hard to see how this can be reconciled with the view that the Slavs have no state-forming abilities. From this brief review of Bakunin's ideas it will be clear that he differed widely from Marx as regards both theory and tactics. Apart from their dispute over the leadership of the International, each accusing the other of dictatorial aims, and apart from the question whether Russia or Prussia was the headquarters of world reaction, they disagreed on several points of key importance to the socialist movement. In the first place, Marx regarded the call for the immediate abolition of inheritance as putting the cart before the horse, since the right to bequeath property was only a particular aspect of the property system itself. Secondly, Marx held that the state is not the independent source of all social evil but merely the instrument by which existing privileges are maintained. On this point the disagreement was not essential, for Marx, like Bakunin, considered that existing political institutions would have to be destroyed, while Bakunin agreed that the state had arisen historically as an instrument of private property, though he also held that in the course of time it had become an independent force and a necessary bulwark of the class system. The dispute therefore came down to whether the socialist revolution could do away with all forms of statehood at the outset. Marx believed that the state of the future would not be concerned with governing people but with administering things, i.e. organizing production. To Bakunin, this amounted to extreme atavism. There could be no centralized economic administration without political centralization and therefore slavery. Thirdly, Marx's strategic plan included political activity within existing systems, parliamentary and other, and permitted temporary alliances with the democratic bourgeoisie when its interests happened to coincide with those of the proletariat, whereas for Bakunin the only kind of political activity that revolutionaries should under 255 take was to destroy all forms of statehood. Fourthly, Bakunin's idea of completely free economic activity carried on by small autonomous communes appeared to Marx no better than a prudentist utopia, and open to the same objections. On the one hand, the natural tendency is for production to be centralized, and, on the other, an economy composed of independent units would be bound to reproduce the system of competition and capital accumulation. Marx's ideas on all these questions altered and matured over a long period. It was not until after the Paris Commune that he came round to the view, which was to be central in Lenin's version of Marxism, that the existing state machine must be destroyed. Bakunin's Swiss follower Guillaume welcomed this as signifying Marx's conversion to anarchism, but he was mistaken, as Marx remained convinced of the necessity of a central economic administration, though he believed the future state would have no political functions. It is true, however, that Marx did not explain clearly on what basis social life would be organized when the state had been abolished and the whole economy centralized. Bakunin himself had only the crudest ideas of political economy, believing simply that once people were free of the state their natural solidarity and bent for cooperation would come into play and conflicts of interest would be impossible. He envisaged democracy on the lines of the Swiss cantons and villages in which the whole adult population assembled from time to decide matters of common concern, but his writings give no indication of how this could be applied on the scale of a province, a country, or the whole world, assuming that representative democracy was done away with. In these disputes Marx's strength lay in the field of economic criticism and in his conviction that a system of independent productive units would mean reviving all the harmful aspects of a commodity economy. Bakunin, on the other hand, had a strong point in his criticism of the overt or implied atavism in Marx's program. He raised the very real question to which Marx gives no answer: how can a centralized economic power be imagined without political coercion? And, if the future society is still divided into rulers and ruled, how can it fail to recreate the system of power privilege, which has a natural tendency to 256. Perpetuate itself? These objections were to recur frequently in criticisms of Marx by anarchists and syndicalists. It is clear enough that Marx did not himself imagine socialism as a despotic system in which the political apparatus would maintain its privileges on the basis of a monopoly of the means of production, but he did not answer Bakunin on this point, and the latter deserves credit for being the first, as it were, to infer Leninism from Marxism. Bakunin believed naively that men, left to themselves, would behave as they ought and would live in harmony. Since evil did not come from human beings but from the state and private property, he did not explain how man, being good by nature, had come to create such an evil system. Marx for his part thought the question of natural goodness irrelevant and naive. He was concerned with the Promethean expansion of the human race in its growing mastery over nature, and he thought personal development had no meaning except in relation to the development of the species. He was far from being an advocate of despotism, but he failed to answer the charge that it was implicit in his system. The First International was destroyed by internal conflicts on the one hand and, on the other, by the Franco-German War and the Paris Commune. The Commune was not the child of the International, still less of the Marxists. Most of its leaders were Blanquists, while those members of the International who joined it were mainly Proudhonists. Marx saw from the beginning that it was doomed to failure, but after the defeat and massacre of the Communards he composed a pamphlet entitled The Civil War in France, in which, besides paying tribute to their heroism, he analyzed the significance of their spontaneous movement from the viewpoint of the future of communism. The Paris Commune, being in a sense the first proletarian regime in history, had, by a natural process as it were, exemplified some of the basic principles of the future socialist society: the replacement of the standing army by an armed citizenry, the transformation of the police into a popular organ, the electivity of all magistrates and officials, a maximum wage, free education, the disestablishment and expropriation of the church. Nevertheless, Marx did not regard the Commune as specifically either socialist or proletarian. Engels in 1891 referred to it as a dictatorship of the proletariat. Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 1842 257. But Marx never did so. In February 1881, in a letter to F. Domlenuenhuis, Marx said expressly that the majority of the Commune was not socialist and that its only right and possible course had been to compromise with Versailles in the interest of the French people as a whole. The defeat of the Commune gave encouragement to reaction throughout Europe and accentuated the dissensions which broke up the First International. Workers' organizations in France and Germany were subjected to harassment, and the International lost the effective support of the British trade unions, who had joined it for tactical rather than ideological reasons and were chiefly concerned to establish a legal position for themselves within the existing order. At its London conference in September 1871, the International endorsed Marx's call for combined political and economic action by the working class and for independent workers' parties in all countries. The Congress at The Hague in September 1872 showed that Marx's followers were a majority in the General Council. But the International was by now fatally weakened by dissensions and persecution, and was incapable of directing workers' organizations in conditions that differed widely from one country to another. On a proposal by Engels, the General Council transferred itself to New York, where the organization lingered on for a few years before it was formally dissolved in 1876. A rival International formed by Bakunin's followers fell to pieces a year later. However, throughout the 1870s anarchism was stronger than Marxism, not only in Spain and Italy but also in France. Apart from the conflict of influences in the International, it may be said that from the 1860s Marxism was the most important of the rival socialist ideologies, in the sense that doctrines and programs throughout the world defined their position by reference to it. Marxism presented the most consistent and elaborate body of doctrine, and this was due in part to the publication at Leipzig in 1867 of the first volume of Marx's Capital. This volume reverted, inter alia, to the problems discussed in the Critique of Political Economy, and revealed the sources of exploitation by analyzing the basic phenomena of the capitalist economy, Commodities, Exchange and Use Value. 258. Surplus Value, Capital, Wages, and Accumulation. The fundamental thesis of capital is that exploitation derives from the sale of labor power by hired workers. Labor is a commodity of a special kind in that the value of its product is much greater than the cost of reproducing it, i.e. of the worker's subsistence, and the exploitation that this involves can only be done away with by abolishing wage labor. Marx intended to finish the second and third volumes of his work in a short time. The second was to analyze the circulation of capital and the market, while the third was to deal with the sharing of profit among different groups of exploiters, the origin of the average rate of profit, the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, and the transformation of surplus profit into ground rent. Parts of these volumes were written before the first was published, but although Marx continued working on them till 1878, they were not completed at the time of his death. The manuscripts, arranged and edited by Engels, were published in 1885 and 1894, while Theories of Surplus Value was published by Kolakowski as the fourth volume of Capital in 1905-10. After the breakup of the International, and as the hope of an early European revolution once more receded, Marx concentrated on theoretical work to the extent permitted by frequent illness, visits to health resorts, money troubles, and domestic misfortune. He read extensively, but in his last years was almost incapable of writing. However, he continued to follow closely the development of European socialism. In 1875 two German workers' parties, the Lassallists and the Eisenach Group, united to form the Socialist Workers' Party. Their program elicited a devastating attack by Marx in the form of a letter to the Eisenach leaders. This critique of the Gotha program, first published by Engels in 1891, repeated Marx's objections to Lassallian socialism and contained more trenchant formulations than are found elsewhere in his works on such matters as the state, internationalism, and the nature of a proletarian authority. The document had little effect on the final version of the program, but it became one of the principal texts invoked by the revolutionary wing of the Second International against reformism and revisionism. Its use of the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat made it especially valuable to Lenin and his followers. In 1880 Marx helped Jules Guesde to draft the 259 program of the French Workers' Party. In 1881-2 he wrote some letters on the prospects of revolution in Russia, which were afterwards much debated and disputed over by Russian Marxists. Marx died in London on March 14, 1883. Some of his papers were published posthumously by Engels. After the latter's death in 1895 a vast amount of material remained in the hands of Bernstein and Babel, who did not do much to make it available. Mering republished some articles of the 1840s which were difficult of access, and also published the manuscript of Marx's doctoral dissertation, though without the preliminary notes. Bernstein published portions of the German ideology. The first edition of Marx's correspondence, by Mering and Bernstein, was inaccurate and incomplete. Kolakowski, as already mentioned, published Theories of Surplus Value and the Introduction to the Grundrisse. A great deal of work was done in collecting scattered manuscripts and letters, and publishing them in scholarly form, by David Ryazanov, who created the Marx-Engels Institute in Moscow and was its director until 1930. He also founded the great critical edition of the works of Marx and Engels, on the subject of the 16th century rising under Thomas Munzer. Based on the history by Wilhelm Zimmermann published in the 1840s, this work attempted to interpret the most important popular rising in German history in terms of the class struggle and to suggest analogies between it and the revolutionary situation of 1848-9. Engels's views on the events of those years, in which he himself took part, were summed up in a series of articles published in 1851-2 over Marx's signature in the New York Daily Tribune, entitled Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany / These were first published in book form in 1896. Among Engels's best-known works is Herrnjugend Düring-Wissenschaft, known as the Anti-Düring. Düring, who was blind, was dismissed from his lectureship at the University of Berlin for his violent attacks on academic philosophy. His writings were popular among the German Social Democrats, and for a time he was regarded as one of the party's chief theorists. Engels, who considered Dühring a dangerous influence, attacked his views in a sharply polemical work in which he gave a clear exposition of dialectical materialism as the basis of Marxian economics, and of scientific socialism as opposed to the utopian tradition. The anti-Dühring became a kind of Marxist handbook after Dühring himself had been quite forgotten. After Marx's death, Engels, who had moved to London in 1870, devoted much of his energy to editing the remaining portions of Capital, but also wrote philosophical works of his own. In 1886 he published in Die Neue Zeit an article on Ludwig Feuerbach and the end of classic German philosophy, in which he related scientific socialism to the German intellectual tradition. This, too, is one of the most popular expositions of Marxism. It was republished in book form in 1888 together with Marx's theses on Feuerbach, which had not previously appeared. Another classic work by Engels is The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. This made considerable use. Writings and Struggles of Marx and Engels after 184.J261. Of the work of Lewis H. Morgan, who for the first time had systematically analyzed primitive society on the basis of direct observation of North American Indians, and in Ancient Society outlined a theory of the stages of human development from savagery to civilization. Using these and other works, Engels endeavored to present the origins of the basic institutions of civilized life. In the early 70s Engels conceived the plan of a critique of vulgar materialism which would apply the dialectical method to scientific observation. He wrote some chapters and notes for this work between 1875 and 1882, but did not succeed in completing it. All this material, finished and unfinished, was first published in 1925 in Moscow under the title Dialectic of Nature. The works mentioned here constitute that part of Engels's literary output, a small proportion of the whole which has become widely read on account of its systematic character and the permanence of its themes. Along with Capital, these works are the basic source from which 3 or 4 generations of readers have imbibed their knowledge of scientific socialism and its philosophic background. Engels died in London on August 5, 1895. Unlike Marx, he is not buried there. He was cremated by his own wish, and his ashes, in an urn, were cast into the sea off Beachy Head. Chapter 12. Capitalism as a Dehumanized World. The Nature of Exploitation. The controversy as to the relation of capital to Marx's early writings. Marx's exposition of the functioning and prospects of the capitalist economy cannot be studied in isolation from his anthropological ideas and his philosophy of history. His theory is a general one embracing the whole of human activity in its various interdependent spheres. The behavior of human beings in all ages, whether active or passive, whether intellectual, aesthetic, or engaged in labor, must be understood integrally or not at all. Capital is the culmination of a series of works in which Marx applied his basic theory of dehumanization to the phenomena of economic production and exchange. His successive critiques, the Paris manuscripts of 1844, The Poverty of Philosophy, Wage Labor and Capital, the Grundrisse, the Critique of Political Economy, and finally Capital itself, are more and more elaborate versions of the same thought, which may be expressed as follows. We live in an age in which the dehumanization of man, that is to say the alienation between him and his own works, is growing to a climax which must end in a revolutionary upheaval. This will originate from the particular interest of the class which has suffered the most from dehumanization, but its effect will be to restore humanity to all mankind. There is no doubt that Marx's terminology and the mode of his exposition underwent changes between 1844 and 1867, and there has been much discussion as to how far these correspond to changes in his ideas. In particular, it has been suggested that the theory of a return to species essence, which is prominent in the texts of 1843-4, and which implies a normative, anthro. 263. Pological view, was abandoned by the later Marx in favor of a structural description. Some commentators, such as Landshut and Meyer, Popitz, and Fromm, consider that the early writings express a richer, more universal philosophical theory and that the later ones, by comparison, are intellectually more restricted. Many others, such as Sidney Hook, Daniel Bell, and Louis Fuhr, maintain that there was a break in the development of Marx's ideas and that Capital differs from the Paris manuscripts not only in scope but also in substance. This view is denied by such critics as Cave, Tucker, McClellan, Fitzgerald, and Avinry. A distinct but closely related question is whether, despite the frequent sharpness of Marx's attacks on Hegel, his ideas were in fact derived from Hegelian sources, and whether in this respect too there was a breach in his intellectual development. Croce, Löwit, and Hook maintain that he parted company with Hegelianism after 1844, while Lukács, Fitzgerald, Tucker, and Avinry hold that he was inspired by it more or less consciously to the very end. These views are equally compatible with a sympathetic or unsympathetic approach to any particular phase of Marx's thinking, or to the whole of it. Other critics again, such as Jordan, believe that Marx's relationship to Hegel went through different stages, that a short period of fascination was followed by radical criticism and the almost complete abandonment of Hegelianism, but that he subsequently reverted to a middle view. The literature of this controversy already amounts to a considerable library, and we cannot study the arguments in detail here. It may, however, be briefly stated why the present author agrees with those who hold that there is no discontinuity in Marx's thought, and that it was from first to last inspired by basically Hegelian philosophy. It must be made clear that the question is not whether Marx did or did not change during his 40 years as a writer, since he obviously did change in many respects. Nor is it whether the whole substance of Capital can be found in the Paris manuscripts by anyone who chooses to look hard enough, for Marxism without the theory of value and surplus value is clearly not the same as Marxism with this theory elaborated. The question is whether the aspects of his early thinking which Marx subsequently abandoned are important enough to justify. 264. The idea of an intellectual break, and whether the theory of value and its consequences are a basic innovation, either contrary to Marx's philosophy of the early 40s or in no way anticipated therein. To this question we would reply as follows. The fundamental novelty of Capital consists in 2 points which entail a wholly different view of capitalist society from that of the classical economists with their labor theory of value. The first of these is the argument that what the worker sells is not his labor but labor power, and that labor has 2 aspects, the abstract and the concrete. But this view is itself the final version of Marx's theory of dehumanization, first sketched in 1843-4. Exploitation consists in the worker selling his labor power and thus divesting himself of his own essence. The labor process and its results become alien and hostile, a deprivation of humanity instead of a fulfillment. In the second place, having discovered the dual nature of labor as expressed in the opposition between exchange value and use value, Marx is able to define capitalism as a system in which the sole object of production is to increase exchange value without limit. The whole of human activity is subordinated to a non-human purpose, the creation of something that man as such cannot assimilate, for only use value can be assimilated. The whole community is thus enslaved to its own products, abstractions which present themselves to it as an external, alien power. The deformation of consciousness and the alienation of the political superstructure are consequences of the basic alienation of labor which, however, is not a mistake on history's part but a necessary precondition of the future society of free beings in control of the vital process of their own lives. In this way Capital may be regarded as a logical continuation of Marx's earliest views, and this continuity is attested by his reference, in the afterword to the second edition of Volume I, T0 criticisms of Hegel almost 30 years ago, i.e. no doubt to the manuscripts themselves. Admittedly, such expressions as man's recovery of his own species essence and the reconciliation of essence and existence do not appear in Marx's writings after 1844. This, as we have seen, is best explained by his controversy with the German true socialists, who regarded not only socialism itself but the movement towards it as all humanity's concern, putting their faith. Capitalism as a dehumanized world. 265. In action by all social classes and not only the proletariat with its special interests. Marx, however, once he had come to the conclusion that socialism would be achieved not by humanitarian sentiment but by the paroxysm of the class struggle and if necessary by revolutionary force, from then on avoided any expressions which might suggest the idea of class solidarity or imply that the world could be transformed by ideals and emotions which transcended class enmity. Nevertheless, his original intention remained the same. He still believed that socialism was the concern of humanity as a whole and would do away with classes and privilege, and, though he was naturally most moved by the oppression of the working class, he analyzed the process of dehumanization and reification from the point of view of the capitalist as well. The idea of man's recovery of his own self is in fact comprised in that of alienation, which Marx continued to employ. For alienation is nothing but a process in which man deprives himself of what he truly is, of his own humanity. To speak in these terms implies, of course, that we know what man truly is as opposed to what he empirically is, what the content of human nature is, conceived of not as a set of features which may be empirically ascertained but as a set of requirements that must be fulfilled in order to make human beings genuinely human. Without some such standard, vague though it may be, alienation has no meaning. Accordingly, whenever Marx uses this term he presupposes, expressly or otherwise, a non-historical or prehistorical norm of humanity. This, however, is not a collection of permanent, unchanging qualities belonging to some arbitrary ideal, but a conception of the conditions of development enabling men to display their creative powers to the full, untrammeled by material needs. The fulfillment of humanity is not, in Marx's view, a matter of attaining some final, imagined perfection, but of freeing man forever from conditions that hamper his growth and make him the slave of his own works. The idea of freedom from alienation, and thus of alienation itself, requires a preliminary value judgment and an idea of what humanity means. The term alienation still occurs frequently in the Grundrisse but is less common in Marx's writing thereafter, and is seldom used in Capital. This, however, is a change of language. 266. And not of substance, for the process whereby man's labor and its products become alien to him is described in Capital in terms which clearly show that Marx has in mind the same phenomenon as that described in the manuscripts. It is important to note, in Marx's early criticism of Hegel, that he did not at any time identify alienation with externalization, i.e. the labor process whereby human strength and skill are converted into new products. It would clearly be absurd to speak of abolishing alienation in this sense, since in all imaginable circumstances men will have to expend energy to produce the things they need. Hegel, as we have seen, did identify alienation with externalization, and he could therefore only conceive man's final reconciliation with the world by way of abolishing the objectivity of the object. To Marx, however, the fact that people objectivize their powers does not mean that they become the poorer by whatever they produce. On the contrary, labor in itself is an affirmation and not a denial of humanity, being the chief form of the unending process of man's self-creation. It is only in a society ruled by private property and the division of labor that productive activity is a source of misery and dehumanization, and labor destroys the workman instead of enriching him. When alienated labor is done away with, people will continue to externalize and objectivize their powers, but they will be able to assimilate the work of their hands as an expression of their collective ability. Again, there appears to be no contradiction between the young Marx's praise of the self-affirmation that a productive worker enjoys or may enjoy, and the argument in the third volume of Capital that future progress would consist in the gradual reduction of necessary work, i.e. that involved in satisfying elementary physical needs. The time thus saved was not to be spent in idleness but in free creative activity, the earnest, absorbing toil which, for Marx, was typified by that of the artist. Man would continue to assert his humanity in the form of labor, but would spend less and less time producing food, clothing, and furniture and more on the products of art and science. There is also good ground for saying that Marx continued to hold the view he expressed in 1844 that man is acquainted with nature not as it is in itself but through the medium of a socially created system of needs. In one of his last works, A. 267, Commentary on Adolf Wagner's Handbook of Political Economy, he argues that man regards the external world as a means of satisfying his needs and not a mere object of contemplation, and that the features he perceives in it and embodies in language, in other words all his conceptual categories, are related to his practical requirements. It is clear from this that Marx never accepted the view that the world in itself is simply reflected in human minds and that the images found there are then transformed into abstract concepts. It can be argued, on the other hand, that the romantic idea of man once more achieving unity with nature does not appear in Marx's writings after 1844, and it may seem from the Grundriss that he shifted to a utilitarian or similar viewpoint. In one of his many descriptions of the tremendous part played by capitalism in advancing civilization, he says that capital for the first time made it possible for men to assimilate nature in a universal way, i.e. to treat it as an object of use and not of idolatry. But here too it is difficult to speak of a real change of view. Marx himself did not share the idolatrous view of nature that he commended capitalism for destroying, or regard the world in its primal, untamed state as deserving of human worship. He believed that man perceives and organizes the world in accordance with his needs, and that as humanity progresses so nature becomes more humanized, more obedient, and less incalculable. The expression of his view may have changed, but not the view itself. As we have already said, the publication of the Grundriss went a long way to refute those who held that there was a major discontinuity in the evolution of Marx's ideas. It was clear, in particular, that his theory of value and of money combined harmoniously with the concept of alienation. No doubt two separate traditions are here synthesized, those of Hegel and of the classic British economists, whom Marx began to study while still in Paris. It was in fact one of his greatest achievements to express the theory of alienation, derived from Bauer, Feuerbach, and Hess, in conceptual categories which he took over, though with substantial modification, from Ricardo. 268. 2. The classical economic tradition and the theory of value. The theory of value, which is the core of capital, has a history which may be traced back to Aristotle's time. It was of interest for both theoretical and practical reasons. The theoretical question is, since goods are exchanged for one another at a particular rate, they must have some property that makes them quantitatively comparable, despite all their differences of quality. What, then, is this common feature which reduces the multiplicity of things to a single measure? The practical question, which was much debated in the Middle Ages, is that of a just price. Although expressed in normative terms, how should the just price of a given article be determined, this is really the same question as how to define the conditions of equivalent exchange, in which the purchaser pays the price to which the seller is really entitled. This was directly related to another question frequently posed by medieval theologians, moralists, and political writers: was it lawful to lend money at interest, and, if so, on what ground? Clearly, the question of a just price and of interest could only be answered by determining what constituted the real value of a commodity, and how it was to be measured. The idea that the value of an article is to be measured by the amount of labor that went into its production was advanced by various thinkers before the 18th century. Marx, who had made a thorough study of the history of the problem, took as the starting point of his own theory two classic works which he regarded as the basis of economic science: Adam Smith's Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations and Ricardo's Principles of Political Economy and Taxation. Smith's main work is devoted inter alia to the question of how national wealth increases and how it can be measured objectively, regardless of price fluctuations. He assumed that increasing wealth was desirable, and sought to prove that state intervention in production and trade could only impede its growth. He distinguished between productive and non-productive labor, including in the former not only agricultural labor but all occupations which involved the processing of material objects for useful purposes, i.e. excluding services, administration, political and intellectual activities, etc. 269. And which produced surpluses that could be used for further production. The question of how to measure the value of a product depended, in Smith's view, on how the national product was calculated. He distinguished the use value of an object, i.e. its power to satisfy a human need, from its exchange value, which was the proper subject matter of economics, for it was clear that some objects, such as air, were of great use but were not objects of exchange, while others, though of very small use, fetched enormous prices. However, Smith argued, exchange value is not the same as the actual price of a commodity. On the contrary, it is necessary to find out in what conditions prices correspond to real value, and what causes them to vary from it. The real or natural value of an article is measured by the quantity of work that has gone into producing it. Such, at least, was the case in primitive societies, where goods were exchanged on the basis of labor time, for example the time spent in hunting game. But in modern societies other factors come into play besides labor, namely capital and land, so that the value or natural price of a product includes remuneration for the worker, a return on the capital used, and an element for rent. The distribution of profits between capitalists, landowners, and workers is thus in accordance with nature. The increase of wealth is in the general interest of all classes engaged in production. Smith did not believe that wages were bound to gravitate to the bare subsistence level, as Malthus and, at least for a time, Marx were subsequently to contend. It is also in the interest of all for market prices to be as close as possible to natural ones, and the market itself ensures automatically that they will tend to this level despite fluctuations. Artificial regulation of the market by administrative action is more likely to disturb the process than to assist it. The market also provides a common measure for unequal forms of human labor, which must be rewarded not simply on a time basis but according to the complexity of the task and the skill put into it. Smith did not indicate any way in which natural prices and national revenue could be calculated independently of market prices. Nevertheless, his work was the first attempt to arrive at a complete system of categories applicable to the analysis of economic activity, on the premise that that activity obeys laws. 270. Of its own, independent of human volition, and is regulated by the invisible hand of the market. The Wealth of Nations is one of the most important documents in the history of liberalism. Though Smith came to modify in some respects his belief in the automatically favorable effects of competition and the market, he did not, moreover, draw a clear line as yet between economic and moral aspects. Ricardo put somewhat different questions from those of Smith, but for a time at least used the same instruments of analysis. He was less interested in calculating the national income than in discovering the basis of its distribution among different classes. He believed that in theory the value of commodities could be expressed in terms of labor units, but he recognized that such a calculation was impracticable in respect of large-scale economic processes. He also perceived a contradiction between the dependence of prices on labor and the tendency for rates of profit to even out as regards different branches of production, for it is clear that the amount of capital per labor unit varies in different sectors of industry, so that there cannot be a uniform rate of profit if prices are proportionate to labor input. In the last resort, the labor theory of value was not so important to Ricardo as it subsequently was to Marx. Ricardo saw, much more clearly than Smith, the conflict of interest between capitalists and wage earners. He recognized that technical progress might lead to a fall in employment and so reduce the workers' total income. He was also inclined to share Malthus's view that wages tend to fall to the bare subsistence level, as otherwise the workers will breed more children, the supply of labor will increase, and wages will drop once more. Marx regarded the works of the classic British economists as a model of unprejudiced analysis, endeavoring without sentiment to discover the actual mechanisms of social life. He understood, indeed, that their doctrine was grounded in economic liberalism and the belief that it was natural for owners of land and capital to be rewarded for their share in production. But what interested him in Smith and Ricardo was their description of the interrelation between the various elements in the production process: investment, population growth, wages, food costs, foreign trade, etc. The classic economists believed. 271. Like Hegel, that one could not understand much of human society by observing people's intentions in their individual relationships. The laws that governed its working were not intended by anyone, but it was they and not men's thoughts which determined human behavior. Marx, however, used the theory of value in a different way from any of the economists who preceded him. Instead of applying it to the question of how the national product is to be estimated or how it is distributed, he used the theory chiefly to investigate the nature of exploitation in a society based on private property. Thus, apart from the 2 points already mentioned, the theory of value was transformed by Marx in 2 other essential respects. In the first place, unlike Ricardo, he held that labor is not only the measure of value but its only source. Secondly, he maintained that the phenomenon of exchange value is not a natural and inseparable part of society or civilization, but is a historical and transitory form of the organization of production and exchange. Such are the 4 main respects in which Marx altered the traditional theory of value. Marx spent many years amending, correcting, and completing his economic doctrine. As Ernst Mondale has shown, his first notes of 1844-5 indicate that he then regarded Ricardo's theory of value as erroneous because it failed to explain the maladjustment of supply and demand, and hence economic crises, and also as morally suspect because it implied that the natural value of human labor was defined by the subsistence level. Marx arrived at his own formulation of the theory of value by various stages. We shall not, however, pursue them here, but will describe the theory as it appears in its final form in Capital. 3. The double form of value and the double character of labor. At the outset of Capital, Marx observes that every useful object may be looked at from a qualitative or a quantitative point of view. We may either consider the properties that make it useful as bread, cloth, furniture, etc., or simply the amount of work, of whatever kind, that has gone into it. In this way human products have a double value, or rather 2 incommensurate. 272. Kinds of value: use value, the characteristics that enable them to satisfy human needs, and the value which derives from the amount of labor time that has gone to make them. When articles are compared with each other in the process of exchange, their value takes the form of exchange value. Particular useful objects are thus endowed with abstract exchange value, the crystallization of labor time irrespective of the difference between one form of labor and another. It is only labor as such that constitutes exchange value. Objects that are useful but are not man-made have no value, even though they have a price, a point which Marx explains later in the context of surplus value. As exchange values, things are comparable quantitatively in terms of the amount of labor time embodied in them. They can thus form the object of an exchange in which they are reduced to the homogeneous aspect of labor time. However, this does not mean the time actually employed in making them. It could not be the case that one loaf of bread was worth twice as much as another because the baker was less skillful or had less good equipment and therefore took twice as long to make it. What we are concerned with is not actual labor but socially necessary labor time, defined as the average amount of time necessary to produce a given article at a particular historical stage of human ability and technical progress. This necessary labor time is the quantitative standard of the relative values of things, permitting them to be bought and sold at a determinate rate. Goods embodying the same amount of work in this sense have the same value, however different their uses and physical qualities. It is clear that the possession of use value is a necessary, though not a sufficient, condition of the possession of exchange value. No product can be exchanged, and thus become a commodity, unless it satisfies some need and is good for something. To put it another way, a thing does not become an exchange value without assuming the character of a commodity, and it does not become a commodity without entering into the process of exchange. People have been making useful things since the dawn of history, but until there is a system of exchange based on homogeneous labor time, there are no commodities and no exchange value. Exchange value is not an intrinsic quality of objects, but derives 273 from their involvement in the social process of circulation and exchange. Products are converted into values by being exchanged for one another. The general form of value results from the joint action of the whole world of commodities, and from that alone. A commodity can acquire a general expression of its value only by all other commodities, simultaneously with it, expressing their values in the same equivalent, and every new commodity must follow suit. It thus becomes evident that, since the existence of commodities as values is purely social, this social existence can be expressed only by the totality of their social relations, and consequently that the form of their value must be a socially recognized form. The commodity form of objects is thus the effect of a particular kind of social nexus, viz. the situation in which people engaged in an exchange confront each other as private owners, whose will resides in those objects and who behave in such a way that each does not appropriate the other's commodity and part with his own except by means of an act done by mutual consent. All commodities are non-use values for their owners, and use values for their non-owners. Consequently, they must all change hands. But this change of hands is what constitutes their exchange, and the latter puts them in relation with each other as values, and realizes them as values. Hence commodities must be realized as values before they can be realized as use values. The quality of things that we call value, which is unknown to nature and conferred on them by the conditions of human society, is the basis, in Marx's theory, of the twofold character of human labor. On the one hand, labor is a concrete activity of a specific kind, issuing in a specific product. On the other hand, it is labor in general, the simple expenditure of human labor power. This abstract, homogeneous labor is the true creator of exchange value, while differentiated labor creates use value. In considering the production of commodities, i.e. production for exchange, we abstract our attention from the difference between a baker's work and that of a spinner or a woodcutter, treating them as identical from the point of view of the exertion of labor power for a time that can be exactly measured. In this way the most complex forms of labor are reduced to labor tout court, or labor time. It is thus that dis. 274. Parade products can be compared and exchanged, and that a change in productivity affects the total amount of use value created, but not that of exchange value. When technology improves, the same amount of effort produces more goods, but the value of each article falls correspondingly, so that the total sum of values remains the same. At whatever stage of technical development, society produces the same quantity of values in the same amount of working time. Since all products of labor manifest their value only in exchange, i.e. in comparison with one another, it follows that any of them is equally suitable as a standard with which to measure the others. The appearance of a universal standard of value in the form of money was possible owing to the prior existence in things of the abstract quality created in the process of exchange. The fact that in the course of time precious metals acquired a privileged position as standards of value was due to the physical properties of uniformity, divisibility, resistance to corrosion, etc., which made them more suitable than other things previously used as money, for example cattle. In itself gold is no different from any other commodity as an exchange value, and its value derives not from any magic properties but from its being the product of abstract human labor. It had first to be a commodity like any other, before it was promoted to the role of a universal standard. Yet in money considered as a standard of value, a means of payment, exchange, and accumulation, exchange value somehow becomes autonomous and its origin in labor is lost to view. The fact that the products of labor can be appropriated in the form of money creates the illusion that money or gold is an intrinsic, original source of wealth. Quoting, in Capital, the tirade against gold by Shakespeare's Timon which he had used in the 1844 manuscripts, Marx observes, see just as every qualitative difference between commodities is extinguished in money, so money, like the radical leveler that it is, does away with all distinctions. But money itself is a commodity, an external object, capable of becoming the private property of any individual. Thus social power becomes the private power of private persons. When considering exchange value in itself, we make the fictitious assumption that goods are exchanged according to their 275 value. The creation of money, however, introduces the factor of price, i.e. the amount of currency for which other articles are exchanged. When value is converted into price, goods express their quantitative relationship to one another in the form of a quantitative relationship to money. It thus becomes possible for value and price to diverge, i.e. for goods to be exchanged at a rate higher or lower than their value expressed in money terms. The price form, however, is not only compatible with the possibility of a quantitative incongruity between magnitude of value and price, i.e. between the former and its expression in money, but it may also conceal a qualitative inconsistency, so much so that, although money is nothing but the value form of commodities, price ceases altogether to express value. Objects that in themselves are no commodities, such as conscience, honor, etc., may be offered for sale by their holders and thus acquire, through their price, the form of commodities. Hence an object may have a price without having value. On the other hand, the imaginary price form may sometimes conceal either a direct or an indirect real value relation, for instance, the price of uncultivated land, which is without value because no human labor has been incorporated in it. The money form thus makes possible, and actually brings about, an incongruity between value and the price which is supposed to express it. As Marx states in Volume 3 of Capital, the sum total of the prices of the whole social product must be equal to the sum of its values, but, in a commodity economy, this equation not only permits but actually presupposes inequality in particular cases, i.e. prices that tend to equal values but constantly fluctuate above or below them. The contrast between values and prices expresses the basic contradiction of capitalist production and exchange. This inequality, however, is not the explanation of profit. Selling an article above its value is not the true origin of profit, only the origin of one form of it. The phenomenon of profit must be explained on the assumption that all commodities are sold at their true value. This sounds paradoxical, but, as Marx observes in Wages, Price, and Profit, it is also a paradox that the earth moves round the sun and that water consists of two highly inflammable gases. Scientific truth is always paradoxical if judged by everyday experience, which catches only the delusive appearances of things. 276. 4. Commodity fetishism. Labor power as a commodity. Before investigating the source of profit, however, we may note the effect of the money form on human thought processes. Neither the exchange of commodities nor the existence of money is a sufficient condition of capitalist production, which requires in addition the free sale of labor power and a production system aimed essentially at increasing exchange value. But the commodity and money form assumed by objects is the root of the particular illusion which Marx calls commodity fetishism, and which accounts for a large part of the false consciousness of human beings in regard to their own social existence. The essence of commodity fetishism is that, in measuring the output of energy by labor time, we introduce into the products of labor the measure which originally relates to the life process itself. Thus the mutual relations of human beings as exchangers of goods take on the form of relations between objects, as though the latter had mysterious qualities which of themselves made them valuable, or as though value were a natural, physical property of things. The relation of the producers to the sum total of their own labor is presented to them as a social relation, existing not between themselves but between the products of their labor. This is the reason why the products of labor become commodities, social things whose qualities are at once perceptible and imperceptible by the senses. The existence of things qua commodities, and the value relation between the products of labor which stamps them as commodities, have absolutely no connection with their physical properties and with the material relations arising therefrom. Here it is a particular social relation between men that assumes, in their eyes, the imaginary form of a relation between things. To find an analogy we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world, where the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and with the human race. This process whereby social relations masquerade as things or relations between things is the cause of human failure to understand the society in which we live. In exchanging goods for money, men involuntarily accept the position that their own qualities, abilities, and efforts do not belong to them but somehow inhere. 277. In the objects they have created. In this way they are the victims of the deformation of consciousness called alienation, and more particularly of reification, which confers objective reality on social relationships. Marx no longer uses the term alienation 5, but the description of the phenomenon is the same as in his earlier works, and so is the analogy with religion which he owes to Feuerbach. Commodity fetishism, then, is the inability of human beings to see their own products for what they are, and their unwitting consent to be enslaved by human power instead of wielding it. Fetishism contains in embryo all other forms of alienation: the autonomy of political institutions which turn into instruments of oppression, the autonomy of creations of the human brain in the shape of religious fantasies, in short, the whole sum of man's enslavement to his own works. All social progress, scientific development and the organization of labor, improved administration and the multiplication of useful products turn against man and are transformed into quasi-natural forces. Every genuine advance only serves to increase man's subjugation, as though to confirm Hegel's doctrine of the contradictions of progress. However, the deluded consciousness which mistakes social relations for things finds particular expression in a phenomenon typical of the capitalist mode of production, namely the reification of labor power, a situation in which human persons, real subjects, appear in the context of labor as commodities bought and sold on the market according to the rules dictated by the law of value. As we have seen, the socialists had argued from Ricardo's labor theory of value that exploitation consisted in labor being sold at too low a price, and that the cause of social injustice was this non-equivalent exchange between the wage earner and the capitalist. What must be done, therefore, was to reorganize production and exchange on a basis of equivalence, so that labor was sold at its true value. However useful this reasoning might be for the purpose of agitation among the workers, Marx regarded it as quite erroneous. Exploitation, in his view, did not consist in the worker selling his labor below its value. To explain the phenomena of profit and exploitation it was necessary to start from the 278. Principle of equivalent exchange in the circulation of commodities as well as in the sale of the particular commodity known as labor power. And this is the cornerstone of Marx's analysis of capitalism in its mature form. Wage labor is based on the sale of labor power, not the sale of labor. Labor creates values, but does not itself possess value. To elucidate this, Marx propounds the question of the origin of capitalist profit. How is it that the owner of the means of production can get more exchange value out of them than he puts into the whole production process? How is it that a man with money can, simply because it is his, multiply it by lending at interest? How is it that a landowner is entitled to rent without any expenditure of labor on his part? It might appear to the simple-minded that capital is an autonomous source of value with a mysterious power of self-multiplication, a view which supports the theory of three independent sources of value, namely land, capital, and labor. Theories of this kind are used to justify the capitalist system and to suggest that capitalists, landowners, and workers have a common class interest as co-producers. They are, however, based on a confusion of thought, as in Kondelik's theory that value is increased by the exchange process itself. It is true that the excess of a commodity's value over the cost of producing it is only realized in circulation, in the act of exchange, and this has given rise to the delusion that it originates in the act of exchange. But value, being exclusively the effect of the work of production, cannot be increased by merely commercial operations. Some socialists have argued that a merchant who buys cheap and sells dear is, in effect, a swindler, and that all his profit would at once disappear in conditions of equivalent exchange. But the fact is that profit can exist even when the exchange is strictly equivalent. It does not arise from circulation, though it only manifests itself when goods are exchanged. A man with money can multiply it thanks to the fact that there is on the market a particular commodity whose use value is a source of value, and which creates exchange value as its use value is realized, i.e. in the process of consumption. This commodity is labor power or capacity for labor, the aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in a human being, which he exercises whenever he produces a use value of any description. Wage. 279. Labor is the sale of labor power for a fixed time. For this exchange to take place there must be a class of wage earners who are free in a double sense, legally free to dispose of their labor power and sell it to whomever they like, and also free from ownership of the means of production, i.e. possessing nothing but their labor power and consequently obliged to sell it. This situation, in which the free wage earner sells his labor power to the owner of the instruments of production, is the characteristic feature of capitalism. It is a system which had a beginning in history and will have an end, but meanwhile it has revolutionized the whole historical process. The value of labor power is determined in the same way as that of any other commodity, by the amount of labor time necessary to reproduce it. The reproduction of labor power consists in maintaining the laborer in a condition in which he is able to work and to rear a fresh generation of non-property owning producers. In other words, the value of labor power is the value of the products necessary to keep the laborer and his children alive and able-bodied. Consequently, the sale of labor power is an equivalent exchange when the wage earner receives, in return, an amount equal to the cost of his subsistence. This amount is not determined solely by the physiological minimum but also by needs that vary historically, yet the physiological minimum constitutes the lower limit of wages. Thus the utopian socialists are wrong to argue that exploitation arises because the worker sells his labor for less than its value. As long as his wage enables him to remain alive and fit, he has not sold his labor for less than its value, the exchange is an equivalent one. But this does not mean there is no such thing as exploitation. On the contrary, it is much more prevalent than the utopians thought, but it is due, not to a non-equivalent exchange between the seller and buyer of labor power, but to the fact that at a certain technological level the application of labor power can create exchange values far greater than the values of the products necessary to maintain it. Or, to put it differently, the working day may be much longer than would be necessary to produce the commodities that keep the workman in an active state. The use value of labor power consists in the fact that it creates an exchange value greater than its own. As in any purchase, the 28 seller of labor power parts with its use value, which he makes over to the capitalist, in return for its exchange value. The owner of the means of production pays the value of a day's work and acquires the right to use the worker's labor power for anything up to 24 hours. The excess of the value so created over the cost of the worker's maintenance is surplus value, and this is acquired by the capitalist even in conditions of equivalent exchange. If half the worker's day corresponds to the value of the products necessary to reproduce his labor power, the other half is unrequited labor, i.e. the consumption of labor power, which creates the surplus value acquired by the owner of the means of production. This explains how exploitation can be consistent with equivalent exchange, and also why there is bound to be a class struggle against exploitation, a struggle which cannot be won simply by raising wages, but only by abolishing the whole system of wage labor. The capitalist maintains his rights as a purchaser when he tries to make the working day as long as possible, and to make, whenever possible, 2 working days out of 1. On the other hand, the peculiar nature of the commodity sold implies a limit to its consumption by the purchaser, and the laborer maintains his right as seller when he wishes to reduce the working day to one of definite normal duration. There is here, therefore, an antinomy, right against right, both equally bearing the seal of the law of exchanges. Between equal rights, force decides. Hence it is that in the history of capitalist production the determination of what is a working day presents itself as the result of a struggle between collective capital, i.e. the class of capitalists, and collective labor, i.e. the working class. The system of wage labor, in which the capitalist buys labor power for the time during which it is exercised, obscures the division of the working day into the work necessary to reproduce labor power and the extra, unpaid labor that creates surplus value. To outward appearance the employer pays for the whole of the worker's labor, but in fact he does not. The situation is the reverse of that which obtains under slavery. The slave appears to be working entirely for his master when in fact part of his working day is devoted to producing the values necessary for his own maintenance. In regular conditions of serfdom, on 281. The other hand, the serf's labor for his lord and the work he does for his own benefit are clearly divided in time, and it is clear which part of his labor is unremunerated. The unrequited labor time of the wage earner is concealed in the homogeneous process of production, and it is necessary to analyze the situation to discover the source of surplus value. The capitalist expends a certain sum on the worker's wages, and the values created over and above that sum accrue to him as profit, which, however, only becomes actual in the circulation of commodities. The sum total of these surplus values is called absolute surplus value. The ratio between it and the total amount of capital expended by the employer on wages is called relative surplus value. 5. The alienation of labor and of its product. The one and only source of value, then, is productive labor, the shaping of material objects that satisfy human needs. All secondary forms of capital, that of merchants, bankers, and landowners, are used in the acquisition of surplus value, but play no part in its production. Industrial capital is the only mode of the existence of capital in which the latter's function consists not only in the appropriation of surplus value or surplus product, but likewise its creation. Industrial capital includes the organization of transport. The actual transport industry and expressage can be, and in fact are, industrial branches entirely distinct from commerce, and purchasable and saleable commodities may be stored in docks or in other public premises, the cost of storage being charged to the merchant by third persons in so far as he has to advance it. The express company owner, the railway director, and the ship owner are not merchants. Transport and storage, then, are part of production, but no commercial activity in the strict sense, i.e. no act of exchange, can endow commodities with additional value. Only the workman processing or transporting commodities, or of course the peasant laborer, creates new exchange values and increases the sum total of value at the community's disposal. We have thus discovered the social nexus on which the whole edifice of capitalist production is based, namely the commodity character of labor power. The fact that labor power is a commodity means that man functions as a thing, that his personal 282 qualities and abilities are bought and sold like any other commodity. His brains and muscle, his physical energy and creative powers are reduced to a state in which only their exchange value counts for anything. This reification, the turning of a personality into a thing, is the measure of human degradation under capitalism. In this part of Capital, Marx returns to the ideas he formulated as far back as 1843, when he saw in the working class the epitome of dehumanization and also the embodied hope of a restored humanity. In Chapter I of Wage Labor and Capital he wrote, "The exercise of labor power, labor, is the worker's own life activity, the manifestation of his own life. And this life activity he sells to another person in order to secure the necessary means of subsistence. Thus his life activity is for him only a means to enable him to exist. He works in order to live. So in capital,